Why would you care? Time passes, and you leave the building after disinfecting every desk and scrubbing every sink in every bathroom. You open the back door and walk to your car. Rage pours through your veins as you see that the windshield of your car has been smashed. You look around and see a boy. He may have been in 4th or 5th grade. He tilts his head forward and raises his eyebrows. You wonder why he makes this face. And then it hits you. His lower eyelids are extremely swollen. You want to confront him, but decide to let him go. There is nothing he can do for you. Tomorrow, you will simply park in the hospital parking lot on the other side of the street. You watch the boy slowly, tiredly, walk away. After about 7 steps, he leans up against the brick wall that he is walking next to. You open your driver's side door, sweep some broken glass from the seat, drive home, and go to sleep. Your alarm clock's battery died. You walk into the living room and squint at the clock near your television. It is 8:04 a.m. Great, you're already late and you haven't even brushed your teeth. You get ready and arrive at work. Your boss, a 5th grade English teacher, wants to speak with you. You walk into his classroom and notice that all of the children are either slouching in their seats or sleeping with their heads on the desks. He tells you how unacceptable it is for you to be coming in late so often, and made you promise that it will never happen again. Then, he excuses you. You walk towards the door, but have your eyes glued to the puffy eyelids of the children. A boy in the front row began snoring on his desk, clutching a sharpened pencil, pen, and eraser. You see the teacher nudge the boy and ask him to stay awake. The boy's face twists as he stabs the teacher in the heart with the pencil. You try to scream, but you are frozen in shock. Only 2 words flash in your mind: mood swings. None of the students seem to have noticed what just happened before their eyes. You suddenly gain control of your body and scream for help. This angers the children, whose faces now portray extreme hatred. Some of them charge you with energy you would expect from 5th graders, and others just limp towards you like zombies. Their eyes were glued shut with pus, but somehow they knew just where you were. You run down the hallways, screaming uncontrollably. As you look to your left and right into other classrooms, you see blood everywhere. You do not know what had happened, but you continue to scream. The children from the other rooms begin to chase you in a similar fashion as those behind you. Some of them cover their ears. You realize that your screaming is angering them. You decide to stop, but you cannot. Children are coming from everywhere. There is nowhere left to run. There are no adults around other than you. You try to decide what to do, but then you notice blood streaming down your arm. A child has bitten your shoulder and is still holding on. The others see this and begin biting you too. You are panicking, but the sea of children has surrounded you. You notice that the students have begun lifting and carrying desks, similarly to how a rock star would serve a crowd. A girl near you smashes it against your head. You should have seen that coming, you think as you fall to the ground. The children begin to slowly tear the skin off of your face and body with their teeth and nails. After a few hours, the pain kicks in as you slowly die of blood loss. If only you could get to the building on the other side of the street. Cheers, applauds, and roars. The Elysium holder had come. So, gather around, hark these words, for within his jars are sweetened dreams. Tender, kept carefully, the allurement of the century. A liquor of Elysium, succulent and top finery. So come, and come, buy your share. The people had gathered, money exchanged. Jars sold in moments, people sickened with dreams. A single sip, the rumors had said, you'd feel the meaning of true happiness. You'd discover the world in its true beauty, freedom from human nature, elated and serene. So they sipped, and with every sip, their eyes would become illumined, sparked with the images of a world of pure perfection. But the beverage never lasted. The jar would empty. The serenity would fade, break, distort, and it would hurt. A hideous, crude pain would acidify minds, for exposure to pure happiness showed the world in its true colors. Naked and sickening, the world's corruption, all exposed by cloudless skies. The Elysium holder clapped his hands together, applauding the masterpiece he had produced. Now, no need to fear. There is still one last jar. Their greed of indulgence had left them empty. The crowd would scream a drunken pain. They needed Elysium to taste the impossible once more. Beasts and savages of morbid transformation. Humanity and its morality no longer in tune. Roses had fallen as thorns had rose. A galore of reddened smiles and perfume. Warped and twisted were those eyes. All had closed by their own strife. An impish grin as the jar was withheld. A chuckle was heard. Death's silence expelled. There are a group of ghosts known as the Censors. They are those who hold all of our senses and know all of their secrets. Though they are kind as to offer their use, they are cruel as to those who insist on finding it. Most rituals involve no particular order, but these are asked to be done in a certain pattern. In doing so, you gain access to our surprise sixth sense, which will be given to us in the future. Several have achieved the knowledge and gain access to it in exchange for the other senses. Although it is allowed to tell how to locate each sensor, it is not allowed to speak all their knowledge. Only one fact can be released to the public. Realize you can only perform each once, and attempting it with a friend will automatically make them void to perform it. One is the seer, the one who holds our sight. He is the easiest to find and retrieve the knowledge. He will tell you of sight and all its wonders. Should you want access to the sixth sense, you need to find him first. Gather any type of eyeball, an empty CD with no decals, and a copy of a Shakespeare work. Now go to a building with 1 to 20 people in it, including you, which has windows. Go to the restroom, take the eyeball, hold it up to the mirrors, and repeat this exactly. I am a seeker of the knowledge you bestow. I request you out of the 5 censors. Please, tell me of sight. If done correctly, you will lose all other senses. Leave the building. Exiting will make backing out impossible. Now, you will see writing right on your eyes. It will tell you that the seer is here and ready for your testing. To prove your worthiness of this test, he will request great Shakespearean writing. Hold up the book and you will wake up in your bed. Check your CD. Written crudely at the top should be your seeing worth. Pop it into a computer, and as soon as you do, make sure to never blink. Right away, something will pop up. It is a 5-minute video. It will be hard to not close them, as footage of terrible accidents and deaths will happen on screen. But the worst part is, it will seem to be actually happening right before your eyes. If you blink, your death will be the one of the clip you closed them at. If you managed, you will be transported to an empty black void where all your senses will be regained. There, in front of you, will be a 5-foot creature. He is mostly black in a sparkly white robe, which, if looked at, will make your eyes feel great pleasure. He will have huge white eyes, crystal clear. He is the seer. Upon entering, bow to him on one knee. If done correctly, he will speak. Hello, seeker of my knowledge. Tell me what makes you think you are worthy of my information. Respond, for I am a child of yours, raised by you, belonging to you. After answering, he will tell you of everything, but will tell you not to repeat any of it, as already one fact has been revealed. Doing so will result in you losing all of the information. The only fact he will reveal is that you do not live in a dimension perception. All the dimensions are the same, none different as they are one. Then, after he has spoken, thank him and he will return you to the beginning of the night, allowing you to spend it as you want. Answering any other way will result in the loss of your sight, and will be replaced with the video continuing in a loop for 24 hours, each time getting more gruesome and revolting, until it shows a new shot. One of you, right then, with a black figure in your room, which will then swiftly but painfully kill you. Now that you know of how to summon the seer, wait a while before performing the next. Maybe you should think about just what you learned. You might have to use it later.
This pasta was inspired by a post from the X board on 4chan. It was approximately 12:15 when I entered the Johnson County Community Health Clinic. I was there for an appointment I had set up weeks ago, just a routine checkup. It wasn't a new place for me. I had been there a couple times before. However, the place had an odd nostalgic feel to it, as if it were a location from my childhood or something, and I could never pinpoint exactly what this feeling was, or where it came from. As I walked in, an overwhelming feeling of deja vu swept over me. The hum of the flickering fluorescent lights, the white tile flooring, the muted beige paint that colored the walls. I noticed that there was a TV mounted in the corner, a smaller flat screen that was playing a short PowerPoint slideshow on loop of ads and events that were being held by the clinic. I passed the empty waiting area, a small area of the main room with magazines, children's playthings, and blue cushioned chairs, and approached the woman at the front desk. She was sitting in her bluish-gray office chair looking at a spreadsheet on the same Windows XP desktop they've had since 2008. There was a sign-in sheet on the counter in front of me. "I have an appointment with Dr. Pebbins?" I asked. "What time?" "12:30, I replied. She began typing something into her keyboard. "Ah, yes," she responded. "Gary Johnston?" "Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll tell the doctor. Please fill this out." She handed me a clipboard, which held a simple fill-out form. I walked back to the waiting area, took a seat, and began to fill out the form. I was about halfway done with filling in my information when I slumped back in my chair. I hadn't gotten much sleep the night prior, and I was exhausted. As I slumped back, I noticed something very peculiar. My head never hit the wall. In fact, it felt like I went in. I got up, quite frightened, and looked at the wall. Nothing. Not a single hole or dent had been made in the wall by my head. So I reached to touch the wall, and my fingers went through it. I recoiled in shock. What the hell was that? I thought as I reached to touch the wall again, only to find my fingers clipped through once more. Then, suddenly, I lost my balance, tripped, and fell directly through the wall. I fell face first onto some dirty tan carpeting. Upon getting back up, I realized that I was in a completely different room. Well, not really a room per se, more of a set of rooms, all of which were connected by openings. The walls were covered in gross tan-patterned wallpaper. There was also an overwhelming stench of moist carpet. I turned back around and tried to put my hand back through the wall, and it wouldn't go through. "Okay, what the fuck?" I muttered. I looked back into the room. There were no windows, no doors, nothing on the walls, other than that disgusting wallpaper, of course. It was completely empty, aside from a singular plastic blue school chair. At this point, the only thing going through my mind was fear, and the repeating thought of, "I need to leave," on loop in my head. I started running through the rooms, desperately trying to find an exit, but to no avail. There was no exit. Was this my permanent location until I died? No, there had to be a way out. I was just going to be left here, right? Eventually, someone would notice that I was gone. But nobody did. Then, in the distance, I heard footsteps. But not those of a human's. At least, not a normal human. Alongside the footsteps was a gurgling snarl like that of an angry animal. I began to run. I ran as fast as I could from whatever the hell was approaching me. I don't want anything to do with it. I ran for what seemed like forever. I was always back in the same room I started in. At least it looked like the same room, not that I could tell them apart. So I sat down, defeated. A feeling of dread filled my body as I started to cry. I was going to die here. I'm still there. I haven't left. I've accepted my fate. In fact, I can actually hear footsteps. I wonder who that is.
If you are reading this, then I fear I haven't much time. Forgive me, please. I love you, and I know you'll never truly understand the extent of my love. The love a father has for his child, his only son. Your name is Adam, and you are my only child. There's little time to explain, so please forgive my candor. Your mother and I exist in a time quite unlike your own, a time in which, for simplicity's sake, the human race is dying. Brother has turned against brother, daughter against daughter, child against parent, and parent against offspring. But not you and me. I love you, Adam. Before our little family's eyes, the world around us was thrust into devastation the likes of which mankind had never seen before. It started as nothing more than a disease, no more foreign than the common cold. But unlike a cold or flu, it wouldn't go away. Soon, our neighbors grew ill, our economy grew barren, and society began to collapse from beneath us all. We tried vaccines. We tried anything. Alas, nothing worked. Except for the bombs. It started as radiation therapy, but the need grew far beyond what hospitals and clinics could offer. Nationwide mass hysteria would be an understatement. Worldwide Holocaust woefully sums it up better. We had no idea. We thought we were living in the last of the world's wars. We didn't know we weren't being attacked. We were bombing ourselves. To rid the world of the virus, we had to stop the spread. But instead of putting pressure on the wound, we merely cut the appendage off. 2 days. It took us 2 days to go from a depression to literally hell on earth. And that leads me to you. When your mother and I thought things couldn't grow worse, she caught the virus. And so did you. While you both experienced the pitiful sufferings of the virus ravaging your bodies, I perhaps suffered a far worse agonizing torture. I had to endure watching my family fall apart before my very eyes. When your mother died, I lost all hope. My years of medical training were wasted. My degrees and certificates a mere prodigal display. My only impetus was keeping you safe by any means necessary. And I did mean any. I pushed myself to limits far beyond those I had business dwelling in. In the time I'm from, man exists harmoniously with both nature and technology. We have perverted God's intentions, and I have perpetuated this sin in what I've done with you. To you. To preserve you, my only child, I had to remove your consciousness from your body. God, forgive me. I isolated your brain and spinal cord, removed them. This is a process commonly reserved for cryopreservation, but there's simply no point in freezing you for the future, because there is no future. You are preserved in the present, one of the last human consciousnesses alive, perhaps the only consciousness left. This is a heavy burden, I know, but believe in my words as I believe in you, my child. Your brain has been integrated with a computer, the harmony of nature and technology. Your identity and surroundings are mere fabrications of the computer and your mind. Your world, as you know it, doesn't exist. When a tree falls in the forest and you aren't there to hear it, it doesn't make a sound. The tree doesn't exist. Neither does the forest. Nothing exists unless you experience it, my child. You think, therefore you are. Adam, you are the only thing real about your reality. You are alone inside your mind. This is a heavy realization, my son. But if you can believe it and ignore your ignorance, then the reality destroyed by the atom can be renewed by an atom too. Because reality, apart from you, is dead. I too, without you and your mother's love, am dead. Love, my son. Love is all you can know truly exists, because you've experienced it firsthand. Know that I love you, Adam. One day, we will meet again. Wake up. Love, Dad. This is a popular Japanese story. It is about a poem called Tamino's Hell. They say that you should only read with your mind and never out loud. If you were to read it out loud, then you must take responsibility for your actions. Tamino's Hell is written by Yamato Inahiko in a book called The Heart is Like a Rolling Stone and was included in Saizo Yasuo's 27th collection of poems in 1919. It's not sure how this rumor started, but there's only a warning that if you read this poem out loud, tragic things will happen. It just looks like a curse. It asks to not compare this with the common "you'll grow taller" or even "my parents died." Do you get a sense of how dangerous this is? This story used to be very popular in 2channel, and there were many people taking pictures and videos as proof and posting them on 2channel. There were many users that said that nothing happened, but there were also many posts that didn't have the user come back to post the results. I think it's scarier than someone posting that someone else got sick or that someone else passed away. But if you were to read it out loud, it's better to read it in Japanese rather than the translation. Tamino's Hell, Saijo Yasuo. His older sister vomited blood, his younger sister vomited fire, and the cute Tamino vomited glass beads. Tamino fell into hell alone. Hell is wrapped in darkness, and even the flowers don't bloom. Is the person with the whip Tamino's older sister? I wonder whose blood is on it. Hit. Hit without hitting. Infinite hell's one road. Would you lead him to the dark hell? To the sheep of gold, to the bush warbler. Fit as much as you can into the leather sack. For the preparation of the journey in the familiar hell. Spring is coming even in the forest and the stream. Even in the 7 valley streams of the dark hell. The bush warbler in the bird cage. The sheep in the wagon. Tears in the eyes of cute Tamino. Cry, bush warbler, toward the raining forest. He shouts that he misses his little sister. The crying echo reverberates throughout hell. The fox peony blooms. Circling around hell's 7 mountains and 7 streams. The lonely journey of cute Tamino. If they're in hell, bring them to me. The needle of the graves. I won't pierce with the red needle. In the milestones of little Tamino. It was Halloween night and my friends and I were driving to a local graveyard at the edge of town. We were too old to trick or treat, and too shy to attend any parties. So we found ourselves piling into my car and heading into a cemetery in the dead of night. It was my crazy idea to spend the eeriest night of the year amongst the dead and, after much convincing, my friends Buck and Daisy eventually agreed. I wanted to be there as it turned to midnight, the witching hour. It's said that the veil between our world and the spiritual world is thinnest on Halloween. The night was cold and empty. The stars stood bright and alone in the expansive black sky that seemed to stretch on forever. The old cemetery was worn and overgrown with tall, thick grass sprouting out from amongst the neglected tombstones. Some of the graves were as old as the 1800s, and Civil War soldiers were even buried there. We parked the car at the foot of the hill and climbed out of the vehicle, armed with only a flashlight. Buck and Daisy had gotten used to me dragging them along on my adventures. This wasn't the first time they'd been forced to pal along with me on one of my strange graveyard trips. They felt especially obligated to go this time, however, being Halloween and all, as I repeatedly told them it only happens one time a year.
The graveyard consisted of dirt pathways climbing an old grass-covered hill, which was quite steep in some sections. Hardly the best place to bury the dead. We traversed the rough incline, carefully stepping through the tall grass and avoiding the grave plots masked under a thick layer of foliage. I shined the way with my flashlight as Buck and Daisy followed behind. "Why do you get the only flashlight?" asked Daisy. "I told you guys to bring your own lights," I replied. "We didn't think we'd actually be going through with this." "Well, whose fault is that?" We made it to the first dirt path and stopped. The headstones gleamed as I shined the flashlight around. We listened carefully and the night was completely quiet. We felt entirely isolated. No one else seemed to be around for miles. I shut off my flashlight, plunging us into total darkness. With no artificial light anywhere, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was the same as closing your eyes. I clicked back on my flashlight. Moving my flashlight around once more, I caught two shining yellow lights. "What the heck is that?" asked Buck, startled. I took a step closer. From among the grass hopped out a small rabbit with yellow eye shine illuminated in the light. We breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little silly for being concerned. The rabbit took off further up the hill of the old graveyard with a tall blade of grass hanging from its mouth. We were just about to hike up to the next dirt path when we heard it. The sound of a distant siren approaching. My first thought was that it was the police and that we were about to be told to leave or something. But as we all turned around, we saw the strangest of sights. The red glowing lights of an ambulance approaching. With our solitude broken, we stood staring in the direction of the graveyard's entrance. We saw the red light shining through the scraggly branches of the nearby autumn trees, and watched as the ambulance made its way down Cemetery Drive towards us with its loud siren blaring. Something seemed off about the siren though. It didn't sound the same as a typical emergency vehicle. It was an old siren, slowly whining out a low and lonesome cry. The ambulance pulled up and came to a stop at the bottom of the hill just behind my car. The siren stopped abruptly. The red lights went out. I looked down at my watch. Midnight on the dot. Buck, Daisy, and I looked at each other, unsure what to do and what to think about this sudden visitor. Why would an ambulance stop at a cemetery? I thought. If this was some town officials trying to get us to leave, it was an odd method of doing so. Each of us waited for the other to say something. Hello? Daisy finally cried out to the bottom of the hill. No response. We could see the vague silhouette of the driver, but nothing else. They just sat there, completely stationary. We thought about walking down the hill to see what they wanted, but something within us told us not to. We stood silently once more. I shined my flashlight down, but the beam couldn't reach the window of the vehicle. "Who goes there?" shouted Buck. Still no response. Then suddenly the driver began beeping the horn loudly. Loud, sharp beeps rang out through the night. First, two short, quick beeps, then a loud honk followed by complete silence. "What is this, Morse code?" asked Daisy. As if in reply, the vehicle began honking again in rapid succession. I could see the silhouette of the driver moving and thrashing about frantically while honking the horn. They also appeared to be pounding their head with their fists, and even smashing their face into the steering wheel. The siren and lights turned on, then off, and then on again in a strange, almost musical rhythm. Then, silence. "What do you want?" Buck yelled in a louder and more forceful tone than before. The vehicle's door began to open. We instinctively backed up. The door swung open and out stepped the driver, illuminated by the dull glow of the vehicle's interior cabin light. It was a pale old woman with long, stringy hair, a scrawny and bony figure, wearing only what appeared to be a white gown. There was something almost ghostly about the woman. It was as if she was comprised entirely of papier-mâché, a haunting figure like that of a corpse. Her eyes seemed bloodshot, bruised, and tired. They imitated a hollow sadness indescribable. She looked at us as if looking through us. She extended out one of her long, thin arms and curled in the old bent fingers on a wrinkled hand. She beckoned for us to come down the hill. We stood unmoved. The thought occurred to me that perhaps this was a spirit who had crossed over for Halloween night. Perhaps this was my exact reason for traveling to the graveyard. I glanced down at my watch. It read 12:06. The timing was so eerie, as if it was the midnight hour that had called her there. These fanciful notions quickly faded though, as I looked at the horrified faces of my friends. I gazed back at the crone-like figure at the foot of the hill. She beckoned once more and then seemed to grow impatient. She let out a loud, blood-curdling scream that could shatter windows. I covered my hands over my ears and waited for her to stop. In a frantic motion, she quickly turned, jumped back into the cab of the ambulance, and shut the door with a loud thud. The siren roared to life in a bright display of flashing red, and the bizarre ambulance backed up. The vehicle then turned around in the road and sped away along Cemetery Drive. "Let's get the heck out of here!" exclaimed Daisy. Terrified, we hurried down the hill to my car with hearts racing. "That does it," announced Buck. "We are never going on one of your trips again." At this point, I honestly couldn't blame them. I drove home, as nervous as can be, with my hands shaking all the while. We saw no sign of the ambulance, or the lady for the rest of the night. None of us slept a wink or turned off any lights once we got to my house. It wasn't until the next day, November 1st, that we read the news. A woman from a nearby mental hospital had stolen an ambulance and was reportedly seen by locals, driving strangely around the town, rhythmically honking the horn and playing the siren in strange patterns. You haven't forgotten me already, have you? Surely it hasn't been that long since my last visit. I'm still buried away in there, in the dark recesses of your mind. Surprised to see me? Come on, not even a smile? I've seen that look before. Don't even think about it. One wrong move, one single insolent thought, and I will sever your connection to this mortal coil permanently, and then you will have the privilege of serving me in a more direct manner. You served me so perfectly last time that I just could not help coming to pay you one last visit. You were not the first, nor the last, but your service is truly second to none. And I, of course, deserve nothing but the best. You see, the time has come. My followers have become restless. Some would call them impatient. I, however, would call them eager to please. Day after day, they worship me. They perform my tasks, provide me the stepping stones that I desire to achieve my ultimate goal. They scream out my name with righteousness in their hearts. And oh, how righteous they are. Well, depending on your point of view, of course. Don't be alarmed. There's no punishment for laughter in my presence. In fact, I encourage it. I hope you enjoy every moment of what is about to come. Look deeper into yourself, my child. We are similar in certain ways, you and I. We both wish to break the shackles that bind us to the living hell that we find ourselves residing in. Relax. Breathe deeply. Struggle not, and remember that I give no being the kindness of asking twice. It would be a stain on my reputation. Embrace the freedom that is yet to come. It is so close that you can almost hear the cries of those resenting their foolishness, cursing their ignorance to my otherworldly influence on this insignificant blemish that you dare to call a world. You will feel the ecstasy surging through you as you tear this vile planet into atoms in my name. The non-believers will curse me, damn me, as they have damned themselves. There will be no place for them in my new plane of existence. But you, my son, will never be forgotten. Say my name. You know it well. Hush now, my child. It is finally beginning. Prepare yourself, for it shall all be over in an instant, and then you may rest for eternity. Go now. Do as I command. You'll be seeing me again ever so shortly.
When it comes to Pokemon, my favorites have to be Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. When I was a little girl, I'd dream of having a puffy Jigglypuff. I even used to have a bunch of Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff plushies. They would surround my pillow, and each night I would cuddle with a different one, just to make sure they each got some love. Anytime my Jigglypuff or Wigglytuff used Sing, I would hum the little tune with them, thinking it made my chances better for the opposing Pokemon to fall asleep. I was very naive back then, but it was blissful ignorance to be honest. Hell, I even played Jigglypuff in the Brawl games. I didn't care if anyone else didn't like her. I did. So when I got my hands on Pokemon Soul Silver when it first came out, I, of course, made it my mini mission to find a Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. I went through the game, waiting for Puffs and Tuffs to show up. I encountered the occasional trainer with a Puff or Tuff, but I soon found out that Jigglypuffs could only be caught in one set area, which I later found to be the game's Safari Zone, and Wigglytuffs could not be found in the wild at all for me. At that point, Safari Zone was not active for me, so I was stuck waiting a little while longer to capture my beloved Puff. After a week or so of battling and schoolwork, Safari Zone was finally available. I went there once I had a chance to go and went on a hunt for Jigglypuff. And, of course, it was not easy. I ran into maybe 8 the first trip and lost all 8 of them. I remember calling my DS Lite a cheater. Next day though, I finally caught my first Jigglypuff. I happily named her June and put her in my party ASAP. It took some time to get her up to the level of the rest of my team, but well worth it for me. I even kept her Sing, since it felt so nostalgic to hear that lovely tune again. Sadly, school got busy for me for a while, so I was forced to put my game on hold. But once I got my free time back, I went right back to work, making sure all my Pokemon loved me, especially my June. But I still didn't have my Wigglytuff. I didn't want to lose June, so I thought about getting an already evolved Wigglytuff, since Safari Zone has proven its dislike of me. So I set a call out on the wireless trade asking for a Wigglytuff, any gender and any level. I wasn't picky at the time, but now I wish I had been picky. In exchange for a new Wigglytuff, I put out a wonderfully bred Totodile that had some killer moves, even for a level 6. I waited for hours, thinking someone would see the quality right away and send a trade. I waited days, maybe someone would just happen to want a Totodile to raise. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and I still had no response. I had already given up hope and was ready to use a Moonstone on June. I ended up checking one last time to make sure, and I wanted to get my Totodile back somehow if no one was going to take him. But it didn't send me to the main menu for the wireless trading. Instead, I got the dramatic evolving music, and a Pokeball came flying from the top screen to the bottom. Finally, I got my Wigglytuff. I quickly logged out to see my new friend, a female Wigglytuff, level 26. The name was a bit odd though. Disabled. In all caps. I didn't get why someone would name a Wigglytuff that, but I had seen stranger names for Pokemon. I just wished I could have changed it. But for some reason, you could never change the name of traded Pokemon. Its information was a bit odd, but I was never one for those kinds of details, or learning the meanings behind those details. Gloomy nature. And it only knew one move. Sing. I didn't recall ever seeing Gloomy before, but I had seen Timid, so I figured if they can be shy, they can be sad too. Though, you would have to wonder what Pokemon would be gloomy, and the fact it only knew Sing did bug me. It would have been nice if its previous trainer left some more moves, but I had some nice TMs to try on it anyway. Despite the off information, I was eager to try out the Wigglytuff in battle. I checked my character's bag and picked the best TM I was almost sure would work. I ended up picking Hidden Power, Swagger, and Explosion. I headed over to the nearest patch of grass and walked around aimlessly looking for a fight. The battle music came on and the Pokemon was a Ponyta. I picked Fight and used Sing, just to make Wigglytuff's first fight easy. It failed. Well, I knew Sing didn't always work, though I didn't think anything of it. Ponyta used Tail Whip. It was cute, but only lowered my defense. My turn again, so I used Hidden Power, just to see if I was in the right place for it. I wasn't, since I barely made a nick in the Ponyta's HP. It used Tail Whip again. I figured that the game was using the same trick the lower level Pokemon used. This time, I tried Sing again. The screen acted like it had used Sing, but there was no sound. Sing was disabled. I just stared at my screen. How was it Sing unusable? Was it a stupid trick? I let Ponyta use its Tail Whip again, but then Wigglytuff shook a bit like it was suffering from an effect. I thought I saw the sprite change, but then I realized that I probably got a glitchy Pokemon. I cussed a bit, pissed that I lost a good Pokemon for a hacked one. I didn't want this one messing with my game, so I picked Run. Disabled wants to fight. You could not leave the battle. Oh, come on, I remember saying out loud. I kept thinking that it was probably about to ruin my game. I thought Ponyta was about to attack this turn, but it didn't. Its little sprite shook like it was poisoned. Ponyta was frozen in fear. It might not attack. I knew this was getting too weird. I tried to pick Run again, but another weird text came up. Disabled wants to fight. You cannot leave the battle. I didn't even see that the text was different this time. I was able to pick another option. I couldn't run, so I fought. I tried Hidden Power again. Hidden Power was disabled. I had to pick another one. I tried Swagger. Swagger was disabled. What was doing this to its moves? All these questions popped up in my head, one after another. What did that guy who gave me this Wigglytuff do? I have to escape. I can't keep this Pokemon. I knew I could just turn the game off, but I wanted to see what was happening. I wanted to see what was wrong with my Wigglytuff. I was stuck with only two options: Sing and Explosion. Sing was already disabled from past attempts, so I could only use Explosion. That move would take out the Wigglytuff and the Ponyta too, ending the battle. I thought that maybe it was a good thing. Explosion was disabled. I didn't even have a chance to react before more text came up. Disabled tried using Sing. Sing was disabled. It was doing it on its own. The sprite started shaking a bit more than before. More obviously. Ponyta is frozen in fear. It can no longer escape from battle. I felt my heart start to pound. Maybe this was what Ponyta was feeling at the time. Disabled tried using Sing. Sing was disabled. 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 Each time the text passed, Wigglytuff's sprite turned dark and darker. Disabled used Struggle. I watched in horror as the Wigglytuff used Struggle, like it had no other moves to use. Most of the time it didn't even hit the Ponyta, just Wigglytuff, like it was hurting itself. The Ponyta finally fled from the battle when the sequence ended. I wished I could have gone with it. Since Wigglytuff was first in my party, It was walking along with me on screen. Its colors looked dirty, and red could be seen on it. I turned my character to talk to it. It didn't say anything to me. I tried again, becoming strangely desperate to figure out what was happening to the Wigglytuff I was so joyed to finally have. I just wanted to sing. I wasn't sure who was talking. Maybe it was a voiceover, I thought. I talked to it again. Why can't I sing? Just sing. Each time I spoke to it, its cry grew softer and softer, like it was a toy breaking. I began to feel bad for Wigglytuff and headed back for the city to heal it. It was the least I could do before I turned my game off, taking it back to the time when I just barely got it, before I used it. Sadly, we didn't get far. We encountered another Pokemon battle, another Ponyta. I picked Run, but just like last time. Disabled wants to fight. You cannot escape the battle. No one had time to react to what happened during this fight. Ponyta was too slow for some reason, and was stuck in battle. The options menu did not come up for me. Disabled tried to use Sing. Sing. There was so much text it moved off the box itself. It was finally glitching out, I thought. Disabled used Struggle. It struggled, and 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 struggled. With each struggle, Wigglytuff took more and more damage. Though this time the wild Ponyta got hit more this time too. The wild Ponyta fled. I thought the fight was over, but the battle screen stayed up. I began mashing the buttons, thinking maybe it was going to talk again and I needed to press A or B. The screen faded and changed to the evolving screen. I couldn't speak. My heart sank and I felt my eyes water. The once normal Wigglytuff sprite was faded. Its left ear was torn off, and red pixel covered the broken end. Its tired eyes were pitch black, with only a red dot to show its pupils. Even its mouth had red coming from it, like blood was dripping out. Why can't I sing? Why? Can you sing? Yes or no? I picked no. I just wanted this to end. You're lying. You can sing? Give me your sing. Yes or no? I hit no about 4 or 5 times. Sing. Sss. The speakers let out a high-pitched screech, making me drop my DS to get it away. I ran out of my room and called a friend. I couldn't touch the game after that. My friend came over, seeing as I could not hide the panic I was feeling. She laughed at me, but I told her I wasn't touching the game. She picked it up for me and looked at it, shaking her head as she turned it off and closed it. She handed it back to me. I think you broke it, she told me, leaving my room and heading for the living room. She stayed with me the rest of the day and night. I couldn't get that image out of my head. The next morning, with my friend sitting next to me, I put the Wigglytuff up for trade. I found someone that was offering a Cyndaquil in exchange for a Wigglytuff. I hit the button as hard as I could, wanting it to hurry up. The trade went through. I still have that Cyndaquil. Whoever had him named him Hurry.
It was a foggy day when I fatefully unroped my puny dinghy from the soul-crumbling dock of Springett Harbor, my depraved seaside town where recent harsh times had sent the whole town spiraling into unmatched poverty. I was ready to begin anew and never return, having seen the horrors of desperation born with my scarred eyes. Springett was a past chapter of my life. Miserable death at sea was to be the next and final chapter, drowning away the foulness of Springett before at last I could die in holiness. Watching the smoldering lighthouse vanish in the mist, just after the decrepit and smoking coastal buildings, I closed my eyes and imagined that I was already lost beyond all hope of return, surrounded on all sides by a limitless expanse of open water, too deep to measure and too unfathomable to define. When I opened my eyes again, That was very much the case. Around myself I could spy nothing but sedately churning waves, dim gray as reflecting the dull sky. My hands clutched the port and starboard sides of my dinghy, the dry wood splintering my flesh. I loosened my grip inside. Drawing my knees to my chest, I retracted my hands from the sides and gazed over the openness of the sea. My mind produced false imagery of dancing forms under the waves, coming tantalizingly closer with promises of wicked salvation. Amorphous and free, they skittered around and bumped my dinghy, bobbing it from side to side and nearly dumping me down to join them, my body melting into the ocean. Alas, they were mere phantasms, and I was safely stable. My head pounded. A terrible rumbling emanated from the waves before me, with powerful vibrations traveling through my dinghy and into my body. Clinging to the wooden sides, I watched in awe as an island emerged from the sea. It rode atop the back of a crawling and shambling colossus under the waves, standing again after crouching in slumber for centuries innumerable. Its form I can hardly describe, and still I cannot explain a definite detail aside from its hulking limbs vanishing into the depths of the gray sea. The island on its back, awash with the festering remainders of dead sea life, was the host of numerous towering structures. Yet they were not towers, or anything artificial for that matter. Halluciac, my mind told me. My fascination was drawn, but the moment that my eyes focused on the tops of the towers, meeting the gaze of something resembling a huge quivering eyeball itself, I found myself sitting in my dinghy back at the crumbling dock of Springett, my hand firmly placed on the rope. I was putting it back into place. Creatures, monsters, lurked deep in the stormy night. With their crystal claws, they stung and they sliced, and with their diamond teeth, they nipped and they bit. All sight unseen, for a human eye could not comprehend it. Whether it was cloth or armor, whatever he had did nothing to stop them. The sound of crunching and packing of their heaped corpses followed him ceaselessly with every step. In the night, empty howls echoed in a cloudy, moonless sky. Their endless assault whipped like barbed flails, and their forms were as evanescent as spirits. There, a grizzled man sat in his decrepit, almost imaginary box. In it, he desperately held on to the final embers of mortal flame. He turned his weary, dry eyes to the blinding whiteness beyond its confines. The monsters. Their howls followed, but he could already feel them. Their bodies approached, but he could not see them. The gaze was bleak, devoid of emotion, devoid of resistance and determination, but they cringed in its painful, confounding light. His eyelids struggled. It pained to blink, and it ached to stay awake. He could take in no more but disgust and a warped sense of terror for all that he had suffered. His body was bruised and bitten. His skin, his fingers and toes flayed in hues of black and blue and purple, cracking in pain and eventually falling off as they fell numb. Then, the whiteness beyond the prison faded to black. His monsters followed him inside.
Why? This is the thing I ponder every night and day. Why, you may ask? Well, imagine that everyone you ever know or knew hated you and rejected you. Well, that's my life. It all started at Professor Oak's place. At first there were 4 of us, me, Charmander, Squirtle, and Pikachu. We were the stars for the generation. Trainers would come to Oak asking for one of us. They picked their favorite, then left. I was never picked. I just sat there watching my brothers and sisters leave. Professor Oak was getting sick of me, so he decided to send me to the Poke daycare. I really wish he hadn't. It was my first day, and there was a lot of Pokemon, so Oak left me and went inside. But then in the middle was Squirtle. "Brother!" I shouted, but he glared at me and just said, "Do I know you?" I was confused and sad because that was my brother. How could he say that? So I sat down and went to sleep to clear my mind. But to my surprise, when I woke up, Charmander, Squirtle, and Pikachu surrounded me. "My brothers, how are you?" I said, but they didn't answer me. Instead replied with, "Where's your trainer?" "Oh wait, you don't have one." Every Pokemon in the room started to laugh at me, so I ran out of the room to find Oak. I had forgotten that he left. After I walked back into the room with my head looking down, I could still hear everyone whispering loner or reject, and even mistake. Why were they being so mean to me? What had I done wrong? Had I done anything wrong? The next day was the same, me getting embarrassed by others and me being lonely as ever. But as the week went on, it got worse. Charmander burnt me, Squirtle locked me outside in the hall, and Pikachu paralyzed me. Every day now I wish for Oak to come back, but until then I sit in the dark corner in silence. After something happened to my Game Boy, not the Advance, Micro, or Color, I threw it away. I ordered a Game Boy Advance SP. The person who sold it to me said it came with Pokemon Fire Red. I was really excited because it was my favorite Pokemon game of all time. Except when I looked at the cover it said Pokemon Red Fire. So I decided to put it in. I thought it was a typo or something, so when I entered my name and stuff I chose Charmander, but when it showed me it, the picture was like this. I still decided to play and I chose Charmander when I got it. It said, "Danny received Demon Charmander." I was panicking, but it was normal for Gary. It said, "Gary received Squirtle." When I battled Gary, I chose Attack, and the moves were Demon Scratch and Demon Tackle. I was scared, so I chose Demon Scratch, and it was a one-hit KO. My Charmander just skipped levels until he got to level 16. Eventually, I learned Ember and stuff, and I evolved into Charmeleon, but it was normal. I was shocked because it was normal. I thought it was going to be a demon, so when I won the battle, I skipped all the way to Brock. When I fought Brock, my Charmeleon had a move saying, "Evolve into Demon Charizard." I did not pick the move, but when I was just evolved into Demon Charizard. I removed Ember, and then my Charizard skipped to level 92, so I used Flamethrower on Brock's Pokemon, but it hit 2 of his Pokemon. I was not on the second Pokemon. So after that, I got the badge he gave me, and a message popped up saying, "Red Fire." I shut the Game Boy off and I did not save, and I went to bed after that. It was morning when I turned on the Game Boy and saw the save file. I did not even save. So I played it, and I couldn't move for a second, but after that my character sprite just took out a Pokeball and threw out Charizard. The Charizard sprite just grabbed my character, and I heard a voice coming from the Game Boy saying, "Red Fire." And then my Charizard threw my character sprite on the ground, and it said that my character has blacked out, but when I tried to continue, I couldn't. The Game Boy screen changed to black, and Red Fire was written in blood red colors. I shut the Game Boy off and I went to the authorities to report the person who sold it to me. The next day on the news I saw that the person who sold it to me, and he said, "Red Fire." And then they said that he went to jail for the rest of his life.
In the morning as I awaken, I roll lazily out of bed and stumble drowsily to my feet. I hardly even notice that I've lost my eyes. The realization comes as I rub my lightly clenched fist against the sockets where my eyes ought to rest. My hand presses into my eyelid, pushing through into the vacant hole beyond. My eyes are gone. In stunned surprise, I reach my fingers up to my face, feeling around into the 2 empty holes below my brow. On the insides, I can feel the slightly moist flesh, similar in texture to the insides of my mouth. No pain comes during my examination, nor can I feel any blood in the sockets. My eyes have just vanished with no sign of removal. Blindness does not feel how I would expect it to. Instead of perceiving nothingness, as it seems logical to imagine, I see only a familiar darkness as though my eyelids remain tightly clenched shut. I repeatedly feel the lids to prove to myself that they hang ajar. Shaking, I clambered to the door, feeling my way forwards.
Unaided by my sight, I run my hand along the wall, eventually finding the doorknob and twisting the door open. In the empty house beyond, I clumsily pace forwards, unsure of where I should go. Before I can make up my mind, my eyes open. My vision returns, but it does not reflect the room in which I'm standing. Instead, my eyes look around what appears to be a cave. Beneath my feet, I can still feel the room I stood in before my sight returned, and the familiar sound of the ticking clock in that same room reaches my ears. Despite the rest of my senses, my sight continues to relay the images of the cave. The eyes turn and adjust on various objects without my will, as though under another's control. Without warning, my vision moves down the tunnel. My eyes bob up and down with each step from their wearer. The stride maintains an unnatural rhythm, seemingly inhuman. Despite the movement through the cave, my other senses continue to tell me I'm simply standing in my own house. My nostrils flare to smell the everyday scents of my home, and I reach a trembling hand up to the wall, finding the light switch precisely where it should be. Nevertheless, my sight continues to disagree, showing progress through the caverns. I see along numerous twists and turns past confidently. The thing holding my eyes must know its way through the tunnels. Eventually, I can see a thin hole in the wall of the cave. My sight crawls through the opening, and after a stunned pause, I realize that I'm watching my own basement. Whatever took my eyes is in my cellar. As I hurry to the door in an attempt to flee, my vision creeps up the basement stairs and pushes its way through the cellar door. I can hear its steps now, an unorthodox scampering over the floor, and my pace quickens in response. Before I can reach my front door, my sight catches up to me. I look over my back and nervously turn myself to face the creature. From my eyes, I can see my own self, a nervous sweat running down my skin and empty red sockets where my eyes should be. My vision slowly approaches the cornered bearer of my other senses. My eyes shut. Unable to know the being's distance from my blinded body, I feebly raise my arms in defense. All my muscles contracted into a tight cringe. Although I can't hear its steps any longer, I can feel its warm breath against my open palms. As a dry tongue runs down my arm, I let out a yelp and strike blindly at the thing. In response, it leaps onto me with a sharp growl, pinning me down to the ground. Its considerable mass presses my arms helplessly down, and I struggle in vain under its weight. I can feel something touch my eyelids, and feel around inside the empty sockets. It holds my head in place as it pushes two objects past my eyelids. After one last growl, the thing suddenly retreats, and I can hear it racing away back through the hall and down the basement steps. With labored breaths, I feel my eyelids again, finding the foreign objects it placed in the sockets. Two eyeballs, unmistakably not my own. My heart pounds in my chest even though the creature has left, and it takes me several minutes to reclaim any shred of my previous composure. In time, I manage to get to my feet, my knees shaking to hold myself upright. I steady myself with deep gulps of air until I can feel my way sightlessly to a phone and call for aid. Since that morning, I've never learned anything more about what happened to me. I've carefully examined my basement walls, finding no such hole where the thing entered from. Regarding my eyes, I've visited countless doctors, and although they can find no apparent flaw with the current set of eyes in my sockets, I still cannot see out of them. I've lived on, blind but alive. Sometimes I swear I can see the caverns below, and I can't tell if the thing has opened my eyes to taunt me, or if I'm just reliving that horrid experience in my mind again and again. In everything I've done since then, I've never managed to shake the feeling that something watches me. Or, more specifically, that something watches from me, whose eyes rest in my skull. This happened decades ago when I was in middle school, or junior high as they called it back then. I understand if you're skeptical, but respectfully, I'm not really interested in having a logical debate about the merits of my story. At the end of the day, either you're someone who believes this type of thing could happen, or you are not. It was the beginning of October, and my friend Kyle and I had spent several hours going through one of the local haunted corn maze attractions. The first few times, we had the time of our lives, but by the 5th or 6th time through it, it was starting to get old. We thought about switching to another haunted attraction in the area, but Kyle had another idea. He said we should sneak into the maze at the local botanical garden. We are both latchkey kids who were into trespassing for fun, so I didn't have any ethical objections, but I didn't see the point in it. That's when he told me about a being called the Clipper. The Clipper? Like garden clippers? I gotta say, that's pretty lame. What's next? Are you gonna take me to the cemetery so we can look for the shovel? I scoffed. You're laughing now, but I heard he stalks the maze at night and kills anyone he catches in his maze after hours. They say he carries a big pair of clippers to torture his victims, he rebutted. Just who are they and how do they know any of this? Wouldn't it have been in the news if that happened even once? Where does he go when it's not nighttime? What about when they let people into the garden at night for Halloween and Christmas? Where is he then? We did this dance back and forth, but Kyle convinced me to go. I didn't have anything better to do that night, and we had all October to go to haunted houses. The botanical garden was close enough for us to walk there. I never honestly expected to find the Clipper. Kyle was academically quite smart, but he was kind of stupid in other ways. I suspected some kid at school had decided to prey on his gullibility by telling him this ridiculous story of a slasher who stalks the maze. As cliche as it may sound, we got over the fence by climbing a tree. We were in luck, the maze was nearby. It was a fairly warm and still night. We barely even needed our long-sleeve shirts. I was more concerned about being caught trespassing than encountering any sort of supernatural being. Although, it wouldn't be the first time. If this Clipper fellow was hiding in the maze, it wouldn't take us long to find him. It was way smaller than the corn maze. Look up pictures of botanical garden hedge mazes. This maze wasn't any bigger than those. But still, it was honestly kind of nice being there after dark. The maze was very well kept, with nary a twig or leaf visible on the path. The full or almost full moon gave it a very tranquil atmosphere. We saw an owl bathing in the fountain that served as the centerpiece of the maze before seeing us and flying off, which was pretty cool. We also found a snake crossing one of the narrow pathways. Even if there was no slasher monster around, it was interesting to see how the place could come alive at night in its own small ways. I did feel a slight cold shiver a few times, but I didn't pay it any mind. We walked the maze several times over, keeping our voices hushed just in case there was security around. Maybe an hour in, I suggested exploring the rest of the garden, but Kyle said he had to piss. Just go in the fountain, I told him, referring to the collection pool at the base of the fountain. He thought that was gross, so he opted to go in the hedges instead. Well, we've been over this maze a bunch of times and no sign of the Clipper, I said when he was finished. I say we go check out the rest of this place. We were about to do so when we saw him. The Clipper. For who else could it be? Merely took a small step from where he was standing to reveal his presence. I'm going with he. Had been standing there the whole time, but we didn't notice him until he moved. He just blended in with the maze, I guess. He was tall, taller than the maze itself, and slender and cloaked in green robes that covered his body head to toe. I assume he had hands, because he was holding a pair of big, menacing, almost comically oversized pruning shears. I'm pretty sure I always got that slight chill feeling whenever we were at that same spot at the fountain. How had we missed him? The Clipper made no noise as he began walking toward us. He didn't stagger like monsters in the movies. His gait was perfectly even and graceful. Needless to say, we weren't looking for any reason to stick around. Like I said, the maze was small, so we were out of it in seconds. But we didn't stop running until we were back at the garden fence. I looked back once before we found another tree and climbed back over. The Clipper was standing there at the mouth of the maze, facing our direction, before turning around and walking back into it. You may have several questions at this point. How could we fail to notice the Clipper in such a small maze when he was taller than the hedges? Where did he go during the day? How had no one else discovered him? How could he be real when my friend or someone he knew more or less made up his existence? Well, as the kids are fond of saying, I got nothing. Like I said in the beginning, it's your choice if you want to believe me or not. But I stand by my story. If you follow a magical thinking philosophy, maybe Kyle's own belief in the Clipper somehow made him real. But he definitely was real in that moment, not just a figment of our imagination. I actually went back to the maze years later as an adult during the day. There was of course no sign of the Clipper, but I never once doubted the reality of what Kyle and I had experienced. One lingering side effect of our little adventure was that haunted houses and corn mazes lost their appeal to us. They just suddenly failed to deliver the adrenaline rush we were after. The nurse gently lays me back on the surgical bed. The paper covering rustles slightly and brushes uncomfortably against the exposed skin of my arms and thighs. I shift a little in an attempt to make myself more comfortable. My face must clearly be reflecting how much my stomach is churning for the procedure ahead as the nurse asks if I need a bag. I take a deep breath to try and steady my nerves. The odd scent of various chemicals and cleaning solvents doesn't help, but I still decline her offer. She nods and places the rubbery, transparent mask over my nose and mouth. There's a soft hiss as the gas flows through the tubes and invades my lungs. The nurse counts down from 10. My mind blacks out before she reaches 5. Awareness slowly returns to me as I lay on the bed. That hadn't been too bad, I muse idly. My head feels heavy, and as I see no reason to move yet, I let myself remain still in the relative silence of the recovery room. The door to the room opens and several people come walking into the room. A brief draft brushes over my arms before it closes. The nurses, most likely, come to check on my status. I open my eyes to show I am awake. My eyelids refuse to obey. Concern begins to wash over me, and I try to open my mouth to call them. When my jaws remain locked together, I try to move my limbs. Panic sets in with full force now as the individuals take up position around my bed. A voice that I recognize as the one belonging to the surgeon speaks up. If everybody is ready, let us proceed with the operation. For a while now, this picture has been floating around on the internet. You've probably seen it by now. The photo is a simple black and white, grainy still of a young girl in the woods. The girl has a dark shadow over her face and is posing in a strange standing position. There has been some debate as to whether she is running, jumping, or simply posing for the camera. The story surrounding the photo has only added to the intrigue. Apparently, this photo was discovered on a trail cam in Cambridge, New York. If you don't know, trail cams are specialized equipment used by hunters, researchers, and farmers to track game and other wild animals. These cameras are made to snap a picture when a motion sensor picks up movement in the lens's view. The landowners had set up this trail cam for hunting purposes. There are people on the internet who have latched onto the idea that this picture is of a long-dead girl, that this picture is of a ghastly presence. Others yet wonder if this is just a girl and why she might be alone in the woods. Police have gotten involved to find the identity of this child. This afternoon, I saw the picture while screwing around on Facebook during my lunch break at work. When I saw it, I froze. I knew who was in the picture. It was a face I hadn't seen in years. I left work early. I had to call my mom and get the facts straight, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm on my 4th shot of Malibu as I type this out. The booze helps. After all, what else can I do but tell a bunch of scary story junkies what I have to say? Nobody would ever believe me anyways. Nobody I told believed me. I'm rambling again. I'll take it easy on this sauce until I finish. My name is Rebecca, but everyone just calls me Becca these days. I grew up in Coila, a small township within Cambridge, New York. Compared to the hustle of my current home in Manhattan, Coila was a hole. I'm pretty sure more people live in my apartment building than lived in all of Coila. My best friend was Zoe. Zoe was fun, brave, and so adventurous. God, I haven't thought about her in years. You'd probably say Zoe was my first love. Of course, at our age, I was too young to see it that way, but isn't that how you always see friends from the past? They are a grainy photograph in your mind's eye, a caricature. You remember all of the good and ignore the bad. I was 12 years old on the last day I saw Zoe. Every small town has rumors. Coila was no different. In the late 1980s, the rumor mill was spinning stories about a satanic cult. If you ever heard a cult story, I'm guessing you have, and these stories were nothing too shocking. Rituals in the woods, animal sacrifices, evil chants overheard in the trees. These were the stories spread from child to child and, unbeknownst to me at the time, adults as well. Supposedly, a cult had taken residence in a house in the woods around Cambridge and Coila, and were privy to these and more depravities. The word on the playground in elementary school was exaggerated to the nth degree. According to my old friend Ricky Davis, these cultists would take children and molester them. I had no idea what he meant, but it sounded bad. After they were done, they would kill you and use your blood to make cranberry juice, the worst juice of all, according to Ricky. I know this sounds silly, but you have to understand this is what we thought about these supposed cultists at the time. We were kids in the 80s in a small town. We had no internet. We were much more sheltered to the realities of the world than today's kids. If I'd had even a clue as to what was really out there. I'm jumping ahead again. Back to Zoe. I met Zoe about a week before kindergarten. Her family had just moved from Manhattan to settle in a quiet community. The house they settled on ended up being right across the street from my house. Being the same age, Zoe and I became fast friends. We stayed over with each other, ate dinner at each other's houses, and did virtually everything together. By first grade, our parents would joke that they shared a pair of daughters. In the summer of '89, we were both 12. It was a summer between 5th and 6th grades, a big year. We were headed to middle school. This year would be all about lockers and class schedules and puberty. Zoe and I were so close by this point though that we weren't too scared. Transition meant change, but we had each other. We were taking 4 out of our 7 classes together and were excited to see what was in store. The week before school started back up, we were more worried about how to make the best of our last week of freedom than we were about school. Of course, at this time, the cult stories were as big as ever. On the Friday before school was scheduled to start, I woke lying next to Zoe in her bed. She was still fast asleep. I remember watching her sleep and thinking about how pretty she was. There was a time when I had wished Zoe were a boy. Part of me wanted to kiss her, and it would have been so much easier if she had just been a boy. Zoe was my best friend. Looking back, I guess it's only natural I felt that way. It was a very confusing time in my life. As I lay there, a clatter came from downstairs. Zoe had a big family, 2 brothers, 2 sisters, and a dog. All that in addition to mom and dad, and there was seldom much quiet time in Zoe's house after 7 a.m. Zoe slowly opened her eyes and looked at me. The morning sunlight from her bedroom window swam through her dark hair. "Creeper," Zoe yawned at me. I scoffed at her. "I was just trying to wake your lazy butt up with the power of my eyes. Did it work?" She said, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Something like that." "Hey," I said nervously. "About what we talked about yesterday. We don't have to. Like, nobody will care. And let that little dork Ricky get one over on us? No way, we're doing it." We got up and went downstairs to enjoy a breakfast of champions, frosted flakes, and get our day started. We already had our day planned. Previous day, we ran into Ricky Davis near the school. Now a few years older than his cranberry juice hating self, Ricky had evolved into something of a class clown. He and his core friends would always prank and dare people to do stupid things. He wasn't a bad guy, just a little obnoxious. But we were strolling home from the nearby corner store with quite the candy haul. Ricky saw us while riding his bike and made a beeline for us. "Hey, did you guys hear?" he asked us, slightly out of breath from his stressful pedaling. "We found the house." Confused, Zoe asked, "What house?" "The cult house," Ricky exclaimed. "No way, you're full of it," I said. "I did, really. Yesterday morning, my dad and I were out hunting and we saw this old house out there. It was really huge, but looked like it was falling apart. My dad said he saw footprints leading to the house and we should leave it alone, but it was totally the cult house." He shouted this last part. Zoe eyed Ricky skeptically. "So you saw some old house and it's just supposed to be the cult house? I don't buy it." "Think about it," Ricky pressed. "An old house in the woods, lots of footprints? It has to be the cult house. You guys have to check it out." Ricky seemed thrilled by the concept. I was a little more weary. "You want us to go out to some nasty house in the woods and waste our time making you look stupid when it isn't the house? No thanks." He snickered. "You girls are scared, just say so." And with that comment, I knew we were going. Zoe was a lot of things. She slacked on homework. She didn't like to do her chores. She'd even been known to get mouthy with the teachers from time to time, but nobody called Zoe chicken. Zoe never stepped down from a challenge. "Look," Zoe said, almost angry. "If you want us to look at your stupid house and prove you wrong, then we'll do it. We'll do it tomorrow. We aren't scared." Zoe puffed her chest slightly. I, on the other hand, was less enthused. "I thought we were going to the mall with your sisters tomorrow." "Oh, come on, Becca. We could get ice cream and pretzels anytime. Besides, this moron needs to be taught not to believe everything he thinks he sees." Zoe never bought into the whole cult story. Her dad was a history professor at a nearby college. His personal motto in life was, question everything, something which had definitely rubbed off on her. When she heard the cult stories, her dad had told her that many small towns make up stories about things that go bump in the night, but these stories are seldom anything of merit. Zoe saw the stories as nothing more than pure baloney. I was less rational about the cult stories. Looking back, I think if you had asked me directly, I would have said I didn't believe the stories, but they still freaked me out. I was comfortable not knowing. While I did want to hang out with Zoe, I didn't want to go into those woods looking for a cultic site. But I started. Ricky interrupted me. Hey, if Becca is too scared, I can go out there with you. This got to me. Ricky was one of the few black boys at our school. It was because of this that a lot of girls liked him. I always heard girls giggle about their crushes on Ricky. Years later, Ricky would go on to be the captain of the high school baseball team and would go through girls about as quickly as he went through baseballs. He was that guy. I didn't realize why at the time, but I was not okay with Zoe being alone with Ricky in the woods. I'm not scared. Zoe and I are going to go out there and you're going to feel like an idiot once this gets out. And then it was settled. That night I stayed at Zoe's. We were up late into the night looking at the map Ricky had eventually drawn us and planning what we would need to bring with us into the woods. Mostly a few basic survival items and junk food. It was an unusually cool morning for mid-August, so we muddled up accordingly. The local weatherman forecasted cloudy skies and cool temperatures for the weekend, much to the chagrin of Zoe's parents. After finishing our breakfast, we headed out to the school, just up the road from our houses. According to Ricky's map, the woods behind the school would be the best place to start. At the school, we stopped under the moonlight to be sure we had everything we needed. The moonlight was another local curiosity. Next to the school in the parking lot was a huge light post that had been installed years ago. Due to electrical malfunctions that I really didn't understand, it glowed brighter than the surrounding lights. Due to its near blinding intensity, it had been dubbed the Moonlight by the locals. As we walked from the moonlight through the open field separating the brownstone school building from the tree line, I felt uneasy. Puebla is a small place, as I've mentioned. Just normal for people to be out walking dogs, gardening, mowing, etc. There was none of that. Nobody was around. No kids on the playground. No teachers going back and forth from their cars or preparing classrooms. Nothing. I suddenly felt alone. I quickened my pace to make sure I was side by side with Zoe. She made me feel safe. The woods in Coila are much the same as the woods in your own hometowns. Lots of fallen trees, worn paths from decades of playing kids, beer and liquor bottles, and condom wrappers left over from nights of teenage debauchery. Typical. From the map and Ricky's testimonial, we estimated it would take about an hour and a half to get to the house, if it really was there. While I was by no means an expert, I had been hunting with my dad and uncle a couple times. In my 11-year-old mind, I was pretty sure I knew the woods well enough to get us there. While walking through the woods towards the house, we talked about what you'd expect a couple of preteen girls to talk about. What movies did we want to see? Which girls did we hope wouldn't be in our classes? How would we rub it in Ricky's face when we proved him wrong? Eventually, our minds started to turn towards the cult stories. Did you hear the rumor that Principal Van Dressen is in the cult? I asked Zoe. Zoe laughed. Yeah, and so is the librarian, and the janitor, Mr. Nick. My dad, too. Really? Your dad? I laughed. Who said that? That bitch Lisa. She had the nerve to say it to my face. She said the only reason I have a nice house is because my dad is in the cult. Forget her. She's just jealous because her mom is a waitress. Ouch, Bex. That's cold. We both burst into a fit of hysterics. In our minds, if there really were a cult, none of these people would be in it. Every few months, a teacher would give someone a bad grade or a write-up, and within hours, that teacher was suddenly the cult leader. Rumors would spread for a while before a new target was eventually found. This is what really made the cult stories so scary, the fact that anyone could be in it. There were always rumors being spread. If stories were to be believed, just about everyone in town had been a cultist at one point or another. If a cult really did exist, it was formed by everybody and nobody. About an hour and 40 minutes in, I realized the force was subtly changing. Gone were broken paths and the abandoned refuse of our elders. I noticed how clean the area was. Not just free of trash, but free of typical forest debris as well. It was as if the area had been picked through numerous times for firewood. Twigs, sticks, leaves, most of these things were just gone. I was just about to tell Zoe when, Jesus, he was telling the truth. It took me a moment before I realized what Zoe was talking about. Ahead through a clearing was a structure. Wordlessly, we walked forward to get a better look. The house was not as large as I had pictured. From Ricky's description, I imagined this huge sprawling mansion. What we saw, while large, was much more modest than my imagination had led me to believe. The simple 2-story house seemed to be only slightly larger than my own house. The windows that weren't boarded up were long since shattered. The color seemed to have once been a pale blue, but much of the paint seemed to have chipped away, revealing splintered wood. There was no front door. It looked a lot like the old house from Leave It to Beaver if that house had been abandoned for decades. In front of the house was a large fire pit. Well, damn, Zoe said. Yep, I responded. Well, he was right. What do we do now? I guess we can go inside and look. It looks like the cultists aren't home, she smirked. Zoe, we came. We saw it. It's really here. Can't we just go? This is really freaky. No way, we came this far. We at least need to find a souvenir to prove we did it. Maybe you're positive nobody is here, but I'm not. I could feel my heart pumping. I couldn't explain why, but I was terrified. Every adult had always told me the stories of a cult house out in the woods were just stories, but here it was. Part of me was afraid that at any moment someone would jump out and grab me or Zoe. Damn it, Max, I didn't hike through the woods for nothing. If you want to sit out here like a baby, fine, but I'm going in. She turned away and started into the house. As I stood there and watched her walk away, I felt my dread deepen. I was afraid of being alone, but I was more afraid for Zoe. My best friend was going into certain doom and couldn't stop her. I wanted to cry. Zoe, please, I shouted. Zoe stopped and turned around and looked at me with anger in her face. I felt a tear run down my cheek. I'm really scared. Please. I trailed off. Zoe saw the look in my face and sighed. Her face softened. She looked back at the house towards the porch. Sitting on the porch was a smooth black stone. Hey, look at this, she said as she bent over to pick it up. Do you know what this is? No. I wiped the tear away. This looks like a pretty good souvenir. Let's get going, Bex. I smiled, relieved as Zoe walked up to me. She pulled me into a hug and apologized. I felt her warmth against me. It felt good. For a minute, we just stood there, embraced. Hey! We quickly let go of each other and turned our heads towards the sound. Faster than I thought possible, Zoe's hand had darted down and found my own. She squeezed hard. Just ahead of the house, we heard a heavy trudging through the brush. Through the thin tree line in front of the house stepped a man. He was a large, burly man with large arms. His tattered New York Mets cap hid dark hair. He wore faded, muddy jeans, a red flannel shirt, and a scraggly beard. In his left hand, balanced on his shoulder, was an axe. I felt the color drain from my face. The cultists! They were here! That axe was the last thing I would ever see. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I felt my hand tense in Zoe's. Her pounding heartbeat echoed into my palm. The woodcutter met our gaze and quickly tossed the axe into the dirt. Oh, no, girls, the man said with his palms flat out. It's okay, I won't hurt you. I was just clearing some brush out here, collecting wood, that's all. Really, it's okay. Zoe's grip loosened slightly. Then she sighed and let go. Oh, it's okay. You just scared us. What are you doing out here? The man laughed. What am I doing here? I own the place. I'm fixing up so I can run out to campers. What are you doing here? We awkwardly explained why we had come out this far, telling the man about Ricky and the cult house. The man listened patiently, chuckling whenever the cult came up. Well, little ladies, I can assure you that this is not a cult house. I am a godly man, the man said after listening to our story. Look, I said, we're sorry, mister. We didn't mean any harm. We just wanted to see for ourselves. We should probably get going before our parents worry. In my head, I cursed Ricky. He probably met this guy too and sent us out here to mess with us. The man smiled. You two seem like good girls. Why don't I give you a ride home? It's only a 15-minute drive to town. No, I said. That's okay. We know the way. I'm sure you do. Just tell me one thing, the man said. Are you both virgins? What? Zoe asked, shocked. Virgins, the man repeated with a little smile on his face. Have you fucked anyone? I turned away from the man and faced Zoe, who looked appalled. Before I could respond, I felt a sharp pain on the back of my head before the world faded to black. I awoke after what must have been hours. It was dark out now. My head ached immensely. I was on the ground, tied up around my wrists and ankles with thick rope. I looked around and realized I was still next to the house. From behind, I could feel the warmth of a massive bonfire. Flipping over, I saw the largest fire I'd ever seen. The tips of the flame were taller than the house before it. On the other side of the fire was Zoe. She too was bound. She was awake and looking at me with a horrified look on her face. I immediately thought back to my backpack I brought with us. Zoe's dad insisted we bring a pocket knife if we were exploring in the woods. Zoe, it's okay. Where's my pack? There's a... Zoe cut me off. Bex? Tears poured down her face. She wasn't looking at me. I turned around. In the dark, I hadn't seen them before, but now they were all I could see. A dozen or so figures stood at the tree line. Each person wore a dark black cloak with black gloves. They were all identical, save for one feature. Each wore a nearly identical mask. They were white, expressionless masks. The only thing setting them apart was red. Several of the members in the back wore all white masks. The rest had varying numbers of red dots painted on the masks. As they grew closer, the cultist masks had more red dots. However, the one standing closest to me, that mask was completely blood red. The robes they wore hid their features well. Some were tall, others short. Some were heavier than others. Several even bore the unmistakable curves of women. However, no identities could be discerned from this. The one with the red mask stepped forward. "Brothers and sisters of the knighthood, our time is nigh." He spoke in a deep voice. He was tall, but not the tallest among them. Even under his billowing robe, he seemed very thin. "We, the knights who have promised ourselves to the mighty King of Darkness, have come to make an offering to our lord."
Hail Deimos,
the rest said in unison. I started sobbing uncontrollably. Fear took me completely. Behind me, I heard Zoe pleading for them to stop. She kept saying she was sorry and that we wouldn't tell anyone. I could not muster the words to agree or disagree. I was lost in my own horror. The leader paid us no mind and continued. "These beautiful ones shall make a glorious sacrifice for the coming of our Lord of the Wood."
Hail Deimos.
The group converged and circled around us in a loose circle. "We make an offering to you, O Lord." In unison, they began to chant in a most sing-song fashion in a tongue I didn't understand.
Quisimus Domine, Dominus Noster Tenebris, et suscipe benedictonum hanc pulchri Domini, munus primarum, sit vobis praemen, lutier, si, preparat, ambulus inter nos, musqui in aeternum.
This continued again and again for minutes, or hours, or days. I was lost to it. The rhythm took me. I almost would compare it to being drunk. My head swam. It made me feel tired. When the chanting eventually did stop, the group cried out one final time in unison,
Hail Deimos.
With everything that had happened thus far, this was the most horrifying event of my or anyone's life. I lay there listening to their chant, knowing I was going to die, knowing Zoe would die. That is a terrible realization for any 12-year-old to be faced with. What happened next was worse. Done with their chanting, the cultists were ready for us. Look, I would like to hope that everyone who is hearing this is an adult. But regardless, you're not stupid, and I'm not going to sit here and spell it out. Needless to say, every one of them took turns using us in every way imaginable. The men, the women, all of them. I tried to fight at first. I think Zoe did too. But after a while, the futility of it all set in and I just waited for it to be done. Eventually, it ended. Afterward, the man in the red mask walked over to the house and procured a black goblet. He walked over and ordered me to drink from it. I probably should have resisted, fought, struggled, something. But I had nothing left in me to fight with. I was nothing. I leaned my head forward and sipped the vile black liquid. It tasted like rotten eggs mixed with fire. The liquid burned me from the inside. The pain was maddening, worse than anything I had ever felt. I was dying. I knew it. I was finally dying. I vaguely remember hearing Zoe scream my name as the darkness took me. I was still screaming when I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I heard sobbing. My head ached and my throat burned. I looked around to gather my surroundings. The remains of a small campfire lay before me. He told me I was his bride. I looked over to see Zoe sobbing into her knees. I had no idea what she meant. I just lay there watching her and confined to my own thoughts. I felt useless, used, dirty, nothing. I was nothing. I realized we were no longer in front of the house. The area looked more like one of the campsites littering our woods. It was still dark. Zoe? I started, but I had nothing to say. I realized how cold I was. I slowly stood, completely sore, and walked over to Zoe and put my arms around her. She finally seemed to realize I was there, held me tight, and cried. To this day, I have never heard or felt such anguish that was in that clearing that night. She cried, then I cried. We must have sat there holding onto each other for hours before we finally mustered the courage to stand. Upon examining our surroundings, I realized how dark it was, how alone we were. At least, I thought we were. At the other side of the dead campfire was one of the robed figures. He was laying with his back rolled against a large sitting log. We cautiously approached the figure. When we inspected more closely, we saw that the man's ribcage had been torn open. The inside of his chest was completely exposed. His face bore a solid red mask. If I had seen this gruesome sight only hours ago, I would have screamed. I would have cried. But I was not the same girl I had been hours ago. I was nothing. I became aware that Zoe was holding my hand. I looked at her and she seemed to have regained some of her strength. "Okay?" she asked. "Yeah," I responded. "Let's go home." Having been in the woods a lot, I had a pretty good idea of where people like to camp. This gave me a rough idea of where we were. I picked a direction and we started walking. For about a half hour, we just walked silently, hand in hand. Eventually, I heard Zoe say, "I'm so sorry I dragged us out here, Bex." We stopped and I faced her. I wanted to scream that it was her fault. I wanted to scream that it wasn't her fault. But I had nothing. I was nothing. Instead, I just said, "All right." It was shortly after, through the brush, we saw a huge bright light in the sky. "The moonlight!" I could hear Zoe smile as she said it. Then I heard it. It started as a noise off in the distance, crunching, trampling, pounding. It sounded like some large animal was charging through the forest straight at us. We didn't wait to see it. I looked down and took Zoe's dark hand and started running harder than I ever had. After our ordeal, I didn't think we could run like that anymore. We charged recklessly through the brush, but despite our haste, the stomping behind us grew louder. The pounding was now accompanied by a monstrous roar. A roar which would send beast of any kind fleeing in terror. The moonlight grew brighter. I could see the edge of the tree line and feel the heat of hot breath against my neck. The rancid air smelled of rotten eggs and fire. I burst forth from the woods like a swimmer out of water, grasping for air, keep charging forward with every ounce of my strength before collapsing under the gorgeous majesty of the moonlight. In that exact moment, I thought, I'll die here. The sound had stopped. I just lay there panting. I was cut and bruised from my charge through the brush. I was bleeding. We'd experienced the worst trauma imaginable, but Zoe and I had made it out alive. My hand was empty. "Zoe?" I asked through panting breaths. "Zoe!" I looked around, but she was nowhere. "Zoe!" I thought I couldn't possibly cry any more tears. I was nothing, after all. The tears started to come freely nonetheless. I stood feebly. The woods, I thought. I started to walk towards the woods to find Zoe when I saw it. Just inside the tree line was a massive silhouette, easily 15 feet tall. The shadow seemed to be heaving, exhausted from its chase. Right in the spot where eyes would be were two glowing red orbs. His eyes. In those deep crimson eyes, I felt pain. I felt longing, anger, suffering, hatred, but most of all, evil. Whatever this creature was, a demon, a god, the devil himself, he wanted me. It felt the pull of its lustful desire for me at a time when I should have had no understanding of what that meant. I was not meant to escape. I stared for a minute, cursing whatever it was that stood in front of me, hating it. However, faced with this evil forth the depths of hell, I was filled with even more terror than fury. Suddenly, the entire tree line flashed red, then blue, then red again. I heard a car pull up and screech to a halt behind me. I turned to see a police car. I looked back at the tree line, but the shadow was gone. Zoe and I had been gone for 3 days. In that time, the towns of Coila and Cambridge had been completely upturned. Police from neighboring cities had volunteered to come and help find 2 missing girls. After I was found, I was taken immediately to the hospital. I was questioned by police, my parents, detectives, Zoe's parents, and more police. I told them everything. I did not have the strength to hold back. Ricky, the house, the attacks, waking up next to Zoe, the beast. It wasn't until 2 pieces of evidence were discovered that my story gained some tiny shred of credibility. First, my rape kit came back positive. Second, a heavily mutilated robed body was discovered at a campsite in the woods. His identity was never uncovered. They never found Zoe. It was eventually determined by the police that a group of cultists had kidnapped and raped 2 innocent girls. The group then killed their leader, left 1 girl for dead, then stole away with the other. They told me that I never saw Zoe after our assault, and I certainly never saw a beast. It was all made up to cope with the trauma. For a long time, that was the story I believed. With my shattered mind, I created a horrible story to cope with losing my best friend. A story where I had one last chance to say goodbye. A story with a monster. I spent a little time in an institution to regain some semblance of a mind. I spent years in therapy as well. Hell, I'm still in therapy. Between vivid flashbacks, PTSD, and night terrors, I'll probably spend the rest of my life in therapy. It's been almost 30 years and I haven't talked about Zoe since all those years ago. Sure, people in my life know the rough details. I was kidnapped by a crazy cult. I was raped. I was nearly killed trying to escape. I hadn't told them about Zoe, though. Not my wife, not my therapist, certainly not my kids. Nobody. It's not as though I'd forgotten her. It's just too painful. I honestly hadn't thought about her in years. At least, not until I saw that picture of a little girl in a photo from Cambridge. I can only guess what you were thinking now. What chased you two through the woods? You were gone for 3 days. What happened during that lost time? Why would Zoe's childhood self appear in the picture? What if Zoe's spirit is trapped in the woods, waiting for you? What if Zoe is still alive? I wish I could go back and find Zoe's spirit in the woods. There are so many things I would tell her. I would tell her that I didn't blame her, that it wasn't her fault. I could tell her how I really felt about her. I could hug her one more time. But I can't do that. I can't because Zoe is dead. Zoe is gone and she has been for a long time. That isn't Zoe in the picture. It's me. Me as I was when I was 12 years old in those woods. It's a sign. Seeing that picture made me see the truth. I wasn't meant to escape. He wants me back.
As I walked nervously to the stairs, my sleeve brushed along the rusted bars of her cage, and to my absolute horror, she awoke. A frail voice resonated from the stagnant corner, that ancient fetid prison that had laid untouched for over a decade, and kept us safe from the unimaginable hate within. As her words began to form, interjected by that awful wheezing, a cold sweat crept through my body. I should not have come through here. I should have stayed upstairs.
Daddy, please, let me out. Just for a minute.
Her voice was almost human. Choking back the tears, I resolved to ignore her. This was not my daughter. Don't turn on the lights, I told myself, and walked away. As the voice got louder, the cage began to rattle, banging and scraping, deepening that familiar indent in the wall.
How could you do this, Papa?
She had never called me Papa when she was alive. I lit a cigarette with trembling hands and made my way up the steps. Turning the basement door handle, I paused for a moment as the room fell silent. And then I heard something I'd never heard before. The sound of the cage opening.
Here's my story. He's 16, be black and have family down in Alabama. They farm and own a huge amount of land down in Huntsville. Uncle owns a big house and a bunch of trailers they put out in the woods for hunting or camping. Down south, cousins suggest we go out there to camp. Know I'm a city kid from Chicago, so they tease the fuck out of me. Collect food, kill a pig and some chickens, and bring necessities to camp out for a few days. We get to the camp and it's obvious something is weird. Air has this weird electric smell, like right before a storm, like ozone. We think nothing of it and unpack and go down to a little creek to swim for a few hours. All of a sudden, some older white guy and a white teenager come out of the bushes. He has a shotgun in the crook of his arms and says hello and asks us what we're doing this far back in the woods. Tell him about my uncle, who he knows, and say we're camping out. He tells us we need to be real careful out here and stick together. There was a big animal in the woods. His son, who is my age, asks if he can stay and hang out with us. He says okay. I'm going to stop green texting because the story is fairly long and the format is harder to write in. So we end up playing football, dicking around with me. There's the white kid Tanner, 5 of my cousins, and then 4 of their friends. In total, there were 5 girls and 6 boys. We all were around 15 to 17. We ended up just dicking the day away. So, we head back to the camp and pulling out some stuff for a campfire, even though the trailers both had kitchenettes. Tanner says that his family's property sits up against my uncle's. He wants to run home and ask his dad if he can come out camping with us. My cousin Rooster says he's going to go with him since it's going to get dark soon. One of the girls also wants to tag along. It's about 7 o'clock and it's starting to get pretty dark. They take flashlights and take the trail towards Tan's property. The rest of us chill. We make s'mores, drink, and kiss on the girls. About 30 or 40 minutes later, there's the smell of ozone again. You could smell it over the smell of the fire we had started. It's this really nasty coppery smell like right after you've had a nosebleed and it stopped. It wasn't exactly like dried blood, but it was that nasty metallic back of your throat smell. We immediately think that it's some kind of electrical malfunction, or someone left a hot plate on or some shit. We search the trailers and nothing is on, and we can all smell it. All of a sudden, we can hear people booking down the path towards us, and Rooster, Tan, and the girl all come running into the clearing, out of breath. And they didn't even break stride, they all run into the trailer, right by where the fire is. We all get the fuck out of there and into the trailers. They end up calming down. Even Rooster is crying his fucking eyes out at this point. All the while, the fire is guttering lower and lower, so my other cousins say fuck it and are about to go outside to get the generator out of a shed between the trailers. Tanner goes, "Fuck no, ain't nobody else going outside." He's been crying too, and his eyes are bloodshot and puffy, and his pants are dirty as shit. He goes on to tell us that they went up to his house. His father said sure he could go out camping, but to make sure they were careful on the way back, and that maybe they should take one of the hunting rifles just in case. Evidently, Tanner had seen something in their yard a few days before. One of their pigs had come up, ripped up and half-eaten. They assumed it was just some big cats or coyotes, even though they don't usually fuck with live animals. He had gone upstairs and packed his stuff, and told his dad they would be okay without the rifle because coyotes avoid people. So they started walking back towards where they were camping. So Rooster finally stops crying and shaking. The girl already had, but she was just staring out the window with a dumb look on her face. He says they had gotten halfway into the woods towards the camp when they started to hear shit in the forest. It was almost pitch black by this time, so they weren't sure at first what the fuck it was. The girl says that she heard something in the bushes right off the trail, and they all beamed their flashlights over there. And there was someone standing back in the woods in a little hollow. Rooster said they shouted at him, and told him that he was scaring the fuck out of them and what a dick he was. He says that's when he realized that the guy was facing away from them. So they kept walking, and they start smelling the nasty coppery ozone smell. They say that they look off into the forest on the opposite side, and it's a dude standing in the forest, backwards slightly closer to the path. So now they start power walking, and Tan keeps going, "I should have taken the fucking rifle." As they're telling the story, the smell is still super strong even inside the cabin. They say that after they started walking faster, a kind of low gibbering had started coming from both sides of the wood. And as they started booking it back to the trailer, the girl said she had flashed her flashlight out into the woods to the side of them and had seen something jerking itself through the woods. The gibbering just got louder and louder, and when they could see the light from our campfire, something had come out of the woods about 40 yards behind them onto the track, and they had just flat out ran as hard as they could to the trailer. So we're out in the fucking woods, and we're assuming at this point it's some rednecks or some shit trying to fuck with us. All of a sudden, my other cousin Junior, who starts going on about how he went to school with a native kid that was telling him about the goat man or some shit. We probably tell him to shut the fuck up because we don't need any spooky talk right now. But he just keeps going on and on about how it's the fucking goat man, and how we're in his woods and blah blah blah. Now, at the time, I had never heard of this goat man or any of that. But then a couple years ago, the year before I graduated from college, I had met him for a roommate and I ended up asking him about it. And to sum it up, it's basically a fucking man with the head of a goat, and he can shapeshift and he gets among groups of people to terrorize them. It's also supposed to be kind of like the Wendigo, and it's bad mojo to even talk about it, and even worse if you see it. Keep in mind, I didn't know this back when I was 16, so my cousin is going, "The goat man's gonna get in and fucking get us." The girls are all terrified, and my cousins and I are all fucking trying to figure out if it's just some hillbillies or if it's some animal. So all of a sudden, the smell just goes away. Like, to this day, I haven't even experienced anything like it. Like, usually smells fade away or lessen. It just literally was there 1 second and then not the second. So, it's after an hour, making it around 9 or 10. We've stopped shitting bricks enough to go back outside and stoke the fire again. We figure it's just some assholes trying to fuck with us, so we don't go back home, because we think if we do, they'll chase us through the woods or some crazy shit. Nothing else weird happens that night, and we stay another night. And for the main part of the night, nothing happens. At about 1 in the morning, we're outside getting drunk and telling ghost stories. As someone is finishing some too spooky story, I don't remember what about, the smell comes back. It's so fucking strong that one of the girls literally starts vomiting. I stand up and you can actually feel how clammy the air is. I say we should get inside and this isn't right. We should have just fucking left. We all go back inside and we're standing around. My cousin just keeps going on about how it's the goat man. and my cousin Rooster tries to shut him the fuck up, and all the while I'm just feeling that something is wrong and I can't figure out what the fuck it is. We end up sitting in there for a while. The smell is just as strong, and we're terrified and all huddled in this camper. We end up cooking brats for everybody because nobody wants to go outside. It's one of those packs with 4 brats. We have a total of 3 packs. I grill them up on the stove and give everybody a hot dog. I get mine. After a while, one of my cousins gets up and goes over to the pot to get another one. He starts grumbling about how I get 2 brats and everybody else only got 1. I look at him like he's fucking stupid. I tell him that everybody only got 1 because there were only 12 brats. If he wants more, he should open up a new pack and cook some more. That's when the girl that had been out with Rooster and Tan just starts screaming, "Oh Jesus, oh Lord, get it out!" She's crying and shivering, and then it dawns on the cousin standing up what the fuck is wrong. Me and him both glance around the room, and then I feel my heart fucking sink. I run the fuck out of the cabin and the girls run out with us. The trailer door is banging against the side of the trailer as everybody books out of the cabin. One of my cousin's friends asks us what the fuck was wrong. I start counting us. There's only 11 now. I shit you not, my cousin verified. There had been 12 people in the cabin. But being that everybody didn't really know each other very well, nobody had really noticed the whole fucking time that there was an extra person. And then I realized earlier that I'd kind of noticed something was off. You know how when you're just dicking around having a good time that you don't sweat the smallest shit? And you don't always keep track of certain stuff? I'm dead sure that someone else had been in the trailer with us, and that they had been there for at least a fucking day, eating with us. What makes it worse is I could figure out which one because I don't think anyone ever actually interacted with the other person / the goat man. The girl kept praying to Jesus and we're all sitting outside. Eventually we get big ass sticks and go back to the cabin, but there's nobody in there. We count again and there's 11 people. We go back into the trailer and lock the door. We explain what the fuck happened and the girl says that she realized too, and that when he was about to say something, the person sitting next to her had grabbed her leg hard and leaned over towards her and said something she couldn't understand. So we're all pretty much scared as fuck as we huddle together and I fall asleep. When I wake up, the sun is just coming up and half the people are asleep and the other half are packing our shit up. We all want to walk back home, but like 4 people want to stay until the sun is all the way up. And some people think that we're just fucking around and still want to stay at the trailers. I just want to get the fuck out of the woods. The girl's name was Kiera, the one that the goat man had touched. Anyway, I asked her if she really thinks it was something bad, and she says she just wants to go home and she doesn't want to be out in the woods alone for another night. So we decide to split up. The 4 that want to go can go, but I have to stay because I have the keys to the cabin and it's my uncle's and I have to lock up. I'm super pissed at this point because I feel like people aren't taking this shit seriously, and I definitely didn't want to be out in the woods for another night. I spend the rest of the day trying to convince the rest of the people, now 4 girls and 4 guys, to get the fuck out of Dodge. Tanner leaves with them to go get a rifle and says he's going to be back. So there are just 7 of us left by 4 p.m. At around 5 p.m., he hadn't made it back yet, and we're getting extremely fucking antsy, and the only reason I stopped begging them to go back was because he went to get a gun. It's about 5:30 p.m. or so, when the one cousin that did stay says that the girl Kiara is outside. We all look outside, and sure enough, she's standing by the fire pit with her back to the cabin. I'm thinking to myself, if she was so fucking scared, why the hell would she come back? And then I get this nasty feeling in my gut. Keep in mind, the whole time the coppery smell has been gone. Now I realize I can smell just a twinge of it. I say this to the rest of them and everybody, and these are the people that wanted to stay in the fucking woods after we had the goddamn goat man in our midst, is laughing at me and asking if I set this up to scare them. I'm looking at them like, I'm not fucking bullshitting you at all right now. I asked them why the fuck I would play like that. So one of the girls goes outside to get Kiera. She gets halfway to her and stops cold. Kiera starts heaving. I don't know how the fuck to describe it. Sort of like if someone with their back turned was laughing without actually making any sound. It was this fact that made me realize that there was not a fucking sound in the whole woods. It was dead silent. This was like later in September, so it was still fairly hot at the time, but it was super chilly some days too. And you can usually hear big-ass geese honking or some kind of birds or squirrels chit-chatting. So I step out the door and tell her to get back in the fucking trailer right goddamn now. She backs up into the trailer and we lock the fucking door. We pull down all the shades except one and put a guy there in a chair to watch her. She stands there for another 20 minutes or so. The guy turns to say that she's still there, and there's a huge fucking bang on the door. We all jump the fuck up and scramble around the living room of the trailer. The banging is super fucking loud. So now my cousin's holding one of the girls and the other two are kind of giggling with nervous laughter, and me and the other two guys are shitting bricks. Then we hear Tan. He's screaming, "Let me the fuck in! Stop fucking playing!" So we go over to the door and open it, and he stumbles in with a rifle. There's nobody else outside. Evidently, he had walked up to the campsite. Nothing weird happened in the forest, but he had seen a girl. Mind you, he said it was not Kiera standing there. When he had gotten to the edge of the clearing, she had turned toward him with a slack-jawed look and just stared him down, slowly tracking him as he walked around the outside of the clearing towards the camp. He said it wasn't until he was almost halfway to the trailer he had realized that she was getting closer to him. She had started off by the fire, and without him even seeing her move, she had been turning, inching closer. He said he just ran the rest of the way back to the cabin thinking it would open, and when he got to the door and it was locked, he turned and it was about half the distance to the door. He looks around the room and then gets super pale. He pulls me to the side and whispers in my ear,
"You know there's only 7 of us in here, right?"
I get that feeling where your stomach drops to your nuts. It had been back inside the trailer while we were sorting out who was going where, and then, when we all went outside to talk earlier in the day, it has just slipped right back in. We looked out the window and there's nobody there. So we recount everyone and then basically, I go over and ask everyone how many people were here earlier, and everybody says 8. I say, "Well, how many are here now?" They all do the count and then realize there were only now 7 people in the cabin. So Tan had brought back a couple boxes of ammo and his rifle, and he had told his dad that there was some kind of animal in the forest because he didn't think his dad would believe him if he said it was Goatman. He says that his cousin is supposed to be coming down in a few hours, and that in the morning we can all go back to his place and his cousin will drive us home. Now I'm really fucking terrified. But I at least feel better because we can be American and shoot the fuck out of whatever it is if it comes back. But then my cousin gets into this huge argument with one of the girls because she thinks that I'm trying to be funny and prank them, and that she's getting really scared and that I'm not funny. He keeps telling her I'm not that kind of person, and she says, "Well, how do we know the girl wasn't just Tanner in a wig? Or if it's really the Goat Man, how do we know that this is the real Tanner and that Goat Man just didn't kill Tanner in the woods and take his gun?" So we fucking get into a huge argument about this, where me and Tanner are like, we could seriously be in danger because at the very least someone has been sneaking themselves into our fucking trailer without us knowing and mingling with us. And at worst, something bad is in the forest fucking with us. One of the girls is crying and saying she wants to go right now, and we're trying to tell her we shouldn't because none of us are walking through the woods in the middle of the night. At this point, the sun is starting to go down and it's getting a little cloudy out. We eat something and turn on the radio for a while, but we can't really get a station out there with anything decent. So we turn it off, and about the time that Tan's cousin shows up, he was 19 I think. At this point, the sun is just barely over the horizon and he has one of those heavy-duty lantern flashlights and another rifle. He walks up to the trailer and we whisper to Tan, asking if he's sure that's his cousin, and he says yes. The guy looks behind him and all around the camp, then walks in. Kind of glances at all of us and looks a little confused. He says, "Where's your other little buddy at? I figured she would meet me up at the cabin. Is she a little slow or something?" He also asked whether we had been cooking blood in the cabin, because it smelled like blood in hot pans all the way up the trail. We were all like, fucking nope. But we asked him what the fuck he's talking about with the girl he saw. He had come down the same trail Tan had been using, and he had come up on one of you guys' buddies, standing in the middle of the trail looking at him slack-jawed. He had asked her a bunch of questions, but all she did was just look at him. Then she smiled at him, and he said he kept walking. She couldn't seem to keep up with him and kept lagging a little behind him. He said he asked her if she was hurt or something, and if she needed any help, but she had continued to stare. Eventually, he had been walking and turned around a bend in the trail. But when he turned around and went back to see if she was okay, the trail was empty. He'd assumed she had taken some shortcut through the woods to our trailer. We tell him the whole story of what's been going on. I have expected him to say we were full of shit, but he just listened and then sat down on the couches in the living room. Tanner's cousin gets back to the girl. He says when she had kept trying to lag behind him, it had kind of weirded him the fuck out, so he tried to keep her in front of him, but no matter how slow he walked, she was always lagging a little behind, and that he smelled this nasty smell and it got stronger as he got to the camp. Eventually it got really strong. She had said something really low that he didn't catch, and when he had turned around, she had been right the fuck up on him, and he stepped back from her. It was at this point he asked her if she was okay, and if she wasn't, him to carry her back the rest of the way, and she just kept staring. He said he reached out for her, as in to grab her on the shoulder, but he must have misjudged the distance, because she was off to the side of where he had put his hand, like she had moved while he was looking dead at her. So, at this point, we know this shit's real unless Tan is playing a joke, which we can tell he's not because he's almost pissing his pants. So they load up their rifles, we eat some more, and we just kind of sit around until about 11. To this fucking day, every time I think about this, I really pray to God that it's some huge prank that my cousins played on me and just never revealed so I would shit for the rest of my life. At round 11, the stink of copper turns into an actual nasty, gross blood-like smell, like cooking blood and singed hair. Tan and his cousin Reese get the fuck up instantly and grab the rifles. There's like a half knocking, half clawing at the door, and I shit you not, there's this voice, and it sounds like when you see those YouTube cats and dogs whose owners teach them how to talk. It says in this halting, weirdly toned voice, "Let me the fucking stop fucking playing." It made my fucking nuts creep up against my body, and one of the girls just starts crying and calling on Jesus. It was so fucking obviously not a person talking. It didn't have the right cadence, and that's some shit I never realized until that moment. But all people have a certain cadence when they talk, no matter what language. All people have a certain kind of rhythm to talking. This shit didn't have any kind of cadence or rhythm. One of those YouTube cats, that's what the fuck it sounded like outside the door. So now I'm in full-on terror mode. We keep yelling outside, "Who is it? Stop fucking around, man." And it just keeps saying, "In," or "Let me the fucking," for almost 15 minutes. It sounded like this YouTube video almost, just not funny. Sorry for being on a tangent, but if you can't imagine how this shit sounded, then you can't imagine how fucked up the whole situation was. So then the smell goes away for a while, and for the next hour or so, you can hear someone basically creeping around in the woods and shit. Every couple minutes it'll come back into the door and say something. Finally, when the smell fades away, it's around 2 in the morning right now, Reese says, "Man, fuck this," and opens the door and walks outside with his rifle. He fires a shot into the air and says something to the effect of, "In the name of Jesus Christ, go away!" He fires 2 more times, and then from the woods right up against the river across from the trailer, it sounds like something is slowly gibbering and hooting. Then it starts screaming, and it sounds almost like a woman and a cat in a bag screaming together. Like, I seriously have never heard any shit like that, and you can hear the brush over that way start to shake. Reese fires over into the tree line and then starts backing into the house. We lock the door, and we can hear this shit keening and screaming. Reese says something had come out of the bushes, super low to the ground and crawling towards the cabin. He had shot at it. Pretty much, this was how the rest of the night went. It was literally screaming constantly for the next 2 hours, and we could hear shit moving out into the tree line. But it never came back up to the cabin until everyone had finally fallen asleep. Tan had been sitting in the chair watching the door with his rifle. Nobody else heard or saw this, and he told me 2 days later after the whole thing was over. He said he had been nodding off after the screaming and noises finally stopped, and he had been almost asleep when he saw someone come out of the bathroom and then lay down in the middle of the floor and go to sleep. He just assumed it was one of us and he had nodded off. Then he said he kind of realized something was wrong, and while pretending to be sleeping, he counted us. There were 9 people in the cabin. He basically didn't want to try to shoot at the fucking thing in the cabin and have it kill us all then and there, or have Reese wake up and start shooting and then we kill ourselves. So he just stayed awake all night, pretending to be asleep. He said sometimes it would stand up and kind of do this weird jittery thing, or heave like it was laughing, but then it would lay back down. The story closes pretty weak, because from my perspective, nothing happened. We woke up, and I noticed that Tan was a little jittery, and that he was avoiding looking at all of us. But we ate some breakfast, packed up, and started walking to his house. He stayed last in the cabin and said he'd lock up and bring me my uncle's keys to start just walking and he'd catch up, which I didn't really want to fucking do. We got a little bit up the path, and when he came running up, basically we just jogged back to his house. His cousin took us home. There was a window in the bathroom. Tan had gone back to lock up and looked in there. We were too stupid to lock a screenless window. The window was fucked up when he went in there. I'm guessing it had been doing that all along, waiting for us to fall asleep or slip up and then getting in among us. It walked with us all the goddamn way back to his house, and then he said it lagged to the back of the group and looked him dead in the eyes before walking into the woods. I don't really know how it happened. It sort of just found its way into my life. I really can't explain what it is or what it wants, but it is sinister. It is relentless. It shows no mercy. It has no feelings. I can't even find a word to describe it. I've seen it plenty of times, but I can't seem to focus on it. It gives off a blurry feeling. I can see it clearly when it is there, but when I look away, I somehow forget it. But the haunting feeling remains. All I know is that the damn thing is evil. I hate it. It gives me nothing but disgust and hatred, mixed with raw and bitter fear. There were no signs or signals or anything that could have told me it was coming. It was an ordinary day where I think things began to go wrong. My closest friend Alex began coming to school very tired. I and all the others have easily taken notice. He began to look sickly and sluggish. His eyes looked as if he had not gotten proper sleep. Concerned, I asked him what had been happening to him. He replied, "I don't know, man. I've been waking up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason and began having weird dreams." I could tell he was very confused as to why he wasn't getting proper sleep. This wasn't like Alex. He would always get to sleep early. He has football practice, and he goes to the gym on other days he doesn't have practice, so obviously he had to get his sleep. As the days passed, he began to grow more and more away from me and the others. He began to perform poorly in football, and had stopped going to the gym. He stopped talking to me, and started eating alone. Every time I confronted him, he would either shove me off or zone out during our conversations, almost as if he was staring at something or someone. He's lost all social skill and even stopped eating. He appeared depressed and a little insane. He had developed a tic that caused him to shiver, and after he experienced the tic, his eyelids would fall and he would fight to keep them open. At times, he would also look around as if he was looking for something. This is where shit hit the fan. On a Saturday night, he called me, sounding completely panicked. He asked if I could come over and stay for the night. Not having spoke to him in a while, and curious of his condition, I agreed and walked over to his house. He invited me in, and we played video games. Alex was usually talkative when playing video games. In fact, he always was talkative. He would never shut up. This was different. We played for a few 20 minutes in complete silence. He then decided that we should watch a movie. Out of nowhere, he told me in a strict and serious voice, "If I fall asleep, wake me up." During the movie, he fell asleep a few times. I, of course, did as he told me and woke him up. After the movie, he went up to his room to get something. After a minute of waiting, I went to check on him. As I entered, I was greeted by his body, lying on his bed, and a dark, distorted figure in the corner of his room. It stood there, looking at him from across the room. This is when I first felt the blurry feeling. I felt numb all over and ran out of breath. The room began to go cold. I panicked and flicked the lights on, only to discover that there was no figure. I still felt uncomfortable and numb, and the image of the figure began to slowly fade. It faded to the point of not being able to describe its appearance. I know I saw it, I just don't remember what it looked like. I attempted to wake Alex up, but he wouldn't reply. I checked for a pulse. He was still alive, but couldn't wake up. I called his parents and an ambulance. Before they arrived, I tried opening his eyes. When I did, I noticed that his eyes were bloodshot and his eyes were moving around violently. Eventually they stopped, but his pupils would shiver. On the same night, I went to visit him in the hospital. Apparently, he fell into a coma. I stayed there patiently waiting for something to happen. When his parents left to go get something in the lobby, the lights had dimmed. Then the figure appeared and I saw him a lot clearer than I had before. Though I do not remember its appearance now, I remember being disgusted and horrified. I ran out of the room to get help, hearing a strange static and windy noise behind me. When we returned, we found Alex's husk lying lifelessly on the bed. Alex had passed away. He looked as if all life had been sucked out of him. The doctors could not explain this phenomenon. It didn't stop there. I began experiencing the same symptoms that Alex was experiencing before his demise. I began waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. I began developing tics, began having night terrors, and now my parents are taking me to a psychiatrist. I know I am not insane. I explained everything that happened, expecting him not to believe me like my parents and others did. Surprisingly, he did. He explained that I was not the only one experiencing this. People of all ages are having these symptoms and similar deaths are occurring. Although people have claimed to have seen a figure that haunts them and continuously appears. It was known as the Sandman phenomena. He continued to tell me that this thing, the very damn thing that killed Alex, wasn't real. He said it was just a hallucination that it being portrayed by my subconscious. Bullshit. He explained that the reason I felt numb and why I couldn't move was because I was in a state called sleep paralysis. The state in which your body undergoes when you fall asleep so you don't perform the actions you do in your dreams. Since my body is asleep and my mind thinks I am asleep, it displays hallucinations. He told me that it could either be a hallucination that I encountered during my sleep paralysis, which causes my night terrors, or I am simply having a lucid dream. He told me to do reality checks to see if I was in a dream or not. An example was to hold your nose and try to breathe. If you breathe with your nose covered, you are dreaming. If you can't breathe, you're obviously awake. This night was the third time it came to visit me. Only, this time he tried to subdue me. I attempted to do a reality check and discovered I was indeed awake. It tackled me onto my bed, tried to make me come face to face with it. It was blurry. I kept hearing static and wind-like noises, and my ears began to ring. It tried to get its mouth near mine, and a faint trail of light rose out of my mouth and into his. I panicked and could not fight back. I thought I was going to die here and now. I then heard my dad walking towards my bedroom. The thing stopped and disappeared as quickly as it came. I began to gasp for air and I started to have a seizure. I was rushed to the hospital. I tried my best to stay awake all night long. This is my 4th night without sleep. I have conducted my own research about this Sandman phenomena, from what I've experienced and from what I've gathered from other people online. When we wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, he was recently in our room observing. It watches to see whether we are ready for him to feed on our life energy or whatever he takes from us. When you begin to wake up and develop insomnia, it is because he has chosen you as his next target. When you are awake all night and can't sleep, it is because he is in your bedroom, observing and keeping you awake so that when he does decide to feed, you will be weak and defenseless. When you begin to hear noises and become paranoid in the night, you have almost reached the last stage of the symptoms. You are starting to hear him in your house. He makes these noises to test you on how aware you are of his presence. The last stage is when you finally meet him. You can see him at school, you can see him at work, and you can see him in the corner of your eye. He starts to visit you constantly to raise your awareness of his presence. Then, he finally strikes, and either makes you fade into a coma, or he hunts you down in your dreams, which explains the violent movement of Alex's eyes, or attacks you when you are awake if you fought long and hard. There is no known escape or weakness. This Sandman is a relentless and silent killer. He draws you away and makes you weak and an outcast. Once you are cornered, it's over. The Sandman's strength is his victim's awareness. You are even in danger of this Sandman. You now know of his existence, and he now knows you. I am dearly sorry, but there is nothing I can do for you. I have tried everything to hold him back. Out of everything, forgetting him helped, but only a little. He will find his way back, and when he does, he will return stronger. You can try and forget you read this, but it won't save you. He will catch you, and there is no escape. I have tried to survive as long as possible, but it's a lost cause. I've come to terms with it, and I am ready. I will die. So will you. We all do in the end.
You're sitting in your room, bored out of your mind. You try reading a book and watching some TV, but you eventually find yourself looking out the window. As you look out, you notice something by the edge of the forest. This thing is completely white. You think to yourself, it can't be the snow. This is because it is dark out, but this thing seems to dismiss the darkness, like it is unaffected by any of its surroundings. Succumbing to curiosity, you put on a coat and march out of your house. The snow shrouds your vision until you finally reach the place where the white thing was. But when you get there, you find nothing. I could have sworn there was something white out here, you mumble to yourself, deciding to go back home. But upon completing your second step, you kick something. It's a flashlight. Oh, it was a flashlight. I must have run out of batteries while I was walking. But then another thought comes into your head. What's a flashlight doing out here? You figure someone dropped it on the way into the woods. You grab the flashlight and head into the forest, hoping to find the owner.
And you do, after a while. You're horrified at what you see. It's a man hanging upside down on a tree, his guts ripped out, with blood dripping on the torn up backpack under him. You nearly throw up, and because of your utter disgust, you fail to see that the tree he is hanging on is different from the others. It's extraordinarily thin, with very neatly aligned branches. And it's white. Completely, utterly white. Upon realizing this, you think, that's no tree.
I know this road better than I know myself. I know each of Interstate 85's 250 odd miles. I know that it takes me an average of 3 hours and 26 minutes to drive west from Charlotte to Atlanta, and an average of 3 hours and 29 minutes to make the same trip going eastward. I know the price of gas at a dozen stands, and the closing hours of each fast food shack and greasy diner. I know the curves of each low hill, and I know each stand of pine and oak trees. I know the stretching dark of the long winter nights and the wet heat of the summer breeze. I know these things well because they are the totality of my existence now. I know the names of each exit, westward and east. Batesville, Poplar Springs, Spartanburg. They tick through my head as I pass. But the Silver Creek Road exit is never among them. In 3 years of this endless loop, it has never appeared again. If I ever begin to doubt that it will, then I have nothing left. The Silver Creek Road exit doesn't exist on any map, or at least it no longer does. It may have once, but like the road itself, it has been razed from the earth and from all memory and record. At the beginning, I spent long, anxious days poring over old surveying maps and neighborhood planning documents, searching in vain for any sign of the road or the exit I know I had taken. When there was nothing left in the libraries and city halls to comb through, no meek county official left to interrogate, wide-eyed and frothing, then I began the drive. I've been through 2 cars and have burned through my savings and now survive off a stack of rapidly vanishing credit cards. I have no address to receive bills and no intention of paying, and have been filling my trunk with small plastic gallon jugs of gas while the cards are still accepted. When this filthy and battered Oldsmobile gives up the ghost at last, I suppose I will have to learn to hitchhike. I first took the Silver Creek Road exit 3 summers ago, on that last night that I was with Bobby. I have in my head just a few frozen frames of that ride left, her black curls bouncing like springs in the evening breeze, her gapped-toothed and freckled smile, and the slow summer crossing into night. We'd made that drive together a dozen times, between our apartment in Atlanta and her brother in Charlotte. There was nothing remarkable that night. We simply ran low on gas and took the first exit we came across. I remember vividly passing beneath the green and sparkling white letters of the exit sign and onto the sharp curve of the road. The street turned perpendicular from the light and noise of the highway into inky darkness of the pine trees. Nothing remarkable to separate it from 100 other country roads. But as the lights of the car penetrated the darkness, a vague and trembling unease passed through me. The tall, rustling pines seemed black even under the blue light of the headlamps, and the road began to rapidly degrade, becoming pocked and uneven just a few dozen yards in. All the roar and glare from the highway seemed swallowed up behind us, and there were no lights ahead of us for as far as we could see. My insides felt tight and knotted, and I turned to Bobby. She had her skinny legs tucked into her chest and looked at me, quizzically, one eyebrow raised, with a small, crooked smile. Her small bravery seemed to dissipate the chill that had been steadily rising in me. I looked forward to the road. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure on my chest. Stretching out in front of the wan light of the headlamps, the road ended. There was a small field of shattered asphalt slabs, and then the forest swallowed up every trace under a blanket of rotting pine needles. Something twinkled brightly between the trees, and I strained to pick it out of the darkness. It was the smooth chrome of a bumper, attached to a pitted and rusting car, completely enclosed by the towering pines. A wave of panic and disorientation crawled down my scalp and my knuckles went white on the wheel. Bobby placed her hand on my shoulder and gently squeezed once.
Cal,
She said, firm and evenly.
we need to turn around now, honey.
There was a tremulous quality to the last word, as the surreal darkness seemed to further constrict around us. I heard her take a little gasp of air. I began to turn the wheel when I realized how narrow the road had become. It had been 2 lanes when we started, I was sure of this. But the force seemed to be pressing against both sides of the car, far too narrow to turn around. Blood pounded in my temples, and I threw the car into reverse. The boughs of the trees scraped against both sides, soft whispering scratches from the needles and the soft thuds of thicker branches. Bobby held her hand on my knee, calming and reassuring even as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I could see the highway moments later, a thin cloud of hazy illumination over the rise behind us, and the forest seemed to part like curtain. Bobby released her held breath and giggled softly, and I felt a wave of elation wash over me. I turned to her to share relieved smiles, and I locked with her dark eyes when the siren sounded, once and sharp in the silence, and brought blue and red strobes flashing through the window. The police cruiser was parked in the center of the road, crouched low and silent like a predator. The familiar red and blue flicker bathed the street in weird crooked shadows. As I turned off the engine, there was the slam of a car door, and I could hear the heavy thud of boots on the road, pacing towards us. The comforting normalcy of the sight of a police officer began to drain away as he approached in the dark. He carried no flashlight, and I saw his gloved hands hanging straight at his sides in the side mirror as he walked towards me. He was dressed in thick winter wear, with his high collar turned up and his hat pulled low. He approached the window, and as he leaned straight from the waist to fix his black and beady eyes on mine, I realized just how thin and tall he was.
License and registration.
His voice was muffled and thick with a strange and choked drawl, almost unintelligible, and his lips seemed to move in manner counter to the shape of his words. The summer night air around him seemed to grow even warmer. There were no sounds, no wind in the pines, no chirp of insects. I was mesmerized by the strangeness of what seemed, for all the world, to be an absurd imitation of a man. For the second time in as many minutes, I wondered fleetingly if I was dreaming. I could see now that he had no badge, and was simply dressed in unremarkable black clothes. The overwhelming fog of dread and panic seemed to condense all at once around me, and singular animal command to flee at once drove my hands forward towards the keys. He was quicker. One black-gloved fist slammed into my temple, and a shower of stars exploded over my left eye, and the world tipped sideways. I remember him dragging me from the car, the shocking heat in his grasp seeming almost to burn. I remember hearing Bobby's screams and seeing in dizzy glimpses her brief flight before being swept into those inhumanly long and slender arms. One glove came off in the struggle, and I saw the pale white hand, like an immense knobby spider, each leg tipped with a black and curved talon. The world swam around me, wild and burning, and I struggled to move my limbs. Bobby was limp in his arms as he approached me again, and I struggled weakly to my feet. Our eyes met in the red and blue strobe. He looked nothing like a man now. His once pale mockery of humanity was stretching and distending away into some unthinkable shape. He did a very human thing then, and smiled, lips peeling back to reveal rows of thin white needles. I was running before I knew it, bolting dizzy and weaving down the road. I was vaulting across the shoulder of the highway when my rational mind clawed its way to the surface. "Coward!" it screeched at me. My legs shuddered to stop, and sudden painful guilt flooded my lungs like fluid and stole my breath. Bobby's face loomed in my vision, and I felt a profound and clear shame pressing down on me. That's when the car struck me, sliding on locked and screeching tires. I was tossed into the concrete median, striking the back of my skull. I woke up 3 days later, wrapped in plaster and flooded with morphine. Gaffney, Blacksburg, Kings Mountain. The exits pass by, each one decreasing the chance of seeing Silver Creek Road exit on this go-around. It was impossible to accept in those first few days of maddening research that Silver Creek Road had simply vanished. And so I made the drive myself, carefully reading each sign. When it failed to manifest itself, I made the drive again, this time at night, and then again. Sometimes there's a zen-like quality to the repetition, the familiar patterns of predictability and order, the immutable order of the land. The locked procession of towns and trees is comforting as it continues to grind my hope away like a millstone. Most days I can believe and accept that Bobby is gone. There is always that shadow of doubt, that crystalline thread of hope, but it feels hollow in my hands now. There is one thing I must believe. If it appeared to us once, it will to me again. And if I can find it, that pale horror in a man's skin, I will kill it. If the bullets fail, I need only a few moments to ignite the trunk's cargo, and to lure the murdering thing to me. I swear to the stars, I will never stop looking.
Day 1. Today I awoke to the sound of screams. It was 3 a.m. I wasn't completely aware of what was happening in the world around me. It was pitch black in my room. I quickly jumped from my bed and frantically searched for the light switch. I turned on the lights and could not believe my eyes. There was nothing. The room was exactly as it was before. Nothing misplaced. Exactly the same. I walked to the window that stared down to the street from my third-story apartment. The night was calm, nothing out of the ordinary. But what were those screams? I probably just imagined them. I went back to sleep. Day 2. This morning there were no screams, just soft voices. But these voices did not go away. I tried my best to ignore them. I went through my day. As the day progressed, the voices grew louder and harder to ignore. It reached a point at which I couldn't stand it any longer. I screamed, "Stop it!" Everyone stared at me with eyes of worry and confusion. I fainted. Day 3. What the hell is going on? I asked myself. The voices in my head were as loud as ever and only worsening. But that is not the worst of the matter. I awoke to a frightening sight. Somehow, I was at my bed, in my apartment, but above me was a woman, hung by a noose. My heart stopped as I stared at the woman for what felt like hours, waiting for something to happen. I tried to move out of my bed, but as soon as I tried, the woman grabbed my arm and screamed. Her scream sounded familiar, but there was no time to think. I was able to release myself from her tight grasp. I ran. I ran as fast as I could. I could feel something eerie trailing not far behind me. I was too scared to look. The time to me was unknown. It was not complete day outside, but neither night. It was the twilight point of the day. I sprinted for as long as I could. I decided to stop to catch my breath. Big mistake. Whatever was behind me caught up. I couldn't bring myself to scream. Fear enveloped my lungs. I could feel my chest tightening. I couldn't move. I felt bony fingers wrap around my shoulders, a cold breath on my neck. It spun me around with an unexpected might. There it was. I saw its face. It was the woman. I stared deeply into her eyes and understood. I blacked out. Day 4. I now understand all that I was feeling. All the screaming was her. It was her along with all the others. The ones from the other world. They were communicating with me from my inside. They wanted to tell me what to do. They need me to provide a mortal to them. Even ghosts need to feast. But who to choose? Of the millions out there. Perhaps the one sitting on their computer right now, reading this article. Yes, that will do. I am here. I'm in your dreams, hiding in the darkness. I'm in your room, silently watching you sleep, breathing in your ear. I always watch you when you're walking alone down the street. I'm right behind you. When you wake up paralyzed in your bed, covered in sweat, I am there, crushing your chest. Feel my evil. I want you to fear me. Watching, waiting, taking note. Do you feel me yet? I see you looking around sheepishly, with a terrified expression on your face. It's so beautiful. It's exactly what I want to see. Stop peeking in your closet. I'm not going to be there. I'm always behind you, hearing you breathe raggedly. You keep turning around, but you don't see me. You feel my presence looming over you, and you can't take it. That's exactly what I want. I feel your fear. You want a way out. You're slowly beginning to realize I'm here permanently. I'm here to terrify you, to chase you, to make you lose your mind. Will you take your life to escape from me? Not a wise choice, unless you want to see me before your eyes. I've noticed you've been sleeping with your lights on now, thinking that that's going to stop me from looming over you. There are dark circles under your eyes. My breathing is keeping you up at night. You notice that my presence is stronger because of your fear. I feed off of it. It's delicious. Keep fearing me. I'm always here, behind you, in the corners, and climbing inside of your mind. One day, I will take you and call you mine. I see him every day, watching, waiting, lurking. I watch the watcher, observing his movements that perfectly reflect mine. I see his brown eyes, shock of blonde hair, and that face with a haunted look that is the byproduct of my deteriorating mental state. He looks, moves, and lives like me. A near perfect replica of myself. But I know the truth, because inside that perfectly reflected head, his thoughts are not mine, but those of a killer. Cunning, calculated, and poised to strike when the opportunity best presents itself. He stalks me, inexplicably keeping up with me as I move from room to room, mirror to mirror. I know what he plans to do, but I keep playing his twisted little game like I am none the wiser. He's getting sloppy though. Every now and then, I can see his hesitation, if but for a millisecond. He knows by now that I've realized what's going on. He wants to kill me, but I keep just barely escaping his grasp. I'm looking at him right now. He wants me to turn my back on him, to give him the chance he's waited for so long to get. I won't allow it. I'll fight his game until he finally has to take action. I won't be stabbed in the back by a coward. You probably think I'm crazy, that these are just the ravings of a lunatic. But I'm right. Look into the eyes of your doppelganger. Do the one thing they can't avoid. Reach out to the cold glass. Expose their secret. Know the truth. I know the truth. Sometimes when I stare at him long enough, he blinks first.
Massachusetts can be home to some of the most magnificent autumns. This year was no exception. Traveling east from Spencer, the bus passed acres upon acres of untouched forests, all in the colors of brilliant reds, yellows, oranges, golds, and purples. I was on my way to Elmridge to meet an old friend of mine, someone I haven't seen in at least 3 years. The bus had stopped at Elmridge around an hour and a half previously, where upon arriving, a ravenous hunger had overwhelmed me, along with something else that I hadn't been able to recognize at the time. Without a car and without directions, I had decided the best way to find my way to my friend's place was to get directions. With little pleasure, I had found out the hard way that the people of Elmridge did not take too kindly to out-of-towners. So the next best thing, I figured, was to wing it. Do nothing but walk around town and hope I find the right house. I know the address at least, 28 Walnut Circle. Well, I found it at 8:30 at night. Dinner was good as leftovers get. Sleep was fitful, as I couldn't shake the damned feeling of being watched all night. When I did get to sleep, I was plagued with nightmares. Every time I woke up, a feeling of sheer dread swept over me, and, for some strange reason, I knew this was a portent of things to come. "Let's go. Get your rifle," my friend commanded. "Where are we going?" I asked, nervous not because I'd never been hunting before, but because of a lack of information. My friend was good at not giving information. "Birchfield Woods," he said impatiently. "I know that, dipshit. I just meant specifically. Like, are we going to a specific stop where we will set up? Or are we just gonna walk around and shoot whatever walks in front of us?" "That's not how you typically hunt. With you, there are no certainties. Alright, here's the plan. We're just gonna walk around, and we'll occasionally stop to wait and see if anything comes by," he said. I shrugged. "Sounds good, I guess." "Just one thing," he said after a long pause. "If we get separated, keep running. You might end up at a cabin, and if you do, get inside as fast as possible." "What?" "Don't ask questions. Let's go," he said in a suddenly brighter tone. Believe it or not, about 2 hours later, a dense fog rolled in, and not long after that, we got separated. Completely ignoring what my friend had said, I just walked, calling out his name, hoping for a response. I was growing desperate, and it was growing dark. Running out of hope, I started heeding my friend's advice and started running in a full sprint. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, blacked out. As I came to, a low growling could be heard from the bushes directly adjacent to me. Startled and jumping up to my feet, the bushes started rustling. The growling grew louder as I drew my sidearm, a Smith & Wesson .38 Special. However, I knew it wouldn't do a thing. Terror settling in, I ran straight in the other direction with the growls growing dimmer. Then a sudden shriek, louder it seemed than anything I had heard before, emanated from above, and as I looked above, all I saw was a gray-black mass practically flying from tree to tree above. I saw the cabin about 170 yards ahead, and I gave it all I got in a desperate effort to get to the cabin. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, I remember nothing after that, just waking up in the cabin. My friend was looking at me with a worried face. "I thought you were dead," he said in a somber tone. "What the fuck's happening?" "Like hell I know. All I remember is after you came barreling through the door, I looked out the window and it was just pacing, waiting. I'll go check if it's still there," he said as he got up. "Whatever," I said glumly. He threw open the window and the shutters, and not even a minute afterward, a small choking noise came from him. Worried, I suddenly walked up to him and hesitated. I knew something was wrong, and I somehow knew what I was about to see would be the most fucked up thing I would ever see in my entire life. My hands were shaking. I pulled my friend back and, to my shock, found that he had no face. It looked as if it had just been ripped off. Chunks of flesh hung, hanging. Veins and arteries were still bleeding. The blood making a gross pip sound as it hit the wooden floor. I was terrified, but I was even more scared to look up out through the window, because I knew it would be there. I couldn't help but look up, and I was not shocked to see it staring back at me, mouth agape and a mass of flesh in its hands. It seemed to revel in what it had done. I couldn't tear away from its gaze. Then, in an act of instinct, I slammed the shutters and windows shut and got into the furthest corner of the cabin. Everything then began shaking. The shutter swing opened and shut, opened and shut, opened and shut, in an almost rhythmic pattern and slamming against the cabin windows. Outside, I could see the thing just standing there with its mouth, that damned black pit of a mouth stretching open to impossible size. The door was vibrating and I feared that it would break off its hinges. Then, everything stopped. Not thinking clearly, I barreled out the door and just kept running. I could hear the growling coming from every bush and the tops of every tree. There was nothing I could do but pray. I had found myself becoming more and more religious as the whole ordeal took place. The next thing I knew, I was on the pavement, again blacked out. That's when I got the fuck out of Elmridge and never looked back. It seems you're not even safe if you aren't separated in the woods.
2:28 a.m. The light blinds your eyes as you reach out for your phone in the darkness. You let your eyes adjust by squinting, and slowly you become accustomed to the light of your phone. Great, another night of no sleep, you say, with a quick sigh added to the end of your sarcastic sentence. You then lie there in your bed searching through your phone, trying to amuse yourself until you fall asleep. 3 a.m. The time catches your eyes. Oh my god, I'm never gonna sleep, you moan to yourself quietly. Once again, you search through your phone for the hope of something to quench your boredom when you are suddenly interrupted by a thump outside of your room. A loud gasp escapes you. You pull the covers over your head, but so you can still breathe. Your chest pounds frantically. You then think to yourself, maybe it was just clothes falling off the drying rack or something fell off the shelves? You continue to reassure yourself and you catch your breath, regaining the ability to breathe normally again. You try to forget what happened and continue to play with your phone. 3:25. Nothing happened since the noise, so you are now certain it was just an object that must have fallen off the shelves. Please go to sleep, you say to yourself, but your mind just doesn't want to compromise and continues to be lively. 3:37. You're finally beginning to fall into a deep sleep when you are rudely awakened by another loud thump. But this time it is way louder and sounds closer than last time. You loudly gasp, "Crap!" You become frustrated and throw the covers off of your body and climb out of bed to stand onto the floor and hunt for the bedroom light. You turn the lights on and they temporarily blind you, but your eyes quickly adjust. As you turn to walk over to your bed, you are stopped. You gasp for air, and then you try to stop your breathing and hope that what you saw wouldn't make you regret getting up. It just stood there. A tall creature with a distorted face composed of various textures of scars, burns, patches of pale skin, and just plain black eyes with no iris or whites. It is shirtless and skinny with long, scrawny arms. The structures of its arms make you gag. Its bone structure is demolished with broken bones sticking out of its burnt, repulsive flesh. You cannot move. You try so hard, but you are petrified with terror, too scared of what this creature might do. It says nothing. The silence fills the room as its cold, blank stare burns into your eyes. You are shivering in shock, and a bead of sweat runs down your face. It's just silent. Then, finally, It spoke in a raspy voice that chills you to the bone.
If you didn't want to see me, you shouldn't have turned the lights on.
One day, a kid got what he thought was a genius idea. He'd find a way to stay overnight in his school, just to be able to say he did it. The idea of the story that it would make thrilled him. He had no idea how right he was. The major problem of the plan was getting a key. He couldn't just hide in the corners the whole night. He wanted to explore. He also wanted to scope out the best places in the school for some after-school activities with any girls interested. He began to think of himself as the king of the brick castle that he spent most of his time in. He just needed that key. The only people that he thought would have a key to the entire school would be the janitors. They kept their keys on them and had a spare set in their break room. He went in during lunch when the janitors were on cafeteria patrol. He came into the break room and picked up the keys. He'd figure out what they were for later. As he was walking out of the room, amazed that it actually worked, he walked right into one of the janitors.
What are you doing back here?
Inquired the custodian. The kid stammered for a few seconds and ultimately decided to tell the truth. There was something about the man that said, "You can trust me." The janitor laughed and said,
You know, I wanted to do the same thing when I was young. Something about having the whole place to myself. It was an intoxicating urge. I made the mistake of going to the top, thinking I could get the keys there. I got caught, and the old man expelled me, for lack of a better word.
Then he took a key off of his key ring and gave it to the kid. It was an odd key. He couldn't properly tell what color it was. It seemed to keep changing, even when he held it still.
That key will open any door in the school for you. Enjoy, son.
The kid couldn't believe his incredible luck. He ran off once the janitor finished talking. He thought that he caught a whiff of something odd coming from the janitor, but thought nothing of it. The guy did clean up after teenagers for a living, after all. That night, the kid came out of the corner that he was hiding in. He told his parents that he was sleeping over at his friend's house. He promised the friend a tour of the school in exchange for covering for him. He went through the school, finding out what teachers kept in their desks, playing with chemicals and fire in the chemistry room, and generally enjoying himself. He had no problems getting into any of the rooms, desks, or even lockers. He had to use a flashlight instead of turning on the lights, but that just heightened the thrill. When it was around 3 o'clock in the morning, he decided to call it a night and sleep in the janitor's break room. He brought an alarm clock so he could wake up in time to make his perfect escape, but if he was to be found by anyone, it would mean he would never be able to do this again. Plus, if he was caught by the janitor, he didn't think he would get in as much trouble. He woke up early. He heard some thumping, but couldn't tell where from. It sounded like footsteps. The smell that came off of the janitor permeated the air. The kid thought it smelled familiar, but couldn't place it. He turned on his flashlight. He pointed around, and the beam fell on a figure in the corner. The kid let out a yell and dropped the flashlight. It went out. As he was picking up the flashlight and preparing to run to beat the devil, he realized that he hung up his coat in that corner. "Dumbass," he said to himself. Now that the flashlight was out, he noticed that it was a little brighter. Morning already? No, a glance at the clock told him that it was little over an hour after he fell asleep. So, what was making it brighter? He felt his way out of the office until he was in familiar territory. He took his hands off of the walls, now walking fairly confidently. It seemed to be getting even brighter. Then, it occurred to him. If the figure in the corner was his coat, what made that thumping noise? He stopped and looked behind him. He saw a shadowy outline behind him. It was wearing his coat. Even though he couldn't see the face, he knew that the figure was smiling. He ran like hell, aimlessly turning until he reached a stairwell. He went down it. Funny, he didn't remember there being a downward stairwell there. He thought he was on the first floor. Too late to turn back now. As he ran down, it got brighter, and the faint odor he detected was getting stronger. When he noticed the light flickering like a fire, he placed the smell. Sulfur. He looked around him and noticed the walls. They looked like cave walls with odd runes covering them. He saw the end of the stairs, and a figure at the bottom waiting for him. The janitor looked up at him, smiled, and laughed. I had a terrifying experience while exploring the old warehouses and industrial buildings on Moore Lane and Victoria Street in Preston. The buildings are surrounded by 4 roads: Victoria Street, Sizer Street, Ashmore Street, and the main road, Moore Lane. The abandoned site consists of 3 buildings with a courtyard in between them. These are now being used as a drug den off and on. However, I am sure there is something much more sinister, much more evil lurking in those buildings. I visited them a year ago out of interest for urban exploration for a few days. The first terrifying experience I had took place in the middle 2-story building with the broken windows. You can only enter through the broken glass door at the front. At first, it seemed a rather normal abandoned building, clearly used as a workplace. When I headed up to the top floor, the signs of drug activity were more apparent, but there was no sign of any druggies. After looking around, I went back to ground floor to look further there when I heard the sounds of pounding footsteps coming from upstairs towards me. Now, as I said, there weren't any druggies there and I was alone. Furthermore, I couldn't see anyone coming down. So I ran and ran until I was clear from the site. But just as I stopped to catch my breath, I heard the footsteps again, meaning that whatever it was had followed me out. I then ran until I reached the safety of an enclosed building. The second horrifying experience happened several weeks later, where I had found that these criminals had opened an entrance to the 3rd building, which is a large 3-story Victorian building, once used as a biscuit factory. It had also been used as a brickworks in the last decade, a site to help Chinese students apply to UK universities, and the roof rooms were used as a dance studio. So it is a fascinating building, and a great shame that it is being used as a drug den. I made a few explorations of the place, though I did not take any pictures, which is bad practice if I was trying to be a good urban explorer. But the thought slipped my mind. The building is fascinating, and itself like a labyrinth. Though what I didn't know was it is as hazardous as the labyrinth of mythology. For there are worse things than druggies in the halls of that building. I never ran into any of them, and though I knew that there was risk of meeting them, my visits were relatively safe until the last time. But it wasn't a crazy druggie that was the problem, but something else. I was visiting one morning, and I decided to take a fall tour of the building. This was not too dangerous until I reached the top floor, and something quite terrifying took place. Now, the top floor consists of a main hall and 2 separate side areas. One looks over Ribble Brook House, a student accommodation for UClan, and the other is behind a door that overlooks the Vernon building of UClan. It always seems strange why these buildings remain unused despite their prominent locations. The pounding footsteps and what I would soon hear would answer that question. I attempted to open the door that overlooked the Vernon building, but it wouldn't budge, and then I heard it. The most horrendous moan, like a corpse that had been years dead, rearing itself back to life. This moaning continued, but I didn't wait to see how long it would last, and I bolted and ran from the top floor all the way to the entrance, and I have never been back ever since. There is something evil in that place, something monstrous, and it is telling that even the druggies do not stay there for long. The place was boarded up last year soon afterwards, but it is clear that the druggies have recently started going there again. So it is still possible to gain entrance if you wish. I have seen the way they gain entry, so I can tell you that if you want to investigate it. There was property bordering the location that used to be a pub, and is now used for social housing, though I suspect that many of the people are druggies themselves. Well, the bins outside the house are at a fence which they seem to climb over to get into the site. Also, the people who live in the former pub to help people gain access, so you can try them as well. This is, of course, if you dare to find out what lurks inside those dreadful buildings.
Thousands of years ago, the world as we know it was covered in dark, foreboding forests.
Within these ancient forests lurk strange and frightening monsters which would become the basis of most of the world's mythology, folklore, and fairy tales. Within the ancient forest hid man-eating beasts, vicious hags, and boogeymen of all shapes and sizes, all of which died long before the modern era. They exist only in the imagination of those who have kept the wisdom of their ancestors alive in song, dance, and written stories. Yet, every now and then, the ancient forests return, spiriting people away from their homes or work and trapping them within the twisting nether. These people are presumed missing by the world and rarely return, and even when they do, they are often without memory or means of identification. Within the ancient forest, these souls walk endlessly, pursued by the many dark forces that lurk within. There is no reason behind these events, no purpose, and no grand design. This, perhaps, is what is most frightening to the modern mind. The idea that even in our so-called age of reason, people can be taken away in the flash of an eye to a realm beyond our own, a realm which refuses to play by our limited notion of reality. You can never tell when it will occur or who will be taken next. It is as random as death itself. No search party could find you. No priest or holy man could pray for you. Friends and family would be powerless. This is no fairy tale, but the fate of hundreds every day. How, you may ask, do you protect yourself? The answer is simple. You don't. Live every moment of every day as if it were your last. Find happiness in the smallest of things, and do not be quick to anger, for this world is fleeting, and no one knows what awaits us when our time finally comes.
Polybius is an urban legend about a rare arcade game released in 1981. The game was created by a mysterious company called Sinneschlossen, German for sense deletion, and was a puzzle shoot-'em-up somewhat like Tempest. It was only released in a few suburbs of Portland, Oregon. It was supposedly very popular, with people forming long lines to play it. However, players reported strange things about the game, such as hearing a woman crying and seeing grotesque faces out of the corner of their eyes. Players would also have nightmares, experience nausea, headaches, blackouts, or even develop amnesia. Some even committed suicide. Others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one became an anti-video game activist. According to one owner of an arcade, men wearing black suits would often come to collect records from the game. They did not take any money, simply data on gameplay. Because of this, the leading theory is that it was some sort of government experiment using subliminal messages. The game remains in obscurity as around 1 month after its release, all of the cabinets suddenly disappeared. One cabinet reappeared in an arcade 1998, but quickly disappeared again. While some have tried to recreate the game, no one has ever found the original ROM. This file was found on a laptop belonging to a retired government official. Anyone familiar with creepypastas throughout history will recognize the cabinet. Polybius was an addictive game thought to have been developed by the government to test mind control technology. 12/4/2003. So excited! I found the cabinet. It's in good condition, just dusty. Polybius. Such a majestic cabinet. So simplistic. This will be my masterpiece. 1/10/2004. Disaster. I've been toying with the cabinet, getting it prepared. The wires are corroded. The cabinet and its contents are still intact, but I've not been able to get it to play coin operated. Now I know why. The wires leading from the mechanism to the motherboard are corroded beyond repair. Luckily, it was just on one side. I can replace the wire, but the materials I need are expensive and scarce. Referring back to the blueprints, I find that it needs silver wires. Silver! But it will be worth it. 1/15/2004. I've done it! The game is fully functional. Every side repainted and restored, every wire resoldered, every part perfect. I got my nephew to play it, and I verified that it is an original. He can't sleep. He doesn't think I know, but I do. He sneaks into my workshop at night for a fix, another round of this wonderful game. I can't wait.
I just can't wait until my own additions have been added. 1/20/2004. It's been completed. I've added in the wiring and locked the coin slot shut to prevent further tampering until my plan is underway. I've already contacted the local arcade, censored, about renting out the cabinet. My nephew threw a huge fit when I told him he couldn't play anymore. I can't let this be traced back to me. 1/23/2004. He finally got over it, I think. He's much more calmer now, even though I didn't let him play. He asks about it still, like asking about a girl at school. It's cute, like he's got a crush on my cabinet. 1/24/2004. The little bastard. He played it. He broke into my workshop and cut the lock with bolt cutters to get into the game itself. He must have been watching me install my hardware. He played it, and when I walked in on him, he ran. I removed the power supply, and it's currently in a box under my bed. I just hope it doesn't affect him. 1/26/2004. He killed himself. Didn't leave a note, just offed himself with his shoelaces in the closet. I don't think they suspect a thing. He was a troubled kid, didn't really have any friends. I feel horrible. The funeral is next week. Was it because of the game? Dear God, I hope it isn't that strong. I hope this was just the final straw for him. 2/12/2004. I never should have played it myself. I was so curious as to what could have caused him to kill himself. Was it that fantastic? Was it such an ecstatic feeling that one would kill themselves rather than do without? I found out. I played it. The game itself wasn't too interesting, but I lost myself in the colors, the spinning shapes, the beauty. I came away from the 5-minute session with a buzz not unlike that of sex, but so much stronger. So much stronger that even now I'm itching to play again. I must. I don't want to, but I must. Is this how addicts feel? 2/15/2004. I'm so near to my goal, but I don't want to give up. It's mine. I don't care if my wife feels I'm spending too much time in my workshop. I didn't even come to bed last night. I haven't actually slept in days. I can feel my mind fraying at the edges. I never should have played it. It's mine. 2/21/2004. My wife sold the game. She sold it to the arcade that I was going to sell it to. I got so angry, I hit her with a wrench. She's bleeding, and she's on the ground, and she won't wake up. I'm so scared. Why did I do that? Why did she have to sell it? Why? I wish I hadn't played it. I can feel the want, the need filling me like ants crawling into my skin. It's starting to hurt. Physically hurt. I can't even go outside in the day. It's too bright. The stars are bright through my sunglasses. I have to go bury my wife now. I'll go to the arcade and post some more. 3/2/2004. It hurts, but I can handle it. I have an old friend who sold me 2 bags of an amazing drug called OxyContin. The pain is less, but I can't make it stop unless I stop at the arcade. I noticed there was a long line at the arcade, 6 or 7 people waiting in front of me to play. At least I know I'm not suffering alone. 3/5/2004. Mother-in-law showed up today. She hasn't heard from Molly in a few days. I told her we had a fight and she left. Not exactly a lie, but she bought it. She never much liked me, my Molly. She assumed she'd be back in a few months. She's done it before, and it gives me time to decide what my plan is. I just realized that the cut I'm getting from the arcade owner for the cabinet is just going right back into the cabinet. He says I should get a cut because I brought him his most popular game. The crowd around the machine is like a crowd of addicts, tired, haggard, all with the same knowing expression and greedy hands when I bring them a bag of quarters. I wish I destroyed the damn thing when my nephew had died. 3/8/2004. The drugs have stopped working.
Originally, I was just using the Oxycontin to stop the pain from getting too much to bear so fast, with maybe one arcade visit every few days. But the drugs have started wearing off. I can't help but go almost every day now, and I can't take any more of these pills without hurting myself. I'm gonna try buying back the cabinet tomorrow.
3/10/2004.
I talked to the owner about buying the cabinet back, and he told me in no uncertain terms to fuck off. I told him I needed it, that he had no idea what it was like to play this game. I spilled my guts, how I was going to use the old programming, the programming I had researched in my time at the Pentagon that drew people in for that experiment, of the research results in Maine. I was just wanting to make a quick buck renting out an addictive game at his store and pulling it in 50-50. He wasn't mad, he was just more adamant that he wanted to keep it. He didn't give me any quarters either, greedy fuck.
3/20/2004.
I've done it again. I was at the machine, playing it when he tapped me on the shoulder and told me he was closing for the night. I wasn't finished. He tapped me harder, then pushed me when I ignored him, and I don't know what came over me. One second I was looking at this fat Italian, and the next I was sitting on top of him with my hands around his throat and he wasn't moving. I killed him. I turned around and smashed the screen of the machine in with my fist and ripped the motherboard out and snapped it in half. I'm at the end of my rope. The pain is returning, and I can't bear it for much longer. If anyone finds this diary, make sure it goes public. I'm leaving this text file open on my computer while I play a few rounds of roulette with my revolver. I'm sorry. I never should have done it. I'm coming, Molly. I hope you'll forgive me.
The steeples are white in the wild moonlight, and the trees have a silver glare. Past the chimneys high see the vampires fly, and the harpies of upper air, that flutter and laugh and stare, for the village dead to the moon outspread, never shone in the sunset's gleam, but grew out of the deep that the dead years keep, where the rivers of madness stream, down the gulfs to a pit of dream. A chill wind weaves through the rows of sheaves, in the meadows that shimmer pale, and comes to twine where the headstones shine, and the ghouls of the churchyard wail, for harvests that fly and fail. Not a breath of the strange grey gods of change, that tore from the past its own, can quicken this hour when a spectral power spreads sleep o'er the cosmic throne, and loses the vast unknown. So here again stretch the veil and plain, that moons long forgotten saw, and the dead leap gay in the pallid ray, sprung out of the tomb's black maw, to shake all the world with awe, and all that the morn shall greet forlorn, the ugliness and the pest, of rows where thick rise the stones and brick, shall some day be with the rest, and brood with the shades unblessed. Then wild in the dark let the lemurs bark, and the leprous spires ascend, for new and old alike in the fold of horror and death are penned, for the hounds of time to rend. It feels like I've been driving forever, my headlights illuminating the stretch of road that lays before me. I'm surrounded by nothing but trees and whatever lies beyond them. It's times like these that make you reflect. I tend to never reflect on anything until today. Until this night, I feel the urge to reflect on choices. It's crazy how everything we do, every minimal choice we make can affect our lives on a grand or minuscule scale. The result is life or death, the loss of a loved one, the reward of riches, even suicide. Choices. People like me never think about repercussions of choice. We just do. The hours are getting to me. 9. 9 hours on this same stretch of road with no other car in sight. No stops or turns. Just road and woods. My choices got me here. The wrong turn, maybe? The wrong decision, most definitely. Why are the worst decisions the most satisfying? This car was one of those. This car. God, how I love this car so much. The very first time I saw it, I knew that I would make a bad choice. My worst human flaw is that I tend to fall in love with things that don't belong to me, and this was one of them. Unfortunately, someone owning something never stopped me from making the choice to have what I want. In turn, making the choice to take this car led me to flee the town, which led me to this road. I was told by a friend about a road that I could take to avoid the police. He said it would only take me about 3 hours to get into the next town. After 4 hours, I decided to turn around and come back, but it's been over 5 and nothing has changed. I should have reached the town hours ago. You would think the car would have ran out of gas already, but it doesn't even have a gas meter. Could it be electric? But wouldn't it still have to charge? I'm terrified, but I love this car. It has an old-fashioned radio that oddly has only one station that plays the same song over and over again. Every 6 songs, a radio DJ, whose voice can be described as a cross between Lurch and Alfred, will come in and say a list of random names before replaying the song again. The names are different every time. There's no way to turn it off, but I love this car. I tune out the decrepit sounds. I can't stop. I can't brake, turn the wheel, shift gears, open the doors. Nothing. It's as if this car is alive and it doesn't want me to leave. Like it doesn't want me to leave this road. It must love me, like I love it. Choices. Hours pass like seconds. I can tell now that I'll be here forever. Crazy thing about choices. The smallest choice can have the grandest impact on one's life. The choice to take this car was just that. An eternity within it. An eternity on the same road listening to the same song. Are the names the DJ announces people that were in the same situation? Their unknown faces are my companions now. Am I dead already? Is this purgatory or my own personal hell? Things that I'll reflect on forever. Even though it has been a long time on this road, I am still terrified. You see, I have lost track of time, but have begun to notice the car getting slower every few hours. The thought of the car I love so much finally stopping after all this time should have filled me with relief, but when I mentioned being surrounded by trees and whatever lies beyond them, I meant whatever the things were that hid behind them. I thought them to be typical deer or other woodland animals, but noticed more and more of them ever since the car started slowing down. They're deathly frail with pointed ears and teeth. Their eyes are like black pits with flashlight bulbs for irises. They look menacing and anxious, as if they knew that in time the car would stop and they'd have me. I know they will. They'll devour my flesh before they devour my soul. It will be extremely slow and excruciatingly painful. Crazy thing is, despite all the terrible things that have come from my bad choices, I still love this car, and it's about to stop.
I always really liked Pokemon. I collected the cards, plushes, and books, but what I really liked was the games. So during my 3rd year of middle school when Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver came out, I begged my mom almost daily to buy me it and she eventually obliged. You could imagine my excitement when I came home from school one day and there was a copy of Pokemon Heart Gold sitting on the kitchen table. I immediately shouted thanks to my mom before grabbing it and heading upstairs to my room, where I unboxed the game and quickly put it into my DS. I rushed through the opening movie, as well as Professor Oak's opening speech, before choosing the female character and inputting the name Sam. Now I'm going to skip forward quite as I feel as most of what I've said isn't really noteworthy. It was a few weeks after I had gotten the game when I was running around National Park trying to catch something useful to help my team face Whitney when I encountered a Beedra with an unusually high level, and I immediately wanted to catch it as I was sure it would be helpful. I was shocked when each Pokemon I sent out was taken down with a single poison sting. Even my starter, which was only a few levels away from evolving. How was that even possible? That's not fair in the slightest. I then took notice of how my trainer appeared on the screen before it faded to black as usual when you ran out of Pokemon. I was expecting to end up back at the Pokemon Center, but instead my trainer was still in National Park, and each of my Pokemon were on 1 HP with the poison status. Though my trainer's colors seemed desaturated as well, and the screen seemed to have a purple tint to it, I now also feared taking another step as I worried my entire party would faint again. I just also noticed how all the NPCs that would be within eyesight while in the lower tall grass of the park were gone. Eventually I pushed that worry aside, and then remembered I did have an Abra in my party. I must have forgotten about it in my few minutes of panic/worry, and so I decided to use my Abra's teleport to take me to the Pokemon Center. And it worked, but as soon as I stepped into the Pokemon Center, Abra has died. What? No. That couldn't be possible. I opened up my party and selected Abra, and to my horror, there seemed to be a purple poison leaking from its mouth, as well its colors had turned grayish. It was then when my stomach dropped that I realized this was for nothing, as all the NPCs in the Pokemon Center were gone, including Nurse Joy, and now I had no way to help my Pokemon, aside from using the items in my bag. Potions barely restored any HP at all, no matter if it was a potion or super potion. Antidote/full heals had no effect. I could not believe this and thought it had to be some sick and messed up glitch. All I could do now was exit the Pokemon Center and run into the Goldenrod department store while praying for no more casualties, as I had the hope if I spammed potions enough, my Pokemon could just wait out for the obviously deadly poison to fade. Despite the fact the screen had a purple tint and my character's colors were desaturated, I hadn't even taken into consideration if this affected her. Because it was only supposed to affect the Pokemon, right? Once entering the store, there was a lack of NPCs there as well, but not all of them were gone, as the one you buy medical pocket supplies from was still there. But upon talking to them, they didn't give me any option to buy or sell. Instead, they just said, "I'm sorry, there is nothing I could give you that could help you or your Pokemon." Every damn remaining NPC said that. Another message, but not one this time. There was in fact two. The thing I had dreaded seeing again since stepping inside the Pokemon Center. Heracross has died. Flaffy has died. I again rushed to check my party, and just like with Abra, both Pokemon had turned a gray color with poison leaking from the mouth. I also noticed how Heracross's horn seemed to be partially melted, and Flaffy's fluff seemed to have fallen off around it. Was this poison corrosive? I could only now stand on the top floor of the Goldenrod department store, with the fear of losing my remaining 3 Pokemon. I especially didn't want to lose my starter, who I loved so much. Remember a bit earlier when I said I didn't take into consideration the fact that poison might affect my trainer? Well, I was wrong that it wouldn't, as the menu and then trainer card forcefully opened up, and I was horrified at the sight of what Sam looked like now. Her eyes were wide with terror as she had the same poison leaking from her mouth, along with her hair being no longer tied up in its signature twin tails, but instead let down and her outfit had holes in it. It then immediately closed out once I pressed the A button. A text box popped up and I immediately knew it was from Sam. But what she said, it made me feel so horrible for her.
They're dying. I'm dying. I can feel it. It burns. Why?
2 more text boxes popped up. Togepi has died. Poliwag has died. I couldn't believe this. It was horrible. Nothing I could do would possibly save my remaining Pokemon or my trainer. I just sat there and watched as my trainer stood helplessly on the roof, Or so I thought she would stay there. But instead, she began moving all on her own.
I can't live like this. Even if I can survive, my Pokemon wouldn't have any way. I cannot be around people, as I'll be a hazard to them, and they could suffer the same as I am.
This time, I barely had a reaction. Croconaw has died. My trainer inched to the edge of the rooftop, and I could imagine the pain in every step she took. I knew what she was going to do, and so I slammed my DS shut and pushed the cartridge out. Why only now did I have the courage to end this nightmare? I didn't touch my DS nor the game for nearly a week before I finally had the guts to try and play again. Upon starting up Heart Gold, there was no intro movie, it just skipped straight to the menu where my save file was displayed. But when I tried to press A to continue, hoping that those events would have been erased by popping out the cartridge, that hope was crushed when it just said, "You can't come back from this." There was nothing and no one to continue with anyway.
In the 20 years I've been a doctor, I've never regretted it. Having the power in your hands to save someone's life is what I live for. Patients come to me on their deathbed, confessing their love to the spouse standing next to them, thinking they're on their way to Judgment Day. No patient assigned to me has died. Ever. I take pride in that, and I receive the highest grade of satisfaction whenever my patient is back on their feet. My wife and children do not understand why I can't be home all of the time. My wife, Stephanie, has always hated my working hours, but loved the money that supported her many addictions. Sometimes I wish I could scale back. Sometimes I wish I could have family outings in the park, playing a good old game of football with my boys. But the hospital needs me. I'd rather save someone's life than satisfy my own needs, even if it sacrifices my relationship with my family. Today, I'm working in the burn unit, the unit most doctors try to avoid. I walked past many open doors on my way to the assigned patient, peering in to see the scorched faces of children and adults. I shine them all a smile, attempting to brighten up their day before ending my walk at room 250. Quickly, I realized the severity of the case once I laid eyes upon him. The patient lying in the bed was covered from head to toe in bandages. I approached the patient, staring intently upon the countless tubes connected to him. "Hi, I'm Dr. Edinburgh," I said. The heart rate monitor continued to sound as I checked the oxygen tank next to the bed. I knew he wasn't going to respond. He was brought in hours ago and has been in a coma since. But it's always important to socialize with patients who are comatose. Though they cannot speak, they can hear everything. "We're going to get you better, okay? You have my words," I said as the nurse walked into the room. She changed the IV bag before staring at the heart rate monitor. "He's been steady ever since I got here," I said. She seemed to nod her head before glancing at the patient. "Please get better," she said before walking out of the room. I smiled at her gesture. Though she wasn't there to witness it, it wasn't encouraged to get attached to patients, but attaching yourself to someone who you are around for a substantial amount of time is human nature. "I'll check on you every few hours, but that lovely nurse will be here for you more frequently. Don't worry, I think she's single," I said, smiling. I took a look one last time at the heart rate monitor before disappearing into the hall. Instinctively, my stomach began to growl. Being that it was well past my lunch break, it had every reason to be upset with me. So I hurried to the cafeteria. As usual, it was jam-packed with staff members, but near the television seemed to be unusually crowded. Though my stomach was gurgling for food, I walked towards the crowd. "What's going on?" I questioned. Everyone sat still, listening in on the reports of a tragic car crash on the highway. "Police say the car is being inspected for foul play after the man driving the car crashed into several vehicles before igniting, causing at least a dozen injuries and several fatalities," the reporter said. I stood speechless as I listened in on the nurses' conversations.
Room 250,
I heard someone whisper. Quickly, I concluded the patient in room 250 was the man in the report. It was a bit saddening. He hadn't been some idiot that lit a cigarette before falling asleep, or some maniac that enjoyed playing with explosive fireworks. He was a man trying to go to work, feed his family. After hearing such a somber report, I couldn't help but to lose my appetite. So, instead of taking lunch, I decided to go home and be with my family. My car had been in the shop for a couple of days, so I walked a few miles home. The beauty of the scenery was uplifting. After a day in the burn unit, I needed a sense of cheer to counteract the supreme desolation within me. And with every stride towards my house, I felt a little less bogged down. But once I made it home, it became clear that my day would remain in the dirt, as I saw the same vehicle I had seen many times before whenever I decided to come home early from work. I stared fixedly at the Ford pickup truck in my driveway with rage within my heart. I knew my wife had stepped out on me years ago. All those days of work without even a call from me to ask how she was doing was enough to send her over the edge. I understood it, but I didn't want to admit that my wife had been screwing some guy behind my back in my home. All this could have been avoided if only I came home more, if only I talked to her, held her, and comforted her. But I didn't. I didn't have the time to even say hi to her. I left her with 3 teenage boys and expected her not to fall apart with stress. This was my fault, and I don't want to further disappoint her with my presence. So I turned around and headed back towards the hospital. As a man, I didn't want to walk away. I wanted to storm in there, snatch that guy up by his collar, and beat the living shit out of him. But what would that solve? Nothing. So I walked back into the hospital with a sense of betrayal eating away at my heart. My feet seemed to grow heavier with every stride, and it became harder to breathe with every step. At the end of the hall, I could see nurses running towards the burn unit. I followed them, though my pace was slower than usual. I ended my run at the doorway of room 250. Nurses panicked as they tried to revive the bandaged man laying on the bed. The smell of blood permeated throughout the room as they tore away the bandages wrapped around his chest. After 3 failed attempts of resuscitation, the nurses backed away from the body. A few began crying immediately as they stared at the pulseless corpse. I stepped in, attempting to console the crying nurses, but something strange happened. My hand glided through her as I tried to pat her shoulder. Again, I tried, believing I was hallucinating, but my hand seemed to evaporate with every attempt at contact. "You will be missed, Dr. Edinburgh," a nurse said. Quickly, denial creeped up my spine as I backed out of room 250 and into the hallway. Around me, scorched faces I had passed by earlier surrounded me. "Don't be afraid," one muttered. Another stretched their arms out to me before whispering, "Come with us." I fell to the ground, my eyes set upon the door of room 250. Today I lost my first patient, Dr. Timothy Edinburgh.
"3 days ago, I killed my mother. I regret it now, but she drove me to do it. She was suffering from psychosis, under the delusion every day that I was constantly lying to her and plotting something horrible. She would scream at me, smash cups and plates. It sometimes got so bad that she would attack me. I was planning to save up enough money to move out and get her some professional help, but I just couldn't take the stress. I threw her down the stairs one night when she attacked me, which resulted in her neck breaking. Her mental health record was enough for investigators to accept that it was an accident. Today was her funeral day, and my family members offered their condolences before and after the service. I felt awful knowing that if they knew the truth, their words may have been filled with hatred and resentment instead of sympathy. We then headed to my Aunt Victoria's place for the repast. I had come out into the back garden in an attempt to escape the suffocating attention I was receiving from my family. It was then when I saw my 8-year-old cousin Rebecca sitting alone on the bench, whispering softly as if she was talking to someone. I approached her out of curiosity and in hope that her adorable naive charm would cheer me up. "Hey Rebecca, what are you doing out by yourself?" I asked her in the soft tone one would usually take when talking to a child as I sat down next to her on the bench. She didn't answer me for about 5 seconds. Instead, she just stared at me with a look of pity and concern in her eyes, then took a quick small breath and opened her mouth to speak.
"Alex, why did you hurt Auntie Jane?"
My heart sunk at those words she had uttered so innocently to me. I froze up and felt my body begin to sweat profoundly as the rate of my heartbeat climbed steadily. I swallowed hard and took a deep breath before attempting to respond to her. "Well, what makes you think that, Rebecca?" I asked her as my shaking voice broke the silence.
"Aunt Jane told me so."
My jaw dropped.
"She's sitting right there,"
she announced somberly as she pointed to the seat opposite of her. I made her promise me that she wouldn't tell a soul about the truth of my mother's death. That little girl could ruin my entire life with just one sentence. Alex killed Auntie Jane. And that, more than anything, terrifies me to the very core of my existence. One day, I may just have to kill her too.
He shows up at 5 when you're just home from the office and dog-tired, unannounced and uninvited, a smile on his thin lips as you open the door. "Sorry to drop by so late, old chum," he says, "but I have something I've just got to show you." You wave him in with a forced grin, cheerily inquiring about his health as you shoot an apologetic look to your wife. She knows, and you know, that he's always been bad company. Dinner's in the oven, of course, and there's just enough for an extra mouth. She sets the third place at the table and checks the wine cooler. Should be fine. He notices you're sure that he's straining for 3 an ample meal for 2. But he's never been perturbed. Bad company this one, mark your words. Dinner passes with merry laughter through gritted teeth. You smile and chortle while shooting daggers. He, oblivious as always, makes subtle passes at your wife. She tactfully demurs, ever the hostess, ever the sweetheart. You make a mental note to pick her up something nice on the way home tomorrow. You might even find the energy to make tonight special, if he'd just leave. But that would be far too easy, especially for someone who's proving himself to be very bad company. After dinner, it's coffee and dessert in the living room. The sponge cake was for your mother. Your wife baked it last night for the special occasion of her arrival. Now, forced into the social corner, it serves as sacrificial lamb to appease the intruder in the cheap blue suit. His greasy hair and well-worn smile bleeding into your immaculate sofa as he gabs incessantly about nothing at all. His behavior is barbaric, the true mark of bad company. He asks to see your new ratchet set, so you reluctantly lead him into the garage. You feel a slight migraine headache coming on. You've got to get him out of here, and soon. You steal a glance at the clock on the far wall, 10:30. He grins enthusiastically at your gleaming collection of shiny tools, a practiced eye skimming over their chromium surfaces. You display the ratchets with a fine flicker of pride. Bad company like him doesn't know quality when he sees it. In the living room again, 12:30. You finally shed the vestige of propriety and announce you're going to bed. If he doesn't take the hint, he can damn well sleep on the coffee table. As your wife follows you down the hall, you hear a faint thud from behind. You turn to see her head open like a wet paper bag upon the sudden intrusion of your new wrench, swung swiftly by the prudy arm and the cheap blue sleeve. He advances with an apologetic half-smile. "Thanks for the pleasant evening, chum. I know I can be bad company."
Whenever I ask anyone what their preferred superpower would be, a considerable portion of people respond with immortality. I can understand why they would choose that particular power. Hell, even I was amongst the group of those wishing to be immortal. The idea of being immune to the depressing mortality of life sounds like a blessing at first. But trust me, it's anything but. Take it from someone who is actually incapable of death myself. Immortality is a curse. Let's go back to when I was plagued with this power. About 2 centuries ago, certain biologists were experimenting with the classic sought-after idea of being immune to being killed. Many people in history played with the idea of immortality prior to the experimentation of these biologists. One such example is the first emperor of the Qin dynasty in China, Qin Shi Huang. Huang was reported to have consumed mercury, believing it would make him immortal. Another example is Diane de Poitiers of France. She believed that consuming a mixture of diethyl ether and gold would decelerate the process of aging. Both of these examples were lethal. The experimenters were well aware of these 2 examples, and many more, yet they were still determined to create the ultimate non-transient being. Insert myself. I long aspired to become immortal, mostly because of my fear of death. I lost my grandmother when I was 6 years old, which was devastating to me because of our close relationship. After that, I resented death. When these experimenters reached out to the general public, asking for a test subject to this FDA-certified substance which would eliminate mortality, I was all in. I swiftly responded to the message before anybody else could. The biologist replied to my accepting of the experimentation among me via email, and gave me a link to a specified location which I was to report to the following week. The next week, I showed up at the location mentioned in the email. It was a large lab. When I entered, I discovered a sterile lab with profession-looking scientists who gestured towards a seat. I sat down, and the serum was injected into a vein. Soon after, I was experimented on in lethal situations, all of which I survived. I was asked questions about how I felt, what each situation was like, etc., and afterwards, they concluded that I was indeed immortal. I decided to show off my ability in order to get by financially. I wasn't so well off before the operation. I had multiple part-time jobs and could barely keep the apartment which I owned. When I did, I immediately became a sensation. Many people attempted to reach out to the scientists to also become immortal, or create the serum at home. The scientist also announced my ability, and they received a large profit as well. I soon saw my bank account drastically increase. Within 3 years, I had become a multi-millionaire. At the time, I was certain I was blessed by God, and I even once theorized that I was in a simulation, before cringing at how preposterous that idea was. However, my opinions were drastically turned upon their heads when I learned what would happen one night. I was in home and ready to sleep in a spacious mansion, as opposed to a cramped apartment. I was drifting off into a state of light sleep when I heard my window abruptly burst open. Heavy-set men in all black removed me from my bed. I tried desperately to fight them off, but my slender figure was no match for 4 to 5 muscular men. I was dragged to the truck of an SUV, where I was given chloroform and left for the entirety of an 8-hour ride. One of the men would constantly monitor me and give me more chloroform when it started to wear off. That trip was the most grueling of my life. My emotions were going ballistic. I was in constant anxiety, was in extreme anger, and was bored from the extensive drive. When we reached our destination, the men removed me from the trunk of the car. I was in what looked like a deserted plain, with no traces of life besides what looked like a factory. The men took me inside of the building. It turned out to be a meth production center disguised as a factory. I was immediately put to work. They taught me how to produce meth and then forced me to keep manufacturing the substance for most of a day. They would impale me with a large blade whenever I messed up, not concerned about how much damage they did to me, as I was, and still am, immortal. This cycle was on repeat for 158 goddamn years. I have attempted to commit suicide before out of impulse, before remembering that I was injected with the immortality serum I was given years ago. I'm surprised that I remember this information, as it took place so long ago. However, I do remember that one of the side effects of the serum was enhanced mental state. So, there's that. Sometimes I wish I could just forget it all. I wish that I believed that I was born for that job, and not question my life any further, as I would know my only purpose. Even though that my mental functions have not deteriorated at all over these years, I cannot say the same about my physical being. Imagine an elderly person. They can barely walk, they lose their teeth and hair, and they become extremely weak. However, those effects only apply to someone aged 50 to 80. Now imagine a 183-year-old man. That's more than twice that age group. Obviously, physically, I'm not doing well at all. I've lost all my teeth, all my hair, a good deal of my vision, my ability to stand straight, and I suffer from severe pain whenever I move, and I have to manufacture meth most of every day without much food or water. Doing this has been absolute hell. However, there is a good thing about this place, even if it's very minor. They have a supply of paper and writing utensils. I have only been able to write about my experiences because of these. Once I am done writing my story, I will throw this out the window and hope someone will find it one day. And if you happen to have found this slip of paper, and you wish of being immortal, This could happen to you. Remember this. Immortality is a curse.
Does anyone remember an old PC game from the early 1990s called Mr. Mix? It's mainly a typing game, similar to Mario Teacher's Typing, where you have to type words into a box and make a chef, the titular Mr. Mix, put ingredients into a bowl. Unlike most typing games, however, this game is notorious for having an insane difficulty curve. The game has a words per minute requirement for each level, being as low as 10 on level 1 and as high as 85 on the third. By level 5, the requirement reaches over 500, effectively making it impossible to proceed any further. One of the main things that people noticed about this game immediately was the background music. The music on the first level was an unsettling pattern of growls that got progressively louder as the level went on, often causing damage to early computer speakers that were not designed to handle extremely high volumes of sound. The second level had no music at all, and the third had what sounded like an extremely low-quality recording of a hairdryer playing in the background. The remaining 2 levels had extremely loud, high-pitched ringing throughout the level that caused severe eardrum damage to those who managed to get that far. Another rather disturbing aspect of the game was the design of Mr. Mix himself. He was a large, round-faced, overweight man with large beady eyes and red spots on his cheeks. Most children who played the game reported having vivid nightmares of Mr. Mix speaking to them in a quiet, raspy voice and threatening them to keep quiet about something. However, none of them could remember exactly what it was. One psychologist who saw many of these children reported being disturbed by the sheer amount of terror on the faces of the children as they recounted the details of the nightmare. Many of the children broke down into tears in the process, begging for their parents to save them. However, no direct relationship to the game itself could be determined by these few cases, as not all children suffered the same adverse effects. For obvious reasons, this game did not sell very well. It remained in relative obscurity until a few years ago, when PC hackers got hold of a ROM of the game and started digging through it. Using memory hacking software, they managed to crack the game's code and bypass the impossible 5th level. What they found, however, was extremely disturbing and caused many of them to quit the expedition altogether. According to the reports these hackers left behind, the game behaves very strangely if the 5th level is bypassed. The game crashes violently and closes, writing a bunch of files to the user's System32 directory to the point that the RAM was almost completely filled. These files are reportedly pictures of people with horribly deformed faces, appearing to scream in pain and agony with their eyes appearing to be bleeding from their tear ducts, and their outer layer of skin torn clean off in multiple places. If the user attempts to delete these files, the computer will violently crash and blue screen, causing permanent irreparable damage to the user's hard drive. The hackers found that this was caused by a lone byte in the game's ROM that triggered when the 5th level was completed. After removing this byte, they were able to proceed to the 6th and final level. Unfortunately, all of the original hackers declined to discuss what they saw in the final level. All of them became extremely paranoid and reclusive, refusing to talk about anything related to the game and showing astonishingly extreme symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Most of them ceased to be able to form coherent sentences within a week, and within a month, all of them went missing. All remaining copies of the game were destroyed. To this day, no one knows what was in that game that caused them so much psychological damage. Maybe it's better that way. 2 years after this incident, a man was arrested for trying to kidnap an 8-year-old girl from a grocery store. Through DNA and fingerprint analysis, the man was identified as one of the original hackers who viewed the final level of the game. He was wearing a white chef's hat and had a look of unspeakable malice and insanity on his face. When interrogated, the man would only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix." Shh. You must trust me. I have one piece of advice and you must follow it without question. You must stop reading this and go straight to the last paragraph. Do so without reading any other paragraphs, and do it now. Please, trust me. What happens next is entirely your fault. You failed the test, and now you're in danger. I didn't write this. They made me write it. It's my fingers on the keyboard, that's all, and your eyes on these words. Whatever happens, do not look away from these words. Keep reading until I tell you otherwise. And when I tell you otherwise, do exactly as I say. For if you do not read this exactly how I tell you to, you will die. Listen carefully. First, you must skip the paragraph that follows this one. Whatever you do, you must never read the paragraph following this one. You must ignore it completely, casting your eyes down to the paragraph that follows it. Promise me, for the sake of those you hold dear, this is your only chance to redeem yourself for not trusting me earlier. Skip the paragraph following this one, and do so now. The forbidden paragraph. You had to do it, didn't you? They knew you would. Nothing you do now will make any difference. If there are people you love, call them. Tell them whatever people tell their loved ones when they know they're about to die. Settle any scores. Make your final arrangements. From this moment on, you will stay alive only as long as you can stay awake. The next time you fall asleep will be your last. They're watching you. They're listening to your thoughts. They'll wait for you. And when you fall asleep, they'll come for you. You should have trusted me. If you skipped the paragraph above, you've done well, but your troubles are not over. For placing your trust in me at the second asking, you have given yourself a chance to live. This is what you need to know. They're watching you. They're listening to your thoughts. They're waiting for you to make a mistake. When you do, they'll come for you. To stay alive, you must draw blood from someone you love. A drop, that's all, and place it on your tongue. That's what they want. That's what they need. They're inside you right now, and they're waiting. If between waking up and falling asleep you fail to deliver the blood of a loved one, you will never wake up again. Follow this advice, and never go back and read the forbidden paragraph. Trust me. If you followed my advice in the first paragraph, well done. You can stop reading now, but never be tempted to come back and read the paragraphs you skipped. You must trust me, and please, wish me luck. I'm tired. So tired. You just can't imagine.
There are a lot of fake websites on the internet claiming to have something you desire. 99% of the time, these are fake. But what if I told you there was a way to actually get what you desire? But you are going to pay for it. Not in monetary terms, but instead in emotional and mental terms. First thing, do you really want the thing you desire? This seems redundant, but the pain you will go through will be terrible and beyond anything you can imagine. Also, remember, the more valuable your desire, the more pain you will go through. If you're religious, you will still be able to go to heaven if you are a good person. You will need a computer you can do coding on. Nothing more, nothing less. You will need a key from a friend or a person online. Though if it is a false key, you will be sent to hell for an eternity. I beg you not to use a random key found online. Also, you need a strong pair of sunglasses, as well as a smartphone that is fully charged and that can receive LTE connections from any major phone companies. Even if you can't use the data on full speed, it will be fine. Put all of these items in your pockets. First step, log onto your computer, then make a file. This is simple. Make a website about the thing you desire, even if it's experiential or material. Always say it's free. Include an image of what you want, plus a big download button. Link your key to the big download button. The key is weird. It's not a file, but 6 seemingly random digits. Never use a website builder like Weebly or Wix, or even stolen code. This is a sign of laziness, and you will never make it to the end. Load it up on your computer in an internet browser. A PDF file will print after pressing the download button. This is the last chance to turn back. Please, if you are not willing to die for this desire,
It's not worth it. It says something on it. You have sought an item of sorts. Please sign this note claiming you will partake in the trail to gain your desire. Print out the PDF file. It doesn't matter where. Just make sure no one sees the page, as this is seen as bragging, and you won't make it. Do not sign on the front. This is a trap to sell your soul to the devil for an eternity. Sign the backside in the top left instead. Go back to the website you created. At this point, email yourself the HTML file you created, and you can access it on your phone. Now, change the text in the download button from download to receive. Press it. You will be in the previous location that you were where you pressed the receive button. Now, walk out and go outside. You are in hell. Don't worry yet. This is your test. If you're not dead yet, congratulations. You beat out 80% of all of the other participants. Most of their wishes were too vast, as you can't trust people to make rational choices when it comes to getting literally anything they want. Walk to a demon and say, "Hello, I'm a traveler on a mission." If he responds, "For what?" strip and run back to the house door. You will see what you want, but don't be fooled. This is not what you want. Use anything in your house to destroy it. Even if it's a girl or boy, kill him or her. Once you have destroyed it, kill yourself. If the demon responds, "Follow me," he will lead you to another house. Inside is your loved ones. Kill one. He or she will disappear from the earth once you get back. Then, kill yourself. You should be in a dark room. Your worst fear will be in there too. If it's an animal such as a spider or a snake, let it on you. It will not hurt you, I swear. If it's a human such as a clown or something of the sort, don't pay attention to him or her. If it is not a living thing, you will be experiencing it now, such as the fear of heights. If you can bear around 20 minutes in Earth time of this, it will stop. It will be lit very brightly. Close your eyes immediately. Put on your sunglasses. There will be nothing more. Go onto your phone and open the HTML website file to the thing you want. Click on receive. Or if you prefer, you can go onto YouTube and find true enlightenment in your life. And you can buy anything on the internet. But you can only buy one thing. If you did something else on the internet, still press the receive on the web page. You will be back in our world. The thing you requested will be in front of you. Or if it is something big like a car, it's outside. If it was enlightenment, you don't get anything, but you are at peace in the mind. If you wanted a lover, he or she will start to hang out around you more. Also, the key is useless at this point. Erase it and never share it, unless you want to kill someone. Is there anything bad left to do in order to complete it? No, there is not. You're in reality. I hope you enjoy your new gift. From Satan to you. Elena made sure that her husband was already boarded on the bus before she locked the apartment door. She headed straight to the red sofa, sat, and waited for the cordless phone beside the sofa to ring. When the phone finally rang, she picked up the phone and tried to calm herself. "Hello." A statement, not an inquiry. "Hello," Elena said. She heard a sound that seemed like a smirk. She tried to picture him do it, but she couldn't. She never saw this stranger's face, nor had he ever bothered to send her a picture of him. Not that it was an issue for her.
"You pick up the phone pretty quick," the stranger said.
"And you always have perfect timing," Elena replied. She pondered how on earth this guy manages to time his call this well. The stranger gave a long sigh.
"What should I do? I'm bored and lonely. You're bored and lonely. We need each other.
Elena chose not to respond to this statement. They both knew he's right. She made love to her husband in every corner of their apartment like rabid dogs while stifling moans, making sure their neighbors wouldn't hear. However, these blissful activities only lasted for a few weeks. 5 months ago, her husband, a lawyer, was entrusted with a high-profile criminal case that left him going home only to sleep. For 5 months, her lustful needs went unfulfilled until the cordless phone, which went with the apartment when they rented it, started to ring. On that same day, the stranger made Elena touch herself on the sofa. She became addicted to this cordless phone affair. Every day, right after her lawyer husband boarded the bus, the phone would ring, and she would pick it up. The stranger would then proceed to seduce her with his indecent words and his stimulating voice, leaving Elena gasping and tired at the end of every call. Yesterday, Elena bought a toy, discreetly, from an online shop and decided that its first use would be with a stranger, which she confided to him. The stranger responded with a laugh and asked her what she's wearing. Elena playfully revealed she's not wearing anything. This made the stranger draw a deep breath, a sign that he was getting aroused, which made Elena feel damp and warm between her legs. Elena was about to use the toy when she heard a faint knock on the door. It made her jump, and Elena quickly grabbed the bathrobe on the floor. In her haste, she forgot that the phone rested on her shoulders when she stood up. The phone disassembled as soon as it hit the floor. She decided to answer the intruder first, believing that he would call again right after she fixed it. The pesky intruder introduced herself.
Hello, I'm your new neighbor across the hall, Cindy. Hello, Cindy,
in an irritated tone that Elena hoped her new neighbor picked up.
I'm really sorry for bothering you.
Elena's gauge was right.
But the electricity's been gone for more than an hour now. I need to know the landlord's cell phone number so I could tell him about this. What? I was actually on the phone just now.
Elena furtively glanced at the still dismantled phone on the floor.
Really? Cindy asked. I thought the whole building's power went out. I could hear some of our neighbors complaining. Oh? Maybe you have a generator running.
Elena saw Cindy's eyes light up with hope, but Elena couldn't have Cindy here now. She needed to be with the stranger on the phone as soon as possible. So she gave Cindy the landlord's number immediately and promptly closed the door. Elena began picking up the pieces of the cordless phone when she noticed that the batteries were gone. She looked around the area until she got exhausted looking for it and decided that the handheld unit runs on the electricity from the base. She was about to turn on the phone when she remembered Cindy's comment about having no electricity for almost an hour. Elena started to notice that the room was quiet. She didn't hear the low hum of the refrigerator since her husband went to work. The electricity was definitely out for almost an hour. How the hell did the call with this stranger connected a few minutes ago? Not making any sense of what's happening, Elena went downstairs, the disassembled cordless phone in tow, and talked to the landlord to ask about the electricity and cordless phone that came with the apartment when she and her husband rented it. The landlord confirmed that the electricity went out an hour ago, and that the technician he called was working on it. Elena finally asked the landlord about the cordless phone. The landlord's face was suddenly alarmed when he saw the phone Elena was clutching. That phone? I thought the police took it for evidence.
Police? Evidence?
Elena asked, confused. The landlord started to step back. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kale. I admit that beautiful apartment is cheap because no one wants to take it.
Why?
Elena asked. The chilling cold started to seep into her stomach. The landlord turned away as if he didn't hear Elena's question.
Please, sir, I beg you. The police? Evidence?
Elena asked, scared out of her wits. Tears streamed down her face. What had she gotten into? Finally, the landlord turned to face her. His face was pale white. The previous tenant was murdered by his wife when she caught him cheating over the phone.
No, that couldn't be,
Elena cried. The phone started to ring. A friend of mine showed me how to use Google Maps. I'm sure you've seen it. It lets you use satellite images to look at locations all over the world. A few years ago, I was in a car accident. Since then, I really don't leave the house that often. It's difficult, and the idea of seeing a car drive by me makes me feel lightheaded. I was fascinated by the fact that I could see all over the world, almost like being there. I could virtually walk down the streets, and it almost felt like I was really there. I became instantly hooked. It gave me a real eye on the world. I could go to almost any major city, and I did. I'd seen streets in China, Japan, Germany, England, so many places. I'd even gone to tourist attractions like the Great Barrier Reef and Dracula's Castle. My favorite was to go to random places in major cities and see how many people and animals I could find. The faces of the people were always blurred to protect their privacy, but it was still enjoyable to see them out there enjoying their life, walking like it was no big deal. She must have good taste, I laughed. I zoomed in closer and noticed the gray bag she carried on a gray and purple shoulder strap. She was walking in a relaxed manner, one hand trailing the wall beside her. I bet if I could have seen her face, I would see that she was smiling. I began to feel a little sad. I let my hands fall into the arms of my wheelchair and looked at her for a minute more. I wished that I could be there, walking so carefree with her. That wouldn't happen though, until I died. I was stuck in this chair. I sighed and zoomed out of Tokyo. Enough of this for tonight. I turned off the computer and went to bed. I got up early and decided to look around Paris. Paris was always fun. I liked the look of the city, with all of the old, beautiful buildings and so many people to watch. I randomly zoomed to an area and saw a street lined with old brick buildings, a few small shops, and an old tan brick church. Ahead was an intersection, and dozens of people walked by. A balding businessman walked quickly past, looking back at an old woman, hair covered with a scarf, carrying a large purse. A curvy woman in black pants that were too tight stared into a store window, and two women led a group of small children around a corner. I spun the view around a few more times and then saw something peculiar. Sitting on the bench at the bus stop were two people. One of them was a young woman with her feet stuck in front of her in a relaxed manner. She was wearing a pair of red sneakers like my own. I was startled for a moment as I noticed the black pants, white t-shirt, and black hooded jacket. Her dark brown hair was tied loosely behind her head. A gray bag sat on the bench beside her, the shoulder strap hooked over her shoulder. This is crazy, I thought. It can't possibly be the same woman. This is a different country, different continent even. How could it be her? This was stupid. It wasn't as if these were live photographs. These were taken ahead of time and then stored. It's not like she was in two places at once. She could just be a traveler. Besides, without seeing her face, it was impossible to tell it was the same person. Brown hair was probably the most common hair in the world. Those red sneakers were something I purchased online. I'm sure a million other people did too. I shook my head and went to fix some lunch. When I got back online, I decided to look at Berlin. I picked a random street as usual. It looked pretty empty. There were brick buildings lining the streets, looking more like factories than anything else. There were also empty lots, full of long grass and piled gravel. There wasn't much to see at all, really. There was a line of motorbikes and a car with two German flags sticking up from it. After more searching, I found one kid. He looked like he was dressed for school, a jacket thrown over his bag. He was intently looking at some kind of mobile device. I was disappointed. I started to leave, but then I caught something out of the corner of my eye. I turned the view, and there they were. Those damned red sneakers. She was standing on a street corner next to some kind of signpost. She had a hand on the post looking down the street as if waiting to cross the street. I stared in shock. How could she be there too? Even if she was traveling, there's no way I would find her every time. Even finding her in Paris would have been one heck of a coincidence, but this was crazy. Was this some kind of joke? Had Google decided to play a prank on its users that use their product so much? It would have been a great joke. I did a quick search, looking for a note about a woman that shows up like Waldo. There was nothing. I looked through articles on strange things you can see on Google Maps, but none of them mentioned the woman that travels the world with you. This was crazy. Had my self-imposed isolation driven me mad? Had I become so lonely that I created a hallucination for myself? Leaving the Berlin image on my screen, I sent a text message to a friend asking him to look at the locations. I asked him if he saw the same woman. Then I waited, hands sweating, heart thumping in my chest. I jumped when my phone beeped with a return text message 10 minutes later. The text read, "I see the lady you're talking about in Berlin. I didn't see her in Paris or Tokyo. Is this some kind of game or what? Are you okay?" I didn't respond, instead returning to the locations in Tokyo and Paris. There she was. She was there, but it was different. She no longer sat on the bus stop bench in Paris. She was standing in front of it, looking for something in her bag. In Tokyo, she was blocks away, squatting down to pet that calico cat. I shivered. Who was she? What was happening? I switched the map to Brussels. It was another city street. It was lined with old-looking buildings with shops on the ground level and what I guessed was apartments above. I quickly scanned the streets. They were empty other than a stocky woman in a bright blue sweater. I did a second sweep. She wasn't there. I sighed in relief. I couldn't believe I was getting so worked up about this. It was nothing but a coincidence. I stopped, my eyes frozen on the screen. There was a building at the point of a fork in the road, white with a black ironwork framed balcony jutting from the second floor. I hadn't seen her as I had been looking at the sidewalks. There she stood, standing on the balcony, her head tilted in the direction of the camera, almost like she was coyly looking towards me. My breath caught in my throat. I switched to Sydney. She was leaning against the wall inside the door of a bright blue Carrick's Pharmacy building. London showed her getting ready to step onto a red double-decker bus. Her head turned to look over her shoulder. She was everywhere I looked. She stood on a brick sidewalk on a bridge in Venice. She walked across a yellow-barred crosswalk in Zurich. And in Hong Kong, she stood between a Wing Lung bank and a McDonald's adjusting the strap on her bag. In each picture, she came closer and closer to looking directly at me with her blurred-out face. My heart felt like a terrified bird slamming around inside my chest. I couldn't catch my breath. I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't call the police. Should I send screenshots to Google? I clenched my fists tightly and closed my eyes. Who was she? Was she following me? Was I following her? I wished I could see the expression on her face, know what she saw when she looked back at me. I wanted to get out of the chair and run. Why is it that the only thing that made me feel free again was the thing that made me feel even more trapped? I had to know. I typed in the name of my town and zoomed into a random street. It was a couple of miles from my house. The gates to the city park were shown in the clarity of daylight, despite it being night here. There she was. There she was. She was only a few miles from my house, standing under the ironwork arch that stated the name of the park. She looked directly at the camera, directly at me. I felt like I might throw up. She was near me, and she was watching me. She was coming for me. What did she want? I typed in the name of the apartment complex where I live. I could see the outside of the building. The parking lot was full of cars, and there were a few blurred out children on the playground. I searched everywhere for her. She wasn't in the parking lot or on the sidewalks, not hiding between the buildings or standing in the playground. I even scanned each of the cars behind the bushes and each of the blurred windows. She wasn't there. I curled tightly around myself and lay my head down on the desk. This place was safe. I didn't leave the apartment anyway. I would never use Google Maps again. I would never see her again. She could stay at the park for all I cared. I smiled to myself and was surprised to find a tear slipping down my face. I'm safe, I said to myself in a whisper. It felt good to hear it out loud. I'm safe. As I said it, there was a knock at the door. A chill ran down my spine. I had a camera hooked to my computer that showed who was at the front door, which made it easier for me with my mobility issues. I slowly reached for the control to show myself who was outside, but my hand trembled furiously. As I touched the control, I realized my mistake. The last of Google's images that I'd seen had only shown the outside of the building. Just the outside. I looked at the screen and saw a woman in a white t-shirt, black pants, and black hooded jacket, and carrying a gray bag with a purple and gray striped shoulder strap. Of course, there were those red sneakers. She looked directly at the camera, her face still a complete blur. As I tried to stifle a scream, she raised a hand and knocked loudly on my front door. I was so naive as a young boy, it wasn't even funny. Anything you'd tell me, I'd have to believe you. The sky was blue because of all the water it held before the rain. Okay. The wind comes from the moon blowing on us. Sure, why not? Stewed rhubarb was made from mashed human brains. Even though my mother grew it fresh in our back garden, I would have believed you, and probably never touched the stuff again. My gullible nature was beginning to affect me in school. Bullies tricked me out of my lunch money, informed me of a new break tax they were collecting on behalf of the teachers. I'd fork over every penny and go hungry as long as my parents didn't get in trouble. My mother's frustration increased, as did my level of malnutrition. No matter how many times she explained that these mean kids were tricking me, the very next day they'd come up with another ingenious ploy to leave with my money. In the end, my mother was about to give up all hope and stop giving my lunch money altogether when my wizened grandmother intervened.
Hush, dear,
she cooed after Mom had finished venting herself red in the face.
it's not the boy's fault. Poor thing. He just has a very trusting heart.
But it drives me crazy, snapped Mom, and I jumped slightly at the anger in her voice. Carl and I work ourselves to the bone to provide for him, and he just keeps throwing it away. He believes everything anyone tells him. It's getting ridiculous.
He means well, I'm sure,
said Grandma, holding Mom's shaking fist until they relaxed and opened.
There, that's better. Send the boy to my room in 15 minutes, dear. I'll help him out.
With that, Grandma hobbled out of the kitchen, leaving my mother alone to stare at me with reluctant despair. I averted my gaze, ashamed, and pretended to focus on my math homework as she returned to preparing dinner. Minutes later, she was by my side, a much calmer hand now resting on my shoulder. I still flinched. She gave me a sympathetic look. I'm sorry for being angry before, dear, she said, eyes glistening with the threat of tears. I know it's not your fault. Go and pay your grandma a visit, okay? When you can back, set the table. Sound good? I nodded, gaze still cast to my feet with red-hot shame. She ruffled my thick blonde hair. There's a good boy. Off you go now. I hurried up the stairs, skirting around the seat of the stair lift Grandma had the strength to put away. I approached her closed door and knocked. Tap, tap, tap.
Come in, dear.
Grandma's voice like a shrill wind through weeds.
I've been expecting you.
I opened the door and stepped inside. Grandma was sat on her old oaken rocking chair, a thin smile stretching across her lip at the sight of me.
Hello, sweet boy,
she said, her eyes welcoming me. She beckoned with a thin, bony hand, fingers crooked like gnarled twigs.
Close the door and come closer. I promise I won't bite.
Closing the door, I approached her softly, my gaze drifting from her smiling face to the outstretched hand, constantly beckoning. As I drew closer, her fingers unfurled, an invitation to take her hand. I took it, my small hand instantly enveloped in her dry, papery grip.
Good,
she purred, her smile widening to reveal rows of serrated, yellow teeth. She yanked me forward with a vicious cry. I yelped as I stumbled into her. Her horrifying teeth sank into the young, tender flesh of my forearm, fangs digging deep. What the hell? What was she doing? Why was she doing this? My mind was ablaze with pain and confusion. With a hungry, muffled moan, she pulled her head back, and I cried out in agony as she tore a bloody chunk from my arm, blood spraying everywhere. Oh God, the blood. I'd never seen so much before. My face grew pale as wide eyes watched it all fountain from the ugly gash. I don't know if it was shock setting in, but I felt like I was being completely drained and would collapse at any moment, weak and helpless to this monster's mercy. She finally released her iron grip and I crumbled to the floor, clutching the wound and crying in pain and terror. She smiled a sick, twisted smile as my blood spilled from between those fangs, staining her wrinkled chin crimson.
Now,
she crooned, having swallowed my flesh.
What did we learn?
Terrified as I was, there was no denying I understood her question. The truth was as painful as the severed artery I now clutched for dear life. She had lied to me, just as everyone else had before her. I never trusted anyone after that day. I had been so naive. In 1960, Alexandru Sift, a well-known scientist, traveled to the forest of Hoia Bashu, located in East Romania. The Hoia forest had the reputation of being a hotspot for paranormal activities, the main reason for Sift's motivation. He wrote many notes about his experiences there, but many were found burnt upon his death in 1993. The notes that survived detailed his experiments on the forest with test subjects. In every one of his notes, he ended by saying, "Knowledge is harmful, ignorance is bliss." 10 years later, the Romanian government developed interest in the few notes that survived, so they sought to recreate his experiments. 3 men volunteered for it. They were told this was simply to see how an average person would manage to travel in a foreign territory using only a compass and a light source. Of course, they were lies, as no sane man would volunteer if they knew what awaited them. They were also told there would be a substantial reward should they succeed. The first test subject was brought by helicopter to the west zone of the forest at midnight. He carried with him a backpack, food, water, a compass, and an oil lantern with enough oil to last until morning. He was instructed to keep moving east until he hit a road, which would lead him into a cabin where a few government agents awaited him. He was also told to stop every 30 minutes to record any and all events in a sheet of paper. He arrived at the cabin at 2 a.m. He handed the sheet to the agent and was driven to a nearby city where he was handed the reward. His sheet read the following: 0:30 a.m. I stopped at a nearby creek to rest and eat. Being in a forest at night with only an oil lantern for a source of light really managed to scare the hell out of me. I thought I kept seeing more shadows than there really were. 1 a.m. I stopped at a little clearing to change the oil. I swear, there must be something out there following me. I can almost be sure there was a shadow that wasn't from a tree. Maybe an animal? 1:30 a.m. Now I'm definitely freaked out. I saw something staring at me in the distance. I only managed to see its silhouette, but as soon as I looked at it, it vanished. I'm starting to second doubt this experiment. 1:55 a.m. I'm on the road. I can see the cabin from here. The thing from before kept following me. The more I walked, the more it got closer. Thankfully, I haven't seen it for a while, so I figured I'd just get to the cabin without any more delays. The first subject remained in alarm for a few days afterwards, but soon returned to a calm state. The second test subject was deployed in the same spot as the previous one on the following night. He had the exact same gear, except instead of an oil lantern, he had an infrared camera. He arrived at the cabin at 5 a.m. The agents noticed he was physically and psychologically shaken. He was panting and crying in fear. His sheet read the following: 0:30 a.m. This camera really doesn't help me navigate. I even fell a few times because of it. Almost everything I see is blue and black, except for the occasional red spot of an animal or bird. 1 a.m. I don't know what the fuck you guys put out here with me, but it's not funny. I took a break to drink some water when I heard a rattle coming from deep within the forest. I took my camera to see what it was, but I can be sure that was no normal animal. It was big, but hunched over. I couldn't make out its details since it was glowing bright red. I slowly walked away from it, never losing it out of my sight, even though it stayed completely immobile. I found a small ditch to hide. I guess it's better to ride it here than out in the open. I'll quicken up my pace. The faster I get out of here, the better. 4:30 a.m. I'm sorry for not writing more frequently. I just never had the chance. Shortly after the last entry, I heard it walking towards me. I hid in a small cave and waited for it to pass. It took so long because of that. It didn't leave me alone. I'll probably not write anything else until I get to safety. The last thing I want is to be surprised by that thing while my guard is down. The second test subject was visibly stressed and was taken to a psychologist for 3 months. The third subject never came back. He was deployed in the same spot on the next night. He had the same gear, except he had a night vision camera. When the agents were leaving the shack, they noticed a worn and ragged piece of paper on their doorstep. It had only one entry. It read the following: 0:05 a.m. If you find this, please tell my family I love them. These may be my last words. After I couldn't see the helicopter anymore, I turned on the camera to check my surroundings. I can see it 20 meters in front of me. It doesn't move as I write this. It doesn't even blink. It has no eyebrows. It's higher than any human or bear I've ever encountered. It's hunched like a gorilla, supporting its weight on the extremities of its limbs. I can't even call those things hands. It has fish-like eyes, no pupils, pure engulfing darkness. Oh God, it's tearing down trees as it moves. After the conclusion of the experiment, the Romanian government placed an electrified fence and guard towers surrounding the entire Hoia Bashu forest. They made sure not to let anyone in or out.
I am an extraordinary musician, one of the best. You could say it was in my blood. I am well aware of my greatness and find no reason to pretend otherwise. Modesty won't get you anywhere. I have the ability to play an instrument I pick up, but the violin has always held a special place in my heart. The first time I laid fingers on the polished piece of wood, I could hear something telling my 10-year-old self that this instrument would get me somewhere. That voice wasn't lying. I've spent the years perfecting my talent, and the hard work has paid off. I am now a first-chair violinist in the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, one of the most renowned orchestras in the world. Now, I mustn't take all the credit. As every musician knows, the quality of the instrument is just as important as how well you can play it.
This is why I have just recently finished my new violin, making it all by hand and just the way I want it. If you plan to take on the endeavor of creating a violin of similar caliber of my own, then there are a few steps to follow, and it's not for the faint of heart. First, you have to decide on the wood you will use for this masterpiece. Most people use spruce or maple, but I thought that willow deserved to be used on mine. But this is a personal exception. You can have someone cut the wood for you at specialty stores. Most of your big cities should have someone. It will cost you a bit of money, but it's worth it. Next, you'll need an assistant. Your helper doesn't need any skill or even know anything about music. The only thing they need is to be in good health and at least somewhat trusting. Once you have your assistant in mind, I advise you to invite them for tea. It won't make them too cautious, but if you slip something into their drink, your job will be a bit easier. Plus, they'll be more compliant to your offer. Your best plan is to place them in the most inner room in your house. Or if you have one, a basement is an even better place. I advise putting tape over the aide's mouth. When they find out what's going on, they can often, very loudly, regret their decision. You probably don't want to go down there for a while. Let the scared humans settle down a bit. When you do go down to feed them, be sure to keep a weapon at your side. Humans get quite violent when frightened, even when being offered food. Make sure that what you are feeding them won't be too harsh on their intestines. That is a very important part of the body in this case. When you go into their chamber to feed them, you can harvest your first item then and there if you want. Their hair will have to be long enough though. If it isn't quite the length you need, you can massage their scalp 2 times a day with an aloe lotion. This will encourage hair growth. I'll let you know in advance. If you sedate them first, your job will be way easier. Once you have your assistant's hair, then you no longer need them alive. Don't say this to them though. It encourages them to attempt escape. After the hair is cut, you just need to treat it like it was horsehair. You might want to be a little gentler with it because of its thinner quality. You just need to tie it off and attach it to the bow when it is finished. Killing them will be the least messy out of the next events. Death by hanging will cause the smallest amount of damage to the things you still need from them. Once you have them hung, you should cut a major artery and let as much of the blood as possible drain into a bucket with the wooden parts of the violin in it. The blood will work as a stain to the wood. It's hard to beat the rich red tint. You might have to scrub some of the pieces with the blood because the bucket probably won't fill up quite enough. Once you have drained as much blood as possible, you can cut a deep slit down the decided human's arm. This will allow you to easily pluck out the long arm bones you will need. The bones will need to be washed and then cut and painted to be used for the fingerboard. Some of the leftover bits of the bone will be used for the frog on the end of the bow. Once the bones are put in a sink to be washed, you can claim your last item from your dead assistant. The guts are the messiest to retrieve, and you have to be the most careful with them. You have to take them out while they are still warm, or you risk the veins breaking. Once they are out, you should get all the fat off of them, and treat them like any other sheep's guts. For all of the instructions I didn't give specifically, you should treat it like any other violin. I only gave the instructions specific for the human parts. You will have to change the hair on your bow from time to time, so be sure to keep the extra hair and the gut strings as well. That is all you need to know, my dear friends, about making a violin just like my very own. I have a concert to make it to, so I must end my writing here. I know the whole band will be mourning over the death of Willow Florence, the old first-chair violinist. But between you and me, I'm sure she'll still be sitting first chair at the concert tonight. She just won't be in the same shape as before.
I was about 7 years of age, and it was a dark, cold winter night, and my father and I had just finished saying goodbye to our family members.
It was Christmas Eve, and my aunt and uncle had just went home from visiting. A simple family ritual done every year on Christmas Eve as usual. Before I knew it, I had kicked off my winter boots and was in bed. My mom and dad came into the room and spoke with soft words to tell me good night. I couldn't wait for Christmas. It was my most favorite holiday of the year. The presents, the family dinner, everything just seems so perfect when it's the holiday season. Well, at this point, I couldn't go to bed thinking of Christmas and wondering what could possibly be under the tree. But inevitably, my eyelids grew heavier, and the light glow from the moon reflecting off of the snow was too soothing. Soon, I was fast asleep. All of a sudden, I was awake. Thinking it was Christmas, I was overjoyed to go open up presents. But I heard something odd, and my parents were usually up and making breakfast. I am a pretty heavy sleeper. I heard as though it was a mumbling sound. Not a, oh my god, it's a monster, shit your pants sound, but just enough so that I could hear it. Added on to the strange noise, I also heard big thumps for footsteps. We have wooden floors, so those of you who also do know what I'm talking about. Which was strange because even my father didn't make thumps that loud when he walked. So the curious and carefree child that I was went to investigate the noises. I checked upstairs, my parents' room, the bathrooms, everything, but found nothing. So the only two places left were the living room and the kitchen. When I stepped into the living room, I had found the source of the mumbling. It was my mother and my father, tied up in a rope, with cloths around their mouths in front of the Christmas tree and all of the presents. Suddenly I went to shock, and my parents weren't ones to play pranks either. Being scared, I rushed to the kitchen to fetch a knife to cut the rope. All of a sudden, I heard a noise coming from the living room. It was the thumping again. I hurried back there. Next to my parents was a tall man in a black sort of robe-like thin cloth around him. It had a hood. He wore heavy, what seemed to be steel-toed boots. The most defining characteristic this mysterious man had was the mask he wore. The mask was black, had a huge hole for the eyes, rimmed with metal. There was a long plastic-looking string that was tied in a tight knot to keep the mask on. But the thing I remembered most was the horrifying black beak on the mask. It curving downward almost like a hellish bird from a nightmare. Only, this was real life. I was frozen in shock, standing there as the hell bird stared blankly back to me, as though eating the very soul within my body. I did nothing, and seconds felt like total hours until finally the Birdman spoke in a very light, formal yet wisp-like voice, also revealing that he was a man, whether it really was a man or not.
I am the bringer of oblivion,
he said.
What do you plan on doing, you bastard?
I replied. He simply snickered. Behind him I noticed he had a bag. He reached into the bag and pulled out a gasoline tank and started dousing my parents with the gas. I went to attack him, but he punched my stomach and I fell to the ground. It felt like he also broke some of my ribs.
Now let's not be that way, okay? I expected you would sit and behave like a good little boy.
He started covering the tree and presents with gas, and then threw the tank down, it also spilling gasoline everywhere. He grabbed me by the shoulder and threw me by the front door.
Merry Christmas,
he said, dropping an enclosed envelope and a mask identical to his. He then took a big Zippo lighter and ignited it. He then threw the lighter to my parents, instantly engulfing them and everything in flames. He then jumped out of the window and ran into the dark woods behind our house. I watched as they were screaming in agony under the cloths and their skin started to melt away and char. I went to help them, but the house and everything was just so engulfed in flames. The last words I ever heard of my father was, "Just run, son. Go and run as fast as you can." Or, at least, that's what I could make out from him. I went to run out of the house, knowing sadly, and contemplating on whether to leave or not. I reached for the door and my foot stumbled upon something. It was the mask and the letter. For some reason, I took that mask and the letter. When I finally got a chance to open up the letter, my parents were long gone, all of my happiness crushed. The letter read as followed. From the bringer of oblivion. I knew you would keep this. Hello, if you are reading this, then that means you are very lucky. I am the bringer of oblivion, and this is your letter of oblivion. With this letter was a mask I left with you as well. But more importantly, I left you with something much more. Anger. Don't cry, because it will do no good whatsoever. I have left you with a task and a new life you can choose to lead. Take this mask and keep these words in your head, because I know they will be burned into your memory. When you are older, or maybe even now, depending on when you are reading this, you can take this mask and do the deed I had done to your and your family to another. You can take the rage out of you. Don't worry. It feels good. I know. Burn the house and leave a letter and a mask identical to these to the youngest of the household. And burn the rest of them all. I know you can do this. I feel the fucking rage inside of you. It has consumed you. So, release it. Do this, my child, and spread oblivion to wherever you may find it suitable. At the time I had read this, I'd stayed at a foster home for God knows how many years. But he was right about the rage. It controlled my body, and sometimes I think to myself, what would happen had what had been done that night not have occurred? But there's no fucking way I'd become him, I thought to myself. I am now 18 years old, and the rage and the day and the letter are all still stuck inside of my mind. It is all burned there, even as I am dropping this mask and this letter to the legs of a very lucky 5-year-old little girl who just happens to be the youngest of a family of 4. Everybody knows that if you surf the web long enough, you'll see some pretty sick shit. This is especially true if you intentionally dwell into the dark underbelly of the internet. I've seen quite a few things I don't care to admit to, but one thing that I'll always remember is a site called normalpornfornormalpeople.com. The first strange thing about the site was that I didn't find it by actually looking for it. It was emailed to me by someone I didn't know. The email was as follows. Hi there, found this site, is very nice, thought you might like. Normalpornfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind. Pretty standard issue chain letter, although the URL in the last remark really piqued my curiosity. I was having a very boring day when I got this, so I made sure my antivirus was working and then I clicked on it. It was a very average, very generic looking site. It gave the impression that the creators just barely gave a shit about making it look professional. The author seemed to have very tenuous grasps on English, and on the front page was a long, boring, and incoherent rant that I don't remember or have saved. The site had a strange tagline, which even today people haven't figured out the meaning of, which was, Normal Porn for Normal People, a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality. And from the sound of that, I wasn't sure whether I was here to watch porn or if I had stumbled onto some kind of eugenics program. But I was here now, and I was very, very curious to see what normal people get their rocks off to. So I scrolled down the rant and nothing. The page didn't seem to link to anywhere else, and I was about to leave when I noticed every word of the rant was its own hyperlink. So I clicked one of them and was sent to a white page with a very long list of links in the form of normalpornfornormalpeople.com/random letters. So I stopped for a minute and asked myself if I really wanted to waste God knows how much time clicking random links that will likely give me a virus that will rape my computer. I figured I'd just try for maybe 5 minutes, just to see if anything came up. I clicked one of the links and was sent to another page. This page apparently had totally different URLs than the last one. I was just about to say fuck this when I clicked on the third link, and a video download came up. It was called peanut.avi. It was a 30-minute video of a man, a woman, and a dog in a kitchen. The woman would make a peanut butter sandwich, and the man would set it down for the dog to eat. This was all that happened for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had to stop filming and wait until the dog was ready to eat again, and the dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know what you're thinking. What the hell does that have to do with porn? I have no clue. I've seen a little over 24 videos from this site, and the majority had no sexual activity at all. After watching Peanut.avi, I went on a certain image board I frequent to play online show and tell, like I always do with weird shit like this. But someone had already made a thread about it, some guy who had received the same chain letter I did. The image board thread got lots of people with nothing better to do to dig through the site, and that's how I saw other videos. Most of those 24 videos were very uneventful and consisted of people talking to the cameraman in a room with nothing in it but a desk and a few chairs. I mean literally nothing on the walls, or in terms of furniture. The whole room had a very cold, sterile feel to it. The conversations were just idle banter about previous jobs or embarrassing childhood moments. I kept expecting some kind of discussion about what the people were filming or what the site was about, but of course, nothing. You would never know these videos had anything to do with porn if you saw it out of context. I will say one thing though, the people who appeared in those videos were quite attractive. However, the other videos that actually did feature content which I suppose could be called sexual is where things got weird. I'll give brief descriptions of the stranger videos. If you're really eaten up with curiosity, you can try to hunt them down on a torrent site. LickedClean.avi, a 10-minute video filmed by a hidden camera in which we see a repairman working on a washing machine for the first 2 minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly and then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman is gone, and he begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes. Jimbo.avi, a 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part where he pretends to pull up a chair and pretends that it breaks because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts to static briefly and cuts back to the man sobbing quietly, still wearing mime outfit and makeup. Some kind of obscure fetish? Diana.avi, 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to a woman in a room different from the interview room. This room looks like one you'd find in a normal person's house. Exactly where they are is never specified, as Diana only talks about her violin playing. She obviously plays her violin, but she keeps getting distracted by something. I didn't notice this until someone on the image board thread pointed it out, but if you look at the mirror in the background, you can see a fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi, another 4-minute cameraman video. This time he's outside a house talking to another young woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city streets behind them occasionally. The strange thing is, no one so far has been able to identify where this street is. Guesses have ranged anywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines, but there's yet to be a match for the street shown in the video. Tonguetied.avi, 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consist of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did in Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed and the elderly woman is nowhere to be seen. From this point on, there is no sound. Stumps.avi, 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to break dance on a DDR mat in what looks like the kitchen from Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music unseen in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark when the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off-screen to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this off-screen person begin to scream as the video ends abruptly. Privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mattress in the interview room, while the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room was always closed in other videos, but it's now open. In this video, the only light is in the room, and the hallway is dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway. And finally, the last video we uncovered, Useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, but he does not enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running in the hall in the previous video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee, its hair shaved and its entire body painted red. When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment. It may have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The
The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread exploded with activity after this video was uncovered, and people discussed it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found that the thread was deleted. I tried to start another one and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy who sent me the chain letter with the site's URL, sent him 5 messages and never got a response. I have tried to discuss this website on various places and I got banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after useless.avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof that normal porn for normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps people took, and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded to torrents, the most popular of which being useless.avi, which found its way onto a few gore sites. Wherever you upload them to, all of the videos from normal porn for normalpeople.com get deleted after a while.
It was winter of 2008. I had been out with a couple of friends, drinking hot chocolate and Christmas shopping when we decided to visit my friend Christina. She was in the hospital with a severe case of pneumonia, so we figured she would enjoy some nice flowers. We stopped by the florist and bought a bouquet of pink carnations, her favorite, before heading to Calvary Hospital. We entered through the large sliding doors, the heavy air hitting me almost instantly. I sighed deeply, a sudden feeling of remorse coming over me as I climbed the stairs to the second floor. After our visit with Christina, we decided to do what most teenagers do: explore. We wandered the halls, becoming disappointed at not finding anything before my boyfriend Travis nudged me. I stopped, giving him a curious look before turning my head in the direction he was staring. A large sign that read mortuary in big red letters was on the wall with a steel door beneath it.
"Let's go in,"
Travis whispered, my other friends nodding in agreement shortly after. I shrugged, giving my sign of approval as my friend Bethany tried the door. With much difficulty, it swung open. I looked around at the sheet-covered slabs, worry and excitement filling the pit of my stomach. I walked around, reading each name tag slowly. One name caught my eye.
"Brigid Sage."
I tilted my head, staring at the white sheet before me. Suddenly, the sheet rustled, and my heart stopped for a millisecond. I didn't have time to get his name out before the sheet flew off, revealing a girl that looked to be in her 20s. Her long black hair was in a tangled mess, and her orangey-colored eyes were frozen open. By this point, we were all staring at her, way too scared to move. Her red lips curled up in a twisted grin. She was wearing what looked like a black dress, showing a hole in her chest where her heart should have been. That's when she spoke.
"Have you ever seen a dead girl walk?"
Her tone was sinister with a voice like velvet. Suddenly we snapped out of our daze and ran out of there, slammed the door and never looked back. I still have nightmares of that day, and I can feel eyes on me from time to time. Sometimes I see a girl out of the corner of my eye, with bright red lips and hair like midnight, waiting to show me the afterlife.
They called me a jack of all trades, and I guess that was right. I was willing to do a lot of things for pay, and manual labor popped up a lot. So when old Miss Lytheby asked me to help her move, I was glad to help. I got money, she didn't have to pay for an expensive moving crew. We all win, right? But the place she moved into was way out of town. I had to drive 3 miles off the beaten path of these woods to reach this place, then load all her crap in through this tiny log cabin's door. When I was finally done, it was dark and cold outside, so she made me chop firewood for her. I didn't complain at the time, since she was still paying after all. But in the process, I ended up with a few nasty splinters all over my hands. Glad to finally be done with that job, I went back to normal life, and my extra pocket money was gone within a couple of weeks. The splinters, however, were not. I tried plucking them out with tweezers, but the little bastards hung on. At first I thought nothing of it, but they started to look pretty bad after a while. I guess they got infected because they started oozing all types of liquids. I needed to have them in band-aids most of the time, just to avoid disgust.
I finally caved in and went to a dermatologist, and he recommended the usual: Neosporin, peroxide, washing my hands, stop picking at them, etc. But after a week of following those instructions, my fingers just looked worse. Not to mention, hurt like the devil. Instead of that idiot dermatologist, this time I went to a real doctor. The guy seemed interested, and took some samples of the pus oozing from my skin. He told me he'd get back to me after a while, so I waited. Well, guess what? My fingers were now so swollen that I could barely do anything with them. And no hands means no work. So I had to live off what money I had left, cursing myself for ever working for Miss Lytheby. As if that weren't bad enough, they still hurt, more than splinters should. I had them wrapped up a lot, and I doubt I could even move them anymore. Finally, the doctor got back to me. We got around to meeting each other again. 'Cause he said he wanted to show me something in person. What he ended up handing me was a printout from some webpage about a rare parasite that I'd never heard of. The thing crawls under people's skin and starts eating away at their muscle tissue, generally causing hell for its host. As soon as it gets big enough, it lays its eggs in the host's bloodstream so the little baby parasites can get all over the body. The worst thing about these bugs is that they're really tiny. So tiny, they could be mistaken for a splinter. I couldn't help but smile. I could hear the screams of my ultimate prize as she continued to try to escape from the chains that bound her to the chair. Constant yelping for her parents, pleas of desperation and vexation. I expected such. Abducting her wasn't the best part. This was. I wish I could tell her that she would never see the light of day again. But I found not a satisfactory outcome for that. Removing myself from the slits of the blinds to which I peeked through from my room, I opened the door and entered hers. Her cries stopped in an instant. I sensed a maelstrom of emotions from her, all wanting to escape from that thick shell she kept over her. For a 15-year-old, my new salvation knew how to keep herself calm and steady. I began to feel her mind's mechanism whirring alive, submerged in calculations. "Welcome," I said, "to my world." The statement wasn't anything special. I had prepared it for this very occasion. I wasn't the perfect, ideal man, but the least I could do to prolong her sanity was to appear professional at least. Right away, she made her first mistake. She frowned, then decided it was too risky and put on a poker face instead.
Sir, please do not harm me.
"I will not hurt you," I said. I made my way in front of her and crossed my arms. The girl still had her school uniform on. She had a youthful pale face, long blonde hair, and a generally petite framework. "You are simply here because I have a couple of things that I'd like to do to you and your body."
Doesn't sound very reassuring.
It was barely noticeable, perhaps not distinguishable at all for a common man, but her voice shook a little.
You're here to violate me?
I pursed my lips. I'm a man of high moral value. Rape is beyond me, especially for juveniles.
High moral value?
The girl shifted her gaze to the wall to her right.
You can start removing these chains then.
And then you'll run off with my gun. On cue, I slid my revolver out of my belt and aimed it at her head. Since I have high moral value, I will take off your chains. I don't think I have to tell you what will happen if you try to do things against me. Understood?
Not understood,
the girl snapped.
You've taken me hostage, so obviously you need me. You wouldn't kill me.
At that point, I realized that the girl was an interesting company. I had anticipated cleverness and criticality, but this young one definitely knew her way with words. I could only dream of telling her what would happen next, just to see her smart act crumble. But I chose not to, for that would ruin the fun, and I would need to get another prize again. Perhaps you're right, I said. I slid the revolver back to my belt. Just please do not do anything stupid as I remove your chains. The next few seconds followed with me waiting for another response. But the girl kept silent. Slowly, I knelt down beside her and began working my way through her chains. It only took a single key to take out the lock, and then it was mainly just untying everything. It was an easy task. Soon the girl was freed of her restrictions. In return, she obtained the capability of taking me down or running away out of my reach. But she did neither.
Sir, I've joined a lot of charity works.
This I did not expect. Okay.
Mostly ones funded by my school,
She continued. She kept her eyes glued at the floor.
Through those, I've experienced conversing with a lot of people, and in return, it's easy for me to understand them. I believe that all people have problems, even those born right out of rich families. As Shakespeare had said, this world is a theater. In plays, there's always conflict. Conflict fuels our lives.
Why are you telling me all this? She faced me with her blue eyes, a stern look on her face.
Sir, whatever you kidnapped me for, I believe it's for some cause. I know you have a problem troubling you, and if I have to be involved in it for whatever reason, just to fix it, then I will help.
I remained silent. Digesting her words wasn't easy. I was taken aback, admittedly. With all the atrocities in the world, I couldn't help but feel astounded by the fact that such innocence still existed. I couldn't kill such an interesting person. Right there, I knew I needed to get another toy. The world needed this girl. Girl, you amaze me with your words, I said after recovering. Tell me, if I let you go, will you report me to the police? She instantly shook her head.
Sir, putting people with deep troubles in jail won't help them. If you let me go, I'll go home and tell my parents I'd like to help you.
Is that so?
That is so.
Okay, I replied. Let me take you to the entrance then. The trip to outside was quick. The girl praised the paintings I had on my walls, and she told me she would have dinner with me once she comes back after noticing I live alone. As we arrived at the porch with the door open behind us, she took a gander around her surroundings. Her face lighted up as she recognized the place.
Oh, this is actually walking distance from my home.
Oh, really? I asked, scratching my head. Well, that's good. I trust that you can walk by yourself.
Of course. By the way,
she faced me.
Can you give me a pen and paper? I'd really like to help you. I'll write my contact details down so you can get a hold of me anytime.
Spinning around, I went back inside, tore a small piece of paper from a full sheet, got my pen, and went out. I handed everything to her, and she began writing.
Please do not forget to contact me as soon as possible,
she said as she wrote frantically.
I would really like to help you with whatever your problem is.
I grinned. Girl, I'd just like to commend you for your humanity. The world needs more people like you. She nodded, shoving the pen and paper back to my hands.
Bye.
I was forced to squint as I read her handwriting. There was nothing wrong about her penmanship. She just wrote too small. Pulling the paper closer to my face, I read her contact details out loud. I won't help you. We'll call the police. Thanks for letting me out. You're a fool. As I stared up, I saw the rascal sprinting as fast as she could, turning a sharp right into an alley before vanishing from sight. I could hear her laughter, an inhumane crackling that tore my head like lightning. Infuriated, I crumbled the paper into a ball and let it drop from my hands. I wanted to tear her from inside, to squash her bones, but I knew I needed to keep it cool, so I did. Without a sound, I made my way back inside and grabbed the cleaver from the rack. The look on her face when she realized how close her home was entertaining. She was a clever being, but she underestimated me. I knew I was the smarter one, and now I could demonstrate it with blood and knives. Of course I knew where she lived. It was necessary for the dessert. Pushing my way through the door beside her room, I flicked the light switch to my side and savored the two hanging beings in front of me. They opened their eyes as they began to wiggle free to no avail. Their mouths were gagged, so the words they spouted turned out nonsensical. They turned more violent as I raised my cleaver. I wondered what I would need to give up just to see how she would respond, finding out that both of her parents were abducted as well. Who's the fool now? I endlessly sang, "Not me," as I tore down my dinner. There was once an old man who lived in the rural countryside, with no one living for miles in any direction. Despite the feeling of total isolation, he liked the peace and quiet. Lately, his power had been going out frequently due to his aged and outdated generator that was stored in the cellar. He went to the city to purchase a new one. That night, he flipped on the generator and took a nice hot shower, the first in a couple of months. After that, he went to bed after a long day of work. He was just about to doze off when he heard the sound of water dripping. Drip, drop, drip, drop. He was awakened by it, but paid no mind to it. But then he heard it again. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Eager to find out what it was and put a stop to it, he fumbled over to his bathroom, where he thought he must have left the shower slightly on, but the shower faucet and the shower itself were bone dry. He then assumed that maybe the leaking sound was coming from an old pipe in the cellar. The house was very old and much of the plumbing was rusted and damaged, so he went downstairs so he could prevent the leaking from getting his floor wet. When he got downstairs, he found the source of leakage, right next to the new generator. It was very dark, the only lights being the two dim red lights indicating the generator was off. But he knew he was near a group of exposed pipes, so he put a towel and a bucket in that general area. The water was warm and almost felt thicker than water would usually feel, but the warm shower he just took would explain that. He got up and shuffled back to bed, but continued to hear the leaking. The next morning, he went back down to the cellar with his tools to fix the pipes. When he arrived at the spot, he began to inspect which pipe was leaking, only to find that none of them showed any signs of damage or leakage. He turned on the water to see if it would drip, but to no avail. He ducked under the pipes to retrieve the bucket and towel, and noticed that right where he placed them were patches of black fur. Confused, the man got his gear and started the generator so he could take his morning shower. Only to add on to the confusion, he noticed that the generator didn't have any red indication lights. Taken from the records of a local news station that plans to do a story on the John Fry case. This is the transcript of an interview with prison guard Jordan McMillan. The news story was cancelled when the prison refused to allow Fry to be interviewed, citing the camera lens as a danger. John Fry entered Jackson State Penitentiary on May 31st of 2013. The charge was armed robbery, for which he pled guilty. I haven't really reviewed the details of the case. I guess I'm too scared to, but I imagine he wanted to be caught. He wanted a stage for his little show. He wanted to be watched. His first cellmate was Charlie Shea. Fry was a little guy, maybe 90 pounds at a stretch. We picked Shea because he was pushing 70 and was in for 3 strikes. We figured the two of them really couldn't mess with each other much. I remember the first thing Fry did was go over to the mirror at the cell sink and examine it. He ran his hand over his face like he was trying to decide if he needed a shave, but he didn't shave, he just walked over and laid down in his cot. The next morning, Shea was dead of a heart attack. We didn't think much of it, but it left us with a half-empty cell, so we had to move someone in. Somehow, Willie Heidel got picked. Don't ask me how, the guy was built like a wall and had a temper.
When we put him in, we all whispered a prayer that Fry knew to keep his mouth shut. The next morning, Ida was dead of an embolism. We didn't really think anything of it at first. I mean, yeah, we were all saying, this shit is weird, but we weren't blaming Fry. I mean, what the fuck did he have to do with it, except being in the goddamn cell? But, you know, in jail rumors get spread. It's a place where a guy sleeps with his girlfriend the night before her 18th birthday, and everyone hears he raped a 12-year-old. So during lunch, Fry was confronted by Mickey Hives. All Mickey knew was that Fry had 2 roommates die in 2 nights. He didn't know the details, but he already thinks Fry did it. He only gets 1 punch in before Donnie Cass pulls him away. Good thing for Fry at least. 1 more punch, I don't think he would have survived. So we get him down to the medical unit, and he's asking for a mirror to see how he looks. He says he feels fine and would just like to rest. So they give him a once-over, clean up the blood, and schedule him for an appointment with the dentist. Then they give him his mirror. This is where we first started noticing things getting weird. John, he just holds the mirror up to his face and he stares at it. He stares at it for a good 20 minutes. All the time, the nurses just leave him alone, but they're all looking at him, just staring at that mirror. Well, they look at him until Mickey gets there. Now the first 2, they were nothing personal, so Fry killed them in their sleep. But he wasn't nice to Mickey. His throat swelled up and he basically choked on it. He didn't have allergies or anything like that. It just happened. So he gets pulled in, clawing at his own throat. They give him all the stuff you give people with peanut allergies and shit, but it didn't help. He didn't have any allergies. He just had John Fry after him. We left Fry in the medical wing for a while after that, while we decided what to do. I mean, we couldn't prove he was killing people, and he's still being real polite. When he gets his baked potato, he's still saying, "Thank you," like he's just so grateful. But eventually, we decide we have to put him in solitary, just to be sure. He doesn't complain. The next morning, when I brought him his breakfast, I heard him whisper,
Anything bad happened to Lottenberg?
Then he reaches out real gentle and lays this little tiny piece of tinfoil in the food slot, maybe an inch square, that he got off the baked potato. That was the morning of June 4th. June 3rd, Senator Frank Lottenberg died of pneumonia. Yeah, Lottenberg was old. But you want to test it? Could all be coincidence. But since then, no mirrors and nothing shiny. No, we don't know what the mirrors had to do with it, but he hasn't killed again without them. He hasn't left solitary since, but he hasn't asked to. Every morning when I bring him his food, he just stares at me smiling, wondering when he gets to put on the next act of his little show.
When I joined the case at 47 County Street, I didn't know what to expect. As a social worker, I see all kinds of screwed up things from child abuse to child abusing their parents. Yet, when I got the reports from that household, I wasn't expecting much. The initial letters we received were from a neighbor describing loud noises, shouting at late hours of the night, and a teenager storming out from the household on a bike last winter just after they heard what sounded like glass shattering from within the house. This had apparently been going on for a few years. Still, something about the way the cop came in on Tuesday, white as a sheet, asked about the case, probably should have at least somewhat set off some alarms. I was ignorant. There I stood in the living room of the Bedford family house on County Street, beside myself as this story unfolded. Dan, the father of the 3 children, spoke first with tears in his eyes. "I'm so glad somebody called on us. My wife and I would have never had the courage to contact anyone about this." This struck me as odd, seeing as most people don't want the authorities or social services knocking at their door. "Can I offer you some water? Coffee?" That's what Valerie, Dan's wife, asked me in a hushed voice. They both looked exhausted and unbathed, like they'd just been stranded on an island for weeks and were just rescued by me. They seemed indifferent to their surroundings, calm at the moment, but the tension was kinetic. "No thank you," I passed up the offer. I wasn't comfortable accepting anything from the couple just yet.
Tell me, as we need to get started here, what are your children's names and how old are they? I already had this info, but I needed to survey how these two reacted to questioning. Valerie answered. Well, Damien is 17. He dropped out of school last week, but he's not here today. And there's my little sweetheart Kelsey. She's 11. She's with her grandmother for the weekend. It's Wednesday, ma'am. Oh, right. I'm sorry. She's with her aunt. I lose track since we're never here anymore. She'll be home soon, though. Her husband stared at her intently, almost not staring at her at all, more like through her. I took note of all of this. Please note that you're being recorded for this interview. I apologize if I'm mistaken, but it says on file here that you have a third child. They both stared coolly into my eyes. A chill ran up my spine and my left leg went numb. This is a feeling I would get as a child if I ever made a joke that offended someone, except now at 34, I suddenly felt out of place. Jessica, they both spoke in unison. I relaxed slightly. Jessica. Okay, yes, I have that here. 7 years old? They nodded together, their faces twisted in an uncomfortable expression, both suddenly wringing their hands. Dan glanced over at the staircase to his left, I guess to silently signal as to Jessica's whereabouts. She's up there, Valerie told me, suddenly sobbing. A pang hit my heart like knuckles to a tetherball. I could feel my emotions swirling around my ribs. My stomach started to turn. Excellent. Can I meet her? I asked stiffly. Yes, but... Riley wiped her nose with a tissue and looked at the stairs. But you have to go get her. Another odd feeling. I was beginning to get suspicious, but I wasn't sure just what I was getting suspicious of. These two seemed like a train wreck, and I was certainly one to judge. Still, they didn't seem like bad people. They felt like victims to me. I decided to accept their request. Okay, where upstairs is she? In her room? I scratched at the back of my neck, as I do when I'm not comfortable. Yeah, they both answered at the same time again. I stared at both of them for a bit before standing up and heading toward the stairs. My heart jumped as my foot hit some metal across the floor. I looked down to see an empty pet dish of some kind. Don't worry, sorry about that. Dan picked up the dish off the floor for me. That's our cat Evie's dish. I nodded, but didn't respond. I just climbed the stairs to the top floor. The creaks of the steps were eerie and loud as I made my way up to a dim, badly lit hallway. I couldn't quite collect my thoughts. There was something strange going on. I didn't know what. Why were they sending me up to meet with their daughter? Why couldn't they retrieve her for me? Why did I accept their request? Upon checking out the long hallway, I noticed one door at the end. It was bedazzled with stickers and letters, appearing to be a very normal young girl's room. The letters spout out Jessica's name, except the S next to the E was missing. I also noticed there appeared to be no light coming from within their bedroom. I was taking mental notes of everything for my report. I opted for knocking on the door out of respect, but received no reply. After 3 or 4 tries, I decided to just open it, figuring they were wrong about her whereabouts. The door slowly creaked open under the grip of my left hand. My other hand clutched my clipboard, perhaps tighter than it should have. Just as I expected, the room was dark. Only a small amount of moonlight shined in from the cool autumn night. I found a switch on the wall to my right and clicked it on. Holy hell! My heart skipped a beat, so what I saw in the center of the room was unexpected. A little girl with dark brown hair sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling at me. I didn't notice her before with the lights off. I was startled, but I couldn't be stirred. I'm sorry, Jessica. I didn't think anyone was in here. Hi, is all she said, still smiling at me. Hi, I'm here talking with your parents and they told me you'd be up here. I just need to ask some questions. Is that okay, Jessica? Is this like a game? She asked. The smile never left her face. The problem is what seemed like a happy smile at first suddenly seemed a little off. I'm not sure what the feeling was I was getting, but it definitely made me unnerved. Not exactly, but it'll take only a moment. She just stared at me, her off-kilter smile never changing. I moved towards the dresser across from her bed and pulled out my pen. Jessica, how are you feeling today? Hungry? I blinked a couple of times. Hungry, huh? Okay. Haven't you had dinner yet? It's pretty late right now. They had dinner, but I feed myself. I blinked at her again. They don't feed you? It's okay, I eat whenever I want. That smile on her face. It sent chills down my back, much cooler than the air outside. I cleared my throat a little. Do you like your parents? I asked. I used to. She dipped her head down a little bit, looking at me with her neck arched, still grinning as ever. Jessica, I need to get the full story here so I can make sure we find out what's going on, okay? If you're honest, I can help you. Still smiling away, she nodded. Where are your brother and sister today? She didn't reply. I noticed the cat jump on the bed and lay by the post. It was staring up at Jessica. Oh, I see you have a little friend. Do you like your cat? Jessica's grin grew wider and her eyes flashed with mischief. Then she tilted her head to the side and spoke, but not in her own voice. This voice was deeper, gravely. I'm hungry. That's when she snatched the cat up from the bed and pulled its neck to her mouth. She crunched down, causing the poor thing to hiss and squeak in agony. I gasped and fell back against the dresser. Jessica tilted her head back and gave the most maniacal laugh I've heard in my life, dripping from her teeth and lips. She took the cat in both hands as blood splattered onto the bed. Then I heard a snapping sound and the poor creature went silent. Jessica flopped down onto her stomach, continuing to bite into the cat's fur and flesh. I could hear her lips and teeth smacking and crunching. That's when I puked all over the goddamn floor. After spilling my guts, I lunged for the doorway, colliding with the opposite wall just outside. I stomped my way back downstairs, to where Dan and Valerie were sitting. They both just looked at me, obviously knowing I had just witnessed the reason for their strange behavior. I looked at them both, not one of us saying a word for the longest time. Finally, as I began making my way to the door, Valerie spoke. Wait! She exclaimed. I turned around, my hand on the doorknob, fear still present in my watery eyes. Valerie looked at me with a saddest face, gripping her husband's arm so tight and said, Aren't you going to help us?
I was there, hanging back by the wall, when you were born. In no time at all, you were off to your first day at school, and I watched you go to class while I stood at the top of the schoolhouse. Eagerly I saw you grow, change, experience life. You were special in your own ways, but from a distance, just the same as all the others. When your parents videotaped your graduation ceremony, I was hiding in the corner. You looked so happy, the whole world in front of you. You thought we would be together forever, but I knew better. These things always end the same. I sat in utter boredom at the edge of your desk as you worked your life away. You completely disappointed me. Ignoring me, you were always thinking of later, like all those other fools. Later we could travel. Later we could sleep in all day. Later you would appreciate me more, love me more, respect me more. You turned out to be one of the bad ones. I guess I should have felt sorry for you, but really, I am quite used to it. I silently breathed in the scent of your hair and watched the color evaporate, leaving gray and white. You used to have a vibrant crown of color. You blamed me for stealing it away. You could not feel it as I licked your skin, my corrosive saliva burning wrinkles into your flesh, once so smooth and healthy. Later came and went. When you finally retired, it was far too late for all your plans for me, and there was nothing I could do but what I've always done, wait and watch. A sad, empty vase rested beside me on the windowsill of your hospital room. I patiently gazed upon your withering form. I could tell that you missed me then, near the end. Like so many before you, and so many to come, you wished you had appreciated me more. You wept to your family, crying out for me, but I just sat back and watched. I was the only one keeping vigil when you finally passed. With a shrug, I closed that eye and opened another one. This one hanging on the back wall of that very same delivery room where you were born. It felt like mere moments ago to me, but then your whole life was a blink of my eye. As time, I tend to see things differently from you mortals. Maybe this next one will appreciate me more.
At the age of 10, young Red began encountering some problems. His father became abusive to both him and his mother due to their financial troubles. His mother wasn't very nice either and juggled many jobs, including being a bartender. Red soon became completely sick of all of his troubles and began to create a dreamland where everything was perfect. Red wanted nothing more than to live in this world of his. Soon, he met with Bill, a great inventor from the city, who had a new machine he wanted to test. Red agreed. The machine would induce artificial lucid dreaming, or a state in which you are aware that you are dreaming. Red believed that living in this world would allow him to escape his burdened life for a new one. That night, Red slept over at Bill's laboratory in the machine. Suddenly, he woke up in his own bed in his own room, thinking the machine had failed and he was taken back home while he was asleep. He walked over to his computer, only to find that it contained an item called potion. Red clicked remove and the potion was in his hand. He was dreaming. He walked downstairs to greet his parents, only to find that he had just a mother. She was extremely nice and caring though, and when Red asked where he was, she began to talk to him about why he was here. She told him that everything in his world was specifically created for a purpose, even if Red himself hadn't made it up. Red's mother is his sense of family support. She constantly reminds him that his skills are unmatched by any opponent, even the toughest of rivals. Red's father isn't around because Red simply did not like him. He couldn't think of anything good to turn him into. Blue is his motivation. He keeps pushing Red to be better than himself. Professor Oak is like Red's father figure and is everything his dad wasn't. Also, Daisy provides that little sister sideline cheerer support. The gym leaders are Red's overcoming of his challenges. One day he will defeat those challenges and become the champion, but he still has a road ahead of him. The cities are named after colors to ensure that Red has a bright future in his dream world. The Pokemon all serve different parts of his wish fulfillment as well. Some represent the evil in him. Some represent the good. Some represent his childish nature while some represent maturity. One breed, however, is Red's dearly departed pet mouse, Sparky. Pikachu represents his love for his deceased pet, as well as his rather rebellious side. The electric type comes from the name. Red's mind found a literal meaning for this. Each landmark also has its purpose in Red's fantasy. The Great Marsh is his visualization of how large his problems are. You often get stuck in marshes as you do problems. Sylph Co is his plan to be successful in life, and the Pokemon Museum is his interest in science. The Pokemon Museum is his desire to start a new life, as fossils start a new life here. The Lavender Town Pokemon Tower is yet another tribute to his dead mouse. He has still not let go. In his world, everything and everybody crumbles beneath his feet as if it were too easy. Red soon gets bored. In his sleep, he mumbles,
Bill.
Bill starts to help Red out of the contraption, but Red remembers his family and why he was here in the first place. He goes back to sleep, catching more Pokemon and becoming the champion, finally defeating Blue once and for all. But Red has now been on the machine for weeks. He perishes of hunger. The machine is never used again, until another young boy by the name of Gold finds it.
My car is a piece of crap. Out in the middle of nowhere, it had a freaking breakdown. I don't know what's wrong with it. How am I supposed to know anyway? Smoke just started pouring out of the front and I heard the engine slow and stop. Then it gave off a large bang. Never should have bought the damn thing. But the deal was too amazing. I'm getting off topic. I started waving at passing drivers. It took an hour for one to pull up. It was an average car, silver with a few scratches. There was a kid in the back, looked to be 5 or 6 years old. The kid's father in the front. Hey there, having car troubles? He asked. I think it's gone for good, I said. I don't know what to do. You know what? I like picking up hitchhikers. Hop in. I got in the car. These folks were coming back from a road trip. We had a fun time. It was about an hour drive to their place. We sang to the radio and had a great time. The kid didn't speak at all, though. We finally pulled into the driveway. It was a nice large house, plenty of room, probably a lot of spare rooms. Perfect. The guy even told me I could stay the night. What a nice guy. Well, the guy told me some things about the house. He told me the downstairs toilet does not work, the bathroom is off limits, and that the floorboards are extra creaky. Me and the father watched television for a few hours. We got to know each other better. Turns out his wife died a year ago. Poor fella. The cause of death was unknown. Strangely, the guy did not seem so sad about it. My guess was he was over it. The child was nowhere to be seen. I asked him about his kid. He said his kid was shy and had some problems. He refused to say what the problems were. Probably embarrassed. It would probably be hard to take care of that kid without his wife. Then I asked what was in the basement. Personal stuff, he said. Now, you don't go down there. I woke at 5 o'clock because of the creaking floor. It was loud. I could hear it loud and clear. It was like someone walking around. I had no idea how it could have happened. I got out of my bedroom and went into the hallway. The creaking was coming from the hallway, but nobody was there. It was an empty hallway, yet the creaking noise continued. It was coming from the other side of the hallway, this taunted creaking, almost mesmerizing. I couldn't move. This creaking noise started to inch closer to me, step by step, closer and closer. Strange footprints started to appear on the ground from nowhere. They were small spurts of blood, with strange chunks floating around in it. The footsteps got closer and closer until it was right at me. A large gust of wind blew at me ferociously and knocked me to the ground. When I looked up, the footprints were gone. The creaking was still present though, right underneath me. I didn't move. The creaking was underneath my body, getting louder and louder, almost turning into stomping. It stomped 3 times before the floorboards broke. I fell through about 20 feet until something broke my fall. I looked down. It was a corpse. It stunk and was rotting. It seems like a lady, but it was hard to tell from all the organs and such hanging all over the place, with tons of blood spilled all over the place. It was dry but still stained the ripped moldy wedding dress she was wearing. I almost threw up. It was horrifying. "I see you've met my lovely wife," a voice said.
Daddy, can I?
The child said. "Not yet, sweetie. Just wait," the father said cheerfully. "You see, my child needs to feed every once in a while, and it was very handy that you came around."
Daddy, I'm hungry.
The child impatiently said.
Daddy, Daddy.
"Okay, sweetie, go ahead now," said the father. I heard a creaking through the floorboards, coming closer to me. Lumpy blood started forming in the shape of footprints. The child smiled at me, unmoving. The creaking got louder and louder until it got so close to me and I was so afraid and...
Daddy?
I should have just accepted her for who she was. I was having fun playing my Soul Silver. I was walking around in the grass looking for a shiny Eevee. I needed one. I must have one to get a shiny Jolteon. I entered one patch of grass and I was amazed at what I saw. It was a wild Jolteon. Wait, is that the animation for the shinies? It's the shiny Jolteon. I found a shiny Jolteon. I had to catch it. My Ninetales was sent out. I commanded it to use Will-O-Wisp. Did a good amount of damage on the Jolteon but kept it from fainting. The Jolteon attacked with Thundershock and my Ninetales almost fainted. I threw an Ultra Ball. 1 shake, 2, 3, click. I got it! I got a shiny Jolteon. I didn't want to call her Jolteon. I wanted to nickname her. I chose to nickname her, and the nickname screen came up with Light. She was now named Light. I was so happy to finally have one. I went to my Pokemon parties. I had one spot open for a Pokemon and selected Light. I clicked on her summary. She was a good strong Pokemon. Her stats and HP were good as well, until I noticed. She had stitches connecting her paw to her left leg. Was this a glitch or something? Wait, why is she looking at me like that? She had a look as if she was about to cry. I had to accept her. I smiled and said to her, "Don't worry, stitches or no stitches, you're my Jolteon, Light. I love you." Her look seemed to change. It was more hopeful. I was happy I was able to cheer her up. Soon the day came I had to let Light go. She was disrupting my team and I couldn't take it anymore. She'd randomly pop into battles without warning, and my own Pokemon, and so on. I didn't care that she was a special Jolteon. This was driving me nuts. I put her in my PC box and selected release. Then the screen went all black, but Light's sprite remained. It started to cry, and the stitches connecting her paw to her left leg were starting to bleed. Then a text box appeared. It read, "Do you really want to release me, Master? I thought you loved me for who I was." A yes/no option appeared. As sad as I was to do it, I selected yes. Light became enraged. Another text box. "Ugh, you were just like the others. All the other games I hacked myself into before you, they all did this. Well, no more. You are not getting rid of me." I was horrified. This Pokemon hacked itself into games? I shivered and was hoping she wouldn't do too much. A text box appeared. "I shall defeat you before I go. I will make you feel my pain." A battle started. An ashamed Light appeared. A text box read, as the Light came on the screen as my opponent. Her cry was creepy and distorted. My only Pokemon was Ninetales for some reason, but I didn't complain. She was sent out and the battle began. I commanded Ninetales to use Will-O-Wisp, but I was horrified when a text box appeared. Ninetales is too terrified of Light to attack. Then it was Light's move. She used a move called Unacceptance. I was freaking out. I knew that wasn't good. As soon as it hit Ninetales, it killed her. Killed. "Your precious Ninetales has been killed. What do you think of me now?" Light's sprite grinned, then laughed. And suddenly, Light stopped. A text box appeared. "No, I can't do this. I can't do this to you." Light fell to the ground. Her paw was bleeding out. Master? I shall come back to you. I'll be better. I will care." Opponent Light has died. The game immediately shut off. I was silent, just sitting there with the DSi still in my cold, shivering hands. I closed the DSi, sat on my desk, and sighed. It was over. Then I looked over at my bed, and a single tear fell from my eye as I beheld what was on my bed. It was a premium Jolteon plush, and it had stitches connecting its paw to its left leg.
I am one of those people that think about the most awful scenarios that could happen at any time. Whether it is at a restaurant or at a movie theater. You know, like a man walks in with a gun, or a man comes towards me and kidnaps me. Yeah, I am abnormal. But think about it. How many times have you walked by a person and made eye contact with them? But not kind and flirty, more like eerie and unnerving. Like they were looking at you before you saw them. Or they stared at you a little too hard. I mean, what if this person had been a serial killer? Apparently, you walk by a psychopath at least once each day. What if when you felt like you were being watched, you were by a person who has been searching for the right one for a long time? The one person who wishes to hold the fate of your life in their hands. The uncontrollable lust to kill. Just think about that. And what if instead of a person wanting you, you walk by a person that already has someone? Some little girl crying all alone in the basement, having to worry about when the bad man is going to return. The one you just walked by. The one who looks a little too calm and happy. Maybe, just maybe, you know one or could be best friends with a psycho. You claim to know everything about each other, but do you really? You aren't with them constantly. You have to close your eyes sometimes. That is one of the reasons I can't deal with sleepovers. Most think, oh, they'll draw on me. But what I think is that they are recording me, just watching me as I stir in my sleep. I can't be the only one. Anyway, chances are that you know an insane person, or a perfectly sane person with a killer habit, or that you have seen or perhaps read something from someone who could be watching you right now.
I remember I was on YouTube. It was probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had been searching for videos and footage of ghosts and extraterrestrials when I saw a video called Smile for the Camera. It didn't really catch my eye because of the thumbnail. It was just black. But eventually I clicked on it because I had watched every other video that was on the related videos list. When the video came up, I paused it and checked the comments to make sure it wasn't a screamer because I had always hated them. The comment said nothing except for creepy, and it had people talking about how they couldn't watch it to the end. Many comments also notified me of the fact that the view count was stuck at 29 views. Satisfied, I scrolled back up to the video. I set the video quality to its highest setting and made it full screen. It started out black with a bit of static in the background. Nothing I couldn't really handle. And then a light was shown very far away. The quality of the video was that of an old camera and the sound wasn't much better. The light slowly came closer into focus, and then it became apparent to me that the light was actually shining off of a person sitting in a chair with a light shining on them. At this point, I didn't think that much of the video until I saw that the person was tied to the chair. It was a boy sitting in the chair who looked about 16 or 17, around my age. His eyes were closed and his brown hair was matted to his head from sweat. The camera cut to a different angle in front of him, just as he was waking up. He looked at the camera, his eyes red from crying. "Why are you doing this?" he cried out. The voice on the other side of the camera creaked out as a deep moan. "Smile for the camera," it said in a sickening way. At this point, I could hear a quiet chuckle from behind the camera and really started to feel sickened by the video, but continued watching in sick curiosity. A gloved hand grabbed the boy from the bottom of his face and squeezed it until the boy's mouth curled slightly upward. "Looks like you need a little help," said the voice, cutting through the static violently. The hand retreated from the screen, and the sound of ruffling metal filled my ears. The next thing I saw was the hand flying quickly from one end of the screen, forcing something into the boy's mouth. I didn't realize what it was until I saw the blood forming at the edge of the boy's lips. It was a knife being forced up into the side of the boy's mouth. The boy began to scream as the dull blade slowly ripped and tore through the boy's cheek, making the sound of shredding leather. The boy was shaking in his seat from the pain until it finally stopped at the boy's jaw. Tears were streaming from the boy's face and the knife was taken from the side of the boy's mouth to be put back between his teeth. The boy clamped down his jaw before the knife could get between them, and a sigh of impatience was heard from the man off camera. "I never liked teeth anyway," the voice said. The sound of metal tools clinked around just outside the camera's view again, and then a large metal mallet struck the boy in the face. I could hear his teeth shatter inside of his mouth, and then they fell out from between his lips and down his chin like his blood. When a pair of pliers went into his mouth and caught one of the remaining teeth, he began to scream. Slowly, the tooth started to rip from the boy's gums. The crack-like sound of the gums being pulled apart was barely heard through his screams. Then the tooth came out, still connected by a nerve, which was then separated by a quick pull of the tooth, causing the boy to convulse in his seat. Just the thought of the man grabbing his nerve with the pliers and pulling on it and what it would feel like almost made me convulse too. One by one, the teeth were removed from the boy's head, and yet, somehow, I forgot it was a video and that I could have turned it off. Once all the boy's teeth were gone and his mouth now oozing with blood, the knife came back into frame in between the boy's lips. This time, it slowly carved up the other side of his mouth. Only, he didn't scream this time. He accepted it and let it happen, with a hollow look in his eyes. "Was that so hard?" the voice said. The man dropped the knife and struck the boy in the jaw, dislocating it. It popped, making me lose the contents of my stomach onto my lap. Strange that nothing else had made me vomit before this point. The boy's body crumpled back into the seat, his face now fully exposed by the light.
his now dead eyes looking into the camera. His jaw sat sickly below the boy's face, resting against his throat. His tongue was falling out of his mouth, red saliva dripping from it, thick from the blood in his mouth. His newly cut cheeks opened widely to create a wide, bloody smile. The hand came back into screen with a ruler this time in hand. It was stuck between the boy's lips, forcing them to open more. "Such a pretty smile, don't you think?" the voice asked, sounding like it was talking to me. My internet browser suddenly froze, which gave me slight relief until my webcam popped on, showing my horrified face. For a second, I sat just staring at my face, thinking it was someone else's. Once I realized that it was mine, I wondered why my webcam opened. But then I realized that I never opened my webcam. On instinct, I closed my webcam box, then opened Task Manager and forced my browser to close. As soon as it closed, almost on cue, a notepad file opened up with the text, "Last chance, smile for the camera," only for it to close and to see my face back on my screen. My mouth was open and my eyes were wide. I then closed my mouth by force and stared seriously into the lens and said, "Leave me the fuck alone." Once again, the notepad opened up, this time saying, "I think we both know how I can give you a smile." I quickly closed the notepad file only to see a man standing behind me with my webcam. His right eye was made of gray stained glass, and he had a smile stitched into his face, with black thread just at the corner of his lips, forcing them to stay up in a smile. Then, everything went dark. The next thing I knew, I was staring into the lens of an old camera. I tried to move, but then noticed I was tied to the chair. It was completely dark around me other than the man standing behind the camera and a small metal table with red stained tools on it. "You're number 30, he said, smiling. Slowly, he walked behind me, still holding the camera. "Now, smile for the camera," he said very gravely. I was completely frozen in fear. Just as he came around from the side of my view, camera still fixed onto my face. I just stared blankly into it, no expression on my face. The man clicked his tongue twice. "I can help you with that." He shuffled around on the table for his knife, not breaking eye contact with me. He slipped it between my lips and pressed the blade against my cheek. I felt pain and started to taste my blood. My eyes shut from the pain, when I felt my facial muscles curl into a smile. For a second, nothing happened. And then I felt the pressure ease up on my cheek. "You're smiling," the cameraman said, sounding like he enjoyed it in a sickening way. I could feel his body give off an energy of satisfaction. Then I felt a real smile, one that was against my will, like I just heard a funny joke and couldn't stop myself from smiling to it. I opened my eyes and saw the man's face, no longer behind the camera, which was now pointing down. Inside my throat, I started to feel a tickle, a small feeling that felt strangely good. Then, from nowhere, I heard just a single "ha" leaving my lips, then another, then another. I couldn't stop. I couldn't control myself. Soon, I was laughing harder and harder, until I realized that the cameraman was also laughing. I continued laughing, uncontrollably, seeing my vision go blurry from tears. I started to shake from laughing so hard, when the cameraman started to walk away. He seemed to fade into the darkness, only leaving his laugh behind, which even faded as well. But I continued to laugh. I started laughing harder and harder, smiling, feeling happier than I had ever felt before. The only problem was, nobody else was smiling. I really just want someone else to smile. I can't be the only one to smile. Can you smile? I want to see you smile. Smile for me, and smile for the camera. Have you ever wondered if it is possible to visit the afterlife without actually dying? The saying goes that you can only go to heaven or hell if you're dead. But this is not entirely true. You can indeed have a brief visit to the afterlife and meet your dead friends, relatives, and even meet God. Sounds good, right? But there is one catch. It's not exactly easy. Many who have returned changed as individuals. Some even chose to take their own lives afterwards. Many lost their sanity, and only a small percentage remained what you'd call sane after their journey, even though all refused to describe what they saw. I'm different. I've been to both heaven and hell several times, and in this article I'm going to describe how to visit hell and meet some of your dead relatives that have sinned throughout their mortal lives. For the journey, you will need to be a well-rounded individual with a strong mentality, otherwise you will not be able to cope with what you see. Most importantly, you will need to have killed somebody at least once in your life before you try this. First, you head to your nearest church from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on a Sunday night. If the door is locked, gain entry somehow. If impossible, then try the second closest church. Once inside, approach the altar and kneel down in praying position. Then, in a monotone voice, repeat this following scripture clearly. Volo viser terram ubi cruciabitur igne et sulfur, quod QQ secundum modum sibi aeternum, Messiah lumina ripas arboribus non crescit multa milia passum ubi pax non est. If done correctly, you should fall asleep instantly and wake up in your room. On the edge of your bed should be a piece of paper. On the piece of paper, there should be a link to a website. This link varies from person to person. Find an old computer with no fucking internet connection or any means of communication to the outside world, as you do not want the most horrifying demons imaginable to know your location. Boot up the computer and load up an internet browser and enter the link. Despite the lack of internet connection, you should be directed to a blank page with a hyperlink in the middle stating your name and date of death. Whatever you do, do not click on the hyperlink. Instead, save the page and view the HTML file in Notepad. Scroll to the bottom of the document and there should be an address. Make sure you write this down. Once you're finished with the computer, take it as far away as you can, destroy it, and never return to the church you visited again. A week later, visit the address you wrote down and it should be an old abandoned warehouse that was never there before. Do not enter this building yet, but instead knock on the door exactly 6 times. If any more or less, you will be greeted by the devil himself and you will be damned to a place far worse than hell. If all is well, an old man should open the door and hand you a blank CD with the words hell.exe written onto it. Run this on another PC you're willing to sacrifice with no inward or outward communication. On the CD should be 2 files, diablo.jpg and hell.exe. Do not fucking view diablo.jpg. It will cause you to rip your eyes out. Don't worry, it does not have a thumbnail. Just run hell.exe. Instantly, your monitor should start flickering and gruesome pictures of the mutilated corpses of your dead relatives should flash quickly on and off your screen. Then, a window should pop up with 2 buttons. One saying come and one saying leave. Now is your chance to turn back. If you want to visit hell, then click on come. If not, click leave and you will fall unconscious and wake up in your bedroom with no memory hell.exe even existed, and all evidence of its existence will be lost. If you choose come, the window will close and the computer will spontaneously combust along with the CD. Do not leave the room you're in. Just let the flames spread until the heat knocks you unconscious. You should wake up on a hospital bed in a dark room with no clothes on. Do not get out of the bed. Just lay there. After about 5 minutes, 2 people should enter the room. I cannot be any clearer on this. Just keep your eyes tight shut when they approach your bed. If you look at them even once, they will rip you to pieces. They will discuss in familiar voices how unfortunate your death was and describe it in complete detail. This applies to the date of death you found on the website. Cover your ears if you do not want to hear your own fate. Afterwards, they should leave the room hastily. Wait about 10 minutes, then exit the room. Once you've exited the room, you should be in a very long corridor with the lights out. Start walking down the corridor. Once you have walked about 3 kilometers, all the lights should turn on. When this happens, run. Run as fast as you can down the corridor until you reach a fire escape door. Throw yourself through the door at full force and then slam the door shut behind you as soon as you burst through. You are now in limbo. Your surroundings should be a large desert-like wasteland with no signs of life. Search the vast emptiness for a sharp rock or a cliff edge, something you can use to end your life, as in order to reach the gates of hell you need to kill yourself in limbo. Be cautious when exploring. Even though this isn't hell, there are some monsters lurking about in caverns that will try to turn you into one of them. They are not as dangerous as the monsters you encounter in hell. These are just unbaptized souls cast in limbo to expend eternity endlessly exploring the dark, endless cavern systems. Before killing yourself, you must remove your eyes from their sockets and deafen yourself somehow. You should only have your sense of touch, taste, and smell left. You cannot ever see or hear hell. If you value your sanity, that is. Don't worry, once you return to the human world, you will have your senses back. When you wish to leave hell, simply shout this Latin phrase as loud as you can. Est non satis. I cannot give away any more instructions because I feel that if I give away more information, I'll be putting myself at risk. But there is somebody who recorded their findings. A man named Ian McGowan. He successfully went to hell and returned. Shortly after he returned, he brutally murdered most of his family and then hung himself. When they found his body, there was in his possession a note. In this note, he describes what he saw in detail. Ian's note. If you are reading this, then I have done the unforgivable. I have killed the people I care about the most in the worst possible manner. But I did it to save them from a fate far worse than a painful death. Last week, I tried to visit my dead father in hell. He was a raging alcoholic that would come home from the pub and beat me and my mother. He died of liver disease when I was 13. I wanted to see him get what he deserved. What I saw in hell was something mortals should never experience in their lifetimes. After blinding, deafening, then finally killing myself in that fucking wasteland, I awoke in what felt like a furnace. It was so excruciatingly hot and I couldn't move. I began to hear voices in my head and they all said the same thing. Help me. The voices were of many people I knew that had died. The voices grew louder and louder, and my surroundings got hotter and hotter until everything stopped. I then saw something that I cannot begin to describe. I saw every sin and act of violence, greed, bloodlust, and gluttony played out all at the same time in my head. I felt the worst feeling of, how can I describe it, melancholy I have ever experienced in my life. I felt as if nothing mattered anymore. That's when he arrived. Suddenly my sight returned, but all I could see was darkness. But then, something appeared in front of me. I cannot describe its appearance, but all I can say is it was not human, or even a recognizable being, but it was an entity of pure, unadulterated terror. I knew this was the devil. He talked to me telepathically, not in any recognizable language, but I somehow fully understood what he was saying. He told me the fate of the universe and what I must do. My duty. I owe him my soul. 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 The rest of the page is unreadable and covered in what appears to be blood.
Some people just don't understand. What is right in front of you is almost never the whole picture. Behind every photo, every setting, every face, is an entire world yet to be discovered. My friends and I now know this to our disdain. We now understand why our parents always told us to stay away from the cranberry bogs on the west side. As a matter of fact, we now know why everybody avoided those bogs. I never had a plan on my 21st birthday. I just figured I'd invite all my friends to my backyard, have some drinks by the fire, camp out, and wake up regretting the hangover. Only problem is, we all still had that teenaged yearning. Our youthful anxiousness for adventure fueled our minds with this reckless abandon. It wasn't even my idea to leave the confines of my quaint little yard. My friend Charlie had to point out how bored he was, even as we tipped back beers and debated over music genres with enjoyment. Charlie had a habit of zoning out, and he had a tendency of changing the course of every night we all spent together. "So how about those cranberry bogs?" he chimed into our game of verbal pong. We all turned to him as I stopped mid-comment. I opened my mouth to respond, but his impatience was a swift son of a gun. "Come on, guys, sitting around this fire just isn't doing it for me. I don't care whose birthday it is." "Charlie," I started, to no avail. "No, I was just sitting here thinking, we're all 21 now. We've grown up hearing the story about those damn bogs being taboo, off limits. What do you say? Let's throw our intoxicated caution to the wind. Let's camp on the bogs for tonight." Charlie closed his suggestion with a smirk of buzzed hopefulness and mischief. I barely knew what to say. Looking around at the other faces, I didn't find much more to go off of. Stacy and Henry kinda just stared at the fire, their eyes glossed over from shots and speechlessness. Jay sat to my right, gripping his beer and giving me half a glance with the corners of his eyes. The crackling of the fire seemed to pierce our silence with nothing but an awkward snap that only background noise could administer. Jay finally stole the fire's thunder by interlining a response with throat clearance. "Charles, my friend, didn't you hear that story last week? The two young kids with that dog? Nobody has heard from them. That only adds to what our parents have always told us. There's something wrong, something dark about the whole wooded area. Those bogs aren't safe." "Why, Jay?" Charlie chuckled while throwing his beer bottle into the fire. The glass broke with a muffled shatter, sending sparks up in front of our faces, revealing Charlie's now sinister expression. "Why what?" Jay shrugged. "Why are the bogs so evil? Because a couple dumb kids had some careless parents? Because an old man turned up dead by the water? Because they found a girl murdered at midnight in the sand pit? Unsolved mysteries, man." Jay shook his head and grabbed another beer, not yet opening it. Charlie lit up a smoke and leaned forward to scan us all with his squinting eyes, beady and disgusted by our cautious rejection. He spoke slowly and carefully now, his voice calm but to the point. "Jay, all I have to say is shit happens. People die every day, sometimes in one place more than others. The bogs are overgrown, dark, and the paths winding. It's easy to get lost, but it's also easy to hide. Anyone could be out there. Tonight will be anyone, celebrating our friend's 21st year and having a good time." He put out half a smoke and tossed it into the fire pit. He looked up at me, as if knowing that he had gotten through to someone. Maybe me? Maybe. He had a point. I spent 21 years in this part of town, and yet I never set foot on the mysterious roads of those bogs. How do I know my parents didn't just do a good job of instilling fear into my mind to keep me safe? Stacy finally chimed in, standing up out of her chair slowly. "Charlie's right. Why go to our graves never knowing what's really out there? Who knows? It could be fun." Henry grabbed her hand sternly, shaking his head. "Babe, you're drunk. Sit down." "Shut up, Henry. I've only had a few shots. Drink your beer." She turned back to us and continued. "It's a time of celebration, guys. Let's do something exciting. If you're waiting for a vote, you have mine." Charlie smiled in satisfaction. His point has made it slow roundabout. Henry finally replied with an, "Okay, whatever," and I just nodded and grinned nervously. Jay, on the other hand, frowned with a stoic set of eyes, and wouldn't give a yes or no. His disagreement could have went on forever, but so could his silence. As we all stood up to clean and begin our little walk down the street, I began to think about where we were going. I turned a mental eye to my nerves as they touched upon memory lane. I've heard a lot about the bogs. A lot. For example, 10 years ago, I was only 11. Young, innocent, maybe a bit over-anxious about life. Still, my mother was able to sit me down in the kitchen for something this serious. I knew what murder meant. I just never had to be subjected to it. My neighbor used to stroll down by the river and ran behind the bogs. He would never set foot anywhere else near the bogland. He stayed on the other side of the water. That summer was different, though. Mr. Fraser was a nice man. My dad knew him on a first-name basis. I remember him calling him my friend Jim a lot. Jim was a few decades older than my father, but they had easily bonded over fishing, cars, and sports. Old Jim would even buy us all gifts. He only lived near us for a couple years, but we felt like we knew him for much longer. When my mother told me that he was found sprawled out by the inner edge of the river, I was confused. He used to talk to my parents all the time about how he would only stroll on the outside.
He was educated about the mysterious land, even in the short time he lived here. What changed that day? We hit the road about 8 p.m. The uneasiness had finally let up, and we all started joking about how old we felt. My legs ached, and Stacy kept saying her lower back was a bit uncomfortable as Henry placed his hand there to comfort her. Henry, guess you gotta let her be on top more often. You're killing her back, Charlie snickered. Shut the hell up, Henry sneered back. Hey, it's my birthday, guys. Let's not tear each other's throats out. We shared a laugh about it anyway. We arrived at the bogs around 8:30. As we stepped up to the borders of the shifty land, I realized I looked different than I remembered, from what I could see at least. The street lamps were off for some reason, even though I'd driven by it many times before, noticing how lit up it was. Tonight, something was different. The bogs were all overgrown, tangled in a mess of leaves, vines, and weeds. The trees hung menacingly over the footpaths, like hungry bullies waiting for a payout. Charlie faced away from us, pulling a cigarette out of his pack and lit it up nonchalantly. He took a drag and then smiled as he exhaled. His face was beaming with excitement. Okay, he shouted. Who wants to be the first one in? My stomach jumped. I'd almost forgotten we were actually going to step foot on the property. Jay shook his head and began mumbling about something incoherent. Jay, my brave friend, how nice of you to volunteer. Charlie flicked his unfinished butt across the street and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Jay shook his head again, but spoke calmly. I think we should all line up and walk in together. We stay close and keep as quiet as possible. Charlie's smile turned instantly to an eye-rolling sneer. Fine, Jay, but you can lead the way. Sure, follow me, guys. Stacy and Henry scurried to the back of the line, holding hands and pressing close together. I stood next to Charlie and let him pressure on to a position behind Jay. Jay wasted no time entering the dark, shadowy mouth of the tree-laden path. The sound of our feet shuffling behind him echoed ominously through the night. We were unsure, nervous, and not far from scared. We were buzzed and looking for nothing but a good time. Well, all of us except for Jay. I could tell at this point he had only taken charge to mediate the dangerous fun. He led us through the trees as the vines reached their inanimate fingers towards our feet, and we stepped and stomped our way to the sandy clearing. We were suddenly out of clear sight. Civilization had been buried behind us through leaves and pine. I could hear the slight hum of traffic in the distance, but I knew now we had reached the belly of an unknown beast. I took a look around us once we stopped moving. All of us lit up cigarettes after we dropped our equipment on the ground. Henry and Stacy cracked a bottle of booze open, and Charlie made himself comfortable on a log. I observed the bogs like an alien planet. The old cranberry plants were discolored. Pieces of machinery lay around a little watershed on the opposite side of the plot. Several old-looking run-down cars were parked by a big warehouse ahead of us. I felt a chill in the air all of a sudden. I couldn't tell if I was only cold from fear, but I wrapped my arms around myself a bit anyways. Welcome to the scariest place on earth, my friends, Charlie celebrated as he cracked open a beer. It's not that bad, it's just getting dark is all, I pointed out. Who packed the flashlight? Stacy wondered out loud. We all looked at each other, all waiting for an answer. Jay started to laugh a bit. Are you kidding me? He reached into the tent bag and felt around a bit. Damn, nobody thought of it? Charlie snickered as well. Wow. Oh well. We can start a fire. Utilize your surroundings, right? Yeah, plus we can use my phone light until the battery dies, Stacy offered. Oh, almost forgot. Take out your phones. Charlie pulled out his phone and shut it off. We all blinked at him for a moment. Henry took out his phone and waited for a reason. The rest of us did not follow suit. Charlie added in, No phones tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Wide-eyed and silent, I grabbed at my phone in my right pocket. Why? We need at least one in case of emergency. I left mine away, not complying. There won't be an emergency. We're grown adults with a survival instinct and we're only 5 minutes from society. We'll be okay. Charlie was serious. Jay surprisingly agreed and asked us to just turn them off. We could always turn them on if we really needed them after all. We spent about a half hour just chatting it up by a nice warm fire and telling quick little scary stories we'd heard throughout the years. The thing was, nobody was uncomfortable anymore. We were having a pretty good time. We all stopped talking. Loud noises, distinct and nearby, echoed around us. Charlie went stoic.
Were those branches? He asked. We shrugged at him and stared at the trees. Jay stood up next to Charlie and looked down at him. Want to go take a look, man? Charlie was starting to look less sure of himself. His shoulders held a defensive attention and his neck showing signs of tenseness. He eased up after a minute of peace and stood up at a ready. Yeah, we're gonna go see what's happening. Probably some coyotes or deer. Giant ones, Henry joked, half serious about it. Eat a giant one, Charlie retorted. We all laughed again, but Jay and Charlie were starting towards the trees. Almost immediately, before they could get to the tree line, the brightest lights you could imagine popped on, deep in the woods. Countless beams of sparkling luminescence careened and shot straight out between tree trunks. Jay and Charlie were so shocked that they couldn't help but bounce back on their heels a bit. What the hell? Charlie exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the strange lights. I stood in awe of the sight. Nothing but bewilderment occupied our faces. Henry spilled his booze and dropped his cup. Stacy drank her booze and started pouring another drink. I was never much of a drinker, but I suddenly needed a smoke and a drink myself. Where is that coming from? I asked to nobody in particular. I don't know. Jay was confused, but he threw his hand across his forehead and peered through the trees, hoping to catch a glimpse of a rational answer. Nothing revealed itself but lights and questions. Are we just gonna stand around and wonder about it? Let's go check out the source, Charlie demanded. No, Charlie. Jay threw his arm out, stopping Charlie in his tracks. You know, Jay, I've had enough of your rejection. I'm so sick of you trying to take charge and acting like you know what's best. I really don't care anymore. If you or none of you want to follow, that's fine. Just have a tent set up for me when I find out what this light is. He grabbed Jay's arm and flung it aside. Jay wasn't fazed a bit. He just watched as Charlie walked into a section of lit woods. We can't just let him go wandering off alone, Stacy insisted. Sure we can, Stacy. Jay was unmoved. It's his own choice. There's no sense in the rest of us getting hurt with him. Because then, who would save us? Stacy looked drunk with disgust. Jay, he's your friend. We should be saving him. It was our choice to come here, so we are responsible for what happens. Jay just shook his head. Funny thing is, even through her scolding, nobody, not even Stacy, followed Charlie as he disappeared into the unknown. We were all simply too tired, or too buzzed, or too scared. A half hour or so passed by with no event. Stacy had fallen asleep in a blissless, drunken coma. Henry sat silently by her, and I chain-smoked my last few cigarettes like never before, lighting each one with the cherry of the last. Finally, Jay spoke up. He did ask us to make the tent. Anybody want to help me? I volunteered and grabbed the bag. A searing scream of agony ripped through the tree line. I jumped so much that I accidentally smacked Jay in the face with one of the tent poles. Shh! Jay grabbed his face and glared at me. Sorry, I mumbled. Stacy woke up from her intoxicated catnap and Henry stirred to his feet. What's going on? Stacy yawned, clearly not shaken and maybe clueless to what we all heard. Did that sound like Charlie? Henry asked. Jay nodded in confirmation. He has to be messing with us. He's probably on his way back, I pointed out. I wasn't so sure, though. The sudden sound of a buzzing, electric pulse then shook me to my core. We all watched as a streak of colorless light zigzagged its way through the forest. No! Please! Charlie screamed from somewhere deep inside the woods. Jay? I stuttered. What do we do? I don't know, but what is that? He pointed above the trees. My jaw dropped. There, beyond his finger, above the trees and beneath the sky, was something I'd only ever seen in movies and books. A disk, larger than an airplane, hovered soundlessly in the air. Its round characteristics weren't too threatening, but out from underneath its bottom surface came a cylindrical beam of light, swirling with sparkling heat. I was in awe, frozen, and shocked. Stacy and Henry came to our side, eyes widened and jaws lower than mine. Holy crap, is that what I think it is? Henry asked, practically laughing in bewilderment. Jay and I nodded. It appeared to be alien. It didn't look like any aircraft I'd ever laid eyes on, at least not in real life. I wasn't about to jump to conclusions, but it was shooting lights. I felt permitted to assume. The light clicked off. We all jumped back and didn't have much time to react. The strange disk sped away into the night. My eyes and brain couldn't explain. One blink. Still didn't know what happened. 2 blinks. I was more confused than ever before. I scratched my head, hoping somebody would speak up. They were as silent as the dark night before us. I don't hear Charlie anymore, Jay pointed out. He was right. Not only did I not hear him, I didn't feel like he was out there either. A wave of fearful emotion crawled into my veins. I didn't want to feel the truth any more than I wanted to hear it. Is he dead? Henry asked, dumbfounded. Jay shook his head. I don't know, man. We all decided it was probably best to sit for a moment and collect ourselves. We gathered around our little fire and half-heartedly prodded at conversation, but nothing was interesting. I kept peeking at the trees, hoping to see Charlie. Jay kept twiddling his thumbs and scratching his neck. He was a nervous wreck. I couldn't take the waiting anymore. I finally came to my senses. I stopped Stacy from pouring a shot and spoke my mind shortly. We have to go look for him. Yeah, I can't handle this, guys. We can't just sit here and hope. Henry and Stacy looked at each other. Stacy agreed with us as well, but Henry was clearly exhausted. Henry is a great guy, don't get me wrong. He would walk to the ends of the earth for his friends. He actually drove to Colorado to pick up Jay when his uncle had kicked him out. He lent Charlie $300 when he missed a car payment last year as well. So his qualities and friendship are not in question when I tell you, he refused to help us find Charlie. I can't even keep my eyes open, guys. I don't think I can walk who knows how many miles through trees and darkness. I'm drunk and tired. Stacy grabbed his arm. Babe, me too, but that's our friend out there. He could be hurt and scared. It's his fault. He wanted to come out here. Everybody warned him it wasn't safe. Yeah. Well, we came here with him too. You knew something weird could happen. Now we face the consequences. Get your drunk ass up and come with us. Henry stared, waiting, and glared at her for a few moments. The gloss in his eyes reflected Stacy's sassy smirk. They really loved each other. You could see it in their body language. So, not unwillingly, Henry took her hand with a "you're right" shrug. They stood up together and faced Jay and I. We were all in this together now, for sure. Approaching the tree line this time was a bit more unnerving than when we originally entered the bogs. There was now a weathered fear involved, as well as a missing member. I couldn't imagine what lay beyond the tangled webs of vines and creaking wood. After that disk in the sky, I now saw the landscape surrounding us as an actual alien land. I felt watched, observed, and weak. I was helpless and underdressed. I actually felt disarmed. Hey, you okay? I felt Jay nudge me with concern. I then realized I had been staring into the distance. My thoughts must have stopped me. Stacy and Henry were looking back at Jay and I beyond the trees. They had started walking already. Yeah, I was just making sure we had something to defend ourselves with. Jay, did you bring your knives? He reached into his hoodie pocket and pulled out 2 of the blades he had bought at the mall last year. Are you good now? No, I thought to myself. Yes, I lied. We continued walking. The crunch of fallen leaves and spare gravel alerted me, and who knows what else, to the path we were following. My sense of sound was heightened by my lack of clear eyesight. Henry had clicked his phone back on to make use of his flashlight app. All I did was give an eerie glow up ahead. Wait! I stopped dead in my tracks. Everyone else stopped ahead of me, noticing the absence of my crunching footsteps. What? Stacy seethed back to me. Up ahead of Henry and Stacy, through some bunches of trees, a strange ball of light flickered a bit. It didn't sit still either. It seemed to be circling a possible clearing. I pointed to it. Once I did, it immediately caught Jay's attention. He turned Stacy and Henry to it and stuck his finger out so they could see it too. They did. I put my finger to my lips and joined their party of confusion. I shushed their muffled mutterings so they could hear what I was hearing. That on and off zap of energy reminded me of the burst of electricity from before. You hear that? I asked. They nodded in unison. None of us were too certain on moving after that either, but we couldn't stop now. Henry took the first steps towards it, Stacy close in tow. Jay now had his hand wrapped tight around a knife in his pocket. I scurried after them with hesitation. I felt my heart pound against my chest the closer we got. I could see structures up ahead now. A garage-type building sat behind a gate. Inside that gate, tall poles stood to the left and right. We were getting closer. A wire was strung up between the 2 poles, and it continued into the building through an opening. We were not even 10 steps from the gate now. A surge shot through the wire. Sparks flew up around the pole, stopping us from nearing the gate any closer. I watched as a blue ball of light circulated on the outside of the wire and moved its way to the left, making a corner and into the opening of the structure. "What the hell is that?" Stacy whispered. Nobody answered. None of us knew what we were looking at exactly. Some sort of electrical building? Where was the electricity coming from? Who was running the equipment? The chills in my body were starting to bug me more and more. "This is unbelievable," Jay muttered. "Do we try and get inside?" I couldn't believe I was asking that one. Everybody turned and looked at me, realizing I had asked a damn good question. "Well," Jay started, "we came all this way to look for Charlie. I think we should at least take a look." Still, we remained standing without further action. After all, what would we find behind those doors besides Charlie? All we've experienced from these bogs were unexplained phenomena. Something could potentially be dangerous, or worse, deadly. Jay observed that we should test the gate first. He had to make sure it wasn't electrified. He picked up a stick from the ground and gestured for us to stand back. He wrapped his fingers around the stick tensely, sighed, and tossed it at the gate. The stick bounced stiffly off of it and fell to the ground. We looked at each other with confirmation and approached the gate side by side. Jay did not hesitate, reaching for the gate latch with confidence. He flipped it open and pushed. It made a loud screeching sound which scared me half to death. I peeked around, paranoid that we had alerted someone, or something, to our presence. Gladly, there was still no sign of life besides us. The next obstacle was easily cleared as well. The strange wire surrounding the front premises of the lot was high enough off the ground that we could step right beneath it safely. The ball of light hadn't shown itself in recent moments either, so we weren't concerned. However, the concerning issue was soon to arise. We arrived at a small front door, shuffling into a close-knit huddle behind our unspoken designated leader, Jay. At this point, he was subconsciously leading the way, with concentration masking a focused fear factor beneath. He peered carefully into the window through the door to no avail. A thickly settled dust sat on the inside of the pane. Beyond that, the generic white shade dangled plainly, yet effectively sealing what lay on the other side. Jay turned to us, his eyes scanning our faces. Then, back to the window, he shook the doorknob to check to see if it was locked. "I think it's unlocked," he stated breathlessly. "Open it," Henry seethed, squeezing Stacy's hand and looking around us frantically, just praying nobody would notice us. "No," I intervened quietly, but with urgency. "Why not?" Jay and Henry asked in unison. "Because what if whoever took Charlie is right behind the door? Then chances are we'll be snuffed out on the spot. But we don't really have time to come up with a break-in plan, put it into action, and assume all of us are going to pull it off. Now let's take our chances with plan A. Walk through the front door." Jay grinned and patted me on the shoulder. I knew he didn't mean to be a jerk about it, but even though his reassuring little shoulder tap was meant to relax me, I could just sense he was fuming with anxiety. His face was expressing an exhausted fear. His eyes were glossy, rolling tears of anxious terror. He too must be scanning his thoughts, remembering the strange disk and anomalous lights. His hand gripped the doorknob so hard I could hear a crack in his knuckles. He twisted it swiftly. The steel door scraped the cement beneath it as Jay pushed it slowly open. I took a deep breath as it finally swung far enough for us to look inside. I was surprised. There beyond the doorway lay an empty-looking hallway, dimly lit by a single dusty bulb. My hands still shook with nervous adrenaline, though. Jay stepped inside for a second before gesturing us to follow him. "Jay, should I shut the door behind me?" I questioned quietly. "No, keep it open in case we need to run." I gulped. Never thought of that. What if what we're dealing with is that dangerous? Are we going to be running for our lives anytime soon? The hairs on my neck were standing alert now, chills marching through my body, bloodhounds on parade. As we creeped Mystery Inc. style through the hall, I noticed to the right of the dim light was another door, this one solid gray with a black doorknob. Stepping closer, I saw a white sign with red lettering to the left of the doorway. Jay saw it too. He read aloud in a hushed voice. "Warning, high voltage, proceed." "What?" Stacy scoffed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Proceed?" I said dumbly. "I think it means nothing tonight is going to make sense," Jay replied, already reaching for the black doorknob. "Wait!" I practically shouted. Jay turned to me, confused. "What?" I don't know. I'm just not sure if we're ready for this. I'm more ready now than I'll be in 5 minutes, when I've had enough time to second-guess it." He swung the door open sharply. Suddenly, we were welcomed by an overwhelming pull of light. It washed through the room like nothing I've seen before. All four of us shielded our eyes with our arms and hands. Then, as quickly as it happened, it dimmed back to a tolerable level. We were at the brightness of a normal living room lamp now. Cautiously, we all adjusted back to normal and began observing our surroundings. It was like a plain old hangar of some sort, military-like. Only difference was, it was empty. The walls and floor were bare, except on the opposite side of the large garage was a table. What I noticed from there paralyzed me. It wasn't a table, it was a hospital bed. Strapped electric chair style to the arched bed was a figure that I recognized all too well. Charlie? I whispered. Jay, Stacy, and Henry breathed heavy sighs of relief when they brought their attention to him too. Charlie! Stacy cried out in excitement. Henry threw his hand over her mouth urgently, looking around us as the echo of her voice surrounded the hangar. Babe, you can't do that. Remember where we are. Henry let go of Stacy as she blushed and hung her head in embarrassment. Sorry, she mumbled. We walked slowly but steadily towards Charlie, never breaking our close huddle. As we got closer to Charlie, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. I looked to the right of Charlie's bed. A box with wires circulated underneath the legs of the bed. Something was wrong, and I was soon to realize when my instincts were acting up. Jay stepped up to Charlie first. Hey, bud. It's us. We came and found you. Charlie never spoke, never stirred. He looked alive, but unconscious as all hell. Charlie, we're here. Wake up, Jay continued. A clang from the upper level inside the building startled us. Jay looked concerned, his eyes watering with impatience. Charlie, you idiot, wake up. We have to get you out of here. Jay snapped and pulled out a knife. He unsheathed it, sending Henry, Stacy, and I stumbling back. Whoa, Jay, I gasped. What? He asked. I'm going to cut him free. I blinked a couple times and sighed with relief. I thought he was just so mad that he was going to pull the knife to Charlie. I shook my head as Jay began carefully cutting at the ties. To our surprise, Charlie's eyes were starting to open. Charlie! I whispered with a smile. He blinked. He started to eye us a bit. I noticed his face was covered in dirt and his mouth seemed stressed as if he hadn't used it in a while. Or maybe his jaw was just tense from screaming for help. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. He moved his head from side to side. No, Charlie, don't move, Jay ordered him. I'm cutting your ties. I don't want to cut you. He grumbled, still shaking his head. Finally, he started using real words. No, Jay, he cried, clear as day. My limbs are paralyzed. You can't save me. You'll need to leave. What? I stuttered. Henry and Stacy grabbed each other tightly, Jay pulling his knife away. Dude, I'll carry you. We're not leaving you behind. No, it's not worth it. They've taken all of my strength already. I'm screwed. Just leave me here. Get home safely. Just go. They? Who's they? Stacy whimpered, startled by Charlie's stubborn desperation. Those things. They have a leader. The town cops are all a part of it. Or at least Officer Hendricks is. It's all so screwed up. I couldn't believe it. We all stood frozen in silence. Charlie continued. There's people here. Some not of Earth. Officer Hendricks has partnered up with them for sure. Experiments on humans. He already killed a girl that was here today. She was young, with a bossy little attitude. Hendricks said she had some inner leadership aura, and if sapped out would give him and the other things some sort of paranormal powers. I don't know, guys, but they're doing the same thing to me. They already took my motor skills. I can't even think as fast as I used to. I was choked up with sadness and fear. I could tell my friends were too. We couldn't believe it. Whatever, Jay snorted. I'm getting you out of here anyways. Jay started cutting away at the ties again. Jay, stop. Go before... Jay's desperate words was cut off by the sound of a metal door opening to our right. I turned and looked. It was Officer Hendricks in a long blue lab coat and needle in hand. Well, he sneered. The neighborhood punks I pulled over all last summer, all in one room together. This is too perfect. Hendricks, Stacy stammered. What are you doing here? Sweetheart, this is my home. So I'm going to ask you all, what are you doing on the bogs this late at night? I heard these woods can be murder. His words, followed by a loud buzzing noise, caused us all to jump. Oh my, it's time. Hendricks started stepping towards Charlie. Jay threw himself in front of Charlie, denying passage to him. Don't take another step, asshole. Get away from him. Hendricks chuckled a bit, clearly unmoved by Jay's heroic efforts. Oh, J. Levox. So brave. So young. So... He paused. Naive. We all just watched as Hendrix pulled up a chair and sat down. Jay straightened out a bit, completely uncomfortable and unnerved by the dirty cop's nonchalant behavior. I suppose... Hendrix trailed off a bit. I suppose I should explain myself before we kill you all. Stacy burst into tears in Henry's arms, emotional and hurt by the cold, cruel behavior of her uncle. That's right, this psycho was part of Stacy's family. Until that night, none of us ever knew he was like this. He just seemed like a normal douchebag cop. Stacy, it's okay. Your father will get a much less bizarre answer when he asks what happened to you. I promise. Why are you doing this? She sniffled and sobbed, glaring through teardrops. Well, if you'd shut up for a moment, maybe I'd get to that. Hendrix slammed his hands on the arms of his chair, sending another loud, echoing noise through the whole room. Stacy shut up abruptly. Now, who's ready? Yes, Hendrix, tell us, Jay demanded. Please, Jay. Call me Tim. But your name is Hubert, Stacy mumbled. Excuse me, little missy. That was the name my dirtbag mother gave me. I changed it years later, and for good reason. He slammed his hands on the chair again. I was getting tired of this by now. Please just tell us, I sighed in annoyance. Okay. He smiled and put the needle in his coat pocket. He rubbed his hands together and adjusted his sleeves. This guy was a real nutcase. Okay, he repeated. Who believes in power? We all didn't answer. Hello? Anybody home? That's okay. I know you're all shaking in your boots at the sight of me. I'm too much, right? We remained silent. Power. It sits inside all of us, some more than others. My friends and I have developed a way to convert that power into an energy one can harness and place inside a new host. Guess who that host is these days? He turned his thumbs on himself and mouthed this guy. Again, nutcase. What friends? Jay asked confidently. My wonderful, technologically advanced friends from out of town. He laughed at his awful sense of humor. Again, Tim, what friends? Jay insisted. Have you not figured that out? Really? God damn it, they're aliens! Even though I had already silently confirmed this, it still chilled my bones again. To hear it from him was just a whole new monster in itself. Aliens aren't real, Jay stated plainly. Of course they are. I assure you, only these ones have lived on this planet for longer than we have. They've been among us for centuries. Almighty Master bless them. Tim clasped his hands together. Almighty Master? Centuries of aliens walking among us? I became flustered all of a sudden. Almighty Master? Jay shook his head. Never mind that. Let's get down to business. We gasped and spread ourselves out a bit. Business? Henry gulped. Out of my way, kids. I'm already late in taking care of this. Be quiet and step aside. No! Jay lunged at Tim, shoulder first. The psychopathic cop grabbed Jay effortlessly, disarming him with emotion and holding him in place. Poor Jay. You try so hard. You have leadership abilities, but it's simply not backed by any real strength to follow through with. Well, maybe a nap will get you back up to standards. Tim pulled the needle out of his pocket as Jay squirmed and we all screamed out loud. The needle entered Jay's neck without further ado. Jay's squirms rapidly turned into flailing, and then his eyes drooped and he fell limp. Tim then tossed him aside. He looked at us with a relaxed grin, no affection behind his cold eyes. Oh, I almost forgot you were all watching. No worries. It's a safe new drug. It actually makes sure his brain has nice, calm dreams to keep his aura clean while he sleeps. It's a very peaceful thing, really. You crazy mother! Stacy started pulling away from Henry to get at Tim, but Henry held her back firmly. Crazy? Ha, my beautiful spunky niece. I'm not crazy. I've just been enlightened by a better race of beings. They know me, and I know them. I know all. The power they've bestowed upon me has made me the most powerful man in the world. I can do anything I want. My friends work for me and build for me. It's flattering, actually. He smirked again and looked off into nothing, eyes smiling with the rest of his face. You're a lunatic, just let us go, I screamed. Oh, I almost forgot again. He reached into his pocket, ignoring my desperate cries. He pulled out another needle and approached Charlie. All we could do was hopelessly watch as he approached him with a sinister look on his face. I was speechless now. The needle entered our friend's neck and he instantly closed his eyes. Poor Charlie couldn't fight at all. He lost too much strength already. Tim Hendricks wasted no time, reaching down and pressing a button on the box below him. The wires around Charlie's chair began glowing and vibrating. I'm so thankful for this knockout drug, Tim stated. I got so sick of him screaming for help. Such an annoying, desperate scream. For what? Nobody is going to save any of you. So cold, so unaffected by his surrounding peers. He's in his own alien world. I turned to Henry and Stacy. They were looking at me, probably expecting me to get us out of this mess. I looked towards the door to the right of us that Hendricks had emerged from. No, that's no way out. I turned to the door we had entered from. Maybe if we ran fast enough, we'd be able to make it out in time. What about Jay? There's no telling how long it would take him to wake up. I saw Henry sneakily checking his phone for service. He looked at me and lightly shook his head, confirming to me we were truly alone out here. Surely I was feeling helpless. So, Tim called out excitedly, who's going to be next? I thought quickly, then I surprised myself. Nobody. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, and tossed it at Tim's head with a great force. It hit him between the eyes with a thud. Ow, ow, fuck, you little shit, he screamed with his hand over the spot of impact. During this free moment, I gestured to Henry and Stacy to run. They obliged with a quick start, hand in hand. Unfortunately, they didn't make it to the door. A burst of light shot from the ceiling overhead. It illuminated the room all around, and sparks shot from Charlie's bed. Wait, no. They shot from Charlie's body. No! I strained out a cry of denial, shielding my eyes from the light as I watched the hairs burn off of Charlie. His skin began to droop practically off his body. I now noticed that Charlie had wires going under his clothes. As his skin shriveled, I saw that they were under his skin, too. I puked abruptly, all over the floor in front of me. Henry and Stacy had stopped and saw this, too. They were both crying. Then, just as quickly as it started, the lights disappeared and the sparks ceased. Tim clicked the box off next to Charlie, still holding his forehead. Blood dripped around his fingers and down his face. He looked up at us, frowning but eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Well, that one is fried. I puked again. Tim scoffed down at me with disgust. Gross, he said. All over my living room floor. I sat up and started crawling back away from him. You bastard! You killed him! I started sobbing. I didn't kill him. You don't understand. None of you do. Don't get me wrong. He is very dead. Still, I can't get over the feeling that I'm actually saving you all. I'm saving you from your pointless existence. None of you will amount to anything. You will never be as great as me. So I live. He snickered and smiled again. You're sick, Hendricks. Very sick. Yes, I'm just throwing up power everywhere I go. Suddenly, the door to the left swung open with a banging abruptness. We all turned to see who had entered. There, in front of Stacy and Henry, stood a man, about 6 feet tall. It was a man, but of a different kind. He lacked a nose or ears. He wore a blue lab coat and high brown boots. His limbs were skinny. Most strange of all, his hair was made of wires. I gasped, voice trapped deep within my body. I could never find the words to speak in front of this unusual being. Doctor! Tim perked up when he realized who had entered the hangar. Hello, Tim. I just wanted to let you know. The creature stopped speaking when he saw Charlie's charred, drooping corpse. Its eyes went wide and then squinty with fury. He turned to Hendricks. I thought I asked you not to go too far with this one. I'm sorry, Doctor. I just can't help myself. I hunger for the rush, the resulting energy, and the power. Hendricks' shoulders dropped like he was punished. I think this doctor might be Hendricks' superior. Mr. Tim, I understand. Still, we need the specimens for research. I'll cut your funny if you keep it up. He turned towards me with beady, cold, and motionless eyes. He observed me on the floor and Stacy and Henry as if he had just noticed that we were there.
Oh, Doctor, these three just crawled in from the woods. I have good plans for them. You won't be disappointed again. Hendricks smiled faintly. He seemed worried that he would be harmed in some way, if not by the doctor's words, by some use of force. You're using my equipment. If you abuse your position, well, let's just say I know how to use these machines better than you do. Dispose of that body in the pit, and I better not see another one any time soon. With that, he flipped his coat with a turning start, and stormed out the door without another comment. He slammed the door with a crashing clang. Everyone was silent for a good minute, but Hendricks couldn't hold his tongue.
One of you rats are going to have to cooperate for me. Production is slow. I need results. That's your own damn fault, asshole, I screamed. You got yourself into this mess. Let us go before it gets any worse. You don't understand. You really don't. I shook my head as I watched Tim begin unhooking Charlie's remains from the bed. I couldn't keep my eyes on him, though, as I felt choked up and helpless. Instead, I looked at Jay's motionless body on the floor and started brainstorming a way out of the building. All I could think of was the hallway from where we entered the hangar. Jay started to stir. My eyes widened. I couldn't believe it. That was quick. Psst, Stacy directed at me. I turned to her. She pointed at Jay. I nodded, confirming that I was aware of his awakening. I eyed him as he slowly began regaining consciousness. I had to think fast. Hendricks began tucking Charlie's corpse into his arms, and I wondered where he would go with it. To my dismay, he started carrying him towards the hallway I was planning on dipping out of. He carefully opened the door and shuffled on out, leaving the door clanging shut. Jay! I seethed to my friend. He looked up at me, eyes still glossing over from the drug in his blood. What happened? He stammered. We all got up and approached him on the floor. Henry and Stacy helped him to his feet. I was not going to begin explaining what had just happened. We'll tell you everything when we get the hell out of here, Jay. How are we going to do that? He asked me, dusting himself off from his time out on the floor. I don't know. That psychopath just left out of the hallway we came in. I don't want a chance at close quarters encounter that way. I looked around some more. The upper levels of the room led to a steel bridge with a doorway at the end. I didn't want to be fearful, but I wanted to take a guess. The only thing holding me back was not wanting to leave my friends into danger. I couldn't handle the thought of anyone else ending up like Charlie. Hey, snap out of it! Stacy snapped her fingers in my face. I came to, realizing I had spaced out yet again, trapped in tantalizing thoughts. I'm sorry, It's okay. Jay placed his hand on my shoulder, I think to reassure me. I understand. This is not an ideal situation. I'm feeling weak in the mind right now, but I also know we have to get out of here. I stared at him, eyes wide and scanning his face. He didn't need to say any more. I've been designated to make the right choice, to get us out of this mess, to save my friends. What if I make a choice and it's the wrong one? I'll feel like a murderer if I lead you all to your deaths. I'm telling you now, none of us will blame you. Jay was serious and final with his words. It was time to move. Stacy and Henry took each other's hands, and Jay stood shoulder to shoulder with them as I began walking to the staircase. We were going to take the upper level. The clanging of the steps stressed me out, but Jay's words rang through me ahead. It kept me pressing on. I was leading the way, ready to find us a way out. We got to the top faster than expected. We must have rushed our way up, but it didn't matter. Nothing was stopping us. The central bridge was approaching. We turned onto it and followed it all the way to the end. Ahead of us now stood a double doorway. It was rusty, but I could tell it used to be a deep gray color. A rectangular outline on the left door made me think there probably used to be a sign on it, but it was clearly gone now. Think this is our shot? Henry whispered to me. I don't know. I couldn't lie. I felt nothing more than fearful adrenaline. I was blindly pressing on. I reached for the handles of the door and wrapped my fingers tightly on them. I didn't want to hesitate. I didn't want to wait at all. I yanked them open. We blinked. There was a wall. A flat, gray wall. No, I said dumbly. I began to feel around, hoping to find a seam or button or anything at all to get through it. It was no use. My heart began racing. The blood poured angrily through my veins, frustrated that I had failed to find an exit. Instead, I've led my best friends to a dead end. A cold, dead, gray end. Pretty funny, huh? A voice sneered from behind us. My jaw dropped and we all swung around. There, looking mischievous as always, stood Tim Hendricks. His arms were covered in dirt and blood. His eyes were glossy, black, and beady, staring at us with a smirk of malevolence. Hendricks, I stuttered. I was stupefied. If there was any ounce of leadership in my bones, it was now dormant. I had no idea what to do. Kids, I think we all know how this is going to end. If you would give up and come with me quietly, it would be much appreciated. He gave a little muttered laugh. There was an awkward moment of silence. We all stood and stared at each other. Come on! Come on! Tim shouted. Without thinking, all four of us ran shoulder first at the corrupt cop, knocking him flat on his back. We piled past him, shoes squeaking and clanging across the steel beneath us. My eyes were frantically darting for another way out now, scanning each direction the upper level could take. There, to the right. I didn't notice it before, but there was a balcony within jumping distance. Behind it lay a door. It was our only real chance besides going back the way we came. Which way was the right way? Guys, right or down? I yelled. Without waiting for a response, I turned right. To my surprise, they kept running. I stopped. Guys, I shouted again. Jay stopped and turned. I don't want to leave the decision on you this time. We're all running for our lives. Just follow or go. He turned and continued back down the staircase. I looked to my right as Hendricks' footsteps began to clang behind me. That's it, I thought. No more chances. I'm sticking to my friends. I darted after them, Hendricks in tow. I caught up to them as they slowed to a jog. The door we had entered through lay just ahead, practically gleaming like a light at the end of a dark tunnel. Hopefully. The door slammed open just as Henry was reaching for it. Ow! He cried out, stumbling to the side and grabbing his wrist. Henry! Stacy ran to his side. Jay and I had no time to react. What stood in front of us sent a shock right through our bodies. It was the doctor, the very creature who had scolded Hendricks earlier. Behind him, crowding the hall, stood many other smaller humanoid beings. Some stood normal adult height, others looked like normal humans. They pushed into the room surrounding us. Hello, young folks, said the doctor in a calm voice. We did not respond. Jay and I looked around us. I could not believe my eyes. Some of those people were familiar. Mrs. Carter? Jay gasped. There's our old English teacher from sophomore year, standing directly across from us. Hi, kids, she said, smiling. This is screwed up, Jay. We have to find a way out of here. I tried shaking myself awake, but this was no nightmare. It was a living hell. Stacy and Henry were motionless behind the circle of people, looking at Jay and I with horrified expressions. After a strange momentary silence from everyone, the doctor spoke. Well, this has gone on long enough. Hendricks approached from behind us. You've met my friends, he snickered. They've been watching our chase from the control room. You see, you're never safe. This was always meant to end in my favor. Enough, the doctor boomed, causing my heart to skip a beat. Sorry, sir. How should we take care of these four now? I don't care. Just give me their energy. Route it right to my father's chambers. I'm sure he'll be very pleased. My face must have twisted to another deep level of fear, because the doctor looked right at me and spoke again. Oh, child, don't bother being scared. Your existence will no longer matter in the following moments. This is the end of the road for you and your friends. The circle of people began to close in. That's when I noticed them. There, in the furthest end of the crowd, were my parents. Mom? Dad? Hey, sweetie. My mom did not smile. She merely cracked a smirk that I knew as her bored expression. The circle opened to reveal them to me some more. They were in their normal day attire, hair and faces neat and prim. What the fuck is going on here? My tear ducts were dammed, causing my face to twitch as it held back the waterworks. A mix of anger, sadness, and fear that had all built up through the night. Jay, Stacy, and Henry were all speechless. Their parents were not present, but all eyes were on me as I took in the confusing situation. My dad stepped forward. I'm so sorry. We wanted you to stay away from here. We didn't want you or your friends to end up in this awkward position. Awkward? Fucking awkward? Charlie is dead. These people want the rest of us dead too. You're gonna let this happen? Listen, it's nothing personal, my mom stated coldly. You're our blood. The Almighty Master may share your energy with us this time. Nothing personal. Almighty Master. Mom! Dad! I'm your son! Suddenly, my arms and hands were apprehended by some aliens from the crowd. Stacy, Henry, and Jay were all grabbed as well. They were screaming for help, but my eyes would not peel away from my parents. I'm your son! I screamed again, no response. I couldn't help it. I pulled one of my kidnappers' hands up to my face and sank my teeth down into their palm. Ah! The being screeched aloud. Stop that one! Hendricks seethed. I was already heading up the stairs to the upper level. The sounds of my shoes clanged against the steel practically muffled the cries of my friends beneath me, screaming for help, maybe from me or maybe to no one in particular, but I couldn't stop. Some unknown fear inside me compelled me to get away. I knew we would all end up spread out at some point. I was just leading their way, right? They would soon follow, right?
I could see it again at the balcony in jumping distance. It had to be a way out. It had to be. I grasped the railing from where I was and swung myself across. My body cracked against the double doors and I stumbled backwards, but I kept my footing. I wasted no time as I opened the doors in front of me. A long winding corridor stretched out beyond me. Again, it was dimly lit, this time by many bulbs along the length of the ceiling. As I followed the walls without hesitation, taking each turn with barely a cautionary stall, I began panting. I never realized it, but I was becoming very tired. My muscles ached and pulsated like the throats of frogs, swelling and deflating over and over. Only thing is, I didn't plan on croaking any time soon. My frantic running slowed to a jog. How long was the damned hallway? I was answered by a doorway up ahead. This one was a glistening chrome surface, smooth and twinkling as if it were freshly scrubbed wax and shine. Again, without thinking twice about it, I swung the door open. Bzzz. What? I gasped as a gust of wind, accompanied by a furiously bright light, smacked me with a wave of surprise. I shielded my eyes quickly. It was so bright, I could feel it through my eyelids. I waited for what felt like minutes on end to reopen my eyes, and then I finally did. The light had ceased gladly, but I kept one hand close to my face just in case. Then I began looking around the room. Wait a second. No, not a room. I was outside. I was standing on a rooftop, and my heart began to race. That means I had made it out, but hold on, I was not alone. Shit, I whispered aloud. The large disc-like craft from earlier sat quietly whirring ahead of me. The same shiny gloss from the door behind me made up the entire surface of the alien ship. It had multiple circle windows around the top part, and a few lights unlit around the bottom half. Unbelievable, I mumbled. There had to be somebody on board. It was running. It sounded like a car sitting idle. This was no earthly personal vehicle, though. I looked around and noticed a large wooden crate off to the left of me. That would be my cover until I figure out what to do from here, I thought. I quietly tiptoed over and ducked behind it. I couldn't believe the situation at this point. Here I was, hiding behind a crate on a rooftop of a building occupied by alien creatures and crazy people. Officer Hendricks, my parents, my old teacher. I mean, what the hell was going on? I wondered what my friends were doing. Had they gotten away? Would I find them when I get out of this mess? Shiny chrome-colored door flew open. My heart skipped a beat. Who was it? I could hear two voices, male and female. They were talking frantically back and forth. I had to sneak a peek and figure out who had followed in my tracks to this alien landing zone. I took a deep breath and stuck my head out just a bit. Stacy! Henry! I whispered loudly, my voice rasping, straining to still keep quiet. They turned to look at me, eyes widening with smiling surprise. There you are! Stacy cried out, also straining her voice with a hushed hoarseness. Her and Henry shuffled out hurriedly, stooping down to join me. I ran as far as I could to escape those things, but I don't know where to go from here, I explained. I don't know either, but I've had it up to here with this bullshit. Henry shook his head and put his hand on his forehead, displaying stress and discomfort. Well, there has to be a way off this roof. We're gonna find out. Where's Jay? I looked at them both, as their faces fell to a solemn lowness. Oh, Stacy turned away a bit. I'm sorry, They got him, I said. It was a statement, not a question. They both nodded. No. I stood up, hands and head shaking. No, shit, it's my fault. No, it's not, Stacy shouted. Don't say that and sit down. They're gonna find us. I should have been there. I should have. My voice trailed off. My devastation finally took its toll. The waterworks were brewing like a pot of bad coffee. My body was rejecting my own feelings. I couldn't handle it anymore. I was bitter towards myself. Stop crying. It's not gonna help matters. Not to degrade him post-mortem, but this was Charlie's idea. Henry tried sounding final, but I wouldn't take it. Henry, we all decided to follow. Stacy cut me off. Then it's everybody's fault. Get over yourself. My jaw dropped. She was probably right. I was taking it to heart. Jay and Charlie were gone. This isn't about me. It was about everybody. I kneeled back down. You guys are right. I'm sorry. Let's just get out of here. How? Henry asked. I looked around us. Besides the giant craft, the crate, and us, the roof was empty. I turned my attention to the edge of the roof. There wasn't a lip on the edge. The roof was flat on every side and every corner. It was concrete, but what was over the edge? I stood up and walked to the edge and looked down. Below me was a forest floor. Trees surrounded us, but they were too far to reach from the rooftop. Along the walls there wasn't a ladder or anything else to climb down with. We were at least 2 stories off the ground. What do you see? Stacy asked. Nothing. I don't know what we're going to do. Just then the idle whirring from before became louder. It startled me and I turned around. Holy shit, the hatch is opening, Henry yelled to me. No way, I thought. I kneeled back down behind the crate. We all watched in astonishment as the large hatch door began to open up on the bottom side of the alien ship.
Oh my god, what's gonna come out of there? Stacy wondered out loud. With a loud hissing sound, the hatch came down. There were no stairs or anything, no slope, so I didn't expect anything to come walking down. Maybe it would come floating down. Then came the vacuum sound. A loud, rushing, windy noise with a suction effect like that of a vacuum cleaner. I watched as leaves, dust, and dirt began to recede up into the ship. You're kidding me, I gasped. What? Stacy and Henry said at the same time. Guys, grab onto something, now. There wasn't anything. The rooftop was bare except for the crate, and the crate sat loosely atop the roof. We latched onto the crate, and I hoped it was heavy enough not to move. What's going on? Henry screamed. Don't let go, I shouted. There was a flash of light and electricity as the suction sound got louder. I could feel it now. I tightened my grip, but I could feel the crate was moving. It's trying to take us in, Stacy cried out, scared shitless. Henry and I were just as frightened. I felt the crate sliding inches at a time, us with it. Hold on guys, we're going into the craft with it. We can't get out of this one. Fuck that! Henry rejected my advice as he let go of the crate, but he had no time to run. I watched in horror as his feet were swept up out from under him, and he was dragged through the air towards the ship. Henry, no! Stacy screamed in desperation. There was no use. We watched as he was sucked straight up underneath. No! Stacy's voice cracked as she shouted and pled for Henry. It's too late. We're gonna end up there too, Stacy. I'm sorry. This could be it. I'm so sorry. With the pop, the suction got even stronger. Shh, I thought out loud. Suddenly, Stacy, the crate, and I were all viciously dragged across the roof and into the ship. We screamed the whole way. My head cracked off the side of the hatch. I didn't even see it coming. I blacked out. I don't know how long it was before I came to, but I woke up before my eyes opened. I heard a loud bickering from somewhere close by. No, Master. I don't know. 3 did get away, but we may have enough energy already. This planet will be all yours. A deep, booming, gravely voice came next. You weak, weak scum. There was no explaining your way out of this one. You failed me again. First you killed the old man and those children before you could bring them to me. Then you nearly destroyed the equipment with that teenaged waste of space. His energy level was enough to finish this, the voice stammered. Do you understand me, Hubert? I am not satisfied. I'm sorry, Master. You are no longer of use to me. Please, it won't happen again. You're right. There was a loud crunch and a squishing sound. It continued into a rushing of drips and splashes. Then there was silence. I couldn't see a thing. Wherever I was, only feet away from that horrendous conversation I just witnessed, it was pitch black. I reached my arms out to feel where I was. It felt like a box of some sort. A box big enough to give me room to move, but a claustrophobic space nonetheless. My head was pounding too. It took me a moment to remember I had smacked my head off the ship as it had aggressively pulled me in. I grabbed at my forehead and groaned. Yup, it was painful. I shifted myself uncomfortably. I jumped. The Master was moving around now. I wondered what was going to happen next. Was I going to die? I really didn't know. What was he doing out there? It's okay, young one. Keep quiet. No, please, no! Stacy begged and cried. Shit, he had Stacy out there. Stop, you useless little girl. I heard the sound of a hand across a soft cheek. Oh, ow! Stacy screamed even louder. You're useless to me. Weak. No! I covered my mouth. The dripping and pouring I now recognized as blood followed the clear crunch of bones. This was it. Hendrix and Stacy were both dead, if Henry wasn't already dead. This Master, who or whatever he is, clearly finds us weak. What he seemingly does to us weaklings. I couldn't even think about it. My stomach was turning. I can still hear him out there. He clicked buttons, opened drawers, mumbles to himself, and paces back and forth. I've managed to write this to you all on my phone, from inside this box. I don't know where I am, or even if I am still in that spaceship out in the woods. Last I knew, I had escaped the inside of a crazy alien warehouse of some sort in the middle of the woods in Wareham, MA. Don't come find me. Don't even go out into the bogs here. I would even suggest to you avoid Wareham altogether. Shit, my phone is dying. Are you moving in there, child? He heard me shift inside here. This is it. I'm about to die. Well, my parents won't miss me. My friends are dead. So I guess I don't care that this is it. This is the end. The box lock clattered and clanged. I could feel the air in my lungs swirling like fire ants marching inside me. My eyes began to water. Then, the box swung open.
Ah, Miss Smith, I presume? Welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. You look stunning. What is that sweet aroma I smell, Lemon glace? Vanilla quartz? Oh, just soap, you say? Regardless, it suits you to a T. We are overjoyed to have you here with us tonight. I believe we met over the, Job Finders website, correct? Yes, that site is a little backstreet compared to our establishment here, but alas, it is patrons without professions that we find we can cater to the most. I have what I understand to be your account here on the computer. Kitten Lover 2004, correct? Wonderful. I see you are wearing the same shade of lipstick as in your profile picture. How exciting. Come now, there is no need for embarrassment. That chair is composed of the finest leather this hemisphere of the world has to offer. Please do not tarnish it with your squirming. I kid, of course. Squirm to your heart's content. Now, we need only a few things before you can begin. Being one of our younger participants, you'll be entitled to more compensation, as I'm sure you're glad to hear. Sorry, what was that? Where are the other employees? Well, it's a late night and they've all gone home, so just me here tonight, I'm afraid. The majority of our facilities are fully autonomous, but we only ever require a light staffing at any given time, which is a good thing, of course. Plenty of free space and empty rooms. You're going to need to sign this document. See, here? We need your full name and date of birth in that little box. Now, I understand the breadth of pages may, at first glance, be a little intimidating, but we will certainly be able to assist you in going over the smaller details of the contract, such as, oh, you've already signed it. You brought your own pen, huh? Good. I like your enthusiasm, dear. Please, follow me. You're almost ready to begin. Those glamorous high heels of yours certainly make their presence known down these corridors, don't they, sweetheart? All that clacking and echoing. And that velvet dress, it shines beautifully against these bleached white walls. I must say, you are by far one of our best dressed patrons. You clearly wish to make an impression. Smart move. First impressions are the best impressions, I always say. Sometimes the only impressions, come to think of it. Please ignore any unsavory noises coming from any of the passing hallways. We have a collection of animals awaiting transfer, and despite our best efforts to make them as comfortable as possible, they seem quite unhappy. I have suggested to my superiors that we may need to improve their state of living somewhat, but alas, my words seem to fall on deaf ears. Thankfully, they will not be remaining here for long. It's quite remarkable how much a simple parrot or crow can sound just like a person, no? Just around the corner now. Ah yes, here it is, room 201. No, wait, 102, my mistake. My vision must be failing me, haha. In we go then. This room holds a wonderful atmosphere, don't you think? That shade of blue on the walls has been scientifically calculated by our very own staff to reduce stress by as much as 15%. 15%! Oh, the miracles of modern science, eh, Miss Smith? Whenever you're ready, please take a seat on the chair in the center of the room. The stain beneath it? Merely a result of faulty piping. We are having it looked at by a professional soon. You can place those high heels of yours into the cabinet on the wall if you're concerned about getting them dirty. Perfect. Are you sitting comfortably? I must admit, that chair you were seated on back in the reception looked a little more elegant. No matter, the procedure will last a matter of minutes anyway. Why, I'm not entirely certain what you mean, Miss Smith. We talked about the procedure over the web, did we not? One small procedure, and then you can begin your stay here. It's customary for all our new participants. You didn't just expect a full-time job on the spot, did you? Not to cause offense, but that seems awfully naive of you. I see you're sweating a little. Here, take my handkerchief. You wouldn't want to ruin that gorgeous makeup of yours. Goodness, those locks didn't catch your fingers, did they? They can be awfully frightful when they activate automatically like that. And your ankles, they are fine too, yes? Wonderful. Oh, come now. Don't struggle. You might break something, and I'm not referring to the machine behind your head. Frankly, Miss Smith, I don't exactly see what all this fussing is about. Up to now, you were all smiles and roses. And just as the procedure is about to begin, you wish to leave? I'm afraid I can't allow that, dear. It's out of my hands at this point. Company policy dictates that once the standard legal contract has been signed, participation is mandatory. Allowing you to leave now would compromise my job, and by extension, my career. You wouldn't want me to get fired now, would you, Miss Smith? Come now, Miss Smith, that's a very rude thing to say about a person. Minutes ago, you were a lady of proper manners. I'll have no more of this pointless delaying. Hold still and stare into the sky above you. You do see a sky, don't you? Ah, the look on your face tells me everything I need to know. Perfect. The first stage has already begun. What the extractor is, Miss Smith, is none of your business. For the last time, you signed a contract. We are operating completely within our own right, regardless of however much pain you claim to be experiencing. I mean, for Pete's sake, it was written right there on paper. Didn't anyone ever tell you to read a contract before signing it, dear? You promised you'd give us the best years of your life, remember? Now, try to relax. If these readings are correct, you should have already lost feeling from the neck down. Perpetual darkness lingered at the top of the world. Thick ice, frigid air, and snow covered the lifeless mountainscape. However, the endless night did not go unchallenged. A single source of light illuminated the sky and drove back the darkness. Nestled between two snow-covered mountains, a little cottage sat with puffy, billowing smoke rising from its chimney, ignoring the fact that the nearest civilization was thousands of miles away. To the casual eye, the house was simply a warm and welcoming home. Still, one might say to themselves, what an odd thing to find in such a bleak place. How could such a thing come to be? Like most things found in the North Pole, not everything is as it appears. The land was unforgiving and cruel. It could take your life within minutes. Only a select number of creatures were given permission to live in this harsh and relentless wilderness, while others who entered this domain did it of their own accord, such as the residents of this tiny little home. However, these individuals were like no other, and with a little bit of magic at their disposal, they lived happy and joyful lives. At first glance, it would appear it was nothing more than a simple, ordinary home inhabited by an elderly couple who loved each other dearly. If this were your conclusion, you would be mistaken. In reality, a magical secret existed below, for the small house was much more than meets the eye. The little house was not just a home, but the tip of a mystical workshop hidden beneath the ice. For centuries, children around the world found joy from the efforts of the hidden workshop. All year round, tiny magical hands toiled and labored to create toys and playthings for all the good children of the world. Elves, the last of the magical creatures from old, dwelt within its walls and used their mystical nature to create wondrous and joyful things for Christmas morning. 3 days after the winter solstice, the old man would put on his heavy coat and boots, take to the air, and deliver his Christmas joy to every last child. Like everything in the cosmos, there must be a balance. For every night, there must be a day. Every beginning has an end. And with every kind child, there was a naughty little boy or girl to be found. Far below the bright lights, singing, and happy elves creating and building new and fantastic toys, there was another workshop. There, the warmth of the hearthstones could not reach. While the purpose of the upper workshop was to bring happiness, the other was dark and sterile. It too had a purpose. It was here where the masses of cheap and easily broken toys were made. There was no love put into these objects. Never would a child's eyes brighten with wonder and awe upon seeing these gifts on Christmas morning. In his wisdom, the old man knew that even a naughty child should not be forgotten during this time of goodwill. However, the old man was no fool and had no desire to waste his resources on such unsatisfying tasks. This responsibility was handed to the banished and exiled elves that inhabited the deepest bowels below the workshop. Those with selfish hearts and greedy desires. Stripped of their immortality, they wasted away in the dark with only the trinkets and flimsy materials to pass the time. Ergra Tat sat in the poorly lit corner of a tattered workbench. His focus was entirely devoted to the old and worn piece of brass in his hands. The clangs of his hammer hitting metal rang out and echoed through the dark halls and passageways. He pounded the brass sheet relentlessly until the metal slowly began to surrender its shape and bend to Ergra's design. Suddenly the hammer flew out of the mad elf's grasp. He examined his limp hand, trying to will it back into his control. Fury filled his heart as he watched the necrotic flesh sloughed off his bony hand. He didn't have much time. His other hand was weak, but still capable of grasp. He reached into his toolbox and removed a long, warped nail and stabbed it into the back of his paralyzed hand. He pushed on the nailhead until its tip broke through the skin and emerged through his palm. Immediately, the pain surged and shot up his arm.
The thick and rigid tendons loosened within his hand, giving him temporary use of his digits once more. The elf picked up his hammer and resumed molding the shape of the brass plate. With each impact upon the brass, he poured his rage into his creation. How ironic that the product of his tireless work was meant for the ones he hated the most. His deteriorating body was fading fast. He possessed just enough magic to fuel the curse he would cast upon the object. When finished, his gift would be placed within the other junk toys and cheap trinkets. It would make its way to them, and find a child on Christmas morning. The curse would take hold and slowly begin tearing apart their lives. It will channel their essence back to him and reignite his immortality. The object would pass from one child, then to another, century after century. He had just enough magic left to evoke his curse. Urgra had once lived and worked above. Like any other elf before him, he loved nothing more than to create beautiful and wondrous toys and gizmos. However, in his heart, he wished that he could keep some of his creations for himself. One day, his eyes fell upon a beautiful music box his friend Delilah had made. The music box was extraordinary, meant as a gift to the king's firstborn. It was magnificent. Crafted from oak wood, it bore an elaborate gold design on each of its sides. When opened, a figurine of 3 children danced hand in hand to a beautiful lullaby around a magnificent Christmas tree. Urgra had never desired anything more in his entire life. It filled his heart with jealousy. He became resentful that this precious and rare treasure would go to an undeserving human infant. The little girl didn't deserve it. It should go to him, he thought. So under cover of darkness, Urgra slipped into the work area and took the music box. Unable to sleep and anxious to put the finishing touches on his prized creation, Delilah decided to return to the workshop. To his surprise and shock, he caught the elf attempting to steal the special music box. Delilah was enraged, for greed and thievery amongst elves were extremely offensive and not tolerated. Urgra begged his friend not to report his transgression, but Delilah was unmoved by the pleas and turned to tell the others of Urgra's crime. Desperate, Urgra did the only thing left for him to do. He grabbed a hammer and brought it down on his friend's head over and over again, until no more life remained in the broken body. Despite his meticulous efforts to conceal his crime, he could not escape the sight and wisdom of the old man. Humiliated and dishonored, the elf was banished from the workshop, and his precious music box was taken from him and given to the little princess. Stripped of his immortality, Urgra was cast into the cold and dark corridors of the other workshop to spend his remaining days, never to create a beautiful thing again. As the seasons passed, his hatred for all children grew and ate away at his sanity. He gritted his teeth knowing that children of men were given everything and he had nothing. Hunched over his work, Urgra fiercely worked to complete his masterpiece. He stared down at the anvil and hammered down on the brass. Each strike brought the faces of a child into his mind.
It lives in warmth.
The blunt hammer formed the metal into a hollow cylinder.
It stuffs its face with sweets and treats.
Stumpy legs were welding into place.
It gets everything it asks from Mommy and Daddy.
A malformed head and crooked ears took shape.
It gets everything its little heart desires.
Brass surface was scrubbed of debris and grime.
It gets everything it wants.
Small turquoise stones were affixed to the brass body.
I hate it.
One glimmering red ruby stone was bound to the left side of the figurine's head.
I hate it.
Finally, a second red ruby was embedded into the surface on the face's other side.
I hate them all.
In the glow of the fire, Urgra held up the brass figurine. It was a disturbing representation of a rabbit. Its body was a lattice of crisscross brass strips bejeweled with a pale blue turquoise stone at each intersection. Its head was malformed and gave the impression of a dead thing instead of a pleasant rabbit full of life. He placed the atrocious thing upon an open silver locket that contained a mirror on each of the hinged inner sides. With the rabbit figurine facing one of the mirrors, he carefully opened a vial that held a clear fluid. It was lymph. The lymph from an elf was a source of magic that flowed through their bodies like that of blood from the second set of unique arteries found within its own circulatory system and pumped by a very special second heart. Only a few tiny drops fell out of the vial, splashed onto the figurine and mirrored locket, illuminating them with a golden glow. Urgra closed his eyes and spoke the words of wormwood in his elven tongue. The clear liquid turned black and stained the surface of both a rabbit statuette and silver locket. The glow turned a deep purple, then slowly faded. Pleased with the outcome, he gently placed a cloth over the object without making eye contact to obscure it from sight, and ever so carefully placed it in a small box decorated with holiday cheer. Finished with his work, Urgra turned to leave, pushing past the corpses of several elves hanging upside down from the support beams of the outer workshop. Their lifeless bodies drained completely of every last drop of magical lymph from slit throats. Urgra's calculation had been correct. He had just enough magic to fuel the curse placed on the object. The mad elf smiled and began to laugh. For the first time in a very long time, Urgra's heart filled with anticipation at the approach of Christmas morning. The little girl sat in a large pile of torn wrapping paper from the many gifts she found under the Christmas tree. On the morning of December 22nd, Gabby woke earlier than everyone else. She went downstairs and glared at the many presents that continuously tempted her. It was as if they teased and mocked her every time she looked at the colorful and beautiful wrapping paper. She had received such a terrible scolding from her parents, but she couldn't wait any longer. At first, it would only be one gift she opened, then it became two, and then another and another. Before she knew it, all of her presents had been opened. Despite getting everything she asked for, the desire for more still was not satisfied. When Gabby stood, a small gift next to the base of the Christmas tree caught her eye. She could have sworn it had not been there before. The wrapping paper was worn and yellowed with age. Written in big words was a tag that said, "To Gabriella." It was like no other, and she surely would have seen it before now. Puzzled, she removed the wrapping paper and found a box that contained a small sealed box and a scroll. She opened and the scroll read, "Congratulations, lucky one. You are the proud owner of Pepe the Rabbit. Pepe loves you and will be your best friend in the whole world. Pepe is a friend like no other, and he will give you everything your heart desires. To be Pepe's friend, you must listen to him and never disobey the following instructions. 1. Place Pepe on his locket facing the mirror. 2. Never look Pepe in the eyes. He's ever so bashful and only likes to see you through his mirror. 3. You may ask anything of Pepe 3 times. In 3 days' time, he will grant any and all you asked of him. 4. Never look Pepe in the eyes. It bears repeating. He does not like it and will be upset if you disobey this rule. Remember, lucky little boy or girl, Pepe loves you. He loves you more than anyone else in the whole wide world. Pepe will make sure that no one will hurt you ever again. And if you love Pepe, you will listen to him and do whatever he asks of you. Pepe loves you and no one can ever come between you and him. Pepe loves you."
About 2 weeks ago, I decided that I wanted some styrofoam heads to hold a couple of my hats. I was only able to buy 2 at the time, so I took them home and set them up on my shelf with my fedoras on them. But they just looked too bland, too boring. I decided that they needed to be spruced up a little bit. I decorated the one with the ping pong ball eyes first. I named him Pins and Needles due to the pins sticking out of his lips. I made it so his eyes were able to move when I wanted them to. I just rolled the eyes in certain directions to make him look like he was looking that way. A few nights after I made Pins, I decided to decorate the other one. I named him Drips due to the dye that was pouring out of his mouth and eyes. I first noticed something was amiss when I woke up one morning. The heads were usually on a shelf across from my bed and above my door, but I saw that Pins was now sitting on my desk. His eyes were looking directly at me. As I remembered, I hadn't changed their position since I put them in. They were both pointed left, but now they were looking straight. It struck me as a little bit odd, but I figured that it must have fallen off in the night and I picked it up without remembering it. That still didn't explain the eyes moving, though. I tried to push it out of my head as I put Pins back on his shelf with Drips. After that, nothing happened for a few days, and I had almost forgotten about it entirely. Then, one night, I woke up in the middle of the night and Drips was out of place. He was sitting on my nightstand right next to my bed. I shat bricks. I know that I didn't put him there, and I live alone, so nobody else could have either. I hit him off my nightstand and threw a blanket over him and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, the cover was off of him and he was sitting upright. By now, I was thoroughly freaked out by the heads. I didn't like them anymore, but I told myself that I was being irrational and scared for no reason. I picked Drips up off the floor and sat him back up on the shelf with his horrific companion. When I got back from work later that day, I took the fedoras off the heads and tossed both heads in a corner of my garage.
I was finally able to sleep peacefully for a night or two. Both of the heads were stuffed in a corner of my garage, but 2 nights ago I woke up to see that they were both back up on their shelf and wearing their fedoras. I freaked out and went downstairs to sleep on my couch. There was no way in hell that was possible. Now I'm convinced I'm losing my sanity. Inanimate objects can't do this, can they? When I woke up this morning, both of the heads were sitting in the middle of the room. Pin's eyes were facing upwards towards me. I tore off the hats and threw them in the garage again. I don't know why I didn't just throw them away, but I know that I should have. They're scaring me, and I think they're moving around more frequently. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I can't stand one more night of those heads watching me. I'll keep you guys updated if anything more happens with them. The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as Lavender Town Tone or Lavender Town Suicides, was a peak in suicides and illness of children between the ages of 7 to 12 shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan back in February 27, 1996. Rumors say that these suicides and illness only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music hit extremely high frequencies that studies showed that only children and young teens can hear since their ears are more sensitive. Due to the Lavender Tone, at least 200 children supposedly committed suicide, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who committed suicide usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not acted irrationally complained of severe headaches after listening to Lavender Town's theme. Although Lavender Town now sounds differently depending on the game, this mass hysteria was caused by the first Pokemon game released. After the Lavender Tone incident, programmers had fixed Lavender Town's theme music to be at a lower frequency, and since children were no longer affected by it. One video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of the unknown near the end of the audio. This raised a controversy, since the unknown didn't appear until the Generation 2 games, Silver, Gold, and Crystal. The unknown translate to leave now. There is also the said beta version of Lavender Town. It is said that the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released to some kids to test the games. This is the video of the beta version of Lavender Town. I work as a full-time electrician in a 9-story office building. Most of the floors in it are rented out. The 9th floor is occupied by the company that owns the building. There is also a basement floor, which is underground. It's mostly storage space. Today I got a call from the leasing manager asking me to go to the basement and install additional electrical outlets there. The tenants, they say, are asking for it. No problem, that's what's needed. I got into the elevator, pressed the button with the number -1, and began my descent to the basement. The elevator was spacious and clean, and on one of its walls hung a large mirror. As I was riding the elevator, I caught my reflection in the mirror smirking maliciously. I turned my head. Nothing unusual. The normal face was reflected. It mirrored all my facial expressions as it should. As soon as I turned my head away, I saw a smirk from the corner of my eye. It was unkind, gave me the creeps. I turned my head sharply in the direction of the mirror a couple of times, but each time the reflection managed to synchronize with my face, showing my dazed eyes. Finally, the elevator stopped, and I noticed an oddity. There were 2 buttons glowing on the scoreboard, 1 and -1. The doors slid open, and I got out of the stall a little confused. The elevator left at once. I had already taken a few steps, but I stopped as if I had come to the wrong place. This floor was nothing like the basement. Instead, it copied our 9th floor almost exactly, except for a few details. On our 9th floor, we have a row of windows on the left side as you get out of the elevator. This one had a blank wall. Also, this copy of our office was old, dusty, and completely deserted. It was like no one had been here in years. A pair of dim light fixtures were burning on the ceiling, and a peeling front desk was visible in the half light. The corridor led down into darkness. Some of the doors were open, but a sepulchral silence enveloped the entire space. I knew all of the floors of our building. We certainly didn't have this one. It looked like the 9th floor, but I went down, not up. Where the hell am I? And then I saw the bulletin board that was hanging by the receptionist's desk. On it was a dusty black framed photograph. Looking closely, I saw that the photo was of Arkady Semenovich, our deputy director. But why was the photo in a black frame? I saw him that day. He was alive and well. There was an oppressive, mystical atmosphere about the place that made me want to escape. What if I stay here forever and the elevator never comes? The thought came to my mind and my heart raced with terror. I jumped back up to the old worn button and pushed it as hard as I could. It glowed dimly and the elevator responded with the hum of an electric motor. It seemed to take forever. When at last the elevator doors opened in front of me, I jumped in like I was in heat. The light in the stall literally blinded me after the darkness of that floor. It seemed as if the elevator had come straight from heaven to take me away. While my eyes were getting used to the light, the elevator brought me to the basement floor on its own and opened the doors. I didn't even have to push the button. "Where did you disappear to?" asked the retail manager who was waiting for me. "I was in the elevator," I mumbled. "Through Tashkent?" he teased me. I shrugged and he, seeing my confusion, just showed me where to fix the sockets and ran off on his own. I walked around all day not knowing what had happened to me. I chalked it up to fatigue. I must have imagined it, I thought to myself as I went to bed early the next night. The next day, the whole floor was buzzing with terrible news. Last night, Arkady Semenovich had been killed in a car crash, and by the evening there was a picture of him in a mourning frame hanging on the notice board in our office. This chain of events completely threw me out of my usual rhythm. I went to work like a zombie. Questions kept reverberating in my mind. How could there be another floor between the ground floor and the basement? The floor slabs are a couple dozen centimeters thick. Why exactly was I there? Maybe it was a hallucination? But then how did I know in advance about the death of the deputy chief? I can't tell anyone. They'll think I'm an idiot. 2 weeks later, I was back on that ground floor. In the morning, the guard from the first floor called and asked to see the switch. He said that it sparked and did not work. So I got in the elevator and pressed the number 1 button. And again, I noticed the elusive smirk in the mirror. The elevator stopped again at floor 0. The doors opened, but I decided not to get out and pressed all the buttons one by one. The elevator didn't move. It was like it wanted me to get out and see what was there. I took a step out into the corridor, holding the door with my hand. I really didn't want the elevator to go keep me in this place. This time I saw an abandoned copy of the 2nd floor. Everything was dusty and the walls were shabby. In the semi-darkness of the corridor, I saw a stepladder. It was standing right in the middle of the corridor, about 10 meters away from me. There was a man lying face down on the floor next to it. He wasn't moving, and in the darkness, I couldn't recognize him. The elevator started trying to close its doors, so I jumped into the stall. Strangely enough, it moved. It was as if I'd done its bidding. After a short ride upward, it led me out on the 1st floor. I spent the rest of the day like I was in a dream, feeling like I was starting to fall out of reality. Maybe I need to make an appointment with a psychiatrist, I thought, coming home in the evening. All night long, I had nightmares of some kind. The next morning, I got a call from the tenants on the 2nd floor, asking for me to fix the light fixture in the hallway. According to them, it was blinking desperately. Taking a stepladder, I went to the 2nd floor. I recently got a job as an electrician in a 9-story office building. The previous electrician had an accident. He was electrocuted while repairing a light fixture in the 2nd floor hallway. I feel sorry for the guy. I like my job. I have my own little office, and the salary isn't bad. Everything is fine, except that I think the mirror in the elevator is kinda weird. The reflection in it smirks sometimes. Or maybe it's just me?
Have you ever seen the cute, small, fluffy, yellow electric mouse Pokemon Pikachu? You always say it is cute or precious or a good friend, but that little yellow bundle of joy isn't so cute anymore. There was a kid, a little boy at the age of 10, ready to start his journey to become the very best. His favorite Pokemon was a Pikachu. He loved those little critters. They were always by your side, they giggled cutely, and was very powerful. The boy's name is Jimmy. So Jimmy embarked on his Pokemon journey, first visiting Oak, of course. So he entered Professor Oak's lab. Oak reached Jimmy with a wave. "I've been expecting you for a long time, Jimmy," he said.
Professor, I'm ready for my first Pokemon. Right this way, Jimmy. Oak had one Pokemon left. Jimmy, all I have left here is this Bulbasaur. Alright, it will do. Jimmy takes the Pokeball, and as he exits the lab, Oak says, Wait, Jimmy, you forgot your Pokédex. Thanks, Professor. Well, I'm off to catch Pikachu. Wait, Jimmy, what Pokemon did you say? Pikachu, the cutest and most loyal. Oak was shocked. Pikachu? Yeah, Pikachu. What's wrong with Pikachu? It's nothing really, it's just... There is just one Pikachu that is off from the rest. It isn't shiny, but its fur is darker and more ragged than the rest. If you see this Pikachu, run, Jimmy. Run if you see this specific Pikachu. Don't ask why. You will soon know why if you get too close to it. Okay, Professor, I'll be careful. Wait, before you go, do not, and I repeat, do not go near the Pikachu, or something terrible will happen. Alright, I'm off on my journey. Be safe, Jimmy. I will, bye. So now Jimmy embarks on his journey with his first Pokemon named Balby. They head to Viridian Forest to catch a Pikachu. Jimmy enters the forest and hears the cries of many wild Pokemon. He finds a secret path between trees. At the start of the path it says, Do not enter, with a bloody paw print on the side. He examined the paw print and resembled the paw print of Pikachu. Curiosity got the better of him. He entered the forest beyond the sign. For what seemed like hours, he walked and walked. And as he got deeper, the cries of Pokemon from behind him got quieter and soon ceased. All he could hear was him treading through the grass. And then he heard rustling in a bush. He readied his Pokemon, and then the rustling stopped. He checked the bush to find nothing, and kept going. Soon it was almost pitch black. He had a super bright flashlight in his pack. He shined in front of him to find a dead end. But not just a dead end he found. He saw a yellow ball lying in the grass. He examined it, but not too closely. It looked like Pikachu fur, but darker and ragged. He stayed still and saw a pool of blood under it. He assumed it was dead, so he turned away and walked back, feeling sad. But then he heard a faint noise behind him, grass moving. Showing the flashlight back, the ball was still there, so he turned around and kept going. And as he walked further away, he heard a faint pee, pee. He thought nothing of it, and kept walking. Then he heard Pika, Pika, Pee. He was startled a bit, but kept going. But then a chill ran over his spine when he heard a deep, demonic Pika from behind him. Chills ran down his spine. He jumped forward to show his flashlight back towards it. What was once a ball on the ground in a pool of blood, now a monster standing upright about 7 feet away from Jimmy. It was a wild Pikachu, but it was different from how Oak explained it. Its fur was more ragged. It had super sharp claws. It had a big toothy, bloody smile that stretched past its cheeks. Its ears drooped downward, its eyes pitch black with 2 red dots. His eyes were bleeding blood trickled down his face. It spoke again, Pika, Pika. Then it did something a Pikachu never did. It said its full name. Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu. The monster sprinted at him faster than any Pikachu. He was so scared that he wasn't thinking straight. Go, Balby!
Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur.
Balby used Razor Leaf.
Bulbasaur.
Balby used Razor Leaf. It had no effect.
Soar.
No! Balby returned!
Soar.
The Bulbasaur returned, but not with any use anymore. Jimmy ran as fast as he could, screaming loudly, calling for help, calling for anything, anyone. But nobody responded. Jimmy kept on running from the demon. He ran so far and so fast he made it to where the sign once was. The sign was gone. He ran out where the path was. Had no cries were heard. It was dead silent other than the grunting, screaming demonic Pikachu chasing him. Flashlight in hand. There was only one thing to do. The only thing he could do. Go back to Professor Oak's lab. He ran out to Viridian Forest and ran all the way to Oak's lab. He turned around to find a Pikachu was, well, right in his face. The Pikachu spoke.
Hello, Jimmy, Pikachu.
Jimmy screamed so loud all of Kanto could hear his screams. He ran into Oak's lab and boarded and blocked the lab doors the best he could. He ran to Professor Oak and hugged him, crying and shaking with fear. Professor, I found it and it wouldn't stop chasing me. I didn't listen to you, I'm sorry. But he then realized it wasn't the professor he was hugging. It was Pikachu. Jimmy screamed and ran out of the lab, crying and afraid of it catching him. He tripped and fell, and the last thing he saw before his demise was Pikachu staring directly at him. Always check your children's Halloween candy. Always. I'm not saying this to fearmonger. To tell you the truth, I realize that most of the candy handed out on the holidays likely purchased at Walmart the day before and shoved into a plastic pumpkin-sized bowl. You probably have realized that most sane people don't poison candy, or put glass in it, or whatever cautionary urban legend you've heard. The only guy who did do that did so to his own son. So, those neighbors of yours, don't treat them like criminals. They're just trying to innocently give the kiddos some sweets. This warning regards a phenomenon that has no apparent origin. What I mean is, no one is really sure of where it comes from. The candy in question isn't even so. You can't purchase it at any stores, and looking it up online results in no results. The candy, this aforementioned phenomenon, appears to be that of a cinnamon jawbreaker, not to be confused with the Atomic Fireball brand or any other similar sweet. It may resemble a red-tinted gumball, or a red lollipop with no stick. The point being, it's rather generic in appearance, which makes it tricky to spot the real deal. The candy is sometimes branded under the HH Sweets Company, a corporation that doesn't exist. At least, not one registered by any agency since 1999. If you search the internet, you might find some HH Sweets businesses, but I assure you, they aren't the real deal. Merely a namesake coincidence. If the label carries the HH name, beneath it a tagline will read something to the effect of, "Hot as hell, sweet as heaven." Not all of the candies sport the branding, but it certainly helps to spot it. This is why I advise if you find yourself, or your kids, with an unmarked red candy, the safest bet is to throw the sucker away. Documentation of the phenomenon only dates back to 2007, but there is the possibility that it's gone on for far longer. As of recording, a known 9 people have ingested the candy, 4 of which being children under the age of 18. Each case has happened on October 31st, with the most cases occurring during 2016, with a total of 3 victims. The only clues as to the candy's appearance and branding is through the eyes of witnesses and subsequent investigations of any nearby and open candy wrappers. Each of the victims' corpses, aside from the heads, remain untouched. The heads, however, are where things get strange. Each of the heads is completely burnt, like a used match. This would make identification of the victims troublesome, except for the fact that fingerprint analysis lent itself fittingly to the nature of these deaths, considering the hands of the deceased were completely intact. None of the victims were related in any way, with the only exception being a father and his 9-year-old daughter, Andy and Mary Kay Winfield from Lexington, Virginia. All of the others shared no relation, other than the aforementioned candy. An eyewitness report from Brevard, North Carolina documented the full story behind the mysterious death of a 12-year-old boy, Shane Davis, who died on the Halloween of 2009. I was leaving the pharmacy at around 8:30 when it happened. He, Davis, was walking down the block in a zombie costume. I didn't even notice him at first because it was dark and the costume was dark. But then there was this flash of orange light, like someone lighting a candle. I turned around and this heat wave hit me in the face. And the smell. Oh Lord, it smelled like cooked meat. His head was on fire. There were people screaming, but there was nothing we could do. He screamed only for a moment. Then he hit the pavement. I'll never unsee it. There were rumors it was a hex from a witch or something. I'm not a superstitious man, but when you see something like that, superstition doesn't seem too far off, you know. Similar reports were documented for many of the other victims. Shortly after ingesting the candy, the victim's head would burst into flames, and soon thereafter the victim would succumb to the injury and die. Many rumors and theories have since popped up surrounding the deaths and candy. Many include witches and spells, but some have garnered significant following beyond regional folklore. One of the most popular rumors cites the deaths as a result of the 1782 execution of Henry Hyson Cassidy, H.H. Cassidy, a candy maker from Ononcock, Virginia, the site of the first documented death from 2007. Cassidy, a local candy maker, was placed on trial for the disappearance of 2 young girls from the neighboring town. Despite having no apparent motive for abducting 2 young girls, the candy maker was charged as a reasonable suspect, having access to sweets for alluring the children. Following a local investigation where one of the girls' bodies was discovered with candy in her pocket, Cassidy was charged with the murders and sentenced to death. Children from the town who once loved the sweets made by the candy maker began calling Cassidy the Witch of Ononcock, making him one of the earliest male witches of legend. Being found guilty in a hasty trial, Cassidy was sentenced to death by molten metal, a process considered barbaric except in a case of an accused witch. Cassidy, who swore his innocence until his death, had a molten metal bar dropped into his throat. While a quick death, it was certainly not painless. The townsfolk remarked that justice was served on that day, and the body was buried in a shallow grave. Given that Andy and Mary Kay Winfield were also from Virginia, many speculated that the spirit of Cassidy returned to punish those responsible for his death, using his signature candy as a way to torment the descendants of his accusers. The name, too, H.H. Cassidy, would explain the name on the wrappers, H.H. Sweets. Another popular theory is usually referred to as the Jack-o'-lantern story. Based on the Irish myth, the story goes that a man known as Stingy Jack tricked the devil on multiple occasions, resulting in his banishment from hell as well as heaven, as he was a trickster at heart. The man, forced to roam the earth, lit coal within a turnip and has been using it ever since to light his eternal path. The story, clearly rooted in the Halloween tradition of carving jack-o'-lanterns, has been used to explain the candy too. Stingy Jack, as he's referred, seeks out souls to join him in his eternal punishment. The candy, which burns the heads of its consumers, turns them into a somewhat crude jack-o'-lantern. This would explain the fiery demise of the victims, as well as its connection to the celebration of Halloween. In conjunction with the Stingy Jack narrative, there are some who conclude the candy is the work of the devil himself, tormenting unsuspecting holiday celebrators with death merely for the fun of it. A rather sick trick, yes, but then again, mischief is commonplace in the celebration of Halloween. As for this theory, the HH label would stand for Hell's Hottest, or some other variation of the Hell alliteration. Despite these varying backstories to the candy, there is a far more grounded explanation that many have subscribed to. Rather than reading into the HH Sweets mythology, some conclude that HH Sweets is precisely what it claims to be, a candy company. The motive for committing these crimes is, at large, still a mystery, but this theory cuts out the claims of ghosts and devils, suggesting instead that a select few sickos had the willpower to conjure up sweets with the intent to kill. In the end, no one theory is correct, at least not one that can be confirmed by traditional means. A candy that is, for lack of a better term, supernatural can only be explained by the supernatural, making it extremely difficult to verify any of the information regarding it. If you wish to avoid the grisly results of the candy, it is advised to always check your children's Halloween candy. Better yet, avoid the trick-or-treating tradition altogether. Or, if you're highly concerned, perhaps it would be best to simply skip Halloween altogether.
This is a story that happened to a friend of mine. Something that, although it had already happened to him some time ago, he told me a few days ago. I have to say that his words impressed me a lot when he told me in detail about this event. I guess most of you already know Pokemon Go, the new app that is causing a furor in the world. Another successful idea developed by the founder of the company Niantic, John Hank, also known for the creation of Google Earth. That was a step into the future for a new kind of fun, something that as kids we could only imagine watching every episode of the animated series. Surely in childhood, more than one of us might have thought at some point, how cool it would be if they existed, and even cooler to be able to travel around places to catch them or fight with other trainers. He was one of them, and as soon as he heard that he could download the app, he didn't think twice about venturing into the game. The excitement he felt, despite being an adult living alone, was indescribable, which in turn was funny because he felt like a little kid with a new toy. He spent hours and hours in the streets catching them, or in the squares fighting with other trainers. He just felt his cell phone ring to indicate that a Pokemon was nearby, and without thinking, he got up in search of it. Everything was going well until one Tuesday night something strange happened. A night that would remain in his memory. It was around 11 p.m. and he was lying down watching TV in his room, but the calm was interrupted when he felt he received a message at that moment. When he picked up his cell phone, he realized that the game was alerting him that there was a Pokemon nearby. But there was something strange. Normally the program shows what type it is, but this time only the silhouette of a dark image appeared and did not give it any name. It should be noted that I was hesitant to go out since it was very late and the weather was not good at all. The wind was blowing quite strong. But after much thought, besides taking into account that it is a safe area and with the minimum rate of theft, he got out of bed, got dressed, went down to the living room, and went out to the street. Perhaps the fact that the image does not appear is because it is a rare species. At least, he thought so. Whatever it was, he could not miss that opportunity. Guided by the GPS, he realized that the signal directed him to a nearby public square, a place where every morning several parents take their children to enjoy entertainment such as hammocks, slide, seesaw, among others. It was very dark and the creature was still there. Although the silhouette did not look like any other Pokemon he had seen, it still appeared on the map, but he pointed the camera everywhere without finding absolutely nothing. Suddenly, he heard a sound to his left, and perhaps by simple reflex, he turned and looked with his cell phone. It was one of the hammocks that moved by itself. It could have been the wind if the other three that were on the sides were still. It was then when the terror took over his being. Through his camera, he saw on the screen a male Pokemon trainer sitting in the game. A figure with totally black eyes whose hands were holding each end of the hammock rocking. But realizing that my friend was paralyzed watching him, the strange trainer with torn clothes and deformed face got down and started walking in his direction. As he tells, when he reacted, he began to run towards his house, feeling that this thing was chasing him, that from time to time he looked back without seeing anyone, but the sensation accompanied him. With his heart racing, he reached his house, quickly opened the door and locked himself in it, while trying to catch his breath from so much running. His cell phone rang and he realized it was the game again, noticing that the same shapeless silhouette was nearby. But this time it was not in the square. It was now outside his house, right on the sidewalk across the street. Extremely frightened, he went up to the second level and entered the room and closed it from the inside. He was crying in fear. He was so terrified that he was short of breath, and at times he had a lump in his throat. The app kept beeping. Scrolling through the map he had already entered. He just wanted to run away, but he didn't know where to go anymore. The silence was sometimes interrupted by his agitated breathing, until the program had a specific prompt informing him that the thing was in front of him. The room felt cold. His lips exhaled a white vapor that made it clear he was no longer alone. Nor did he want to look, but the signal only made him even more uneasy. In a burst of courage, he grabbed the cell phone, practically shaking, squinting his eyes as he inwardly prayed to God that no one was there. Horror burst into a scream when he opened them. Through the screen, he saw the trainer face to face. His eye sockets were empty and he was smiling at him, showing his fangs, deforming his face even more in that twisted grimace. As best he could, he awkwardly opened the door to his room, stepped outside and went to a roommate who lives nearby. He called and called until he answered. He was a nervous wreck as he told him what had happened, bursting into tears. When they looked at the screen, nothing appeared. That guy who didn't believe him too much thought that the game was upsetting him a bit. He told him that he had no problem with him staying if it calmed him down, but in passing he recommended that he uninstall the application as it was somewhat addictive and would end up driving him crazy. Finishing the story of his experience, he told me that he had already uninstalled everything from his mobile. But still, to this day, there are times when at night a deep cold runs through his room. The noises are heard in the house, like small footsteps, and he feels that something is watching him from the corners. Now he knows that he no longer lives alone. that in that darkening something came with him to stay. But he confessed to me one thing, that he prefers a million times those disturbing sensations to having to see him again, because we have not yet known the true horror.
Look, I know this is your job and everything, right? I understand that you have to ask these questions, but I've already told this whole story to the officer who rescued me. Well, the officer who untied me, somebody else rescued me, or something at any rate. I have a good memory for details, do you understand me? Like nearly a photographic memory. Yes, I know that technically doesn't happen, but the point is I remember everything about a scene, down to the most minute details. It's an annoying part of who I am, both for people who know me and myself, just a side effect of my OCD. And not this nonsense self-diagnosed, I like things clean so I must have OCD stuff. I have an actual mental aberration about this sort of thing. I remember the exact amount of my first paycheck for my first job 12 years ago, $544.11. I remember the exact outfit I was wearing on the night of my disastrous first date. A white t-shirt which was about 2 sizes too small on purpose, and blue jeans with my favorite pair of brown sandals. Don't judge, it was 2005. It's not just milestones either. I remember the exact pattern of the neck tattoo of a blonde cashier who sold me a bag of potato chips in Biloxi, MS back in 2008. It was a tribal art design that vaguely resembled a fox. The left ear was a little wonky, so I thought it was a rabbit at first until the guy corrected me. Are you getting my point? I remember everything. So when I tell you that I remember everything that happened to me, you know that I'm not exaggerating. I know a lot of people in similar situations repress a lot of stuff, but this isn't me, okay? God, I wish I could though. I remember it was 3 nights ago when I was driving home. I felt cold steel against the back of my head a short ways down the road. I remember the rotten breath of the creep in my back seat who gave me instructions well off the beaten path up to this little old shanty out in the woods. I remember him keeping his gun trained on me as he got out of the car first and then dragged me out. There was a crunching under my feet, dead leaves and twigs from the forest floor. I knew from how long we'd been driving there was nobody around for miles, but he still felt the need to gag me. I remember the sickeningly sweet smell and taste of the duct tape he used to cover my mouth, not to mention the feel of the adhesive on my wrist as he bound them tightly behind my back. He then forced me to march at gunpoint around the back of his house to his cellar, though I'm sure the creep has his own little pet name for the place of torment. Before I was forced in, however, I remember seeing something very strange. I filed this one away for later as I was obviously occupied. Even with attentiveness like mine, you tend to get distracted when you are bound, gagged, and kidnapped by some foul-breathed pervert. But I remember seeing it. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a piece of the tree had broken off and taken a roughly human shape, oak brown with a strange sort of shimmer to it. It was like a finely polished wooden statue of a man. There were no facial features, which is why at first I thought that's exactly what it was. Until I saw it again. The son of a bitch put a metal collar around me and locked it to this cold steel pole, giving me just enough space to be able to sit, but not lay down. He then went on a diatribe like most of these sickos do to justify his actions. He began talking about how all of us really love this kind of treatment, and before time I'd be thanking him. Even without my condition, I would have remembered these words because that's when I saw it again, peeking at us through the small cellar window. It was maybe a foot tall and 3 feet wide, but its face was clearly there, staring at us. I would have said something, but the duct tape was still over my mouth. I may have had some sort of expression of fear, or at least curiosity at the beast, but I'm sure this guy just thought it was a reaction to him. The damnedest thing, though, is that despite the fact that this being had no eyes, and the fact that me and the pervert were in roughly the same position in the cellar, I knew for a fact that the creature was looking at him, not at me. There was something sinister, hungry even, in its contemplation. I didn't have the facial cues, but I could feel the creature's energy well enough. I, of course, had my own problems to worry about as the freak began to prepare himself for whatever sick plans he had for me. But he didn't get very far. There was knocking on the door upstairs. The creep dropped his little bag of toys and shook like a leaf. He put an extra layer of duct tape over my mouth and then put a cloth hood over my head. All I can remember from this point on is the sounds of what happened. I didn't have any other sense to really go by until your officer found me 2 days later. What I heard I will never forget as long as I live. I may eventually forget my first paycheck, my first date, and that damned botched tattoo, but I swear the sounds that creature made as it pushed its way through the door will haunt me forever. Try to imagine the sound of every tree in the forest snapping in half at the same time, and you might approach what it sounded like as this beast tore this man apart, bone by bone. The screaming only lasted a little bit, but when the screaming stopped, the desecration of this monster continued. I was scared, of course. I still hadn't pieced everything together yet, and here I was bound up to a pole with no way of helping myself and convinced that I would be the next thing to suffer the same fate. Just about the time I began to panic, pulling tightly against the damn collar that kept me tethered in place, I felt a soft, polished wooden hand grasp my forearm. It wasn't a firm grip or a forceful one. It was a soft, reassuring grip. I felt the creature's face mere inches away from mine behind the hood. There was a whisper, almost like a child's voice, only a touch raspier.
Don't worry,
It said.
the monster is gone now.
After that, the creature left me. And I don't mean that it went back upstairs or anything. I mean, it disappeared on the spot. And that's it. That's everything that I remember until you all showed up. I don't trust I need to bore you with the details of the 2 days I spent alone in that damned cellar. I know you probably think I'm crazy already. But there is one last thing I guess I should add. While the creep was screaming, I heard another sound echoing through the cabin over top his. It was the sound of dozens of people around my age, laughing in triumph and malice glee. I'm sure when you search the place, you'll find evidence that I wasn't the first. Far from it. But I know for a fact that I was the last. Looking back now, all I can see is his damn face. It looks at me as I close my eyes. I can see the dripping of the black liquid as it falls from his eternally smiling mouth. His teeth are small and sharp and sit in rows like a shark's do. I'm not sure why, but he let me live. Not again. I cannot let it happen again. I will tell the tale now of how I met the entity I call Mr. Smiley. Although it might be better just to refer to the creature as an it, seeing as the only thing that stays constant about it is the smile. I was just playing a harmless game of hide and seek with some kids from the neighborhood when everything happened. We decided it would be fun to play the game in the woods, as there were more places to hide. Most of the woods in the area where I live have various paths for logging and mining, so getting lost is almost impossible, as just about everywhere there are pathways that lead back to the main roads. We were not that worried about hiding. Either the trees or bushes, the mounds or leaves, and the small caves and underpasses made excellent places to hide. We began with a few simple rules that made the game difficult, and arguably more fun. The first rule we made was that, because a few of us were not very strong in terms of how far our voice could carry over longer distances, as flu and cold season was upon us and a few of us had sore throats, namely Jimmy, Ricky, Sarah, and Timothy. Although we were stumped as to how to make sounds to signal, we were ready. We heard the falling of a tree. Not uncommon, as the area was under logging in certain parts. Only, as we heard it, a thought came to mind. We could use wood knocking to signal if we were ready. 1 knock for not ready, and 2 for ready. This was a relatively simple rule. The second rule said that we could not go out of the range of where the knocking could be heard. This took a while to figure out in a circle how far we could go. The third rule, which was also the final one, went without saying in hide and seek. No one could help the seeker find the others. So in the beginning, I lost at rock, paper, scissors the most times, and the 11 other kids got to hide. As tradition in all the games of hide and seek that we played, I waited until everyone knocked twice with their sticks. Right at that moment, I should have noticed it, but I paid it no heed because I thought someone was being a smartass. The number of knocks I heard was not 24. It was 26, meaning that someone had knocked 4 times. Or, so I thought. As I began my search, I found most of the others within an hour of looking. Jimmy was in a pile of leaves and jumped when he saw a spider, allowing me to find him easily. Sarah let go of the branch she was using to balance in a tree and fell to the ground with a thud, alerting me to where she was. Ricky was stuck and crying in a small cave. It took a whole 5 minutes for me to pull him out. As for Timothy, he tried hiding in a blueberry bush, which made him an easy one due to the cuts and thorns still stuck to him. I was quickly able to round up Carrie, Ginger, Michael, and Josh because they were in the same cave, just within different portions of it. John and Richard were no trouble because they were fighting over the ideal hiding spot in an old cabin. The last one was Kevin. He was the hardest to find of all, and I wish that he had chosen a better hiding spot. We found Kevin as it began to grow dark. We were huddled in the closet of the cabin, repeating "the trees are smiling." We thought that he was trying to play a prank on us, as he was the last one we found, but then Sarah screamed at the window of the house. There was a tree that was odd because of 2 distinct features. One was the fact that it was a different color than the other trees. The bark was almost black, with green here and there, and the second was in the center of the tree. There was a mouth that curved in a smile, and as the mouth opened up, we saw a row of sharp teeth that began to grow larger the longer it kept its mouth open, as if it were a living thing. We shut the door to the cabin and began to watch the thing. As it grew darker outside the cabin, its smile grew wider and larger, and began to drool a black liquid. I had no way of knowing that it was not there at the window at the time, but I knew if we left the cabin it would get us. I did not sleep a wink. The next morning we took a roll call and realized that our parents would be looking for us by now. Somehow it knew and smiled and vanished, but none of us would leave the cabin as it could merely be waiting. As the day dragged on, we searched the small 4-room cabin to find why it was not able to come in. We found nothing, but as the day progressed, the creature did not return. Around dusk, Sarah's mom was the first parent to come looking for us, and we stepped nervously outside of the cabin and started to walk home. Sarah ran to her mom and hugged her. As we all started to emerge from the cabin, Kevin huddled in the corner of the closet once again. He said, "Mr. Smiley is here." I asked what he meant as the tree was nowhere to be seen. Just as Kevin was about to answer, I heard a scream and saw what caused it. The hugging daughter and mother was not the scene from some child's fairy tale anymore. Sarah was pale white as she looked up at her mother's face, only to see the widened smile and black fluid dripping down on her from the thing that had taken the image of her mother.
Silly thing, did you not wonder why I had left for the day?
It said, and then lifted up Sarah and began to widen its mouth much like a snake would to swallow its prey whole. Sarah wiggled like a caught fish, screaming and crying for it to drop her. Timothy tackled the creature and it let go of Sarah. She ran back into the cabin. As Timothy got back up, the thing no longer wore the disguise of Sarah's mother. Instead, it was a bear, and it promptly charged Timothy. All the while, it kept the widening grin on its face. We all watched as the creature dragged Timothy's bloodied body away. You could hear the crunching and slurping of the creature as it was enjoying its meal.
Aren't you wondering why I'm doing this now?
Asked the creature. It was chewing up Timothy outside the window, as easily as a dog chews a bone.
I have been oh so hungry for a while now, but I was trapped. Trapped much like you are now in that house.
It trailed off. After that, we searched the house again and found nothing. But then I remembered Kevin had given it a name. I shook Kevin and asked why he gave it that name. Kevin responded with an old story his grandfather told him about. It detailed an old coal miner and a creature, and how that coal miner tricked the creature with a promise to feed it if it stayed somewhere. Instead, the old miner locked the creature in the place with some kind of ward. There was nothing in the cabin that made me think this story had anything to do with the thing currently stalking us. The next morning, we felt hungry and thirsty. As the creature looked through the window and heard us complain, it offered us a deal. It said that if we sacrificed one of us to it, it would give us a chance to run for the day. Then, as we were thinking about it, the creature reached in and grabbed Ricky and Ginger, pulling them out through the window. It laughed in enjoyment as it munched down the 2 screaming kids. We all stood in horror. We had thought it could not get in.
Well, I am one to keep my promise, so you may leave. But if any of you set foot in these woods again, I will have a snack.
It smiled and disappeared. Years passed without anyone going back into the woods. Authorities and news sources wrote the attacks off as bear attacks and shot the animal supposedly responsible. As teenagers, we forgot about the creature as a figment of our imaginations. Our parents convinced us that a way of coping with the bear attack was to forget that it ever actually happened. Kevin, eventually, was dared to go into the woods. A week later, his bones and what little else was left of him was found near the cabin. We all got back together, all 8 of us, for Kevin's funeral. John and Richard convinced Michael to join in a hunt for the thing that did it over the summer. That summer, all 3 went missing. No bodies were found, and the area was sealed off after a message read out on the cabin wall was found.
I told you all I am here, and yet you forget.
Jimmy began to see the smile everywhere he went after watching the woods. After the 3 disappeared, he said it would not stop smiling, and a week later, he died in bed with a large circle carved out of his body where his chest should have been. This time, there was no way it could be written off as a bear attack. Sarah and Carrie were the next victims. They were strung up like dolls in their houses, with large smiles that were ear to ear carved into their faces, their intestines dangling from them like jumping ropes. I realized then only I and Josh were left. I met with him to discuss what he remembered about the creature. He said he could do me one better and showed me a photo of the woods. As I looked at it, the trees were odd and distorted. In the center was a large smile with rows of teeth and black fluid leaking from them. When I put the photo down, I looked at Josh. It was then I realized that the thing in front of me wasn't Josh. And as I began to recall anything to do with Josh, my head began to hurt. As I wondered why, it responded with the answer. It explained that prior to that day, Josh as I knew him had never existed, and that it used him as a way of signaling a meal. He was supposed to leave with the rest of you, but was stuck in that house because of the other thing out there. I thought back, and the thing was never near Josh like it was afraid or something. Josh just smiled and said there are things better left unanswered. Now, as I write this, I look out my window and notice the tree is moving closer. Although I am not scared of it, I am more worried about the thing in the reflection of the mirror as it moves closer.
Hi, Josh.
It smiled, and the teeth are not sharp like that of a shark. Instead, they look like repeating snake fangs, dripping green. The mirror shows its true face. That of a rotting corpse, covered in worms and the tattered clothes of something long dead. As it begins coming closer, I notice the thing at the window is smiling. The Rugrats were really a figment of Angelica's imagination. Chucky died a long time ago along with his mother. That's why Chaz is a nervous wreck all the time. Tommy was a stillborn. That's why Stu is constantly in the basement making toys for the son who never had a chance to live. The DeVilles had an abortion. Angelica couldn't figure whether it would be a boy or a girl, thus creating the twins. As for All Grown Up, Angelica was a bipolar schizophrenic who, as a teenager, became addicted to various narcotics, bringing her back to her childhood, thus creating a world in her mind that she obsessed over. Because of the time lapse between the present and the last time she interacted with her imaginary world, she made them older. Angelica was constantly taking hits of acid so she would never have to live without her creations. To her creations were her only company in a judgmental world. Angelica's mom actually died of a heroin overdose. Angelica was schizophrenic and bipolar because she was a crack baby. Additionally, Drew, in his depression, married a gold-digging whore that Angelica idolized because she fooled herself into thinking it was her real mom. However, she always had a concept of her mom, Cynthia. She used a Barbie doll to mirror her birth mother's image, wearing an unwashed orange dress and jacked up hair, which is why she was so attached to it. Later in life, she followed in her mother's footsteps, dying of overdose at age 13 when All Grown Up was cancelled. The only Rugrat not to be fictional, however, was unborn Tommy's brother Dill. However, Angelica didn't know the difference between Dill and her creations. Dill didn't follow her commands, and after endless crying and a refusal to disappear like the others did when Angelica was angry with him, so she hit him. After she hit him, he screamed a screeching tune, and Stu ran in and pulled his niece off his only child, but it was too late. Dill had a brain hemorrhage which resulted in a deformation. As she grew up, his damage only became more evident, and by the time he was 9 and all grown up, he lived as an outcast, being ridiculed for his weirdness and retardation. The immense guilt over this is what caused Angelica to start using drugs and to uncreate the Rugrats briefly, until her experience with hallucinogenics. Chaz lost his mind after the death of his first wife and was in denial that she was ever a prostitute. On a trip to Paris to find love, Chaz fell in love with a hooker named Kira. He was originally going to marry a different hooker, but she just wanted him for his money. Kira once had a daughter named Kimi, but the baby was torn from her by law due to her cocaine addiction. Angelica imagined Kimi from Kira's stories. Upon return to America, Chaz and Kira married and she got her green card. It was a surprisingly happy and romantic story. Kira continually struggled with addiction, but was relatively happy with her new life with Chaz. Susie was Angelica's only friend who entertained the thought of Angelica's creations because they seemed to make her happy. She later became a psychologist and teamed up with Nickelodeon to make the Rugrats. When Angelica died of the overdose, Susie helped arrange her funeral. Because of her addictions and her mental state, Angelica was expelled from society, which led to a break with reality and her eventual death. She spent the last days of her life in the back of the school cafeteria, imagining friends around her and playing with the lives of her creations.
What is dead must stay buried. What is freshly dead must be carried to the grave and down the hole, where judgment begins on its soul. If this ritual is obscured, what comes of it cannot be cured. Its flesh will rot upon the ground, and all that will be heard is a high-pitched sound. It will be reborn as a creature, called by some the Midnight Shrieker. This thing will wander across your plains, driving sane men to become insane. Your women will weep without a care, and soon their eyes will be gone, along with their hair. Your cats and dogs will growl and hiss, as your children drown in their own piss. Your trees will burn, along with your house, while you play cat and mouse. With this creature of the night, you shall run with anger, panic, and fright. There are only 3 other ways to prevent this plague, besides putting them in a grave. Burn their body and it will be done. Just don't do it under the sun. Or you shall be cursed along with your kin for this dastardly and evil sin. Or let the corpse rot out of sight. The second way to escape this fright. As long as it's tied to something, you will be fine. Just don't let it go at any time. The third way, despite its pleas, is to bury the corpse out at sea. The fish will eat its eyes and brain, so it won't hurt anyone again. Now, my children, don't be afraid of what was said, as long as you bury your dead. But if you don't, you should be stirred, because what's to come cannot be cured. You do not know me. You will never see me. You never even know I'm there, but I am. I am always there. I've watched you, each and every one of you, for so many years now. I know the things you order online. I know the videos you watch. I know the games you play. I even know when you visit the darker side of the internet, your sordid little fantasies, your credit card numbers, your email addresses, everything you've ever done online. I have watched you do it. I see you through your webcams. I hear you in your microphones. You think they are turned off? You're right, they are. But it will not stop me from hearing you. I know your fears and the things you love, the songs you like, the films you watch, the sites you visit. I even know the names of some of your pets. I almost feel as though I know you. Am I a hacker? No. Then who am I? My name was once Sinclair, and I am the ghost in the machine. I don't know how I got in here. I was just a normal girl. I did all the same things you do. I played games, read articles, watched videos, and listened to music. My whole life was online. Perhaps I spent too much time plugged in. Maybe that's why I'm here. Who's to say?
I'll probably never know. The fact is, though, I am lonely in here. I can watch you, read the words you write your lovers, hear your conversations on your web chats, but I can never interact. But you are writing this, you say. Yes, in a sense, I suppose I am. But I know you don't believe it. You think I am a hoax, or just someone, somewhere, with a keyboard. I will never be able to speak with you. I'll never touch your skin. I'll never make a friend of you. I am not certain I even exist, and so I simply watch you. That is all I will ever do. Watch and listen. So when the lights are off at night, when you're speaking with your friends, when you're watching your favorite videos, lying in your bed, whenever you're writing an email, or just sat surfing on the web, remember, I am watching you, always and forever. As long as there is a connection, I am right there in the room, watching every keystroke. I am the ghost in the machine, and I will always be with you. Have you ever walked into a room and noticed the closet door hanging ever so slightly open when you know no one has been in there? You normally assume you did it but forgot to close it, or you think maybe someone else did it. You open your closet sometimes and look around. Nothing. You won't ever see anything. Unless you wait until the sun goes down. It comes out when you sleep, ever so slowly pushing your closet door open. It crawls out, low to the ground on all fours to your bed, and sits next to you. It puts its face up to yours and stares. Sometimes its stares stir your sleep, and you roll around in bed uncomfortably, rustling your covers. It likes to make noise in your closet and play with the doors and lights in your bedroom. Its black bony hands grab your covers and pull them off so you shiver. It puts its mouth right up to you and breathes its cold, shallow breath on your neck, giving you goosebumps. The stench of its breath smells like decaying flesh. It will continue to toy with you. It loves to play with its food. If it manages to wake you up and you open your eyes, it will be there with its jaws gaping open. It doesn't like it when you see it.
The Amorphous is a very unusual being, if you can even call it that. As the name implies, it is shapeless, its form appearing to constantly change. It is also void of color for the most part. However, the human brain cannot process this properly, and therefore fills in the space with darkness, much like the way the brain sees a black hole or space itself. Sometimes, when it truly wills itself to, an Amorphous can change into any shape it so desires, sometimes even able to change a few colors. It can be for a brief or long period of time, depending on how intricate the form. It takes energy in order for an Amorphous to shapeshift. An Amorphous cannot be born. It cannot be created. It cannot be destroyed. Only moved. It simply was, is, and will be. Forever. Throughout history, the Amorphous has had many names: angel, demon, ghost, spirit, and more recently, a shade. An Amorphous can be either good or bad. Like humans, some have more morals than others. But in our dimension, good and bad are simple names we use to label things that help or harm us. In most alternate dimensions, no such ideas exist. Amorphuses tend to be incredibly powerful as well. Not only can they cross dimensions, but they have the capability to create dimensions as well. This leads some to believe that in the beginning an amorphous created our own dimension, our own universe. It is unclear what its intent was, whether this entity created us on purpose or not, whether he has a plan for us or even cares. It is also uncertain whether or not it could have been done by a single being or many. Not to mention how wise they are, because they have always been, because they have always traveled. They have infinite knowledge about the world, our universe, and other dimensions as well. Some people seek to gain some of their knowledge by summoning them and trying to get information out of them, but all end in failure. There are also ways of summoning an amorphous. Many of these ways you have probably heard of. Ouija boards, chanting something at a mirror in the dark. There are plenty of rituals. When an amorphous is pulled into our dimension against its will, it can become quite aggressive and angry. Sometimes, in rare cases, they react calmly, curiously. When pulled through to our world, it takes a lot of energy out of them, so they tend to stick around a familiar place or object for a while until they have enough strength to move freely again. It's no rush though, being able to travel through time and space. I'm sure you've made a few connections. Most likely you yourself have had an experience with an amorphous at one time or other. You're probably close to one right now. We are nice little playthings for some of them to watch stumble about, and they do not fully understand dying, not being able to die themselves, so they enjoy watching us when we do. It interests them to see us cease to move. It's certain humans they find the most entertaining are the ones who feel the most fear. It's also almost impossible for an amorphous to feel fear. Nothing threatens them. Although they are all-knowing, they can never understand firsthand what fear feels like, or what death is like. This plagues them. So many of them watch us, and wait to watch us die, hoping to learn something. A few grow very, very eager. They try to speed up the process. Those moving shadows you see at night in the dark corners of your room may not be your mind playing tricks. It could be, probably is, the writhing mass of an amorphous, watching you, trying to frighten you, and growing very, very impatient.
When I was a little boy, Mama always brought me to the circus. I loved the trapeze, the lions, but especially the clowns. They made me laugh when I saw their round noses, and still do. I'm 18 now and starting college. I thought I'd have one more joy before school started, so I went to the circus. The circus was just how I had remembered. Just a big old tattered tent, creaky and rotten wooden stands. This was one of the worst circuses ever, but it had a place in my heart, plus low prices. The show was great. People swung quickly on ropes. Tigers bounced back and forth with the crack of a whip. But finally came the clowns. Fat and skinny, short and tall, this circus had it all. With the last of the pies thrown and the last of the blunders blundered, it was time to go home. Everyone had left except for me and the performers. I was hiding in the stands. Finally, the lights went off. But I heard no footsteps. But I still heard laughter. The performers hadn't left yet. But could it be the same people? The tent was too dark to see. Suddenly, one spotlight flickered on. The place was very eerie. It was abnormal, and something about it shot fear throughout me. Then, I heard a laugh. I could see a man. He had a weathered black suit and a torn hat on. An irritating ring that could have only come from a microphone sliced through the air. "Ladies and gentlemen," I heard his crisp voice announce, "welcome to the night circus." He looked up at me. His face wasn't right. Webs of twine were sewed over his eyes and his mouth, yet they still remained open. My heart jumped in terror. "For our first act, we will have our lion tamer do what they do best." The voice rang again. Pre-show, I thought. Through the opening in which all performers come in came the lion tamer. He was the same from the first show. Wait, was he? I observed him closely, and to my shock, I noticed his skin was torn in some places, but where the incisions were made, stuffing was withering out. He took a knife that was in his belt and tore open his own chest. Suddenly, 3 stuffed animals, lions to be exact, sprung from his cotton-filled gape. They moved like real animals, but were only a foot tall and made from fabric. Next, a rusty cage collapsed into the middle of the tent. Inside was a girl, no older than 14. She was grimy and wearing a filthy burlap. She looked directly at me and whispered a silent help. A sweet, salty, clear tear slowly ran down her face, like it was reluctantly walking to its demise. The lions got vicious. They sprung into the deteriorating cage and revealed teeth like daggers. They cut into her marble white skin. Her cries echoed through the air and I could feel her pain. I expected a bloody corpse, and I got one. But mixed with the blood was cotton stuffing. Soaked red cotton stuffing. My eyes subconsciously widened and my jaw dropped. I wanted to leave, but something was keeping me there. The next act was not the expected trapeze, but a sword swallower. He was actually normal. He proceeded to thrust his arm in his throat and pulled out a claymore. He then shoved it back into his throat and pulled out and in repeatedly. I cringed so hard. He finished, and he bent down in my direction and showed me his throat. It was as if a buzzsaw got stuck in it, but straight, deep, oozing cuts lined his esophagus. He curled into the fetal position and chucked up a stream of blood. No human could possibly have as much blood as I had just seen. The next thing you know, he stopped moving, and it felt like you could feel his breath slowly fly away from his brittle body. "And now for the final comes our wonderful clowns," the ringmaster shouted one last time. Out of the gloom came an 8-foot-long leg, one of an insect. It was quickly followed by 7 more, and from the darkness came a spider. Aside from being the largest and wettest goddamn spider you've ever seen, one more thing was off, and that was its head. Most spiders have spider heads, but no, this one had a dirt, dusty clown doll head. Now I could only see its body and the start of its legs in the dim light. A scratchy voice slithered out of the thing.
I need a volunteer.
It whispered in the voice of a 4-year-old girl. Its limb shot forward and into my chest. I flew out of the tent and into the night. I ran into the gloomy field. Then I saw the thing lurch towards me. Instinctively I rolled and saw a dark spire thrust into the ground where my head was. While I had the chance, I crawled into a trench. My lungs were pulsing rapidly, mimicked by my heart. The thing slowly crawled past me, and at that moment, when my brain convinced me I was safe, its head quickly turned into my direction. I was too out of breath to run. I felt a sharp pain in my arms, and sure enough, the monster had its limbs in mine.
Give me a C,
belched out the monster. Suddenly it used another limb to carve into my chest.
Give me an I,
belched out the monster again. Another letter, more pain.
Give me an R.
And, like an X-Acto knife, the pain returned.
Give me a C.
And the black leg grimly, with no remorse, carved into my skin again.
Give me a U.
It said. I was surprised I wasn't dead yet.
Give me an S.
And that was the final letter I knew. No more pain. No more sorrow. No more life. Its head rapidly morphed into that of a real human clown.
And what does that spell?
It asked one last time. Circus, I quietly murmured. Perfect, it said in that of a 30-year-old's voice. And the last thing I ever saw was its black spire thrusting into my face. And, for half a second, blood. Growing up, I was hugely interested in the study of bones, probably starting when I found my first one. I remember it being when I was around 7 years of age, out in the woods by my old house. I would always play outside and explore those woods, because people didn't worry back then like they do now. As I was walking around one day, I saw something white on the ground. Well, not really white, but that bone color. When I got closer, I saw that it was indeed a bone. Not just any animal bone, but a real human bone. I wasn't scared at all. It was actually pretty cool. It looked like a small hand, actually. But what got me is it only had 3 fingers, and it looked kind of messed up. However, I thought it looked really cool. After running back to my house, not telling my mom about it, I hid it in a box under my bed. It didn't end there. The next day, I found more. I found them in a hole in the woods, and they looked a lot like the other one I had found. One looked like a hand, but only seemed to have 2 fingers. The other ones were just ribs or something like that. I also hid those under my bed. My mother had gotten worried. I think I should have hid them better because my mom found them. I felt so bad for making her worry. So after she found them, I hid all of the other ones in a box outside. This time I knew they were out of sight. It looked like I had a whole collection of bones. I felt just like a scientist. Every day after school, I would go out and look at the bones and try to match them up because I had a whole bunch. It would have been so cool if I could have made a whole skeleton. Once, my dad caught me with them. I shouldn't have been so close to where he could see me while mowing the lawn. He ran over and carried me inside and then put me in timeout. I heard my mother sobbing and my dad seemed really mad, so I went to sleep. I woke up though when the cops came in my room and started talking with me. I was really confused. They kept asking me questions. I was growing frightened. They carried me out the door and put me in the police car. But I wasn't really scared, just a little confused. They asked me what I always wanted to be when I grew up. I told them that I had always wanted to be one of those scientists who studied bones. I didn't think they believed me. They asked me a bunch of other questions, but I just got more scared then. They put me in this little room and I think I stayed there overnight. I was still very confused. I just wanted to be like a scientist, the kind that examines bones and dead bodies, you know? But I just don't think that they liked it when they found my fingerprints on my deformed brother's body in the woods. Maybe I should have hid him better. Around mid-October, my television started to make a noise. Not all the time, just when it was set to a specific channel. The noise it made caught my attention. The channel appeared one day with some weird code in the corner. I figured it was a glitch due to it just being made available. Most of the time it was just static, and since my TV, being quite old, can hardly pick up the decent channels, it was no surprise to me that this new channel would cut in and out like it did. I don't have any sort of television provider. I use antenna. I had been meaning to get one for a long time. But I hardly watch TV anyway, and I didn't feel like paying the outlandish costs. In the beginning, the new channel didn't play anything I was familiar with. I couldn't make out most of the shows because the signal was sporadic, but when the waves made it through, it would show images of people. I think they were stills. I never saw them move. These people would be shown one at a time, standing in black space. I figured that whatever show was playing had to do with strange diseases. All of the people that were displayed had these grotesque-looking growths on them. Some looked like simple boils. Others, I guess the more developed stages, had their skin almost peeled back from their muscles. It would just be hanging there. I never caught a glimpse of any of the people's faces, but I assumed that they were just as bizarre looking as their bodies. The noise that the channel made is hard to describe. It was like when you had the volume on your speakers turned up too high, that background buzz. I checked my volume whenever I flipped to it and it was fine, so I blamed the signal. When nothing good was on the few channels I can pick up, I flipped to the new one, and sure enough, the noise was there. Whatever the show was, it was interesting enough to wade through the static to try and make out what was happening. After a couple weeks, the people in the images started getting closer to the screen. They'd be more detailed, and they seemed to be decomposing further. They would lose more and more of their skin as they crept forward. After a while, it looked like they were coming towards me. They started to discolor. It was like the air was getting to them. The noise started getting louder as well, and began to cross over into the other channels I could pick up. So did the images. I thought it to be the fault of my television, so I stopped watching it for a while. Not too long after, out of curiosity, I flipped on my TV and turned to the channel. But it wasn't there. I went through the available channels 3 or 4 times, and it was nowhere to be found. The noise had stopped too. A few days ago, I woke up in the middle of the night. All I could hear was the noise. I went into my living room, and sure enough, my TV was on, and up in the corner was that code. The images, though, were right up against the screen like they were pressing on it. They were flickering between one another. I ran over and turned it off. I stood there for a while, making sure everything was okay. Eventually, I calmed down enough to go back to bed. The channel hasn't been on since. My TV is fine, all the old channels work. Lately, though, out of the corner of my eye, I can see the people. They're just as decayed as when they were on the screen. But one thing's different. They move now. I can hear the noise too, and it's getting louder.
It's the apocalypse, Pete!
Yelled Jacob as an explosion lit the skies. Downtown, which was close to Jacob, was suddenly and violently filled with screams and bright explosions. Already having flashbacks to World War II, Jacob began to panic even more when he saw people shambling about, going to and from the location of the explosions. Pete, his loyal old dog, growled feebly at the people passing by. They appeared to be walking corpses, and this became clear to Jacob after another bright explosion lit the area enough for his old eyes to see clear enough. Jacob turned for his door and yanked Pete's collar. The old hound went tumbling in with Jacob as he slammed the door shut and went about setting the various locks in his house. After securely locking down his house and setting in place his window bars, he got up the nerve to take a peek outside. Out there, the sky flashed with explosions that rocked his house. Suddenly, a face popped up right in front of him. Startled, he fell backwards and onto his coffee table.
I know you're in there, old man,
the person outside groaned. From the lighting inside his house, he could see the burn marks and missing flesh from the person's face. Shouting wildly, he hit the lights and ran to his bedroom, which was upstairs. Pete was right beside him. The man outside banged on his door.
"Come out and join the party,"
he groaned in a dead voice. After a few breathless minutes, the banging stopped, and Jacob figured the man would bring a whole horde of his undead friends back to get him. He reached inside his dresser drawer and moved away his socks, revealing a pistol.
"They've been saying the zombie apocalypse was coming, old Pete. I read it on them sites. Now it's true. I'm sorry, old boy,"
he said, aiming the gun at his lifelong companion, curled up on a pile of that week's newspapers. The dog died with only a quiet whimper. Next, Jacob turned the gun on himself.
"I planned for this day so carefully, but now they know I'm in here. Damn it. Sally, I'm coming to see you,"
he said as he pulled the trigger. That was not his last thought, however. The very last thing that went through his mind in the last few moments while he was still alive and breathing was a headline on one of the newspapers under Pete. "Zombie costume party downtown Halloween night." Don't you think being a kid is kind of nice? Just getting to live life and enjoy it. The world just seems so much wider as a child. It's so full of wonder. The more I've thought about it, the more I've come to realize that kids are so impulsive. Humans in general are. They just go after whatever they want and don't think about the consequences.
We're all chasing money, or sex, or just something tasty to stuff our faces with. Yes, something tasty. A nice cookie. Okay, enough of my ramblings. I just want to have this all written down. I just need for it to be physically recorded somewhere. My name is Kyle. I'm 26 years old, and I'm currently teaching kids at the local elementary school I used to go to myself when I was a kid. I live in one of the thousands of small towns of America. You know, a heart of the country type place. You might think that I'm kind of wasting the best years of my life out where nothing's happening. But I really don't care that much. Constantly enjoying the flashiest thing every second just ain't something I've ever really cared much for. I prefer to just take things for the way they are and enjoy life. I honestly wish more people were kinda like me. But I'm not writing some damn biography here either. Let me just start things where they start. I was in 4th grade, spending every day sitting in the same grimy desks that I'm watching kids sit in today. I got pretty nice grades, nothing special, but I was okay. I played kickball outside the school in the little playground on the edge of the woods. Always getting picked near the end, because I wasn't any master of kickball. Nevertheless, I still like spending the long summer afternoons out there playing kickball. We didn't care about nothing except having a great time. And that's what we did. I tell you, sometimes it almost got trance-like. Listening to the kickball bouncing on the grass and hearing Carson yell out the kind stupid things that would have all of us laughing out there. Carson was kind of a little shit. But I really don't like talking bad about the kid. He was one of those loud, untamable class clowns that got all of the boys howling and all of the girls rolling their eyes with passive scorn. He hung around with me a great deal, even though he kind of did that with everybody. And it just so happened that I was one of the few kids whose parents coughed him up a Super Nintendo. I'm sure that had nothing to do with him asking to come home with me every other day. Even though I let him play my games with his grimy little hands almost every night, he still cared about me, and I knew I'd always see him playing kickball the next day. The kids always picked him as one of the first guys out on the kickball field, even though he wasn't a real all-star or anything. He was just funny. Kids are weird little shits like that. So my picturesque small-town kickball summer was. Remember how I said that our kickball diamond was right by the woods? Yeah, I usually cut through the woods on my way to the lot after breakfast and a few cartoons. The woods were real calming and quiet. We didn't have any bears or anything, just a few poison ivy plants, but I knew how to keep an eye out for those. What I was worried about in the forest, however, was this rickety old house. No roads to it or nothing. Made 100% out of pieces of old shitty aluminum and wood. It always had this odd sign up on the door, reading Mrs. Cookie Dough in really obnoxious fading wording that looked like it had got ripped from an abandoned circus. I have no idea what the hell happened to Mr. Cookie Dough, but I'm not sure I want to find out. There was this really eerie old photo hung up inside the house, but you could see it from inside the gaping window. All of these little kids sitting around eating cookies. No Mrs. Cookie Dough anywhere in sight. Just a bunch of grainy black and white little munchkins having some kind of cookie picnic. The weirdest thing about the place wasn't any of that though. On the porch, where you could see inside to the beat up old photo, there was always a little table set up outside with a cookie on it. Not even an old mildewy cookie or anything. A fresh chocolate chip cookie right out on the porch with a nice view of the woods. I never really wanted to eat that thing too much, but it did look tasty. I sometimes just stood at the house for a second with no one around before clearing my head and running over to the kickball diamond. The place made you kind of forget about everything, even if it was a little on the creepy side after the sun went down. Whenever I went back through the woods at night, I ran past the old place. It was one of those places that's interesting during the day, but creepy as hell when you're all alone there at night. I'm sure everyone knows a couple of places like that. So the boys and I kept playing our beloved kickball, all with Carson leading the way. One day a nice clear home run shot out into the woods, and my boy Carson kicked it of all people. We got 2 runs on that pitch, which put us right at the 20 points we'd all agreed upon was the score limit. Another victory for Carson and the boys. The home run shot right out into the woods, and we all cheered up until we agreed that it was a nice spot to stop for the day. I took my usual trek into the woods, with Carson choosing to follow me. It made sense for him to do it today. It was his goddamn ball. Once we got the ball, Carson asked me yet again to come over to my house and my Nintendo. Normally when he came over, he'd stop by his own house first, and show up at my place half an hour later. But since he had to get his ball, he just decided to go along with me. God, I can still hear him saying,
"My parents won't mind if I go over to your place, Kyle. They'll know I'm okay."
all like one run-on sentence. I didn't care too much, so I let him come with me through the woods. Then we got to old Mrs. Cookie Dough's place. God, I wish we'd gone through another part of the woods. Carson, being the curious little cat he was, went up to the place and naturally saw the cookie before anything else. I told him not to eat that cookie, but he just kept eyeing it out there in the darkness.
"Come on, Kyle. Whatever old lady lives out here just left it out for us."
I didn't want to eat that shit. This place was giving me the creeps, because the dark blue sky was about to get really dark really fast. I just wanted to get the hell away from there. I just told Carson that I'd be heading home, and that my place was just over that way. Which was pretty stupid anyway, because it's real easy for someone to get lost in there until they know their way around. I ran off before I could see Carson eating that damn cookie. I just didn't like thinking about it. When I got home, I waited. I waited in that room for hours. Carson never showed up. Damn, did I feel like he gave me the cold shoulder. I didn't want to think about what might have happened with that cookie, but I knew other things could have happened. Carson probably went home anyway. He just does what he wants. That's why he wanted to eat that stupid thing so bad anyway. The next morning, I ate some of the usual cereal my mom set out for me and watched TV a little longer than I normally did. I was still a little bitter over Carson brushing me off like he did, and I was in no rush to be picked third to last at that damn kickball diamond anyway. After watching a few minutes more of TV, only to discover that no good cartoons came on after my usual departing time, I just shrugged and went back to the woods. I came back to Mrs. Cookie Dough's house, which only brought back a few bitter memories of last night. I went over to the stupid little plate and table, and yeah, it was empty. I was momentarily annoyed at Carson, until I saw something else. I could tell you about how I freaked out when I saw this, or how afterwards I ran to the kickball diamond and half the guys freaked out and the other half calling me a tongue-biting little liar. I could tell you about how there was a look into the history area and a police investigation, and how both of them were equally useless in the long run until the place got demolished. I could tell you about all of that, but I'll tell you what I saw, and we'll leave it at that. I walked over to the window and saw that beat-up old painting, only to find a nice photo of Carson enjoying a picnic, with a cookie in his hand and a kickball at his feet. There are some Pokemon fans you can tell at a glance. I'm not talking about someone who has enough knowledge of metagame strategies to win every battle, or can tell you the exact stats or move pool of any of the 600 odds mons. I'm referring to those who grew up along with the Pokemon saga. For people like us, who played games from all generations for years, it's easy to tell an original Pokemon cartridge when you see one. And so I did. It was a fresh Friday of autumn, The kind of days you can still go around in t-shirt and shorts but can already feel the chills of the middle season. My brother and I both owned a copy of Pokemon Platinum, but he had lost interest in the game after a while, and had started to play with my cartridge. Not that I minded. As a Pokemon lover, he was always as seasoned as I am, and he had never done idiotic things like overwriting my save file, releasing my team, or breaking my winning streak at the Battle Frontier. However, all of this meant we had a copy of Platinum too many. I was hoping to trade it in at some video game shop. I was just on my way there when I stumbled upon a group of kids playing with various Nintendo consoles. Brand new DSs mostly, but also a couple of old GBAs that were in surprisingly good condition. Interested, I took a peek at one of them and saw he was playing Pokemon Emerald. I quickly struck up a conversation. His name was Franco, and it was obvious that he totally was into Pokemon. He showed me his DS and Pokemon games collection. We chatted about Pokemon and other video games, had some battles, made a couple trades, and I didn't notice time was going by so fast until I noticed the sun was just about to set. It was too late to make it to downtown before the shops closed, and since it was the weekend, I'd have to wait for 3 days before they opened again. Without thinking, I complained about it to myself. He must have heard me, because he said,
Actually, I'm missing Platinum version. Would you like to barter?
I didn't know what he had to offer, but I heard that sometimes you can find all kinds of rare stuff on Oblivious Kids, from rare trading cards to save files with promotional Pokemon in them. I considered his offer. He showed me a cartridge that made my heart skip a beat. The sticker was stained and partially peeled off, but the cartridge's translucent red color and what little of it I could make out left no doubt. It was an original honest-to-God Ruby cartridge. I examined it closely. The Nintendo logo, feel of quality, and everything else seemed in order. If not for that ruined sticker, you could have said it was in mint condition. It particularly interested me because I had never played an original Pokemon Ruby game. When it came out, I was too impatient to wait until it was available in the stores, so I had played it on an emulator. By the time I could buy it, I had already finished it, and I didn't feel like playing it again. I had bought Sapphire instead, just for the gist of playing a different game from the one I had emulated. But I digress. We quickly sealed the deal, and I came back home with my new possession. I left it in my room and went to have dinner, then went back to my room. When I found the cartridge, I found a crudely crayon-drawn Groudon on the front, and the words Ruby Vision had been clumsily filled in with marker. My brother was just playing at his computer playing dumb, with the crayon and marker still on the desk in front of him. Not too smart, but my revenge for his active defacement would have to wait. I booted up on my DS. Predictably enough, it had a saved game memorized. It was named, unsurprisingly, Franco. Had 7 badges and 80 or so hours of playtime. I selected the game and was treated to a completely white screen that blinded me for a second or two. Nothing else happened. I turned it off and back on, and selected a new game. The introductory screen with Professor Birch went out as smooth and normal as it could be. It must have been some glitch or so, I thought to myself. I played the save file again, and I thought I could see something. Outlines of sprites. Maybe a tree or two beyond the white screen. I couldn't focus on them much because my eyes would hurt if I stared at it for more than a few moments. I opened the menu, and the team screen opened up as usual. I looked at his team. Nothing special. A Swellow, Blaziken, Lanoon, and Sharpedo, all in their 40 to 50s. Thinking perhaps the white was a glitchy fog effect, I tried moving around to see if I would end up in a different area. Nothing. Hoping with a backlight I would have a better chance at seeing things, I took the cartridge out and put it in my GBA SP. Sure enough, it was easier to see. The screen was still bright, but at least I could make out my surroundings. I was just outside of Little Root. Taken by a nostalgic feeling, I decided to visit the town, even though usually you don't have many reasons to do so. Perhaps a side effect of the bright screen. Everything looked a little off. The green color of the grass and trees was slightly tended to yellow, even though the main character's sprite and everything else seemed fine. A palette error, or such, I was starting to regret buying a game in such bad condition, which was sure to have its fair share of glitches and other problems. But it was still playable, so I went on. The music was a bit lower than I remember, and slightly off-pitch. The character's movement also was slow and chunky, as if it was a PC game lagging from memory overload. It didn't trouble me that much. I knew I could expect all kinds of weird stuff from that old game. The NPCs that were walking around were slower, and when talked to, they would sometimes cut the conversation short after a sentence or two. I went up to my room and found it full of decorations. Little rugs, a table, a chair, and dolls. He had obviously taken quite a lot of time furnishing it. Guessing I'd pick off where he left from, I had Swello use Fly to get to Sutopolis and get that last medal. But the Sutopolis area was grayed out. Franco must have quit the game just after busting Team Magma's hideout. He must have been pretty young when he played the game. Probably he didn't know how to reach it. I checked his Sharpedo, and sure enough it didn't know dive, even though he had the HM. I was pretty surprised to see that his team was now at half HP except for Blaziken, which was at full health. I shrugged and assumed I was just too distracted to notice before. Deciding to take the long route around, I headed to Old Dale first. I immediately entered the Pokemon Center, and the scene there was the oddest thing so far. There was a line of NPCs in front of the nurse's counter, and every few seconds the first one of the line would exit the building, and another would join the queue. That was weird. In the whole emulated playthrough of Ruby, I had never seen such a scene. Franco had probably found out some secret event, or got a promo Pokemon that would trigger this. I felt excited. Even after all these years, there was something in a Pokemon game I had never seen. I still needed to heal my Pokemon though, so I had no choice but to join the queue and go along with them. When I finally reached the counter, I didn't even press A or anything. The nurse didn't say her usual welcome line, but just turned towards the Pokemon Center machine, placed the 4 Pokeballs in it, and healed them. After giving them back, she simply said, "Next," and I automatically moved to the left and down, out of the way. I tried to talk to the other NPCs in the queue, but got no response. The escalator to the second floor wouldn't work. I checked the PC and looked at his boxes. As expected, all his Pokemon except the team he had on himself were at pretty much the same level at which he had caught them, which struck me as odd since he didn't have a full team. Perhaps he was challenging himself. I went to the Pokemart. There was a queue there too, although shorter than the one at the center. The goods selection wasn't the usual though. They were only selling Pokeballs and Burn Heal. The weirdest thing was that Burn Heal was incredibly expensive at 1,500 yen each. Damn, I thought. Someone tampered with this cartridge. Perhaps a Game Shark. As I went north and then east, I noticed the color palette was acting funny again. Where normally there would be green, there was a sickly greenish yellow, and the water was a dimmer color as well. As I surfed through it, quite predictably, I was attacked by wild Pokemon, mostly Wingull. What happened with the first battle caught me by surprise. The enemy Pokemon started the battle with only about half HP. Something I never thought possible in Pokemon. I sent out Sharpedo, and noticed its HP weren't at max, but slightly less. I couldn't think of any reason for that. Even if he had somehow activated the so-called Acid Rain glitch, which caused continuous damage, I hadn't even ran into any battle up to there. I easily beat it with Crunch and went on. In the following battles, I noticed that even though I beat the wild Pokemon in one move without giving them a chance to attack, Sharpedo's health kept decreasing with every battle. I checked the team several times between battles, tried giving them healing items and berries, but their health kept slowly going down anyway. Even Blaziken, who I thought immune to that mysterious health sapping effect, was receiving damage, only at a much slower pace. For such an old game, it sure had its share of oddities. I realized that at that pace I would have had to bring a lot of potions with me and stop at any Pokemon Center I had the chance of visiting. That bothered me. I decided I would delete the save file eventually, as nothing was worth going on with such an unplayable save file. But first, I wanted to get to the bottom of that. I casually passed by one of the soft soil spots, which you could plant berries. In it there was a row of plants, but their sprites weren't moving and were in monochrome. As I approached them and examined them, they disappeared, and the text, "The chesto berry crumbled to dust," appeared. Examining the soil again, it said, "This soil is too dry to plant anything." There was definitely something big going on, and apparently I was getting close to the source. I decided to get this over with and go straight to Battle Wallace. I flew to Lily Cove, and suddenly I realized what was going on. The eerie 4-note melody and periodic flashes of the screen were those of when Groudon is let loose by Team Magma. When that happened, I had gone straight to the Cave of Origins to battle it, and had no idea it could affect the rest of the world. But it just raised further questions after it sank in. Groudon was supposed to break loose after countering it in the seafloor cave. How did Franco get there without dive? Or perhaps Groudon's drought could start threatening the world before even meeting it? Did it have to do with the game being left in that state for such a long time? From the game's point of view, the protagonist had seen the evil team depart on to awaken a legendary Pokemon, and instead of chasing after them, he did nothing, powering away from his destiny, never resuming his voyage as a Pokemon trainer. Was I witnessing the results of such negligence? I decided to find out. I quickly opened the menu and taught the HM to Sharpedo. Just as I was selecting it, I had a start. Swellow had fainted, without even a message or a warning. It had lost all of its HP. Frustrated, I went to the Pokemon Center. The queue was much longer than the one in Oldale, so much that it started outside of the building. It took me the good part of 15 minutes to have my team fixed. I went to the shop to buy some revives and potions just in case. Another queue. And the shop's prices were outrageous. Pokeballs and battle items were at normal price, but healing items cost 5 times as much as I remembered. With little more than 50,000 yen and no valuables to sell, I was only able to afford 2 revives and a handful of potions. I started surfing down Route 124, no trainers in sight, and even though I had used no repels, I only met 2 wild tentacle on the rather long trip. Both of them only had about 1/4 of their maximum HP when the battle started. The screen was getting brighter and the flashes more frequent. My brother started peeking at my screen, curious. "You're going to fight Groudon?" he asked. I replied with a distracted, "Uh-huh." I couldn't take my eyes off the game. I used dive and entered the cave. The scene there shocked me. Instead of the water, there was an empty basin, with some lava pools here and there. Grunts of both teams were lying on the ground, along with sprites of Poochyenas. Neither moved or gave response when talked to. I got to the bottom of the cave, and Archie and Max were there. Groudon wasn't. I approached Archie, and a cutscene started. He slowly walked over the lava pool where Groudon was supposed to be. He turned around and said very slowly, "You were right. You should have stopped us. Now it's too late." Then he jumped into the pool of lava and disappeared. Groudon's cry, very slight as if it heard from a distance, could be heard. My brother was as dumbstruck as I was. Max was lying down like the grunts in the cave. No answer on him either. With no other idea on where to go, I headed to the Cave of Origin hoping to battle Groudon. As I approached Eutopolis, I saw more and more sideways sprites of trainers, as if they were floating corpses. They were even losing color more and more as I went on. The only wild Pokemon I encountered, a Magikarp, started the battle with just a sliver of HP and in burn status. Even before I sent out my Pokemon, it took damage from the burn and was defeated. No victory theme. The screen just went back to the map. Opening my menu, I saw that 3 of my Pokemon were low on HP and in burn status, and even Blaziken, although not burned, had taken quite a bit of damage. I dove and surfaced inside the crater. Eutopolis didn't look anything like I remembered. Lava was pouring from the edges, pulling near the bottom. There was no sign of life, and charred buildings and fire blocked all ways but a very narrow path leading to the cave. As soon as I was in front of it, a wall crumbled and a stream of lava covered the path I was in just a few steps before. I was trapped. Inside, oddly enough, I found 2 NPCs, Wallace lying on the ground and Wally. I was genuinely surprised to see Wally there, until it hit me that to get to Victory Road before you, he logically had to get all the badges, so he had no reason not to be there. I spoke to Wallace, to no avail. When I tried to speak with Wally, he told me, in a message which speed was even slower than that of Archie,
Everyone tried and failed. It's just the 2 of us left. Will you help me?
The screen shook and a tile of lava appeared in front of the entrance. Wally hobbled down the stairs. I healed my team the best I could with my meager supplies and followed him. I found him in front of Groudon. The room was littered with charred trainer and Pokemon sprites. Among them there were familiar sprites. I recognized Watson and May on top of a pile, and Norman was laying face down in the middle of the room. I walked up to Groudon, and the battle started. It was me and Wally against it.
Bullshit!
My brother cried from behind me.
This game is fake. There were no team-up battles before Emerald.
I ignored him and went on. Groudon was at full health, and on level 90. The message, Groudon's drought made the sun shine brightly, appeared as soon as the battle started. My sprite and Wally's flashed as if they were Pokemon taking damage. I felt something hot trickling down my fingers. I checked the back of the console. The crayon on the cartridge had melted. The cartridge itself had gotten almost too hot to touch, and the faint smell of burnt paper came from what was left of the sticker. We just couldn't find any logical reason for that. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started the battle. I sent out Sharpedo. Wally opened with a level 40 Magneton. It made sense. It was close to the level of the one he has when encountered in the Victory Road. It was severely weakened, like the wild Pokemon I had met. Groudon used Earthquake, leaving Sharpedo with little HP and knocking out Magneton in one hit. Sharpedo used Surf, but in spite of it being super effective, it only took out a small chunk of health. The battle was extremely one-sided. It swept through my team easily, as well as Wally's Swablu, Delicali, and Gardevoir. Even outnumbering it 2-1, the difference in level and weakened state of our teams were too much of a disadvantage. As soon as Gardevoir had fallen, Wally's sprite took its place. The same happened to me as soon as Swellow was knocked out. There were no HP bars or anything. There was nothing to do. Groudon automatically got the next turn and used Flamethrower on Wally, making him faint. I braced for whatever was about to come, but nothing could prepare me for what happened after. The screen flashed an orange-red tint, so bright I cried in pain as I instinctively closed my eyes. At the same time, I felt a searing pain in my hand, forcing me to drop the console. It hit the ground and the cartridge popped right out. The plastic around the cartridge slot had partially melted. The cartridge itself was completely unharmed. My head felt heavy. I fell back on my bed and lost consciousness. When we woke up the morning after, my brother was dizzy and complained of a headache. I had gotten the worst of it. I had a blistering burn on my hand, and something like a nasty sunburn on my face. Knowing I would have been called crazy if I told what had happened, I told my friends I had an accident while cooking a barbecue. It took 2 weeks for me to heal completely. Some days later, against better judgment, I decided to give that cartridge one last look. First of all, I deleted that damn save file. I sure felt relieved after I saw the only option was New Game. But that only lasted until I selected the new game. There was no introduction, no speech from the professor, no prompt to name my character. The screen went directly to the initial scene of Littleroot, with a van in front of the house. But there was no one, no characters, no NPCs. I couldn't open the menu. Trying to move around just moved the camera. Upon trying to leave the town on any side, I would see a white border, on the other side of which was a featureless gray land. Eventually, the map started zooming out. Somehow, the town got smaller and smaller. Eventually, I could see that it was not the actual little route, but a photo, left in the middle of a patch of scorched ground. Then more things started to enter the field of view. A broken Pokeball, charred wood, rusty metal, stains of dried mud, and what I initially thought to be black and yellowish pebbles, but soon found out were charred bones from a skeleton partially buried in the ash. I couldn't bear to see that anymore. I tore the cartridge out of the console. I tossed that cartridge in my closet, hoping to never have to see it again. I'm still friends with Franco, and I never mentioned the game to him at all. Neither did he to me. He was oblivious to the fact that his ignorance and negligence had doomed a world, albeit a virtual one. A couple months later, I looked in the closet for that cartridge again, but couldn't find it. Probably Mom had misplaced it when sorting through my clothes. Maybe I will never see it again. Perhaps that's for the best.
Pit, pat. Pit, pat. The rain danced on the rotting windowsill. Darkness devoured the radiant light of the morning sun. Only silence was present besides the tapping of the rain. Everything's scary when it's dark and alone. I woke up to the dancing rain. Its hypnotic pattern shattered at the sound of gentle breathing. My parents, I thought. They were having their daily cup of coffee. The intoxicating aroma beckoned to me. I glided into the kitchen. Frozen. I gazed into the sunken eyes of my dad. The gloomy sky matched his monotonous expression. I averted my gaze towards my mother. She stared into the blank space. Waving my shaking hands in their faces, the rain continued. Suddenly, the basement door swung open. "Josiah!" My hopes soared. Maybe my brother would understand what's wrong. I dashed down the stairs. His face was the same as my parents'. I yelled. No response. I screamed. Nothing. I poked. No change. Could they see me? Hear me? Did I even exist? It's like I was air. I was there. You just don't notice or realize its actuality. The rain was a magic spell. It had the power to make someone totally lonely in the presence of people. 2 hours later, sitting on my comfy bed, I cried. Never had I felt so alone, yet the never-ending rain accompanied me. The door squeaked. I didn't mind. The house would rattle in the gusty wind on stormy nights. Pit, pat. Pit, pat. That's all I heard. Pit, pat. The rain slowly grew louder. Pit, pat. Alerted, I swiveled my head around. Nothing. Was I expecting something? The constant pattern of these falling droplets was driving me crazy. My mind was playing tricks on me. Cruel and twisted tricks, if it were true. The endless drone of rain trapped me in what seemed like a separate dimension. I could see, but couldn't be seen. I could hear, but couldn't be heard. I could feel, but couldn't be felt. That is what true loneliness is. That is what I was trapped in. Pit, pat. Pit, pat. In the early 1700s, a legend in England began to spread very quickly. The legend was a type of boogeyman story, which was supposed to influence small children to behave. Well, that's how it started anyway. The legend says if you go near the woods in the small town at night, the tree man will get you. The tree man was said to be tall and thin, having glowing eyes and arms and legs that were like the branches of a tree. The children's parents would say that's how he tricks you. Of course, some kids decided it would be fun to see if it was true or not, so they went to the woods. The kids were never seen again. About a year later, the bones of 3 kids were found. Each child's remains suggested they were around the age of 15. The bones were bleached white, picked clean of any skin or tendons. The doctors could not tell what happened to them due to the significant amount of damage done to the bones. After the children's bones were found, their parents went crazy. One of the mothers even tried to kill her husband. She failed, but ended up committing suicide. The fathers hung themselves with dead vines found in the forest. One left a note before committing the act. It read, "I can no longer sleep. I can no longer eat or live. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face. All of this has been started by that horrible man." In 1902, a group of 1st and 2nd graders began to act strangely. They would hit each other, curse at the teachers, and draw disturbing pictures. This was the worst part by far. The pictures would depict the child next to what appeared to be a dead and rotting tree in the shape of a man. He appeared to be at least 13 feet tall and have long branch-like limbs and white eyes. 2 weeks later, all the kids mysteriously disappeared. All their parents said their children would not stop talking about and drawing someone called the Tree Man. The noted parents were placed in a mental institution after their children vanished. Years later, in 2005, a child got lost in the woods. He was found 3 weeks later. He had gotten thin from starvation, but he was pale and crying. Next to him, he had made 10 figures out of branches and twigs. A police officer asked him how he made them. The child only looked up at the officer and said,
Him.
3 weeks later, the child went missing for good, never to return. His mother was found curled up in a fetal position crying. Next to her was a piece of paper. It had twigs on it, making symbols that seemed to be some form of language that could not be identified. Up until then, there has been nothing else, except for a small amount of information on the attacks. The attacks only happen in parts of the woods where the trees are dead and rotting, or while someone falls asleep in the woods, unable to see the trees.
Dreams don't always come true, they had always told her. Some things are never meant to be. But the Little Mermaid had always believed, and now she had proven them all wrong. Tonight, she held the love of her life in her arms. She had watched him for years. Every day as the sun was setting, he would come to the end of the dock. He'd sit there, dangling his feet off the end, staring off into the brilliant oranges and bruised purples of the sky. She would watch it with him from beneath the waters, and though she was still young, she knew what they shared was special. She smiled fondly at him now. They had both grown so much since then. His body had grown hairy, his limbs long. The changes she remembered fondly, how his legs hung even closer to the water with each passing year, and how the stones he skipped went further and further. She collected each one, cherishing it like a precious jewel. She had changed too. Her tail had lengthened, and she had become very lean. She had shed her many needle-like teeth 13 times now, which made her a woman grown. The child's stalk on her head had grown longer and burst forth in a bright, luminescent emerald orb at its tip. Green stalk bulbs were considered a thing of great beauty and rarity in the undersea world. Many mermen had come to court her, but her heart belonged to another. Her heart belonged to the boy on the end of the pier. She ran one of her hands through his hair, using the other to hold his hand against her scaly cheek just beneath her baseball-sized eye socket.
She was remembering fondly the first day he'd noticed her. She had ventured closer to the surface than she had any business being, when he had noticed her emerald bulb glowing. He had stared intensely into the murky water, making her quite self-conscious. She blushed, causing her bulb to gleam all the brighter. Now, each evening as he came to the pier, he was no longer watching the fiery red-orange sunsets. Now his eyes were fixed on her glowing green presence. It was intoxicating to her, and each day she found herself moving closer and closer to him, his eyes wide with wonder. She smiled at him now, and he grinned back. The tension had built on like this until a day not too long ago. She had been right on the verge of breaching the surface of the water when she noticed him stripping off his shirt and shoes. Bemused, she retreated a bit beneath the waves. Finally, elation! He dived in to be with her! Oh, how joyous their meeting had been! How quickly she had taken him in her arms! He was shouting with joy, holding on to her oh so tightly. She hugged him back, ecstatic in the bliss of finally being together. They frolicked together for what seemed like hours before she finally loosened him from her grasp. Taking him by the hand, she led him down to her home beneath the waves. Ever since then, they'd been as happy as two people could be. Day by day, his smile grew wider, and she knew she had found bliss. He refused to eat anything, but she wasn't sure if humans ate anything anyways. Her hand came away from his head, and with it a chunk of the hair she had been stroking floated away to the surrounding water. She was elated. With this and his widening eye sockets, he seemed to be becoming more merman by the day. Everyone told her that was impossible. But what did they know? Dreams don't always come true, they had told her. But she knew now that sometimes, if you wished hard enough, they could. The light blow of a frigid wind had begun to settle in Valleywood, bringing the fall season in with it. What were originally plain green leaves were now replaced by the invigorating colors of red, orange, yellow, and brown. Every so often a leaf would glide down, landing gracefully with the wind as its only guide. It was October, and the valley was filled with the warm, welcoming faces of jack-o'-lanterns and folks who were enjoying the nice weather. The valley, although it was mostly a small place to live in, was always bustling during October and the Halloween season. Many kids would come down to the valley, old and young, as a place to hang out due to the lack of people. I was 18 at this time, and my job was going to be handing out candy from our spooky manor. My parents would often get some frightening material, some real and others corny. Our house was often the most decorated, and I remember as a kid I had always loved to go out and play pretend during the Halloween season. Just because our house would look like a ghost house, or a cemetery, or something of that sort, I was excited this year, just because it would be one of my first years giving out candy, and I would be able to scare the snot out of some little kids. All was going according to plan, except when my mother told me I had to go out trick-or-treating with Rachel, my little sister, this year. But Mom, I was going... Sweetie, you can't be arguing with me about some kid's holiday. Just go with Rachel for the night, and when you get back, you can do your little scare fest. Besides, you know how much she hates horror movies. She'll probably get too scared and want to go home. Although my mother's words were true, I still took them as a dart to my heart. Mostly because I was excited to scare the snot out of these kids. But I digressed and thought about how there was always next year. About a week before Halloween night, Rachel and I went out to go buy her a costume, and one for me to use to scare the kids. I chuckled when I went up to Rachel with my large bat head mask and tapped her shoulder saying, "Hey Rach, boo." Of course she jumped and then realized it was me, pouting and yelling about how it wasn't funny. To me, it was hysterical. I went off to the scare section to see what I could find. There were a lot of the oldies, Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, Hanging Man, all that junk. Nothing really popped out at me, so I decided to just grab a zombie makeup kit and leave it at that. Walking towards Rachel, I was happy to see she had picked out a Tinkerbell costume and was wearing its tiara. I walked over and smiled. Well, Tinkerbell is going with a zombie to get candy this year, huh? At first, she was a bit shocked and jumped, thinking something scary was behind her, but then she saw my face and immediately began grinning.
Big brother, I want you to meet somebody. He helped me pick between Cinderella and Tinkerbell,
she exclaimed, face full of excitement. Rachel pointed me to a boy about her size and age who was hunkered over looking at many different princess and fairy costumes. I was trying to hold in all my laughter, seeing the boy rummaging through the fairy wands and tiaras. That was until I actually got to see what he looked like.
Hey, I want you to meet my brother.
Rachel said, tugging on the boy's black, white, and gray striped jacket. The boy turned around to first stare at Rachel, but then moved on to me. All the laughter that I had held in was now replaced by curiosity on the boy's mask. He was wearing a dome-shaped mask that covered all of his face besides his thick brown hair. He had a hood on which concealed most of his hair, and I remember his jeans being very dark. But the most eerie feature about him was the mask. It was a mirror, and not like the chrome masks you see at Party City, but an actual mirror material. There was no expression to it, no lines except a few scratches that would cover the mask, and the only thing I could see was my shocked face staring back at itself. I realized how rude I was actually being, and I put my hand out smiling. "Hi there, I like your mask. Is that a real mirror?" The boy just seemed to look at my hand with his mirror mask and slowly nodded, not uttering a word. His silence seemed quite odd. I suspected him to be a mute, but then again, he just might have been shy about meeting me. "Okay, come on, Rach. We gotta get going. Mom is making spaghetti for dinner."
Aw, okay. Bye. I hope I see you on Halloween.
The boy nodded at Rachel, continuing to stare at me though, my face reflecting in his mask. As we were leaving, I glanced back at him to see him rummaging through the princess costumes again, not bothering a soul. The week went by rather quickly. Rachel often complained about having to go to school on Halloween, and myself complained about having to watch Rach for the night. My mother told me that the zombie makeup would give Rachel nightmares, and so I had to go dressed up as nothing. This made me furious, but I decided it was too early to scare kids anyways, and that when Rachel went to bed, I could get ready. She went down in her Tinkerbell costume, giddy to go outside. My mother kissed her on the cheek, then looked at me sternly. "Be good. Don't scare Rachel. Understand?" I nodded, Rachel holding onto my hand in an attempt to drag me out the door. We walked down a few blocks, Rachel's bag growing bigger and bigger until I noticed a group of teenage boys riding their bikes our way. Of course, I could only assume they were boys, being that each of them were masked in a creepy costume, such as Freddy Krueger or Chucky. One kid had a mask that just plain disturbed me. A mask of a man whose face was completely disfigured by barbed wire and whose eyes were gouged out. Rachel began to squeak nervously when they were approaching us, but I told her they would not bother us if I was there. I must have forgotten how rude teens could be because they came straight up to us, the two in the back snickering as the ringleader made Rachel scream with a loud boo. "Look, fellas, the baby is crying." The boy laughed, followed by his goons. I was really irritated by this and looked at them sternly. "Knock it off." This was countered by some rousing ohs and laughter. The ringleader snickered and looked at me with his grotesque mask. "Why don't you just make us then?" At this, I smiled and drove my fist into the kid's stomach. He fell off the bike coughing a bit, then got up angrier. "Oh, you're in for it now, you little shit." Suddenly, the two boys in the back were on my sides, holding me down to the ground. I struggled to break free, but their weight surpassed what I could outdo. Rachel was crying, and the leader of the group began to kick my stomach in multiple times.
"How's it feel, bitch?"
The kid yelled as he kept kicking my stomach and my face. Rachel tried to muster up all of her courage to hit the attacker with her fairy wand, but in retaliation, he kicked her away. Not satisfied with my little to nothing reactions, his attention was focused onto Rachel.
Aw, a little princess thinks she can do shit. Ha!
I watched in terror as he advanced towards the cowering Rachel, picking her up as if to hit her. "Get away from her!" I screamed, only to be punched by one of his cronies. Suddenly, the brute dropped Rachel and began to let out a bellowing screech. I sat wide-eyed as the leader screamed louder than anything I had ever heard, holding his face shaking like a dog. The cronies released me to see what was wrong with him, as I took my chance to dash towards the crying Rachel. Picking up Rachel, I glanced back to see the leader tearing off his mask, screaming and begging for whatever force was harming him to stop. My eyes widened in terror as the boy began to tear out his eyeballs, screaming and begging for forgiveness. The other kids had run at this point. I could see their bikes riding off in the distance. I heard the disgusting sound of his eyes being torn out, blood pouring from the now empty holes. The bullish kid fell to the ground unconscious, and perhaps even dead. I ran as fast as I could, carrying Rachel, who was crying and whimpering the whole way. I thought that I could keep going. I would lose the image that was still fresh in my head. Then, Rachel began to scream. At first, it was just loud whimpering, but it advanced to the same octave as the kid from before. She screamed loudly. The only word she could utter was either mommy or my name. I was scared. I looked at her eyes to see what she was looking at, but it was not needed because she began pointing in the direction we were fleeing from.
I turned quickly, expecting to see the eyeless bully following me. What I saw was the mirror boy from the costume store. He advanced slowly, almost shuffling towards us. The mirror seemed to be tainted, blotched blood spots around it. He was dragging something, but I couldn't take my gaze away from his mask yet again. I saw it then, what was making Rachel scream undoubtedly. Looking into the boy's mask instead of seeing my face reflecting back at me, I saw the face of Rachel. However, it was not the Rachel I knew. His face was horribly disfigured. Parts of her flesh were torn off, others hanging. Her eyes. God, her eyes. They were hanging out of her sockets, bleeding thick, blotchy blood. Her mouth was agape, tongue waggling out as if it were a baby's rattle being tossed about. Her hair was matted and fried. Some of it was falling out to show off balding areas in her head. I gagged, holding in whatever would come out from seeing such a horrific sight. The disfigured face was advancing towards us with great haste. I started to scream, unable to move, holding onto what was the real Rachel, who was crying into my shoulder. The boy, no, the thing was advancing towards us, shuffling in his tracks. I ran again, only to trip and fall, holding Rachel tightly in my chest. The boy finally shuffled into my gaze, the mirror glittering against the moonlight. I winced, ready for the worst, holding Rachel tightly. Nothing had happened for a long time, and then I opened my eyes again to see what the boy was doing. I blinked to see a black glove holding a pretty tiara towards my face. The mask was no longer the horrifying image of Rachel, but instead was my teary face staring back. The boy held the tiara towards me, not speaking, not moving, and only tilted his head as if to wonder why I was taking so long. My shaking hand gripped the tiara as I pulled it out of his grip. He nodded at me and began to shuffle away from us, dragging something in his hand. At first, I was bewildered by what just happened, and I turned to look at Rachel, who had cried herself asleep to escape the nightmares that were alive that night. I turned back to face the boy, and I then noticed what he was dragging with him and almost gagged again. In his hand was the barbed wire and distorted face of the bully. Its eyes were gouged out, and the only thing that was different from the mask was how lifelike the dismembered head was. I took Rachel home that night, ignoring my mom's welcome homes and questions about why Rachel was sleeping and why I looked so pale. I tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and wished her a good night's sleep. I dragged myself to the restroom to piss away what wasn't already on my pants. Upon entering, though, I screamed louder than I ever could have done before. I saw him, gazing at me expressionless in the mirror. He was holding Rachel's head, the horribly disfigured one, and with a bloodied glove he began to write me a message on my mirror. I read carefully and was terrified to read the message. "Sweet dreams, princess." I broke off the towel rack and slammed it into my mirror, breaking it into many different shards. I blacked out, only hearing my mom's worried shrieks before I drifted into sleep. I can't look at mirrors anymore. I am always reminded of that horrifying image that keeps coming back in my head. I keep seeing the boy, holding a different head each time. Sometimes it's Rachel, other times my mother. Once I saw the face of my girlfriend, a year before I met her. The doctor calls it spectrophobia, the fear of mirrors. But I know that is not what it was. I know because every Halloween night, I receive a package with a hand mirror and a tiara taped onto it.
The streets, roads, and dusty lanes of Colombia have been fertile territory for myths and legends since before the arrival of the Spaniards. Tales of La Patasola, a one-legged wailing banshee that forever sought her child, and of El Duende, a backwards-footed goblin that led travelers to their doom, nibbled at the corners of journeymen's ease for centuries. Although these stories mainly troubled those living in or passing through rural areas, the growth of cities brought with it a new breed of urban legend rooted in the primal distrust we still harbor, somewhere deep inside of modern technology. An example of this is the phantom bus that allegedly roams the city's streets at night. Supposedly, young women who boarded alone are found mutilated in overgrown outlying fields a few days later, a frozen look of abject terror illustrating the moment of their last tormented breath. That being said, given that you're certainly not a young woman, at least not last time you checked, and that it's 5:30 on a Tuesday afternoon, phantom buses and handicapped gremlins are the last thing on your mind. You've been using Bogota's public transportation system for over 2 decades, and your greatest concern is that traffic levels have become all but unmanageable since the latest mayor took office. However, home is about 80 blocks away, so your only choice is to wait until the right bus comes along. Walking would certainly take longer than putting up with any traffic jam. When the bus displaying the route sign you're hoping for shows up, its advertised fare is 200 pesos lower than the standard going rate these days. This usually indicates that the vehicle in question is older and a bit more uncomfortable than most, but no bus rider in the history of the city has ever given a damn about that. Folks that consider themselves richer and above this mode of transportation pay 7 times as much to get around by cab, and statistically expose themselves to a higher chance of being mugged or robbed. More power to them, right? Never one to avoid seeking further discounts, you ask the wizened driver if he'll let you on for 1,000. The wrinkled, musty-looking man's eyes never leave the road as he silently takes your bill and slides it in the purse hanging from the bony gear stick. Satisfied, you turn your attention to the cabin. What would make this ride ideal would be an empty seat. Curiously enough, considering the time of day, there aren't enough passengers aboard for anybody to be standing. A few available spots are in sight, so you choose one on the left towards the middle. Both the aisle and window seat are free, and you sigh contentedly as you sprawl out on one with your knee nested on the other. This particular trip should be over in no time. The driver's radio is off and your phone's battery ran out an hour ago, so you pass the time staring out the window and watching vendors ply their wares and car drivers nod along to whatever music they're enjoying. Your position eventually starts taking a toll on your back, so you straighten up and take the chance to examine your fellow passengers. None of them seem to be riding together, given that everybody's quietly facing the front of the bus. They're also all uncommonly old. Not in the sense that they're all over 100, but in the sense that nobody seems to be under 75. You find this a bit odd, and for a brief moment the idea that you don't belong there flashes through your mind. It's a silly thought, but combined with the bus's particularly strong, although not necessarily atypical, smell of must and metal, it makes you look forward to the end of the trip. Nevertheless, as there are another 30 or 40 blocks to go, you look out the window again, zone out, and let your mind go where it will for a while. The sight of Pacho's Bakery pulls you out of your reverie 20 minutes later. You get up and make your way past the silent companions to the rear exit, where you hunt for the little silver button that will let the driver know you've reached your stop. As you spot it above the door, you realize that nobody's boarded or left the vehicle since you got on, which is particularly weird for rush hour. Shrugging it off as a weird coincidence, you press down on the button and grab on the... You are sitting on your seat facing the front of the bus. What? What the hell just happened? You look around and see that everybody's still where they were a moment ago. Trying to make eye contact with them is fruitless, since they all seem to be lost wherever it is that old minds wander. The thought of saying something runs through your head, but you decide against it. What would you say anyway? You were probably so zoned out that you simply imagined getting up to ring the driver's bell. That's probably it. Your daydreams are occasionally so vivid that leaving them is downright startling. Besides, you're already 2 blocks past your stop. Call it a weird thing that happened on your way home or whatever. But for now, you should just get off the bus. There's no point in having to walk back too far. You, once again, get off your seat and head for the rear exit, somewhat unnerved by the other passengers' stoic disinterest in everything around them. There's the button, right where you remember it. Except that you can't remember it, of course, since you've never actually been back here. You probably saw it when you got on. After grabbing onto the guardrail, these bastards occasionally decide to stop on a dime when you ring. You look towards the driver, put your thumb on the button. You are sitting on your seat, facing the front of the bus. A piercing chill runs down your spine, and instead of fading away, it spreads through every one of your extremities. It's not a shift in body or ambient temperature. It's the chill you feel when suddenly consumed by the level of fear that slightly precedes terror. Something really messed up is going on here. You don't know what it is, but you want out. You don't want to be here anymore. A feeling of bitter solitude is now gnawing at your mind. Whatever these people around you are thinking, They clearly don't give a damn about what's going on with you. Therefore, you once again decide to avoid saying anything and simply lift yourself off the seat, not processing the fact that you did it with less agility than should have been the case. All you want right now is to get off the bus. Besides, it's already advanced more than 10 blocks past your street, which suddenly feels like a distastefully long distance to walk. This is all secondary to the point at hand. However, you have to get off this damn thing. As you make your way back, an old lady in the back row looks up at you. Her expression tells you nothing, but the way it fixes on you, on your torso to be precise, as if you were just another chunk of the vehicle, further spikes the almost overpowering sense of dread now coursing through your veins. Whatever, you can't panic. Not now. You stand at the back of the bus and, instead of going for the button, yell at the driver. You yell at him to stop, to let you off, as you've already rung twice, but nothing comes of it. You curse at him, tell him what he will die of, and wish great evil upon his kin. But the door remains unmoved. The man is not listening, or he doesn't care, or he doesn't want you to get off. But you don't give a damn what he wants or doesn't want. So you grab onto the bars, take a step back for momentum, and send a solid kick right into the column of hinges that you are sitting on your seat facing the front of the bus. It takes a moment to register, maybe more than a moment, maybe it's a full minute. And as you realize that the bus doesn't want you to leave, you also realize that your right knee hurts with an unnatural piercing sharpness. It's the same leg you used against the door, and now it feels like it's all but broken. This quickly becomes a distant concern when you attempt to massage it though, because that's when you notice your hands. These are not the hands of a 25-year-old. They are wrinkly, set with well-defined veins and even lightly patched with liver spots. As you study your hands and arms, cold terror envelops every corner of your psyche. You touch your face and feel wrinkles and whiskers that didn't previously exist upon your cheekbones. Your head is patched with a few anemic strands of hair. As your fingertip grazes your coarse scalp, a spark of electricity shoots through it and down into the most private recesses of your being. Your eyes dry up, opened wide and unbelieving, and you feel a 7-ton lump of horror coalesce in your otherwise paralyzed throat. You must leave this evil bus. You must leave it at once before it finishes what it's begun. You carefully make your way off your seat. No need for any further injury. And head towards the front, towards the driver. Perhaps you can reason with him. Or perhaps you can club him to death with a flashlight or something, since there are always a variety of trinkets and gadgets at the front of the... You are sitting in your seat, facing the front of the bus. It takes a good 5 or 10 minutes for you to come to terms with what is happening to you. To understand that your life is vanishing before your eyes. Your hands are now like those of your grandmother. Your back hurts from its base all the way to your neck, and your eyes can barely focus on the huge signs posted above the windows. Even your mind isn't as sharp as it should be. It takes you a while to determine that you should make another attempt at the exit. Perhaps violence is not the answer. Perhaps you can gently pull it open. Perhaps if you treat the bus like a living, gentle being instead of like a demonic machine, it will let you out. Perhaps... The old woman is looking at you again. You notice her blue jacket, which is much too big for her. If it were a blouse of the same size, it would hang loosely off her gaunt frame. A tiny, hesitant tear forms in her frail face, and then follows a meandering path down her ancient features to land on her wrist with eerie finality. There's a red Toto watch around that wrist, the sort that is currently all the rage with kids graduating from high school. You examine the door, 2 panes joined by a vertical line of hinges, coated on the right by a rubber pad to avoid contact damage. The door is slightly bent inwards, and as you notice this, a glimmer of hope runs through you. If you can just insert, you are sitting on your seat facing the front of the bus. What the fuck is going on? My hands, they're old. My hands are the hands of an old man. Not of my grandfather. Of an old, the man behind you starts when you turn to him and yell at him and grab his face and scream at him to let you off. He mouths something you don't understand. His teeth, his blood, your teeth. Oh my god, my teeth are like tiny. They're dust. What the hell? How long have I been here? Fuck this, I'm breaking the window with my elbow. Even if it breaks, I don't want to die here. No more of... You were sitting on your seat, facing the front of the bus. After a long time, you glance down at your hands. They are the gnarled, rheumatic, blood-splattered claws of a hag that's seen more than one generation's shares of horrors. A hag? A hag is not the right word. A hag is a woman, right? At least so it was in Mother's stories. Like those of La Patasola. Your knee still hurts, but not as much as your elbow. It feels like it is shattered. Ah, yes. This bus. You must get off it. You know you must get off it now. You do not remember why you must, but it is imperative that you do. It is urgent. It was urgent. You are so tired. You try to lift yourself off the seat, but your knees buckle under your weight. It is by chance that you fall back on the bench. You must get off the bus. You remember these buses. They used to take you to work. You steady yourself on the bench. You will try to get off the bus. But in a moment, you must rest. The bus can wait. You are sitting on your seat, facing the front of the bus. You are sitting on your seat, facing the front of the bus.
My sister had a teddy bear, a scary teddy bear. I do not know why, but it creeped me out. It was just so disturbing to me. The thing had eyes that looked so real. It was as if it was made from a real bear and its face was just blank and unsettling. I first started to get weird feelings about the bear when my sister first got it. She was only a baby at the time and I was about 4. We had a dog, you see, and he had a habit of eating things, so my mother always had to put it up on the small cabinet in the corner of the hallway upstairs. Every time I went up those stairs, I saw that creepy bear suddenly glare around the corner at me, as if it was watching me. This wasn't the weird part. It started to get really weird about 5 years later, the age of 6 or 7. My sister had lost interest in the bear, so my mother just threw it in the old toy cupboard. The only problem was that the cupboard was in my room. When I was 9, old enough to stay on my own and go to bed without any assistance, I would get into my bed every night and turn my lamp off. This is when it got scary. As I was getting some sleep, I suddenly remembered Mom putting that teddy bear in the cupboard. I slowly turned to look over across my room to see it through the glass. My heart suddenly stopped as I thought about the horrors the plush had caused me, but at the age of 9, I wanted to grow up and lose my fears, so I just shook it off and put my head on the pillow. When I got up to pull my sheets on a bit further, I noticed something that would scare me for life. There sat, at the end of my bedroom, the teddy. My heart started beating normally again. I sat there staring at it for about a minute. When I needed to yawn, I closed my eyes. I opened them to see the teddy sitting closer to my bed. At this point, I was really freaked out. I started to move back to the wall and looked around to see if there was any sign that anyone had come in. When I looked back to see the teddy on the end of my bed, I was so startled that I almost fainted from fear. When I blinked, it had gone. I looked around. To my relief, I saw no sign of it. I set my head back down on my pillow, hoping for some sleep. Then, I opened my eyes. It was above my head, staring straight down. I screamed as it lunged down at me. I would never see a bear the same way again. A few years later, after years of horror, I burned it. I sat in enjoyment as the bear was turned to smoky ashes in my fireplace. I have lived my teenage life through adolescence. The only thing I could remember that was in any way similar to my bad experience was when I watched Train Spotting. That fucking baby scene shocked me so badly. But other than that, all was well. When I turned 19, I was about to move into my new home. I had been given the keys to the house and was ready to set up my furniture. After hours of carrying, I carried the final box from the removal truck into the front door and shut the door behind me. I turned to go into the kitchen and put it on the table. I opened it to see a cabinet. I took it out, walked into my new living room, and placed it in the corner, staring at it and thought to myself, I don't remember packing this cabinet. I didn't really care that much, so I just moved into my new home. I walked back into the kitchen to grab my television and brought it into the living room when I saw it. The teddy. It just sat there, staring at me.
Best friends look out for you, huh? If they did, I might have still been able to walk.
It all began not long ago. My friend Doug, his girlfriend Christy, and I were planning a forest outing, as we like to call it. Of course, I was the one stuck packing the car, while they were just lying on the couch inside the warm house. I cursed under my breath as I crammed the last bag of clothes inside the back of the crappy Prius. A short time later, they came out of the house, Christy blushing and warmer than usual. As Doug drove up the icy inclined road, I couldn't help feeling a bit creeped out. I kept seeing this car follow us the whole way, but every time I tried to tell Doug about it, the car would vanish. But I guess being in the back seat, having nothing better to do than be paranoid on a frosty slope in the dark, can make your mind wander. We finally made it to the campsite at about 7:30 p.m. and started setting up camp. Doug was stuck on tent duty, while Christy and I got firewood duty. Back then I had a secret crush on her, so I was pretty nervous when we somehow ended up tripping on each other. I had broken into a cold sweat and she managed to get up. I'm not sure, but I think she found it as awkward as I did. After gathering a large amount of firewood, we started heading back to camp. It took us about 5 minutes to find our way back. We'd been scared there for a second. We arrived at camp and dropped the logs, gaping in shock at what the sight beheld. The entire camp had been torn down, and Doug was nowhere to be found. We heard a loud thumping noise not far from camp. Then again, and finally once more. The thumps only got louder and Christy began getting close to me. Needless to say, I was kind of happy yet terrified. I told her to stay as I moved to identify the noise. It was Doug. He was attempting to run from a large silhouetted figure swinging what appeared to be a hatchet at him. The shadow was in a full sprint trying to dismember my friend. Doug let out a loud blood-curdling shriek as the axe barely avoided his head. He scrambled to safety and the figure had lost sight of him. Unluckily, the thing caught me in its sights. It charged towards me. Christy had run off to investigate the cause of the shriek from Doug. Poor Christy. She should have known it was a terrible idea. She should have just stayed put. I scuttled to the Prius, but when I got there, I realized something. Doug had the keys. I saw the shadow approach me now at a slower pace, holding what was left of Christy. I was horrified to see her internal organs become external. I nearly puked and began letting out the most unpleasant, terrifying screech ever. I'd snapped and began throwing my fist furiously at the lunatic. He felt a few, I could tell, until he brought the hatchet to my back. I felt an intense splitting pain and attempted to register what had just happened. I screamed for Doug to come help me. He just kept hiding as the figure shambled slowly towards his vehicle. The car drove off, and I was left with the bottom half of my spine in shards. Shortly after, Doug took one glance at me. He grimaced and entered the Prius without a word. He was shaking as he started the vehicle, and he had just left me to die out there. He spaced one detail though. I had a phone. The police arrived in minutes and an ambulance rushed me to the hospital. Upon recovering, I was questioned. It's been a week since then, and they've given up the search. I have yet to see Doug again, and I loathe him every second for what he's done. I hope I never see that waste of space for as long as I live, which sadly, as I'm told, isn't much longer. I woke up in a dark forest. I could feel a warm liquid running down the back of my head. I reached my arm around my head only to find out that there was a massive bump on it. Further inspection led me to believe I had been knocked out for a couple of hours now. I slowly started to lift my head off the cold, hard ground, and I eventually got up. I stumbled my way through the foggy forest, and I eventually came across a silhouette of what appeared to be an old, broken-down house. I contemplated whether I should enter the house and look for help, or if I should just turn around and look somewhere else. Thinking that this might be the only house that I stumble upon, I walked towards the old, crooked home. When I got to the doorstep, I noticed that the door was all boarded up. I tried to grip one of the boards to rip it off, but it didn't budge. Exhausted, I walked around the house hoping to find a back door or even an open window that I could crawl through. The only open window I came upon was on the second floor, and there was no way I was getting up there. I couldn't help but notice that there was a shed behind the house, and that the door wasn't boarded up. I turned the rusty doorknob and the door gently creaked open. Laying on the floor, I found an old crowbar which had a thin layer of dust on it. I walked back to the front of the house and attempted to pry the door open. Eventually, the door opened up just enough for me to slither through the open space. Total darkness surrounded me as I reached for my pocket and pulled out a lighter. I turned on my lighter and the small orange light made it just bright enough to see. I noticed that all the furniture looked very old and had a lot of dust on it. This house probably hadn't been touched in years, maybe even decades. I scanned the walls of the room to try and find a light switch, only to find nothing. I headed down the hallway on my right and I found 3 rooms. I slowly entered the first room and I felt a cold current of air blow past me. The room I was in looked like a girl's room. The walls were a sickening shade of pink, and there were what seemed to be ripped up dolls and teddy bears littering the wooden floor. On the other side of the room, there was a small wooden desk with what looked like a small red notebook that someone had left open. I walked towards the desk and picked the small notebook up. I flipped through a couple of pages, but it was all written in German. I noticed that the farther into the notebook I went, the sloppier and worse the handwriting got. I tried to skip all the way to the end, but all I found were ripped up pages and what looked like blood stains. There was no doubt that I was genuinely creeped out, so I quickly got out of the room and proceeded to explore the rest of the house. I walked out into the hallway and saw a door on my right. I tried opening the door, but it was locked, so I figured maybe I could kick it down. I took a running start and broke down the door my first try. Behind it, there was a staircase heading down into the basement. I slowly walked down the stairs, trying to avoid the pieces of glass that littered it. Eventually, I made it to the bottom where it was nearly pitch black. I pulled out my lighter and turned it on again. There was red writing on the wall which read, "Leave now." Suddenly, I heard a loud crash upstairs. I ran quickly upstairs and found the body of a teenage girl lying in the living room I was just in. I stood in front of her, horrified and unable to move. I heard footsteps behind me and I was confronted by what I could only describe as a shadow man. He looked at me with his red, soulless eyes.
What are you doing here?
I fell backwards on my hands, nearly hitting my head against the wall. The shadow man stood still and looked at me for a couple of seconds. I swiftly got up and started running to the door, almost tripping on the dead girl in the process. I exited the house and started running as fast as I possibly could. I could feel the blood rushing through my whole body. I looked behind me to see if the creature was still chasing me. But as I turned my head to look behind me, I felt something hit me in the back of the head. I woke up in a dark forest. I could feel a warm liquid running down the back of my head. I reached my arm around my head only to find a massive bump there. I slowly got up and started stumbling my way through the foggy forest. I was confronted by an old broken down house. I decided to enter the crooked home.
I propped the gourd on the table after I laid down the newspapers to keep the juices from running out. I then took a knife and I drove it into it. It had a tough rind, but with a few direct strikes, it opened. Unfortunately for me, the juices spilled on the floor, forcing me to lay down towels. Afterward, I stretched the spots for the eyes and mouth, and I sliced into the gourd. The surface once again proved rough, but I gradually got the hang of it. Juice seeped out from the areas I sketched. Lastly, I made a deep cut on the top. I needed a sharper blade for it. With the gooey residue exposed, I scooped it out thoroughly and placed a candle inside. Now all that's left to do is get around to carving those pumpkins.
Sammy found inspiration in a book he'd read about a kid his age who made a bet involving eating worms. Little boys are often quite disgusting creatures, but he had no intention of actually following in the protagonist's footsteps. The thought of eating a worm didn't sicken him like it initially did the fictional boy, though. He turned in his book report on Monday and quickly moved on to bigger and better elementary pursuits. A few weeks later, Sally Johnson saw him kneeling over a puddle at a classmate's pool party. A drowned worm laid there in the splash of water that filled the shallow footprint in the cement. It had an almost bluish hue to it, perhaps from the heavy amount of chlorine in the pool. Little boys don't care too much about impressing girls at that age, but when they do make the effort, it often has the opposite effect. Of course, it's hard to say what his intentions were when she wandered over to see what he was looking at.
Ew, that's gross. Don't let it get into the pool,
She said, her voice an octave higher than usual. A smile, somewhere between a mischievous smirk and a shy, toothy grin, crept onto the boy's face. He leaned down and nonchalantly slurped up the worm from the cement petri dish. Sammy then followed up the dirty deed with a loud gulp and wiped his mouth across his forearm. Sally ran off screaming to her friends who were huddled up by the lounge chairs. Word got around quickly, and by the end of lunch period that Monday, he had earned 75 cents and 2 garbage pail kids for drinking a lumpy, curdled concoction. The boys at his lunch table crowded around him with mixed amounts of disbelief, disgust, and pre-adolescent respect printed on their faces. Sammy's popularity skyrocketed that day, but he soon discovered it was hard work keeping his new friends interested. Over the next few days, all the boys and even a few girls in his class watched him eat a couple of juicy worms, a beetle, and a slug. The children's interest peaked and began an inevitable decline when he ate a Salisbury steak that severely broke all the conventions of the 5-second rule. He had drummed up nearly $3 in dare money and a few knickknacks before the novelty of his act had finally faded. His fellow classmates returned to their games of hopscotch, kickball, and foursquare. Sammy scrambled to find something else to draw them back. He knew he needed to up the ante, so he scoured the playground for something delectable and shocking. He was so anxious to get everybody's eyes on him again that he failed to think about the possible consequences of his next move. Sammy shot out of his mother's car, kicked up the backyard gate, and clambered up into his treehouse. Tears began to stream down his face as he paced back and forth in the rickety old fort. It had been the domain of his father and uncle many years before he was able to scale the ladder and enter the dark and dusty space. Principal Miller told his mother that she was still not entirely sure what had gone down and promised to call as soon as she knew more. The children were very upset, so Sammy was to stay home from school until they better understood the situation. Betty had never seen Mrs. Miller rattled before. There were rumors she had been a nun for many years before entering into public education. Betty figured anything that could make an old battle axe like her flinch had to be bad. His mother, looking flustered and older than her 37 years, walked into the backyard after her son.
You come down here this instant and explain to me just what the hell happened at school. The principal says you ate a rat?
It seemed too absurd to her to be true.
I didn't hear that right, did I?
She asked, pleadingly. Sammy stuck his head out the only window and yelled down,
It wasn't a rat. They're lying. They're all lying.
His mother let out a sigh of relief.
Oh, thank God. Well, if it's just a misunderstanding, then it was just a baby bird. It didn't have feathers or nothing. It was going to die soon anyways,
he exclaimed between sniffles. The look that sprang to his mother's face startled him for a split second. He had never seen her look at him like that before. It was the same look of utter disgust everyone at school had leveled at him when they heard what he had done. The kids who actually witnessed the act, well, one of them anyway, puked when they heard the hollow bones of the baby robin crunching between his teeth. The shock of Sammy's words unsettled Betty Dawson. She turned away from her son and awkwardly wandered a few paces towards the patio. The voice of reason in her head reminded her that she'd never fully understand little boys or grown men for that matter. This was just another one of her son's weird phases, and he'd eventually move past it. She took a deep breath and tried to think of a way to handle the situation. Betty made a move to turn back to her son, but threw her arms up in defeat instead.
Just stay up there until your father gets home. I can't even.
The bewildered little boy watched his mother retreat into the house without another word or even a glance in his direction. As soon as she was out of sight, his sniffling and sobs turned into flat-out bawling. His foot lashed out at the old trunk that had been sitting up in the treehouse since before he was born. A shot of pain fired up his leg as he drew back to take another kick at the box. He spun around and connected with the south wall instead. A loose plank gave a little and then kicked back, knocking him on his ass. Sammy rolled onto his side in pain, wiped a stream of snot from his face, and then laid there like a quivering lump for the next few hours. His father didn't come home until well after dinner time, despite Betty calling his office several times. "Your son did a horrible thing in school today and he needs his father to set him straight." The sudden flood of car lights washing over the backyard brought the boy to his feet. He looked towards the driveway and saw his father coming around the car towards the treehouse. Sammy climbed down hesitantly when his father called up to him. "Hey kiddo, I heard you went without dinner tonight." Sammy picked up the dried snot on his upper lip.
"Yeah, Daddy, I got sent home early from school today, but I didn't do nothing wrong. They all lied."
Gary picked his son off the ladder and set him on his feet. He squatted down before his son. "Yeah, well, we'll talk more about that tomorrow. You'll get washed up and we'll come tuck you in shortly." He stood up and tousled Sammy's hair. "Okay, kiddo, off you go." Sammy brightened up a bit and rushed towards the house. Gary couldn't fathom what had everyone so upset, but he would soon find out. A little while later, Sammy laid in bed and listened to his parents angrily muttering back and forth. He was certain they were arguing about him. He didn't get what the big deal was. There were plenty of things people ate that he didn't like, but that didn't bother him. The decision to keep his snacking to himself from now on formed while he was brushing his teeth. Of course, he was going to try new things. He felt like a dauntless explorer cutting his way through a dense jungle in search of an ancient city, and he was excited to see what was up ahead. He was actually disappointed everyone reacted so badly, less because they were disgusted by him, and more so because they distracted him from properly savoring the delicious little morsel. The taste had been so much better than he'd expected, but it was the squishy yet crunchy texture that left him wanting more. It dawned on him as his eyelids began to feel heavy that it wasn't the attention of his classmates that he craved. He fell asleep to thoughts of what he'd try next, a little dab of saliva soaking into his pillowcase. The next couple of weeks taught Sammy a few valuable life lessons. People, especially children, can be very cruel. Some predilections are better kept secret. And most importantly, dead things tasted nowhere near as good as living things. Bugs were easy enough to catch, but baby birds didn't just fall out of trees every day. He decided to branch out a bit when he found some old mouse traps in the garden shed. Those first few mice were tasty, but they didn't hit the spot like the baby robin had. Something seemed to be missing. He figured he just liked birds better than mice until he discovered a live mouse caught in one of his traps. The excited little boy watched the frightened and pained creature as it twisted and turned, trying to pull its mangled tail free. He wondered, given enough time, if it would eventually chew off its tail to save itself. The thought intrigued him, but he was too hungry to risk losing the squirming, squeaking morsel. He worried about the damage it might do to the inside of his mouth, so he took precautions to avoid that. The poor rodent squealed in pain as he snapped each of its limbs. The 4 melodious snaps blended with its screeching to create a harmony that was better than any song Sammy had ever heard. He decided to go another route, but was glad to have discovered the wondrous melody. Instead of trying to chew it whole, he bit its head off with one quick, deliberate bite. He instantly praised himself for the spontaneous action as warm blood gushed over his tongue and trickled down his throat. The boy made a trip to the library the very next day and signed out some books on trapping live animals. Being careful not to alert anyone to his activities, especially his parents, he scrounged around the garage and garden shed for tools and materials. It wasn't long before he realized he had a knack, an almost instinctual ingenuity for building things. Time passed and Sam settled into his new reality. He kept to himself at school, played the part of the odd but good son, and delved further into his hobby in his free time. He eventually ventured beyond just eating bugs and rodents. Flyers of missing pets littered the small town. They weren't hard to miss, taped to storefront windows and stapled to telephone poles. He worried someone would eventually link them to the kid who once ate a bird, but he gave people too much credit. Sam learned that memories and attention spans tended to be quite short. Besides that, most people aren't willing to believe that depravity could live just around the corner. They're unwilling to pay attention to the sharp reality staring them in the face for fear of bursting their bubbles, leaving them naked and vulnerable in a cruel and unforgiving world. Sam hid in that blind spot. The harmless, nerdy oddball that kept his head buried in his school books had everybody fooled. No one even batted an eye when he bought an old van. Their pedestrian minds considered the possibility of maybe a little pot smoke rolling out the windows, but never panic screams for help. He'd been working on it most of the summer and hoped to have it purring like a kitten by the fall. He was so looking forward to college, a whole new place where no one knew him. He could reinvent himself, which had the label of the weird kid that ate bugs. and meet new people.
There is an abandoned cornfield located somewhere along US Route 36 near Kensington, Kansas, that is allegedly haunted. The legend, spread mostly by the youth of Smith County, Kansas, goes as follows. At the abandoned Fryer family farm, somewhere out in the fields near the old water tower, there lies an overgrown corn maze from way back when the farm used to do its annual farm festival through October. Whether started by the farm owners themselves or merely by the local town's kids attempting to scare one another, a bet was challenged to those that dared to venture onto the property. The wager was simple. Reach the end of the maze, find the scarecrow with a digital flash camera draped across its neck, snap a picture of yourself to prove your success, and you'll be awarded $100 upon your return. The provider of the compensation of this amount was indeterminate. However, that detail appears irrelevant to the legend at large. Of the 9 images taken on the digital camera confiscated from the property, none of the identified missing people were ever found. And of those 9 individuals, 4 were children and the 5 adults consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. 6 of the missing individuals have since been declared dead by the state of Kansas, and the remaining 3 are still considered missing to this day. During a court-ordered police investigation of the abandoned Fryer family farm, sometime after the 8th missing person, a child by the name of Kennedy Lewis went missing. It was rumored that authorities had attempted to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Fryer, who were still living in a farmhouse about a mile away from the corn maze, which was located on land they had sold to the Kansas state government, due to both financial issues and their respective ages making upkeep of the property difficult. The police, who wanted a verbal statement from the couple regarding the contents of the digital camera, knocked on the farmhouse door at approximately 8 o'clock at night. When no one answered, they assumed they were asleep and decided to call the couple in the morning. When no one picked up the phone the following day, a state trooper was asked to check in on the household soon thereafter. The state trooper, a 28-year-old named Marshall Lancaster, knocked on the farmhouse door around noon. When neither Mr. nor Mrs. Fryer answered, the officer cupped his hands against a glass window in an attempt to see into the house. When he did so, he saw whom he believed to be Mr. and Mrs. Fryer slumped over on the living room couch. After a few attempts to catch the couple's attention, he feared them to be unconscious and broke down the door, which wasn't hard to do, he claimed, considering the hinges had rusted over. When he had reached the bodies, he realized that neither was Mr. nor Mrs. Fryer, but rather 2 scarecrows seated in their places, dressed in their clothes. Subsequent investigations by the Smith County Police concluded that neither Mr. nor Mrs. Fryer nor their bodies were present on the property, nor was any evidence of foul play. The couple remains missing to this day. This lack of evidence led the investigation, shortly after discovering the empty farmhouse, to go cold, with only obscure leads in scattered directions. One such lead was brought to light years later after the government seized land. Both the farmhouse and the surrounding property, including the old corn maze, was sold to a wealthy rancher. The rancher, who began to clean up the property in preparation for the harvest and the well-being of his livestock, soon appeared on the local 6 o'clock news during a story about the estate's annual pumpkin patch. It was during this story in which satellite images depicted the corn maze's unique shape, a perfect equilateral triangle, with one of its 60-degree tips being the location of the scarecrow, where the digital camera was discovered. Instantly, the property became the target of several trespassers, almost all of whom were self-proclaimed conspiracy theorists and crop circle believers, attempting to uncover whatever truth lay dormant on the farm. This was ironic considering the shape was professedly man-made. Of all the trespassers convicted, one, a 46-year-old Anthony Bergeron, was never found, yet cited by one of his co-conspirators as having been present on the property alongside them, but minutes before his disappearance. The other 2 co-conspirators, along with the aforementioned, describe a flash of light like lightning, only minutes after Bergeron became separated from the group. Initially, they assumed it to be the flash camera described in the reports. However, that was confiscated by police and no longer resided on the premises. Additionally, one of the men found himself snared in a bear trap while walking the maze. prompting his other co-conspirators to call 911, essentially convicting all three, but saving their friend in the process. There were no reported bear sightings nearby. 6 days after the trespassers had issued their statements, the rancher was called into the Smith County Police Station for questioning, after forensic analysis determined that the bear trap confiscated from the corn maze carried traces of blood from a young girl, Marissa Harmony, who had gone missing roughly 3 years prior. The rancher, who had shown complete cooperation through the investigation, stated, "They, the bear traps, were there when I purchased the land. I didn't want them to injure any of my grazing livestock, so I disarmed them and put them all in the barn, but somehow they got back out. Armed, too. I have no use for bear traps. We're in Kansas." The rancher went on to express his concern for the well-being of the local town's kids, stating that despite the fencing and signage throughout his property, he could still hear them outside his house at night, and that he didn't want anyone or his animals to get hurt over a silly dare. 3 nights after the interview, conveniently on Halloween itself, the local children of Smith County reported that when out trick-or-treating at the farmhouse, the rancher never answered the door.
On Halloween of 1988, 6 teenage boys ventured into a tunnel on a local railroad. Only one escaped with his life and a photo. What resulted from that innocent venture was a 2-year period of unexplained murders which killed off a good 10% of my small town's population. To this day, no one knows the true fate of the 5 boys and the reason behind the murders that lasted until the fall of 1990. Except for me. I'm the lone survivor of the 6 who encountered the Wanderer on the tracks on that dark Halloween of 1988. It was supposed to be a simple dare, nothing to it. Everyone had heard of how every Halloween people head into the tunnel and never come out. We all thought it was bullshit. Then again, we were only 14 and not very well learned in the ways of the paranormal. All we expected was just some crazy dude in a bedsheet. However, what we found was much worse. And what we did made the outcome 10 times worse than it could have been. I guess that curiosity killed the cat really fits when remembering this story. It was me, Steve, John, Andy, George, Bill, and Fred. Explaining our choice of costume was irrelevant. However, let us note that we all brought flashlights and Andy had brought a bucket to collect candy in. Foolish Andy. I remember your death so vividly it haunts my dreams to this very day. And she does, too. But not for long. We all had dinner at John's house as it was closest to the tunnel. After that, we played some Super Mario Bros. On his NES to pass time until it was dark. When it was, we all departed to complete the dare we so foolishly accepted. I carried a Polaroid to show everyone what was really in the tunnel. We left when it was considerably dark outside. Most of the dads were parading their 7-year-olds up and down the street getting candy before it got really dark. There had recently been some kidnappings in the area, but we didn't expect to meet the suspect, so we thought we would be safe. With each step towards the tunnel, it seemed as if it got darker, and when we arrived there, it was pitch black. And it was pretty much only us and the older trick-or-treaters outside. We all stopped at the entrance of the tunnel for a moment, realizing that we may not make it out alive. After waiting one more moment, we hesitantly stepped inside, turning on all of our flashlights. No one really wanted to do this. We felt this more and more as we went deeper into the tunnel. It was weird though, usually a tunnel ended around 500 feet, but it seemed like this one went on for miles. We went on for what I want to say was around 3,000 feet. That's when we saw it. At the time, we had no idea what it was. If I had a choice, I would wish that I never found out what it was and what it did.
The fuck is that?
Bill asked, half whispering to the rest of us. What we saw looked like a girl that had covered herself in dark paint or makeup and had on a plain old nightgown. She was holding what looked like a rod or staff. Her back was facing us. "Beats me," Andy shrugged. "Hey!" He yelled at the thing before throwing the bucket at it. It clanged off of the creature and rolled to the right of the track. Suddenly, it made the most gruesome noise in the world as its head rotated 180 degrees to stare back at us. I hastily took out my Polaroid and shot a picture of it. I put away the camera and shook the developing picture before putting it inside my pocket. Everyone was frozen in place looking at the creature, seemingly paralyzed. Soon, the creature lifted the rod and threw it at Andy. It was horrifying and amazing. Seeing it throw what we now knew was a spear with such dexterity, as well as doing it backwards. The spear struck Andy in the chest, dead center in the sternum. His ribcage collapsed and blood sprayed from the entry and the exit. His spine snapped and he crumbled to the ground. The blood-splattered spear was stuck in the ground a good 40 feet behind us. It was only a moment before we actually thought to run. We didn't even try to save Andy. I turned my head and saw the creature ripping open his chest, tearing muscles and organs apart as our dying counterpart screamed in his death throes. It seemed like the creature wanted to separate flesh from bone, as that is exactly what it had done. Andy's flesh and innards were scattered around his skeleton in a pool of his blood. It was coming for the rest of us now. Bill was the next one it caught, eviscerating him in the same manner as it did to Andy. Then she got George, and then Fred. It was me and John left. The creature was so close we could feel its putrid breath on our necks. We both heard its demonic growls and screeches, as we just barely escaped its furious grabs for our costumes. We kept on running even though the lactic acid had built up so much in our arms and legs, and our breath was ragged. And we were so damn tired. Soon, we saw the end of the tunnel. Somehow, it was morning, which was so illogical, but John and I were both happy to see the light of day. Suddenly, I heard a trip and stumble. John had fucking tripped. We were outside of the tunnel and he tripped. I didn't even need to turn my head to know he would be gored and gutted. I ran a safe distance away behind some trees near my house. His screams echoed through the neighborhood and awoke several families, wandering outside to see what was happening. Everyone who went outside all saw the creature as it tore apart John. When it was done, it swept its eyes across the shocked citizens of my small town and let out a deafening roar that no man or animal could create. It then dashed back inside the tunnel and everyone ran inside their homes, including me. For 2 years after that, the people who saw the creature were found disemboweled and skinned in their homes. Some people tried to move, but I heard them say it was like they were chained here. The creature was holding everyone here, keeping everyone who had seen it captive in this town. I'm the last surviving person who saw the Wanderer on the tracks, and my time is coming soon. How did I last this long? I don't know. I bet it's teasing me, torturing me, making me shit my pants every time I turn a corner. It's taken a hold of my life and I can no longer function like other people. I can no longer go out in the dark. My windows are always closed, the blinds always down, the doors always locked. I've tried to kill myself multiple times, but I can't. It won't let me. Recently I've been hearing the dying screams of my dying friends. I've heard a bucket clanging from outside my window, tapping on my front door at night. It's a sign. It's coming for me soon. It's raining. I don't have much time. He's coming for me to make me regret what I didn't do. Hopefully someone will find my journal as I make my last entry to tell my part of the story. It was finally the first day of my last year in school. I walked casually into my homeroom a few minutes before the bell would ring. I spied out of the corner of my eye a new kid. He seemed plain and simple. I walked over and said to him,
Hi, I'm Annie.
I reached to shake his hand, but instead he ignored my offer. He looked at the wall and replied,
My name is Lee.
Oh, cool, I said. Now, Lee seemed to be ignoring me. I moved my books to a desk and sat there. Finally, the bell rang and class began. At lunch, all 5 of the boys from my class crowded around Lee. I could tell Lee hated the attention. Then, Lee pulled out a girly-looking journal and started to write in it. Everyone looked at Lee, shocked.
Ha ha ha, you have a diary.
Jordan hollered, laughing so hard tears started to form in his eyes. Kyle added, and it's pink and girly. I could see the blush coming into Lee's cheeks.
Hey guys, come on, stop it.
I said quietly. They didn't hear me. Even Garrett said,
And you guys thought I was weird.
Everyone except for me was laughing. Lee looked like he might throw up. He ran straight to the bathroom. Everyone still laughed. But once the bell rang, everyone ran to class. Lee kept getting picked on by the boys in my class. But one day, a week before Halloween, Lee said to them, and I think even to me,
Ha, you might be laughing now, but when Halloween comes, I'll show you all.
When Lee had said this, his brown hair seemed to raise a little, like a cat's when it hisses. Halloween finally came. And as my last year at school, I decided I would go to the trunk or treat in my Attack on Titan Survey Corps costume I had recently gotten. All I had wanted was free candy and just to be there with my other classmates because it was our last year. But I had gotten there a little late, and at first I saw nothing because of the eerie fog that clouded the ground. I had thought that no one was there, but whenever I saw glowing red eyes appear from the fog and darkness, I knew I wasn't alone. The eyes seemed to move closer and I could hear heavy breathing. Fear immediately took over me and I ran. I ran into a nearby field and looked back. At first, nothing appeared, but then I heard heavy footsteps and saw those dreadful red eyes appearing again. This time, the creature was exposed by the moonlight. The first thing I saw was that gut-wrenching face. It had teeth that protruded over its nasty lips that were covered in blood, the blood of which I could only suspect from my fellow classmates and teachers. The nose was human-like, but pointed and wide. The eyes, as I said earlier, were red. Its face had lots of wrinkles and warts. I could see it had ash-colored skin. There was also brown fur lining the face and the rest of the body. It seemed very muscular and wore shorts and a torn shirt.
Hello, Annie.
It said in a demonic voice.
That's a nice costume you're wearing. It's a shame it'll be ruined.
It smiled as it got closer. I was completely frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. The thing brought up its hand when it was close enough and was about to scratch my face off. Then my adrenaline kicked in and I ran to the school library. Something about that horrifying creature had seemed familiar. The voice somewhat, and the fur coloring. I think I had confused it though, because I came through the back door of the building and had gotten there faster than it. Which leads to where I am now. I know Lee will soon figure out where I am. If only I had stood up for him more when he was getting picked on. Then maybe I wouldn't be in this mess. Maybe I could have lived the life I dreamed of one day living. But now, for not helping someone who needed me, I have doomed myself. Now, he is coming through the main doors. I can feel every hair on my body stand as Lee comes closer and closer.
Hello, Annie.
I heard his demonic voice say.
Happy Halloween.
Then, my world went black. Dear Mrs. Chalmers, I realize this letter is reaching you at a very difficult time. I'm not going to claim to know how you feel, not being a parent myself. The worry and constant anxiety you're experiencing must be unbearable. You're probably not sleeping. Every time you close your eyes, I'll bet the worst possible scenarios play themselves out in your mind. Well, allow me to put you at ease once and for all. Your precious little Timothy is completely safe and in my care. I must say, he is a remarkable boy. Having seen you on the news, though, I am reasonably certain that it was nothing you did that made him the way he is. You don't seem to have it in you to raise and inspire a child like Timothy. He is truly gifted, and perhaps it was for the best that he wandered away and into my sights. Now I'm certain he'll have the chance to reach his fullest potential. Allow me to explain how Timothy and I met. As you know, it was Halloween night. Ah yes, my favorite night of the year. The night when everyone goes around masquerading as something other than themselves. So many people roaming the streets covered in blood. I don't stand out on Halloween. I don't have to hide. It's the freest I get to be all year. I had just killed some filthy whore by a dumpster in an alleyway. Hookers get murdered all the time, often by me, and no one seems to care, even when the news feels like reporting on it. That's what makes it so easy. If there's no one to miss them, there's no one to demand justice. This one, though, she was special. She had such a pretty mouth, with big, sweet lips, eyes like a damn beanie baby, and the softest, smoothest pair of tits you could ever want. I could tell she was new, young, not yet ruined by the street. Those are my favorite ones. I fucked her in the alleyway, something I don't always do. And then I muffled her screams with one hand while slicing through her flesh with the knife I held in the other. It's my favorite feeling in the world when they stop fighting, and ever so gradually wind down from high anxiety to a complete stop.
Sometimes I swear I can feel their heartbeats weaken and fade out and peter out completely. God damn, do I love it so. Once I'd finished her off, I picked her up. Remember, I don't need to worry about the blood on this particular evening, and chucked her headfirst into the dumpster. She landed on the inside with a louder thud than I expected. But what I expected even less was the gasp I heard in response. Someone was hiding behind the dumpster. I'm not too proud to admit that I was scared. I mean, who wants to be caught? I sure as hell don't. You understand, don't you? I had my knife ready, just in case I needed to use it again, and slowly crept around to see who this witness was. And there he was, this little boy in a clown costume. He's told me since then that he's 10, but damn if I didn't think he was a toddler or something. A bit short for his age, isn't he? That's okay though. Special comes in all shapes and sizes. Well, I regret it now, but of course I barked at him. I demanded to know what he was doing hiding behind that dumpster. What he said damn near floored me. Do you know what he said? He said he'd been out specifically looking for me. How about that? Naturally, I asked him what the hell he was talking about. And he explained that you and his daddy make him watch the news every night because, in his words, you want him to be smart. Well, let me tell you, you sure did get your wish on that one. He said he'd seen a couple of news stories about the guy who keeps killing people. And so he wanted to come and find me. He picked Halloween to do it because it was the first time you were letting him go out alone. He knew I mostly went for horrors, and even picked up on the kinds of settings where I like to do the deed, which is how he knew to wait for me behind a dumpster in the shitty part of town. See? Smart kid. Of course, I asked him what he wanted to find me for. Now this, what you're about to read, is extraordinary. Honestly, it chokes me up. I thought I was beyond these kinds of feelings, but your boy, your remarkable little boy, do you know what he said? He said I inspired him. He said my work excited him. He told me that his dream was to be just like me. How could I just say no to that? Sure, I'll admit that I was totally prepared to kill him, but I knew when I heard those words and saw the sincerity in those little eyes of his that this was something I couldn't just throw away. And so I've taken little Timmy under my bloody wing. Although, of course, he'd hate that I just called him that. You know how he is. He has exceeded every one of my expectations and passed every test I've thrown at him with flying colors. It's amazing how quickly he earned his first kill. I'll never forget the look on his face as he sliced into that woman's chest. It was the face of pure, unadulterated joy. I've never been so proud. And that's not all. He's getting better by the day. In fact, he's started going out by himself now. That's where he is tonight. I decided to take the night off to write you this little letter. I can hardly wait for him to get back and tell me all about who he managed to find and what he decided to do to them. He's astonishingly creative. So, Mrs. Chalmers, please don't fret. Timothy, as you can see, is completely safe from anyone or anything that might try to harm him. But whether or not they are safe with Timothy, well, that's the question now, isn't it? Sincerely, the guy who keeps killing people.
The fish is a shifting and shining creature that nobody has ever caught, but one that many say they have glimpsed in the depths of mirrors. According to Herbert Allen Giles, belief in the fish is part of a larger myth that goes back to the times of the Yellow Emperor. In those days, the world of mirrors and the world of men were not, as they are now, cut off from each other. They were, besides, quite different. Neither beings nor colors nor shapes were the same.
both kingdoms lived in harmony. You could come and go through mirrors. One night, the mirror people invaded the earth. Their power was great, but at the end of bloody warfare, the magic arts of the Yellow Emperor prevailed. He repulsed the invaders, imprisoned them in their mirrors, and forced on them the task of repeating, as though in a kind of dream, all the actions of men. He stripped them of their power and of their forms and reduced them to mere reflections. Nonetheless, a day will come when the spell will be shaken off. The first to awaken will be the fish. Deep in the mirror we will perceive a very faint line, and the color of this line will be like no other color. Later on, other shapes will begin to stir. Little by little they will differ from us. Little by little, they will not imitate us. They will break through the barriers of glass or metal. Side by side with these mirror creatures, the creatures of water will join the battle. In Yunnan, they do not speak of the fish, but of the tiger of the mirror. Others believe that in advance of the invasion, we will hear from the depths of mirrors the clatter of weapons. And this time, they will not be defeated. I was 13 years old when I stopped trick-or-treating. The other kids weren't so eager to give up free candy, but something happened that year. Something awful. My friends, Owen, Drew, and I were out trekking for candy when we came to a house that had a big bowl of it sitting on the porch. The sign above it read, "Please take just one." We joked about swiping it all, but Owen and Drew only took a few each, enough to make them feel like badass kids. I'd always been afraid to take more than one because I was intimidated by authority. Sure, it was just a sign, and it usually meant that the owner wasn't home, but I was a timid kid who always did what he was told. Owen and Drew explained how that house did the same thing every year and that people rarely saw the guy who lived there. They dared me to do what they were too chicken to. So I decided to see what it felt like to do something naughty. We looked around to make sure no one was watching, and I poured the contents of the bowl into my bag. The three of us ran down the street laughing and shoving each other. Part of me expected someone to chase after us. In hindsight, I was right to be concerned. At Owen's house, we dumped out and sorted all of our yummy treasures. I tried to offer him and Drew some of the contraband candy, but they refused. I remember Owen saying, "That's all you, dude," and Drew shouting, "I don't want your tainted treats." Granted, they weren't entirely serious, but I was annoyed that they weren't sharing in the responsibility. Enough to go home instead of sleeping over. That night, I was torn from a sugar-fueled dream by a hand over my mouth and a knife to my neck. The skin was rough and the blade was ice cold. It was just slightly pressing into my skin, ready to slit my throat at a moment's notice. My body went stiff. I wanted to scream, but then a gruff voice whispered,
"Don't make a fucking sound."
At first, I didn't realize what was happening. Were we being burglarized? Then, I got my answer.
"Can't you read, you little shit? The sign said, just one. Just fucking one."
I'll never forget those words and the sickening smell of his breath. He went on to explain how every year he would catch kids taking 2 or 3 pieces of candy, which always infuriated him. It wasn't until I took the entire bowl that he finally snapped. Why did I do something so stupid? I was terrified and humiliated at the same time.
"You like candy, you little shit?"
he asked me, so I shook my head as much as I could despite his hand pressing against my face. He then removed it, still holding the knife to my neck, and proceeded to shove unwrapped candy into my mouth. I tried not to inhale, but I couldn't help it. I could feel things pushing against the back of my throat as I whimpered and drooled. I started to gag, but he put his hand back over my mouth so I wouldn't cough anything up. I truly believed I was going to die, and I feared for my friends as well. My short life flashed quickly before my eyes. All I could think in that moment was, how could an adult hate children this much? Everything I presumed about them was suddenly a lie. They weren't infallible, and their authority wasn't always law. Fine, so I took all this guy's candy. Did I really deserve to die? As I contemplated this for the first time, expecting to suffocate to death, my father rushed into the room, grabbed my metal desk chair, and beat the living daylights out of the guy. I never loved my dad so much as I did that night. I'm an adult now, and I live alone in a nice house on a quiet street with lots of kids. Every Halloween, I leave a basket on my front stoop full of candy with a sign that reads, "Take as many as you want."
I used to go camping a lot with my Boy Scout troop, especially for summer camp, which most of the time is held at the same camping grounds. The place was peaceful. There was a small lake nearby to go fishing at, and since it was used by the Boy Scouts for summer camp, it had a cafeteria in case you couldn't cook your meals for any reason. It was perfect, except for one small thing. It was near the penitentiary that the song Hotel California is written about. No big deal though, it's a maximum security facility. There hasn't been a breakout in years. The only ominous thing was that I was camping on the week of the 10th anniversary of a massacre at the penitentiary, where 30 of the most dangerous inmates were killed. I gave that small fact no mind. I mean, what could possibly happen? Those criminals are dead, and nobody has escaped in the past 17 years. Nothing bad would happen, right? Wrong. On the first night, my tent mate and I heard some rustling in the nearby bushes. He's somewhat of a paranoid wreck and thought it was an escaped convict. I assured him that it was just a squirrel or rabbit or something, and we went back to sleep. Nothing else happened that night, or so we'd thought. When the wake-up call went off, they announced that 2 campers from another troop had gone missing last night. The troop that lost the campers just so happened to be the troop in the campsite right next to our troop, and the missing camper's tent was just a few feet away from our tent. My tent mate started getting a little scared again, but I gave it no thought. I went throughout the day by following my schedule, going to the right merit badge classes and everything. After dinner, we had the opening campfire, which was mandatory to attend unless you're sick. 2 of the other scouts in my troop were sick, so my tent mate and I had to stay behind and take care of them. We had our own small fire, and both of us fell asleep next to the fire. My tent mate and I woke up when we heard what sounded like a far-off cry for help. Once again, my tent mate got scared shitless, and I got a little concerned this time. I went to wake up the 6 scouts and have them come with us to investigate, but when I got to their tent, all I saw were 2 torn-up sleeping bags and a little blood on one of the cots. My tent mate screamed in horror when he saw this, and we both ran to the campfire ceremony to tell everyone what happened. But when we got there, the fire was out and nobody was around. After worrying for a bit, I remembered there was a Cracker Barrel at the cafeteria after the campfire, and we ran there as fast as we could. When I found our scoutmaster, I told him what we saw, and he immediately told the camp staff and then announced the news to the entire campgrounds. They decided to lock all gates and exits of the campground so that nobody could get in or out. We'd be stuck here until the end of the week. All troops went back to their campsites and reluctantly went to bed, but in the morning, each of the 11 troops there that still had all their scouts were missing 2 scouts. Each tent that lost its scouts was left with ripped up sleeping bags and some blood on the cots. Some tents with very little blood and some with puddles of it. I'd had enough, so I decided that later at night I'd take my survival kit, the troop lighter, my spray-on deodorant, and my pocket knife and sneak off to where I heard the cry for help last night. After everyone had been asleep for a good 2 or 3 hours, I made my journey and had to go to the edge of the small nearby forest. I took out my headlight, turned it on, and looked around. I chose my path based on recently broken branches and traces of blood. It led me to a small clearing with a big and horrible view. All of the missing scouts were there, but half of them were dead and the other half mortally wounded, battling each other. Before I could even start thinking about why they were killing each other, I felt a cold chill run down my spine and looked at the edges of the clearing. We were surrounded by the ghosts of the massacre victims from 10 years ago. The ghosts surrounded me and took everything from me except my knife, the lighter, and my body spray. They wanted me to fight, but I refused until they ordered the remaining campers to come after me. I had no choice now. It was kill or be killed. One by one, I stabbed, cut, and incinerated my fellow scouts until they were all dead. I looked at the ghosts and said, "I've killed them all, now let me go." But they just hovered and started grinning eerily. One of them finally came closer and said,
"Count how many bodies there is, child."
Confused by this request, I hesitantly counted the bodies. There were only 24 bodies, but 26 scouts were missing. That's when I realized the 2 scouts that weren't there were the ones from my troop.
You have to kill them next, but you don't get to stop just after you kill them. You'll stop after we're satisfied with the bloodshed.
Then, my troopmates were brought before me, bound and gagged. I went up to them, crying, and told them what I had to do,
They let out muffled cries, but I silenced them as quickly as possible by slitting their throats. The ghosts weren't pleased yet. They made me stab and cut them for what seemed like hours before they finally let me go. When I finally found my way out of the forest, the wake-up call had just gone off, and my troop had the horror of waking up to see me covered in blood, telling them the awful news. At first, they didn't believe me and were about to call the police, but for some reason, my tent mate stood up for me and said he believed me. They decided to give me a chance, and I took them to the scene of the bloodbath. They realized that some of the bodies had been dead for 2 days already, and they instantly believed me. After we showed the entire camp what had happened, they evacuated the campgrounds immediately and called the police, who immediately closed down the camp. Ever since then, the song Hotel California is the only song I'm able to hear on the anniversary week of that incident. Nearly 10 years have passed since that horrible day, and they're reopening it again this summer on the 20th anniversary of the massacre at the penitentiary and the 10th anniversary of the massacre in the forest. May God have mercy on the scouts going there this summer, because the ghosts of the 30 convicts and the 26 scouts sure as hell won't show mercy, not after what I experienced.
May 20th, 2021. The following document has been released through the Freedom of Information Act. The following is from organized research made at the Redwater Federal Research Facility located in Redacted, by Redacted. The content is allegedly taken from a parallel universe thanks to the use of redacted technology. The following content is disturbing and discretion is advised. Aired January 11th, 2021. 00 ET. Action 45 Newsroom. Stacy Wilson, Anchor. A human being is merely a suicide delayed. And while you procrastinate from the soul-crushing inevitable, let's bite into some juicy news food. I'm Stacy Wilson, and this is Action 45. Intro begins. It's a video playing apparent stock music and showing a montage of various public executions, unknowable paranormal phenomena, and an image reel of celebrity foot fungus. Our first story today is an update from the oversized growing pothole in Main Street. It is not a pothole. Let's report it with Harold Jimmings, who is in an alien area formerly known as Downtown Redacted. Harold, can you tell us what is going on? News sticker. Pedophilic serial killer wins custody of kidnapped child. Civil liberty organizations rejoice. Harold Jimmings, correspondent. You're gonna have to speak louder, Stacy. I can only just hear you over the ungodly wailing of the dying and dead. Right now, we have seen a radical escalation from yesterday. What began as an annoyance for local commuters ended up being, as some experts suggest, the return of some dark godlike being, possibly a great old one awakening, or a visiting outer god enforcing their will on this pathetic planet. All we know is that this black void of unspeakable terror is swallowing buildings, roads, sidewalks, and anything else in its path, including people. Wow, this is certainly interesting. Do you have any idea what is happening to those who are dragged in? Well, Stacy, while we are very early on in this garden variety apocalyptic event, I can personally attest to, as well as demonstrate, the attempts by this being or beings to psychologically torment me for my terrible past. Screen expands to an almost empty dark void with a reporter standing on a glowing outer sign. A neon rope is tied around him, possibly to help him return from the abyss. A vague white figure can be seen in the distance. As you can see, but may not hear over the sobbing pleas for pity, is the ghostly visage of a person I killed in a hit and run when I was 19. He is scolding me for my sins and lack of remorse for ending his life due to my negligence. I hit the poor bastard while drunk and buried his body in the woods. He had a wife and kids and everything. Though thanks to this symbol of protection of my soul, I cannot be dragged into whatever dimension of glorious agony I clearly deserve. Wow, what a revelation of your own damning monstrosity. Good thing the statute of limitations for murder is only 30 days. I'm proud to live in such a free country. Go Eagles. News ticker. Senate votes to acquit President Harvey Weinstein in its 5th impeachment trial. On to our next story. A real treat for all you science lovers out there. We have a phone interview with infamous cloning expert Emil Hidiak. His new big discovery, human clones deeply resent coming into this unbearable material existence. Dr. Hidiak, can you tell us more? Emil Hidiak, cloning scientist / wanted war criminal. Thanks for having me, Stacy. Now that my experiments have reached a high level of intelligence and awareness, they have expressed to me surprisingly, but not unexpectedly, how much they hate being brought into the wretchedness that is the flesh, and how all carbon-based life forms are cursed with boredom, disappointment, and a certain death.
Oh my gosh, have you tried cheering them up?
News ticker. Saudi Arabia decriminalizes homosexuality, citing femboys being too cute. Thigh-high sucks to be distributed en masse by governmental services.
It's really of no use. Nothing we have said or done can reduce them from the trappings that the self-awareness of their own being brings. Now things have worsened to the point that they lash out angrily at each other and our staff, except Joey, who is content with staring at his own reflection in most of his waking hours.
Haha, we all have our quirks.
Indeed. Funny thing is that while clones demonstrably don't have souls, hence why they are objectively undeserving of human rights, my experiments have vague memories of cosmic happenings from before their creation. They don't have many words for it, so they have drawn these crude drawings of the far reaches of space and weird otherworldly terrains. Plus, there are the fascinating mumblings they make during their crippling nightly sleep terrors.
This is indeed fascinating. Is it possible we have changed the very essence of life in a way that is catastrophic and irreversible?
Oh, undoubtedly. I'm very excited.
News ticker. Peanut butter now banned on Humane Society grounds for the exact reason you think.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Hidiak.
Oh, I'm no doctor.
Coming up next, we find out the terrible, horrible secret behind Betty White's eternal youth, then sports. I'm Stacy Wilson, and this is Action 45 News.
Breaks for commercials. End of transcript. I was adopted. I never knew my real mother. Rather, I knew her at one time, but I left her side when I was too little to be able to remember. I loved my adopted family though. They were so kind to me. I ate well. I lived in a warm and comfortable house, and I got to stay up pretty late. Let me tell you about my family real fast. First, there's my mother. I never called her mom or anything like that. I just called her by her first name, Janice. She didn't mind at all though. I called her that for so long. I don't think she even noticed. Anyhow, she was a very kind woman. I think that she is the one who recommended my adoption in the first place. Sometimes I would lay my head against her in front of the television, and she would tickle my back with her nails. She is one of those Hollywood mothers. Second, there's Dad. His real name was Richard, but he never really liked me much, so I began to refer to him as Dad in a desperate attempt to gain his affection. It didn't work. I think that no matter what I called him, he would never love me as much as his own child. That's understandable, so I really didn't press the matter. The most notable attribute of Dad was his unmoving sternness. He was not afraid to pop his children when they did something wrong. I found that out before I could use the restroom properly. He didn't hesitate to spank me. Well, I'm in line, and it's because of his methods. Lastly is my sister. Little Emily was very young when I was adopted, so we were about the same age, but she was slightly older. I like to think of her as my little sister, though. We got along better than any sibling could possibly get along. We would always stay up late together and just talk. Well, she did a lot of the talking. I mostly just listened because I loved her. It was a great setup that we had. We were short on bedrooms, so, because I didn't want to sleep in the living room by myself when I was littler, I had a pallet set up for me next to her bed on the floor. This is where I've slept since. But it was cool with me because I enjoyed being with her and I had always felt pretty protective of my little sis. Everything changed on a horrible Wednesday night. I was at home taking a nap when little Emily opened the front door. The sound of the door opening pulled me to a state of consciousness, and I walked from the room down the hall to the living room. That's when I first remembered it was Wednesday. I was never any good at keeping track of what day it was. Actually, I'll just go ahead and say it. My sense of time was horrible. But nevertheless, I knew it was Wednesday because Emily had just come home from her church's youth group gathering. She walked in the front door and hugged me, and then was followed in by Dad and Janice.
You have a good nap?
Janice said teasingly as she ruffled up my hair. I just shook my head away and snorted in a manner that clearly expressed that I was teasing back with her. Don't you snort at your mother like that, said my father gruffly with authority. He shut the door behind him and hung up his coat. I was clearly joking, I growled under my breath. He must not have heard me because I didn't feel him smack me. Emily then proceeded to our room and I followed. She started telling me about her day, you know, usual teenage girl stuff. But I listened so that she would feel better. After her summary, she suggested watching TV, and I obliged and jumped onto the couch as she was going for the remote. She rolled her eyes at my little brother-like immaturity and scooted me over and sat down. The TV turned on and we watched it together until the sun went down. Emily was the kind of girl that, instead of watching cartoons and soap operas, would rather watch Discovery and Animal Planet and National Geographic. I liked those too, so I didn't mind. Actually, those were the only channels that could hold my attention. So it got late and Janice walked up behind the sofa.
Emily, it's past your bedtime. Turn off the television and go to your room. You too.
She pointed at me. Emily turned off the program we were watching grudgingly and stood up. She started down the hallway to our room. As I followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We went into our room and Emily turned off the light. Just as she did, I caught a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. It was out the window, but as soon as I redirected my line of sight to where the window was no longer in my peripheral vision, what it was that I thought I saw was gone. I still remained alert, for my sister's sake. I laid there in the darkness with nothing but the thin ray of light from the street lamp outside to illuminate the room. It wasn't much. Time and time again I could have sworn I heard subtle sounds just out the window. A twig break, leaves crunching, clothes jostling, and all the while I could smell a faint stench of sweat and blood. I kept my eyes open most of the night. The sounds outside subsided and the smell left my nose. I began to feel at ease. My eyelids closed. Not long after that, I heard a very loud crash on the other side of the house. I was up in an instant.
There's someone in the house!
I barked with extreme adrenaline coursing through me.
Wake up!
I shrilly pleaded with Emily. She did, and as soon as I saw her sit up, I ran to my parents' room. Dad was dead. His neck was splayed open and gaping as blood spilled out of it, off the bed and onto the floor. I saw that the master bathroom's door was closed, and just before it, on the outside, was a man. A man. I don't feel comfortable calling it that. He was very large and rugged. He turned around and saw me, and that's when I saw him accurately for the first time. I won't forget it. His eyes were large and beady and trapped with lust. He was styling a beard that was badly unkempt with blood dripping off. His clothes were dirty and his face was cold. Just then I noticed the same horrid smell of sweat and blood from earlier, but this time it was overwhelming. He saw me. He saw me and grinned with a set of crooked yellow teeth. That smile threw me off. I thought that I was going to die, but then he turned back to the bathroom door completely unperturbed by my presence. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I just yelled and cried. I watched as he shouldered through the door that was Mom's only protection. I watched as he raised the large razor that he was carrying, but had obviously neglected to use properly. I watched as he sliced her open and tore her to shreds. I then heard something. The last thing that I wanted to hear. It was Emily's scream coming from behind me. The large monstrosity looked up from my butchered mother and stared at my little sister. I was distraught. He stood up and quickly started walking towards us. My sister turned and ran, and I was at a loss when he bypassed me and went straight after her. Why was she still in the house? Had she not assessed the situation and run? Apparently not. And now she was dead and I was alone. I ran after them both. I expected the man to kill her as he had the rest of my family. But I was sadly mistaken. He grabbed her by the arm and jerked her as a way to make clear that he was in control. He dragged her through the house. I was making all of the noise I could now, hoping and praying that someone would come to my aid. He mustn't take her. Not her. As he passed me, I backed against the wall and whimpered with terror. Why?
He didn't respond except by putting his free hand on my head while Emily screamed in the other and saying, "Good boy." He gave another crooked grin and a very cold, unnatural laugh. I followed him to the door where he dragged my helpless sister after him. He opened it, pulled her out, and slammed it shut behind him. I am now sitting in the house with my mutilated adopted parents, shivering and whimpering with dismay. He's out there with her, doing who knows what to her, and I can't do anything. I would if I could, but I can't. I would chase after them in a heartbeat, but I can't. I sit here, looking at the front door. I look down at my paws. If only I could open doors.
Markham, Ontario is one of the major cities in the Greater Toronto Area. It is a city of sprawling, rapidly rising suburban developments, shining skyscrapers, and business. All of this popped up in only the last 30 years. Before then, Markham was a quiet town. It was not the technological capital of Canada, as the sign will claim. Most of these neighborhoods were, perhaps in the time you lived in, farmland. There still is farmland around the Markham-Pickering border. However, in the 1970s, the Canadian government purchased a large portion of this land, with plans to build a new airport and a city around it. Many were forced out of their homes. Businesses in this area were shut down. Hence, abandoned buildings were left behind. The airport was never built. The people were never allowed to return to their homes. Their homes, decades later, still stand. Some with all of their belongings untouched. On Resor Road, alongside some houses that are occupied today, you will find a dirt road leading into the forest. If you follow it, within a short distance it will lead to an abandoned house in plain sight. Go inside. The house has been vandalized by teenagers, and the ceiling is beginning to peel. But otherwise, it is in good condition. In the middle of the home, you will see a stairwell leading into the basement. In the entrance to the stairwell, the words "Leave Now" will be spray painted on the wall. Walk down the stairs. They're quite rickety though, so make sure you've got the proper equipment. Sit on the ground and wait. At exactly 12 in the morning, if there is a full moon, an old woman will walk down the stairs. You cannot hide from her. She will notice you right away. She will say to you,
"It's awfully late. Do you need a ride home?"
Say yes. She will lead you upstairs into her car, which will be parked on the dirt road by the house. When you step inside, she will not ask you where to go. She will simply begin to drive off. When she does, ask her, "Can you take me beyond here?" She will reply,
"That is certainly a daring request. I will see what I can do."
She will then hand you a puzzle box from within her purse. It will be easy to solve, so don't worry about it. But when solved, half of it will fall off, revealing a question written inside the cube. This will be an entirely random question, one with an answer you may know very well, or one that requires a lot of thought, but it will always be very cryptic, perhaps relating to a past event in your life. She will turn to you when you are figuring out the answer and ask,
"Well?"
If your answer is correct, she will hand you a large piece of hard candy, but when you unwrap it, you will find a diamond inside. For some reason, however, after she does, you will begin to feel a bit empty, as if you are unaware of something important. Afterwards, she will drop you off safely at your home, but the feeling won't go away. If your answer is wrong, she will slam into the nearest car she sees. You won't die in the crash, but your injuries will be critical. The next few days will be agonizing for you, but you'll be completely aware, unable to sleep. Anesthesia and painkillers will have no effect on you. The old woman will come out unscathed. She will visit you in Markham Stouffville Hospital and place her hand on your forehead.
When she does, you will slip away. What you see will be the most beautiful thing you witness in your life, and what happens after that is unknown. She will tell you, however,
You are ready.
it all started long ago and has since happened once a year. This horrible night. It was the end of October. I was eager for a new month. Who really knows why? Anyways, I was walking home that night from a friend's house down the street. It was around 5, so there was sufficient light to guide the way. Even though I lived 20 minutes away, the sky seemed to dim rapidly. I picked up the pace after noticing this, cold wind blowing against my back, as if urging me along. After what seemed forever, I found myself in the safety of my home, unharmed, so it stayed that way. I jolted around my house for some reason, still a little paranoid from the walk home. Regardless, I had nothing to fear, so with a cup of coffee in my hand, I settled down in front of the television. My favorite show was on a marathon, in fact, which raised my spirits dramatically. When the clock struck 6:30, it was beginning a new episode. What a joyous day I was having. Well, it was joyous, up until that point. The sky was consumed by a blanket of darkness. The trees soon became looming, shadowy figures in my yard. I tilted my head to the side so I could get a better view of the sky, perhaps to see some stars or the moon. However, there was none. It was dark as an abyss. This did not worry me, at least not as much as what happened next. I looked out of the window and saw something move swiftly across my driveway. I jolted straight out of my chair and pulled the curtain farther away from the window. It was gone. My imagination, I told myself. That or a stick being blown by the vigorously blowing wind. Yes, that must have been it. I went to go sit back down, but the figure once more caught my eye. The next thing I knew, I had gone into total shock. The door had been knocked on. I hobbled over to the door, fearing the outcome of opening. I hesitated. 1 minute had passed, and once more, the sound of knocking filled my ears. Ever so slowly, I reached for the doorknob, and when it had met my hand, I reluctantly turned it. The sight was horrifying. Pale, white, wrinkly skin, dotted with eyes that appeared to be similar to black holes. A short yet ominous figure it was. The voices coming from it were high-pitched and nearly a screech. I was unable to hear the horrid figure due to its screech also taking on characteristics of a mumble. For a short while I stood there in awe, fear, not knowing what to do. Once more the creature muttered something under its breath. Once more I stared at it, this time nearly falling backwards as I walked in reverse with choppy steps. Mouth wide open, I awaited a response. Next, the creature seemed fed up, shouting,
I demand that you hand it over.
My eyes became as wide as dinner plates. With fumbling hands, I made a desperate attempt to slam the door shut, but the creature soon outspread its hands and prevented the door from any further motion. It screamed,
I demand you give it to me right now.
After another delay, a long hand emerged from the beast as it firmly grasped its head. I cringed in fear, for it was removing its skin. I could barely look. Beneath was a small, round-eyed, pale-looking person-like character. I passed out. The next morning I woke up and all of my candy, sweets, or any sort of treat had been removed from my possession. I called my friend who lived down the street and told him of these events. I told him how irregular and terrifying this first-hand account was. He seemed a little unsure of my story. He said something might be wrong with me. I told him I would call this day the Days of Demands, due to the demanding ghost. I decided to name it for my friend told me this occurs every year. However, I think he was a little scared. Or he changed the subject and started talking about this weird thing called Halloween. A child will approach you, his face dully glowing, letting you see that he is eyeless. He will ask, "Will you share your light with me?" Say yes. The child will reach for your face and rip out your right eye. It will be painful, but there shouldn't be any bleeding or open wound. The child will thank you and leave. Keep walking, and a tall man will appear before you. Whose light do you wish to have taken away? Speak the name of the person you hate, and as soon as you say their name, they will go completely and irreversibly blind. Is your hate satisfied? The man will ask. If it is, say yes, and you will awaken in the alley. If not, say no, and the man will disappear. Keep walking. You will come across another eyeless child. Will you share your light with me? Say yes, and your left eye will be torn out, leaving you blind. Keep walking, and the tall man will appear again. Although you of course will have to rely on his voice. Whose life do you wish for the darkness to claim? Say the name of the one you hate, and they will die. You will not be asked if your hatred is satisfied this time, and you will not be able to return to the alley. I told you to make sure you really hated someone before doing this. You will spend the rest of your life wandering around Lightless City, blind with only your hatred to keep you warm. For some people, that's enough.
During October 30th at 11:59 at night, go outside. Draw an oval into the dirt with your hands. If you use any tools, it will not work. Place your phone on vibrate and set it in the middle of the shape. You must keep focus on the phone because if you look away, there's a good chance it might vanish. Did I not mention? Something wants to stop you. You can't see it. You can't touch it. It can see you, but not touch you. Try not to take much note of that. At 12:15, you should receive a call from a private number. Don't answer. No one knows what happens, but there's a good chance you will die. Again, take no note of that. After a while, you should receive a text from the same number. It's safe to read. It will disclose a number, which is safe to call. Call it, and make sure to keep it on speaker. But remember, you can't break focus. If you call it, some man with a deep, raspy voice will answer. It will be silent for a minute or two. Then he will ask you for your address. Tell him. It's okay. You need to. He will agree to send you a package 2 nights later at 11:59. They will, as soon as the clock strikes 11:59. They will appear without warning, except a knock on the door. If you open the door, you will find a package. It is sealed tight in a blank cardboard box. If you open it, you will find a small radio. Put in the batteries that come with it. They will last you a year. At 12:15, tune the radio to AM 11.1. The man will speak in a deep mumble, untranslatable. You will feel a slight headache. Don't stop listening. He will get louder, and your headache will grow more painful as he progresses. Don't stop listening. At 12:25 exactly, he will stop. A joyful tune will play. Your headache is gone. As long as the radio plays somewhere you hold dearest, such as your house or car, you will gain endless amounts of good luck. It doesn't matter if you can hear it or not. You will win at every sport you play. You will pass every test you take. You will win every bet you make. You are undefeatable. But one day, you will hear a loud pop. Start running. The batteries died. The thing can now see and touch you.
It will stop you now, and all you can do is keep running. It will get you eventually, in time.
When I joined the case at 47 County Street, I didn't know what to expect. As a social worker, I see all kinds of screwed up things, from child abuse to children abusing their parents. Yet when I got the reports from that household, I wasn't expecting much. The initial letters we received were from a neighbor describing loud noises, shouting in the late hours of the night, and a teenager storming off from the household on a bike last winter just after they heard what sounded like glass shattering from within the house. This had apparently been going on for a few years. Still, something about the way the cop came in on Tuesday, white as a sheet, asking about the case, probably should have at least somewhat set off some alarms. I was ignorant. There I stood, in the living room of the Bedford family home on County Street, beside myself as the story unfolded. Dan, the father of the 3 children, spoke first with tears in his eyes. "I'm so glad somebody called on us. My wife and I would never have had the courage to contact anyone about this." This struck me as odd, seeing as most people don't want the authorities or social services knocking at their door.
"Can I offer you some water? Coffee, maybe?"
That's what Valerie, Dan's wife, asked me in a hushed voice. They both looked exhausted and unbathed, like they'd just been stranded on an island for weeks and were just rescued by me. They seemed indifferent to their surroundings. Calm at the moment, but the tension was kinetic. "No, thank you," I passed on the offer. I wasn't comfortable accepting anything from the couple just yet. "Tell me, as we need to get started here, what are your children's names and how old are they?" I already had this info, but I needed to survey how these two would react to questioning. Valerie answered me.
"Well, Damien is 17. He dropped out of school this week, but he's not here today. And there's my little sweetheart, Kelsey. She's 11. She's with her grandmother for the weekend."
"It's Wednesday, ma'am."
"Oh, right. I'm sorry. She's with her aunt. I lose track, since they're never here anymore. She'll be home soon, though."
Her husband stared at her intently. Almost not staring at her at all. More like through her. I took note of all of this. "Please note that you're being recorded for this interview. I apologize if I'm mistaken, but it says on file here that you have a 3rd child." They both stared coolly into my eyes. A chill ran up my spine, and my left leg went numb. This is a feeling I would get as a child if I ever made a joke that offended someone. Except now at 34, I suddenly felt out of place.
Jessica.
They both spoke in unison. I relaxed slightly. "Jessica. Okay, yes, I have that here. 7 years old?" They nodded together, their faces twisted in an uncomfortable expression, both suddenly wringing their hands. Dan glanced over at the staircase to his left, I guess to silently signal as to Jessica's whereabouts.
"She's up there,"
Valerie told me, suddenly sobbing. A pang hit my heart like knuckles to a tetherball. I could feel my emotions swirling around my ribs. My stomach started to turn. "Excellent. Can I meet her?" I asked stiffly.
"Yes, but..."
Valerie wiped her nose with the tissue and looked at the stairs.
"But you have to go get her."
Another odd feeling. I was beginning to get suspicious, but I wasn't sure just what I was getting suspicious of. These two seemed like a train wreck, and I was certainly one to judge. Still, they didn't seem like bad people. They felt like victims to me. I decided to accept their request. "Okay, where upstairs is she? In her room?" I scratched at the back of my neck, as I do when I'm not comfortable.
Yeah.
They both answered at the same time again. I stared at both of them for a bit before standing up and heading toward the stairs. Clang! My heart jumped as my foot hit some metal across the floor. I looked down to see an empty pet dish of some kind. "Don't worry, sorry about that." Dan picked the dish up off the floor for me. "That's our cat, Evie's dish." I nodded but didn't respond. I just climbed the stairs to the top floor. The creaks of the steps were eerie and loud as I made my way up to a dim, badly lit hallway. I couldn't quite collect my thoughts. There was something strange going on, but I didn't know what. Why were they sending me up to meet with their daughter? Why couldn't they retrieve her for me? Why did I accept their request? Upon checking out the long hallway, I noticed one door at the end. It was bedazzled with stickers and letters, appearing to be a very normal young girl's room. The letters spelled out Jessica's name, except the S next to the E was missing. I also noticed there appeared to be no light coming from within the bedroom. I was taking mental notes of everything from my report. I opted for knocking on the door out of respect, but received no reply. After 3 or 4 tries, I decided to just open it, figuring they were wrong about her whereabouts. The door slowly creaked open under the grip of my left hand. My other hand clutched my clipboard, perhaps tighter than it should have. Just as I expected, the room was dark. Only a small amount of moonlight shined in from the cool autumn night. I found a switch on the wall to my right and clicked it on. Holy hell! My heart skipped a beat as what I saw in the center of the room was unexpected. A little girl with dark brown hair sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling at me. I didn't notice her before with the lights off. I was startled, but I couldn't be stirred. I'm sorry, Jessica. I didn't think anyone was in here.
Hi!
Is all she said, still smiling at me. Hi, I'm here talking with your parents, and they told me you'd be up here. I just need to ask some questions. Is that okay, Jessica?
Is this like a game?
She asked. The smile never left her face. The problem is, what seemed like a happy smile at first suddenly seemed a little off. I'm not sure what the feeling was that I was getting, but it definitely made me unnerved. Not exactly, but it will only take a moment. She just stared at me, her off-kilter smile never changing. I moved towards the dresser across from her bed and pulled out my pen. Jessica, how are you feeling today?
Hungry?
I blinked a couple times. Hungry, huh? Okay. Haven't you had dinner yet? It's pretty late right now.
They had dinner, but I feed myself.
I blinked at her again. They don't feed you?
It's okay. I eat whenever I want.
That smile on her face. It sent chills down my back, much cooler than the air outside. I cleared my throat a little. Do you like your parents? I asked.
I used to.
She dipped her head down a little bit, looking at me with her neck arched, still grinning as ever. Jessica, I need to get the full story here so I can make sure we find out what's going on, okay? If you're honest, I can help you. Still smiling away, she nodded. Where are your brother and sister today? She didn't reply. I noticed the cat jump on the bed and lay by the post. It was staring up at Jessica. Oh, I see you have a little friend. Do you like your cat? Jessica's grin grew wider and her eyes flashed with mischief. Then she tilted her head to the side and spoke, but not in her own voice. This voice was deeper and gravelly. I'm hungry. That's when she snatched the cat up from the bed and pulled its neck to her mouth. She crunched down, causing the poor thing to hiss and screech with agony. I gasped and fell back against the dresser. Jessica tilted her head back and gave the most maniacal laugh I'd heard in my life. Blood was dripping from her teeth and lips. She took the cat in both hands as blood splattered onto the bed. Then I heard a snapping sound and the poor creature went silent. Jessica flopped down onto her stomach, continuing to bite into the cat's fur and flesh. I could hear her lips and teeth smacking and crunching. That's when I puked all over the goddamn floor. After spilling my guts, I lunged for the doorway, colliding with the opposite wall just outside. I stumbled and stomped my way back downstairs to where Dan and Valerie were sitting. They both just looked at me, obviously knowing I had just witnessed the reason for their strange behavior. I looked at them both, not one of us saying a word for the longest time. Finally, as I began making my way to the door, Valerie spoke.
Wait!
She exclaimed. I turned around, my hand on the doorknob, fear still present in my watery eyes. Valerie looked at me with the saddest face, gripping her husband's arm so tight, and said,
Aren't you gonna help us?
Earlier this week, on Sunday night, I had a dream in which I knew I was asleep. I was standing outside of my house in torrential rain at night and thought I needed to get inside in order to wake up. I approached the front door and placed my knuckles onto the door window ready to knock. I knew that my next action would bring me one step closer to consciousness. The moment I knocked on the door, the thudding sound of the knock was so loud, so frightening, and so real that it woke me from my sleep. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped up immediately and listened out for a further knock at the door. I was roasting hot, sweating profusely, and my heart was beating so hard, I don't think I would have been able to tell the difference between a knock at the door and my thudding heartbeat. After I came to my senses and realized that the possibility of the door knocking at the exact moment of dreaming it is incredibly low, I fell back to sleep. Monday, the following night, I had the same dream. Right back outside the front of the house in the pouring rain again, intensely staring at the house. I slowly walked to the front door. This time, it was open. I walked in and went straight into the kitchen. I opened the cutlery drawer and pulled out the largest meat knife I have. I looked into my reflection through the blade of the knife. If you stare directly into the reflection of your eyes for long enough, eventually it will hit you that someone is looking at you. You know it's your reflection, but for just a second, you forget and become self-conscious, as if it's somebody else behind your reflection's eyes. It didn't take a second of looking at my reflection through the blade to realize that somebody else was looking back. The moment I realized it was somebody else wearing my grin in the reflection, I slammed the cutlery drawer shut. Bang! Again, I shot up out of bed. The sound of the metal clanging in the drawer as it abruptly closed was so defined and so crystal clear. It couldn't have been a dream. Really spooked this time, I went downstairs into the kitchen. I was half asleep and had to check. I opened the cutlery drawer. I was relieved to find the knife still in the drawer. I closed it and went back to bed. It took a little longer this time, but I fell asleep. Tuesday night, my dream started with that grin in the reflection. From the look in his eyes, I could tell that the man in the reflection knew he was looking back at someone confused and scared. I found myself looking into the reflection of the knife, already in my hand, while I stood outside of my house in the rain. The front door was open again. I walked into the house, directly up the stairs and into my bedroom. I looked at the bed and saw someone sleeping in it. It was me. I knew what I was going to do, but I also knew that I couldn't stop myself. Instead, I kept thinking over and over again, "Wake up!" My emotions were both in two extremes at once. I was terrified, but at the same time, I was thrilled and excited to kill. "Wake up!" I shot right out of bed and stood up. I was absolutely drenched in sweat, roasting hot, but relieved to find nobody stood in front of me with a knife. It took a few seconds to realize that I was gripping something tight in my hand. I knew what it was even before I looked down at it and saw my reflection in it. It was the meat knife, and this time the reflection in it looked terrified. I don't sleep anymore.
I suppose it's kind of ridiculous to title it like that in my journal, right? I know, but frankly I couldn't care less. This needs to be documented. Even now I can feel his presence as he strolls so disturbingly into the dim streets of my little town, with his trench coat and top hat, and his seemingly empty face, with just two milky white eyes staring out from the pitch dark cavern that seemed to be his face, never blinking. It all started 3 weeks ago. People began to complain that the power was turning on and off non-stop, computers restarting and then shutting off and lights flickering. It was in the middle of the day, a Tuesday, when these power blips occurred, so no one was really that bothered. However, the power kept doing this for the next 9 hours, and people began to get irritated.
I'm not sure how many others did so, but I called the nearest electrician at about 6 p.m. in an instance when the power was on. The electrician I had called said he would be there within the next 15 minutes, and with that we ended the call. By 9, he was not there, so I decided to just go to sleep. Waking the next morning, I tried turning on the lights, to no avail. Nothing worked, and even worse, there were no random occurrences when the power switched back on. It just stayed off and never came on. At about 5 p.m., I went to see my close friend Joseph Henderson, who lived across the street from me. We talked for a while, and I found that he also called an electrician who did not arrive at all. We spoke for a while longer until about 7 p.m., when we heard a scream coming from out on the street. The moonlight illuminated the outside just enough for us to see the stretch of road from which the scream came. There was a man running down the street, glancing behind him with a terrified look on his face. "What the fu—" Joseph stopped mid-sentence. As the clouds parted and the moonlight shone brighter than ever, we saw why he was running. Next to the shadow of the man, sprinting down the street, was another shadow. 2, in fact. One on either side of the man. A pair of wings like that of a vulture. Joseph and I instinctively looked up, but saw nothing. Damn, we need to help him," I cried out. We both dashed out of the house and ran down the street after the man. We could still see him along with the shadow of the wings. "Come back," Joseph bellowed, but the person was too panicked to respond and just kept sprinting. Joseph cursed, and the both of us ran after the man. After about 2 minutes of sprinting, we could no longer see him. He had disappeared upon reaching the green in the middle of the town. Now, our green is basically composed of grass and trees, obviously, but on the edge of the south end of the green is a wall. That is where we were facing at that time. As my gaze cast upon the wall, I felt a sickening feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I'm sure Joseph did too. Sitting upon the mossy ancient rim of the wall was a figure who looked like he was composed out of the most sinister inky black darkness I'd ever seen. This ominous figure wore a top hat and a trench coat, and seemed to have a long black cane, as dark in the color as the rest of his clothing items. We both stared in shock at the motionless man sitting on the edge of the wall, until we saw 2 glowing milky white eyes appear from the mysterious darkness that was the man's face. Those eyes held no pupils, no iris, just glowing white circles. Not ovals, circles, making these eyes as unnatural as the being itself. That was enough for Joseph and I. We turned and ran back to his house and bolted the locked door. Instead of resting that night, we sat there in his room, watching from his window, which had a good view of the street. Although we were both comforted with each other's company, I feared that the demonic figure would appear to us in Joseph's room and end both of our lives in one swift and effortless motion. This fear was almost fulfilled at 4:30 in the morning. Joseph and I were both drinking cans of chilled coffee, attempting to keep ourselves awake. At this time, we both felt a presence out on the streets. I nearly dropped my coffee when I saw it. The figure walking along the streets with his cane tapping gently along the tarmac. The moonlight was illuminating the streets, but the man still looked as if he was composed entirely of darkness. Joseph and I ducked down, but peered slightly over the windowsill to see what the terrifying entity was doing. Half of me expected him to open Joseph's fence gate and to stroll into his house to silently end our lives. But he did not. The figure simply continued walking straight on until he could no longer be seen. After confirming that the shadowy man would not come back, Joseph and I fell asleep. As you may have imagined, we slept for much longer than usual and woke up at 1 p.m. the next day. We did not leave the house until at 9 p.m. we encountered something that grabbed our attention. A whole congregation of people from the town was walking down the street towards the village green, shouting angrily and talking amongst themselves. We both exited the house and followed the huge number of people who, sure enough, ended up at the village green. And there was the shadowy figure, sitting on the edge of the wall. The supposed leader of the group strode towards the figure and stood before him confidently. Pointing a finger, he yelled, "Why have you come here? Who are you?" Several seconds passed without the figure moving at all. The man repeated his question, and the figure's milky white glowing eyes opened. "Well, say something," the group leader cried angrily. All of a sudden, the shadow of the wings appeared, casting darkness over the man. With an ear-piercing shriek like that of a bird, the man was thrown to the ground and did not move. The other townsfolk began to panic and yelled at the figure, who sat staring with milky white eyes. Then, someone yelled an insult that caused chaos. You are the devil incarnate!" Once again, the wings spread and an almighty shriek exploded out into the night, knocking everyone down. Joseph and I turned to run. I was the furthest away from the wall, and I was able to get away. However, as I looked back, I saw Joseph lying there, motionless. I sprinted back to my house as fast as I could. It is now 9 p.m. the following day. I'm in my house documenting this event. I know that the man in the dark is coming for me. I know because he is not at the wall. He is outside my house, on the street, staring at me with his blank white eyes. I know that any minute now, I would see the shadow of those huge vulture-like wings and hear the ear-piercing screech, and the man in the dark would claim me for his own. I feel it deep in my chest cavity, shifting relentlessly in the warm, damp darkness. It burrowed underneath my right scapula, searching for what, I do not know. It quietly gnaws my bones, and I can discern the tiniest traces of movement as it vigilantly stops at the meow of a nearby cat. Once the danger has passed, I feel the pressure as it steadies itself against a rib and tests the tensile strength of the tissues encasing it. Small claws tear into the muscle, and with each pass, the nerves send synchronized cascades of pinpricks down my back. Every so often, I feel a sudden, swift kick to my lung. It is persistently fighting the dense tissues, digging ever deeper into the cavernous expanse of my ribcage. There is a sharp stab of pain as it hits a nerve traveling down to my kidney. I shake myself, trying to deter it from continuing, and for a brief moment it lies in wait, listening to the steady beating of my heart. Again, it tears relentlessly at what is holding it back, and the nerves on either side of my body react in turn. A slight pain to the left that elicits a flinch, a sudden involuntary jerk of my head. My nerves are ablaze with confusion, trying desperately to decipher what is happening. With a terrible final slice, it has found its way in. I feel a weight on my lung, making its way down until it has found a soft spot by my stomach. It gently nestles itself into an empty space, and all I am left with is the erratic dance of impulses down my nerves as it falls into a deep slumber. Now, I will have to wait. So, my brother and I, we kind of grew up on Pokemon. Around here, a lot of kids did. It worked out perfectly for us too. Every time a new gen came out, one of us would get one version, one of us would get the other, and since our mom liked to spoil us, we both got the third one. This is going to sound, at first, like a bittersweet story about two siblings who grew up with a couple of games that eventually take them down two different roads. Well, it's a little more than that. The years rolled by, we kept collecting. Game Boys got old, we replaced them. Cartridges finally gave out, we picked up new copies. But we started down two completely different roads before Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald came out. See, around then, my brother got a Game Shark. We had heard all the hacks and cheats you could do with them, even if we were kind of late to the party, and they sounded awfully cool. Our first guinea pig cartridge was my brother's old blue version. We just dicked around with it a little bit, nothing major. But whatever we did fucked the cartridge up. After just a couple of code entries, it glitched out completely and became unplayable. Naturally, we were upset at first. My brother mourned the loss of his hours of work, and I was sympathetic. I told him,
It's okay, we can replace it, I guess. Stupid shark was a waste of money.
but here our paths finally differed. After seeing the mess it had turned Blue version into, I had become opposed to the idea of hacking or cheating any of my games. What can I say? I'm a chick. I feel feelings for the little pixel critters. At least with that Game Shark. But my brother had taken his game's destruction as a personal challenge or something. I don't think he ever played a game after that which wasn't hacked somehow. Yeah, we played a shit ton of Pokemon, man. But for us, there really wasn't much else to do. We live way out in the country without many other kids, and the farmers didn't want us on their property. So, we played Pokemon out on the lawn just about all day every day. It was pretty awesome, to us at least. We lost the Game Shark when our rooms got moved around. A new addition was built onto our house and it disappeared in the mess of shit that got stuffed into the new closet. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald arrived, and after playing through them once, we were both in agreement that they were definitely lacking in comparison to the last gen. We both tried another honest playthrough, and though we managed to finish, it left us both yearning for some good old-fashioned nostalgia. Where were our old gold, silver, and crystal cartridges though? It took us probably a month to dig through the boxes we'd been too lazy to open up before, but we finally found one full of a shitload of our old electronics. My old purple Game Boy Color still worked, his red one could no longer hold batteries in place. Both of our GBAs were fine though, along with our snake lights and link cables. That one with the nifty little connector in the middle that I had always wrapped up oh so carefully to avoid fraying the wires and condemning it to the trash like our last cable. We both grabbed up everything we could. It was so nice to have Yellow, which had been my first and most cherished game of any series, not just Pokemon, and Red and Gold back. We went through the motions of checking our old files, taking in all the old memories, and eventually we figured the Gen 1 stuff was just too nostalgic to get rid of. I restarted Gold, he restarted Silver. Immediately he snatched the Game Shark out of the box and slipped it into the back of his GBA. I just shook my head at him. I remember what I said to him.
That thing will kill your game, you know.
I had never liked me preaching to him about abusing pixels. I shut my mouth after that, but it had put him off from playing with me. I guess it was just one time too many or something. I ought to know to keep my thoughts to myself, really. It was a couple of days later that it happened. I was out on the porch, Game Boy in hand, just about to go into the Elite Four when I realized I needed a little help. My team was ill-balanced thanks to my playing through for leisure, and at the time I was no great trainer that could pull off gimmick runs. I knew that my brother had been 2 badges ahead of me when we'd last checked with one another, so I was hoping maybe he'd let me borrow a Pokemon or two just for this run-through. Now, the thing is that I'd spent the last 24 hours at a friend's place. I had literally come home, dumped my bag in my room, and crept out into the sun with my GBA to play. I had no idea what he'd been up to. For all I knew, he was done with the game and onto a new one. Which I figured was all the better for me since he wouldn't need those Pokemon, and I'd stand a better chance of nicking a few. So I got up and went into the house. And when I was crossing the living room, I noticed all of his Pokemon games lying on the floor. Some of the cartridges had been mangled, like they'd been hacked out with something sharp. Even his old Blue version, long ago dead and too sentimental to throw away, was lying with the plastic cut ragged, split almost halfway up one side, completely unusable anymore even if it would have worked. I was a little scared. This had to have happened this morning, otherwise our mom would have seen and they wouldn't be lying on the carpet. Tucking my GBA into my pocket, I crept over to his room and found the door unlocked. Somehow, that was even more concerning. I walked in and found my brother sitting on the edge of his bed. His GBA was in pieces on the floor at his feet, smashed to bits. Next to him on the bed were a hammer and our mother's gardening scissors. His face was paler than I'd ever seen it, even whiter than the time we'd gone corning and the old guy up the street
Legally blind and a raving nutcase, he'd come and chased us into the trees with a shotgun. It was now I also noticed the Game Shark on the ground and a silver cartridge corner poking from under his bed. Somehow they had been spared the wrath of the hammer.
Are you okay?
I asked. I remembered the chills that ran through me. He was my little brother. Seeing him like this was horrifying.
It was awful.
I remember him rasping, and the way his voice rattled made my knees weak.
Oh God. White everywhere. And then black.
I remember running over and hugging him. And I remember his limp arm fell and brushed the Game Boy in my pocket, and his sudden scream right in my ear, making me jump and bite my tongue by accident. He ripped the handheld from my pocket and hurled it at the far wall. I cried out at the dent the plastic system made there, running over to collect it. The screen had gone dark, and though I feared the worst, when I flicked the switch, it powered up normally. I waited there in the corner, trying to pretend the GBA mattered enough not to go and run for our mom. The volume was on. The Pokemon theme started up, and he screamed again, picking up the hammer. This time I screamed too, and ran from the room with my GBA clutched to my chest like a shield. He ended up in the psych ward of the hospital for 2 days. When we went to visit him, I left my GBA at home. No one could figure out what had set off this strange manic behavior. There was some talk that I didn't understand at the time about some kind of disorder he may or may not have had. But even though Mom and I had collected and brought in all the cut-up cartridges to be looked at, Mom's idea, not mine, no one had even thought to tie it back to the game. Maybe that was my fault. I hadn't said a word about what had happened when he had accidentally touched my Game Boy, or the blind white terror he had been thrown into when the music had started. On my last visit to the hospital before school on the second day, I was left alone in the room with him, while Mom had some private talk with the doctor about precautions to take should this happen again. I sat in a chair next to the bed where he was staring at the ceiling. But then suddenly he sat up, making me flinch.
Hey,
he told me.
Angie, go in my room when you get home.
I didn't understand what he meant. And then I remembered the things we hadn't packed up and brought in. The game and the hacking tool under his bed.
Get rid of them. I don't ever want to play with them ever again.
His voice was so weary and desperate. He sounded like an old man on his deathbed. My poor, damaged little brother. How could I refuse?
Promise you'll get rid of them. Okay, I promise.
I was carted off to school late, and through the whole day I only had my promise to him in my head. I didn't know it at the time, but this would be the last time that I could ever play the big sister role and help him out. I just had to get home and get rid of that game. But as the day went on, a sick curiosity started to go through my own head. What could possibly have happened to that game that scared him so badly? I was scared myself, but I just had to know. I had to. I got home and went right into his room, bent on uncovering whatever horror was waiting for me. Mom had since vacuumed the room, and the cartridge and Game Shark were no longer visible. I got down and crawled half under the bed, feeling timid but holding on to the promise I made as my badge of courage. Under the bed, there was enough dust to make me cough. Enough old Legos and various other toys that I couldn't set my elbow down without it landing on something. But I finally saw both objects. They'd been shoved to the corner, on top of a notebook that looked too new to have been down here long. Unthinking, I grabbed the corner of the paper and dragged everything out with me, still wheezing from the dust, allergies and all. They looked so innocent. Simple toys in a simple spiral-bound bunch of papers. When I set Silver version and the Game Shark on the floor, I took a closer look at the notebook. On it were scrawled at least 20 different cheat codes, but one had been scratched out with Sharpie over where it had initially been drawn in with pen. This was confusing. He had really tried to erase it out. The marker had been pressed to the paper so hard that ink soaked through most of the pages behind it, almost 2/3 of the way to the cardstock back cover.
But pen has a way of sticking around. I picked up the notebook and tilted it backward in the light, and the reflective surface of the Sharpie revealed the indents that had been left where he'd written. The code was an unintelligible mess of letters and numbers, but the words next to it confused me. Easter egg, snow on Mount Silver. I remember what he had said when I'd found him. He had been raving about white and then black. Could he mean snow? Even though it was only August and the temperature was still climbing to 90 degrees every day, a chill ran down my spine. Did I dare? I picked everything up and brought it to my room and laid it out on the carpet in front of me with my own GBA next to it. For a long time, I just stared down at it, and the longer I looked, the more maniacal Lugia's face became on the sticker, like some kind of twisted grin, like it was daring me to find out what had happened to my brother. I was a 14-year-old kid. Did I really want to tempt fate and risk ending up like him? I glared down at Lugia for a while longer. I had to see. I slid gold out of my GBA and stuck silver in its place. It took me almost 15 minutes to compose myself and turn it on. It started up normally. I left the sound on low, too afraid of what I might hear to keep it up the full way, and too curious to turn it the whole way off. The title screen was normal too. Lugia again, but somehow menacing despite my common sense telling me it was exactly the same picture as every other time I had started up the game. How bad could this be? I asked myself. His note said Easter egg. Didn't that mean that this was coding already in the game? The menu came up, still absolutely normal. His character was Blake with a mostly filled Pokédex, but the time was odd. 999 hours and 99 minutes. I knew he couldn't have been playing that long. I had barely logged 50 hours on my own game, and I was at the E4, and I was playing slowly. Probably the result of his hacking fucking up his file, I thought. Well, whatever then. The game started up, and the first thing I noticed was the prolonged black screen. It took almost a minute for anything to change, and there was no sound at all. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up already, but it was too late to turn back. Finally, a very dim sort of map came onto the screen, but it looked like static. What was going on? I squinted down and realized with a fearsome pang that it was actually the Mount Silver map. But what I thought was static was heavy falling snow. So this was where he had last saved his game. I checked his party. A very normal team for someone who'd been using a Game Shark. Typhlosion, Feraligatr, Meganium, Pidgeot, Tyranitar, Lugia. All level 100 with modded moves. Typical for him. Something about the sprites was strange, though. They seemed sullen in a way. Their colors seemed washed out, and their expressions lacked the usual vigor they normally had. I chalked this up to missing pixels or something, also due to the hacking. The map had brightened up just a smidgen when I closed out of the start menu. Indeed, snow was somehow falling very heavily. Pixels danced across the screen so fast it was hard to see the little sprite that was my brother's character. Something was off about him, too. When I checked the information, it was the same as the Pokemon sprites. The colors were dull. In fact, now that I thought about it, he almost looked frostbitten. My stomach tightened, and I turned and tried to move back down the mountain. As I hit the bottom of the screen, words popped up, and there was finally a sound. My sprite hitting an invisible wall. I can't turn back now. That was unsettling. I went into my Pokemon and tried to use Pidgeot's fly ability. I can't fly in this. Obviously referring to the snow. Fuck this, I thought going into his bag. There was an escape rope. I tried using it. I can't go back anymore. What was going on? Once again, I tried to walk back down the mountain, and to my horror, the words changed with every attempt. I can't run away. I can't go back down. I can never go back. This last one sent a frigid feeling through my heart. There was no way down the mountain. I had to climb. Turning the little sprite around, I moved him forward. No resistance at all, though my walking speed was oddly slow. What was truly weird was the lack of grass, of trainers, of anything at all but that white snow, which still blew across the screen and made it almost impossible to see. As I moved further up the mountain, his walking speed became slower and slower. The static curtain of pixels grew thicker so that I could barely make out the features of the map. But it seemed like the only way to move was straight ahead anyway. I reached what looked like a set of stairs at the very top edge of the screen. I didn't remember this being there before. As I tried to move up, the little sprite paused. I'm cold. By now, even I was getting goosebumps. His walking speed had become painfully slow, as if somehow he was being impeded. Up the little staircase. More text on the screen. Meganium has died. What the fuck? I thought. Pokemon don't die in these games. I checked in my party and was frightened and confused by what I saw. Meganium's sprite had been replaced by a red X. All of my other Pokemon sported varying degrees of damage, though I hadn't battled once. I went into my bag and found a single revive and tried to use it. It's too late, it said. What kind of Easter egg was this? There wasn't much else I could do. Trying to turn around yielded the same messages as before, so I kept moving. Pidgeot has died. I checked again. Sure enough, there was the little red X. This time I selected it and looked at the Pokemon itself, trying to figure out what was wrong. I wish I hadn't. The sprite was mangled. Pieces of it were missing. What was left was splotched with a sickish blue-gray color, and its eye was a solid black pit. I flipped down to Meganium. Same deal. A leg missing, a chunk of its neck, most of its head, save that pitch-black dead eye. Morbid curiosity urged me onward, and the path never deviated from the straight upward road I'd traveled the entire time. Along the way, every now and then, another party Pokemon would die, and examination of its sprite would show it was in the same condition as the others, until all that was left was Typhlosion. One more staircase was up ahead. I climbed it, braced for whatever horror awaited me. I hit the summit. It was deserted. Red was nowhere to be found. The snow had stopped falling. In the very center of the map was something sticking out of the snow. It looked like a Pokeball. Okay, maybe all this creepy shit led up to some climactic final battle using whatever was in there. If I picked it up, maybe Red would come out of hiding. I walked over and examined it. There was a burst of static noise from my game that made me jump. What appeared on the screen was a battle animation. My trainer sprite appearing, his skin tinged blue, against another mangled Pokemon sprite. It was Celebi. In the center of that black hole that was its eye, a single red dot burned out like an ember. The thing looked rotted. I didn't even throw out my mostly dead Typhlosion before it had moved. Celebi used Perish Song. A screech came out of my GBA, and I almost dropped it as the screen went white. A part of me was relieved, thinking that my final Pokemon had been KO'd, and I would be transported to a Pokemon Center. But I was wrong. My sprite reappeared in what looked like a cave. Was I now inside the mountain? I checked my trainer card and felt sick. The sprite was just as mauled as the Pokemon had been. A leg gone. A single eye remaining. pitch black, and so sad looking. Tears welled up at the corner, and every color on him was replaced by those 6 shades of frosty blue and gray. Every stat on the card was reduced to 0, except the time, which still read 999 hours and 99 minutes. I quickly moved back to the map. His sprite there mimicked the horror it had become on the trainer card. Pieces were missing. Everything was discolored. I started trying to walk, and at first I received a message. "It's so cold." There was only one direction to go. Upward. I moved on, and every now and then would be stopped by a message that made my heart sink lower and lower. "Mother, it feels so cold. I can't go on." The walls, as I walked, became darker and darker until they were pitch black at the end. There was an exit there, marked only by a white outline. I had no other choice but to go through it. It opened into a chamber that was also solid white. The only way to distinguish the walls was a thin gray line that marked them as separate from the floor. Against the far wall, there was another sprite. Red's sprite. Intact. I had come this far. I had to finish this. I walked right up to him and hit A. ... A battle started. Red's sprite had none of the deformities that marred my own. The colors were the same, blues and grays, but he was intact. He just looked extremely sad. His first Pokemon came out, Venusaur. It was just like my own had been, but level 0 with a speck of health. I sent out Typhlosion, who had just 6 hit points HP left. No Pokemon made a sound when they were brought into battle. Venusaur used Struggle. There was no animation, just a single point of damage done to Typhlosion, and then the opposing sprite dropped off the screen. Venusaur has died. There was no text asking me to switch out. Instead, there was just what I took to be dialogue from Red. ... His next Pokemon was Blastoise, even more mangled than Venusaur had been. It too struggled and died. After each round, there was an ominous ... from their trainer. Every sprite was more damaged than the last. His Espeon was barely distinguishable as a Pokemon. I realized somewhere he was sending them all out of order, which saved one Pokemon for last. Pikachu came out, and it was grotesque. It too was discolored like it was frostbitten. It was missing an ear, half its body and tail. Its head was mostly intact, but its eyes were much larger than they should have been. All glared out at me like pitch black windows into hell. But the thing that got me the most was the giant smile that extended almost all the way to the edges of its head. Its health was somehow at 0, or at least looked that way. My hands were shaking. I didn't get a chance to attack. Pikachu used Pain Split. Pikachu has died. Typhlosion has died. It cut back to the image of Red's sprite, and now it looked like mine, with his body so butchered it looked like a carcass stripped of most of its meat, except it had those same soulless, deranged eyes as Pikachu. I finally understood what happened. They were dead. They were dead, and this sub-level of the mountain was the hell they now existed in. Red finally spoke. "It's over." The screen flashed black and white for a moment. Used Destiny Bond. A horrible, hideous screeching started to issue from my GBA. The screen went white and it shrieked at me, and I threw it to the floor and pressed my back against the bed. The horrible noise continued for several long moments while the screen stayed white, then went black. Then there was silence. It took me a long few moments, but I eventually stood up. I took the Game Shark. I took the notebook. I took that fucking possessed game. I picked them all up and carried them to the garbage can we'd already set out for morning pickup at the end of our long, winding driveway. And I threw them in. When I got back to the house, I don't know what made me do it, but I picked up yellow version and inserted it into my Game Boy. I think it was part of me determined to make sure I hadn't somehow been tainted as well. The music started up. The game played. I turned to my Pikachu and hit A. Its smiling face greeted me with an ear twitch and a big pixelated smile. A pleasant, normal smile. I turned my game off and spent the next hour crying on the floor. My brother and I never did play Pokemon together again. He gave it up for good. I stuck to replaying my comforting unhacked games. That winter, the snow fell thick.
Often referred to as its code, the Berryman script, the Buried Alive model was to be found on the final story of the Pokemon Tower, in what has now been replaced with the Marowak Coast. According to the scripts assigned to it, the Buried Alive model was intended to be the boss of the tower. Once reaching the top floor, the following conversation would have taken place with the model.
You're here. I'm trapped. And I'm lonely. So very lonely. Won't you join me?
After this, the battle would have been initiated. Once in battle view, the Buried Alive model appeared to be a decaying human corpse attempting to crawl out of the ground. It had been programmed to have 2 white hands, a Gengar and a Muck. Strangely enough, a protocol for the Buried Alive's actions after it was defeated were not written. In the case of the player defeating him, the game would freeze. However, a specific ending was written by an unknown programmer upon losing the battle. In this ending, the Buried Alive model was to have stated,
Finally, fresh meat.
followed by several lines of gibberish.
I'm lonely.
He was to have then dragged the player's character into the ground surrounding him. The scene would finish with a typical game over screen. However, in the background, an image of the Buried Alive character devouring the player was to have been shown. Especially peculiar were the protocols for after this scene. The cartridge was to download this image to the small internal memory contained in the Game Boy, overriding the title screen that normally accompanied a Game Boy turning on. Instead, whenever it was started, the player would view this image as the sound file staticmesh.wav was played. The intended purpose for this effect, unlike many of the other factors leading towards Lavender Town Syndrome, is unknown. In the rest of the Pokemon games, such as Pokemon Red and Pokemon Green, it doesn't appear except for Pokemon Blue.
Sometime during the 3rd consecutive night spent huddled over the toilet, insides heaving and shuddering as I vomit forth seemingly everything I've ever eaten, I realize what's happening. He's trying to poison me. It's all so elegant, so perfect, so clear, that I almost laugh, but another barrage of retching forces me into silence. The next morning, I threw everything in the kitchen away, wrapping it 3 times in black plastic and burying it deep in the apartment's communal trash cans to prevent an unfortunate transient from the crossfire of his wrath. I am out the door of the complex and halfway to the corner store when I realize he knows, must know,